In class, one of Jiangbei City's first high school, a female teacher with black-framed glasses was recounting the great upheaval of 800 years ago. The world saw the emergence of professionals, each possessing extraordinary powers. However, danger followed, as dungeons and secret realms appeared, bringing forth terrifying monsters that even stepped out to threaten human survival. Yi Qing awoke from his slumber in the back row, his mind still lingering on the last moments of a fierce battle with monsters. As he surveyed the classroom, his gaze landed on Situ Feng. This second-generation rich kid from Jiangbei City had, in a previous life, led the entire Situ family to side with ancient powerhouses, dismantling defenses from within, and turning Jiangbei City into a living hell where countless perished. Yezi, we're about to awaken our professions. Lin Kuei, a burly teenager, excitedly rushed over. Looking at this lifelong friend, Yi Qing silently vowed to prevent the tragedy from happening again. Lin Kuei, in a past life, had been torn apart by ancient beasts while valiantly defending Jiangbei City. The playground was bustling with people. Before the awakening stone, students awakened one by one. Yang Yu, farmer; Zhang San, doctor. They were all life professions, causing the homeroom teacher to sigh repeatedly. Suddenly, Murong Shui, a stunning beauty in white, ascended the platform, and the world changed color as a blizzard descended. SS-level ice and snow mage. The crowd was shocked as the aloof school bell's gaze found Yi Qing among the crowd, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Next, Situ Feng awakened amidst flashes of lightning as an S-level thunder swordsman, standing proudly. Lin Kuei, under a sky filled with blood-red light, became an S-level berserk knight, the two of them locking horns. What? Not convinced? Want to fight? Finally, it was Yi Qing's turn. He calmly stepped onto the platform. The cold awakening stone remained unresponsive. Life profession, actor. Laughter erupted. An actor? What are you going to play, a clown? You'd be better off begging. Yi Qing remained indifferent, already aware of all the opportunities, paying no heed to the mockery. At that moment, a crisp voice sounded in his ear. Ding, the strongest sign-in system is now activated. Would you like to start signing in? Yi Qing's eyes gleamed with a bright light, and a hint of excitement surged in his heart. Could this be the privilege of being reborn? Although he didn't rush to check in immediately, the playground was just too crowded. Lin Kuei walked up beside him, patted his shoulder, and whispered reassuringly. Don't worry, I've got your back from now on. This promise stands forever. Yi Qing glanced at Lin Kuei and shook his head slightly. I'm fine. You should head back early. The awakening ceremony ends as soon as school is over. Lin Kuei still seemed a bit concerned, but he smiled and waved. All right then, make sure to find me for the dungeon tomorrow. Together, we'll be unstoppable. With that, he strode towards the school gate. Yi Qing watched Lin Kuei's figure disappear into the crowd, feeling a warm sense of gratitude. This brother had never left his side in his previous life, always supporting him unwaveringly. As he looked around, he saw classmates laughing and joking as they made their way to the campus exit. Those with heavy expressions and furrowed brows were evidently awakening to life professions. Leaving the school gates, Yi Qing didn't return to his simple rented room, but headed straight to the bus station. Today, he was going to the level 1 to 5 dungeon, the Dark Forest. 3 hours later, he arrived at the Dark Forest dungeon. The trees here were towering and reached the sky, their massive branches almost blocking out the entire sky. The air was filled with the scent of decaying leaves, and the dim light made it feel perpetually shadowed. Although this was the lowest level dungeon, it still posed life-threatening risks. Tomorrow, all the teachers and principals from Jiangbei City schools would be here to ensure the students' safety. But today, the place was eerily empty, with hardly anyone around. Yi Qing took a deep breath and decided to enter the dungeon directly. He tapped to check in, and the notification sound immediately followed. Check-in successful. Unique hidden profession acquired. Sword Immortal. He paused, his heart racing slightly. Then, a second notification appeared on the screen. First check-in is a benefit. The second check-in requires 1 million experience. He opened the attribute panel and quickly scanned through it. Profession Yi Qing. Profession. Sword Immortal. Unique hidden profession. Level 0050. Health 100,100. Constitution 10. Blue energy 100,100. Intelligence 10. Physical attack 220. Magic attack 220. Strength 10. Intelligence 10. Agility 10. Constitution 10. Special attributes charm 10. Luck 11. Talent power of time and space. Sword Heart Enlightenment SSS level. Acting as D level. Sword Heart Enlightenment additional state. Consumes 20 blue energy. Within 500 seconds, all attributes increase by 1,000, ignoring all opponents' defenses and shields, etc. Power of time and space soul is imbued with the power of time and space. Usable once per day. Time pause lasts 30 seconds. 5 long-distance teleports. Any position within 100 kilometers. Freely modify or hide all own attributes. Skills. Sword drawing technique. LV1. Proficiency 1100. consumes 10 blue energy, range 5 meters, deals 280 damage, cooldown 8 seconds. Sword Control, LV1, proficiency 1500, no consumption, remotely controls weapon attacks, maximum range 100 meters, deals 120 damage. Passive skills, Unity of Man and Sword, physical attack and magic attack stack when dealing damage. Special skills, one sword shines across 19 states. No consumption, with 2 effects, Sword Light and Sword Mark. Sword Mark, increases movement speed by 50, leaves sword marks when walking, which can become solid, causing 20 damage to targets. If no target, the sword marks automatically follow, with unlimited quantity. Yi Qing carefully examined these powerful skills and talents, feeling both excited and filled with anticipation. With such a formidable profession, where would it ultimately lead him? He ventured deeper into the dungeon, silently beginning his challenge. In Yi Qing's hand, a remarkable skill called Sword Light awakened. It increases attack speed by 50, and each sword strike releases 4 varying power sword lights, dealing additional damage of 90, 70, 50, and 30 respectively. At that moment, at the entrance of the dark forest dungeon, a dazzling sword light shot skyward, piercing the heavens in an instant. This phenomenon shook the entire Jiangbei city, sparking discussions everywhere. Could that sword light mean a legendary warrior has arrived in Jiangbei city? It's terrifying. That display, with just one strike, nearly tore the sky apart. On the top floor of a building in Jiangbei city, an elderly man with white hair, seated in a wheelchair, watched the scene and sighed. Troubled times indeed. Chaos is approaching. In the dark forest, Yi Qing encountered his first opponent, a wild wolf. The system displayed, Wild Wolf, level 1, health 100, attack 15, defense 10, with a skill that causes bleeding damage through biting. Activating the Sword Heart Clarity state, Yi Qing's attributes surged by 1,000. As the wild wolf lunged, he casually punched it, turning it into a mist of blood. The system notified, Wild Wolf defeated, 3 experience points gained. Beside the wolf's remains, a beginner's wooden sword lay quietly. Though it was a low-tier weapon, with only a 2 physical attack attribute, in this world where equipment drops could be snatched by anyone, Yi Qing seized it without hesitation. A feeling of unprecedented excitement surged within him, one sword in hand, Invincible. To swiftly enhance his strength, Yi Qing continued hunting in the forest. Soon, he encountered a level 2 wild boar, with 250 health, 18 attack, 30 defense, and a stunning charge skill. However, before it could even trigger additional damage, Yi Qing dispatched it with a single sword strike, earning 5 experience points. Over the next hour, Yi Qing relentlessly hunted wild wolves, accumulating experience points. Finally, he leveled up. The system announced, "Congratulations on leveling up. All attributes increased by 3 points, and 5 free attribute points gained." To Yi Qing's surprise, his hidden attributes, luck and charm, each increased by 3 points as well. These attributes are notoriously difficult to improve in the game, with related items being exorbitantly priced. Typically, leveling up only boosts 2 attributes, like speed and strength for warrior classes. Considering his current lack of mana, Yi Qing allocated all free attribute points to intelligence. As dusk approached, and the phone displayed 5 p.m., in this special dungeon, nighttime monsters become more active, with attributes increasing by 20 and experience gains also rising by 20. With his mana nearly depleted, Yi Qing rested under a large tree. He checked his class group chat, which was buzzing with activity. Situ Feng. Everyone to celebrate our class having 2 rank professions. I'm treating everyone at the Grand Hotel. Lin Kuei. Huh, who do you think you are? I'm not going. Li Xia, the homeroom teacher. Lin Kuei. Watch your language. Apologize to Situ Feng. Lin Kuei sends ghost face emoji. Just as Yi Qing prepared to continue hunting, 2 bright lights approached. It was the night patrol members on duty. Today is the city's profession awakening day. Luckily, we're checking the beginner dungeon, or there would be trouble again, one said. Student, it's late, and this place is too dangerous. Come with us. Another called out to Yi Qing. Reluctantly, Yi Qing abandoned his plan to continue hunting. On the nighttime streets, most shops were closed. Yi Qing enjoyed a satisfying meal at a night market stall, the gentle breeze and twinkling stars making it a perfect moment. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Jiangbei Daily released breaking news. The city's senior student's profession awakening was a success, revealing an SS rank profession. Universities rushed to send representatives overnight. As Yi Qing read the news, his phone's last bit of battery drained, turning the screen black. Back at his rented room, Yi Qing sat at the desk, starting to jot down on paper the opportunities from his past life. The first one was, in the dim forest dungeon on the outskirts of Jiangbei City, a mysterious secret realm is said to conceal a divine pet egg. Meanwhile, the Kanglan River dungeon houses a formidable boss, which, when defeated, drops class-specific, growth-enhancing equipment and items that boost luck. To date, no one has discovered these, and the first to clear the dungeon will receive rich rewards. All dungeon secret realms are categorized as known and unknown, with the unknown being particularly perilous. The first adventurers either sacrifice themselves or reap great rewards. Yi Qing spent 2 full hours writing down dense information on paper, fearing he might miss any detail. He then carefully stored the paper in his storage space. Every professional storage space has 10 slots, and items cannot be stacked. To gain more, one must rely on special items. Lying in bed, Yi Qing's mind was filled with various thoughts, and he silently resolved that this time, he would be in control. Eventually, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yi Qing headed towards the campus. At the school gate, several buses were parked, ready to take all the students who had transitioned to combat and support professions to their first dungeon run, the destination being the Dim Forest. Having been developed countless times, this is the lowest mortality rate novice dungeon in Zhongbei City. Several teachers were at the gate guiding the students who had awakened combat professions onto the buses, while the principal kept his gaze fixed on Murong Shui. As an SS class professional, her future was undoubtedly promising. The principal hoped to be her protector before she rose to fame, thereby securing his place in future historical records. Before long, all the students gradually gathered at the school gate. Zhongbei High School senior class had 180 students, with 52 awakening to combat professions and 13 to support professions. Some students in life professions looked enviously at the buses, yearning to participate in dungeon battles. Yi Qing looked at these students, reflecting that he once had the same gaze, only to end up achieving nothing. If not for Lin Kuei giving him a few no-grade pieces of equipment, he would have perished when Zhongbei City fell. As Yi Qing was lost in thought, Murong Shui approached in a white tracksuit. The principal quickly approached her, producing a small yellow bird, saying, "Murong, to prevent any accidents, let this accompany you until the college entrance exam." The surrounding teachers gasped. This was the principal's pet, a rare level 50 Chongming bird. Having such a pet in low-level dungeons was akin to being like a fish in water. One male teacher sighed. If the principal hadn't acted first, I would have offered Murong some items too, given she's an SS class professional. Another teacher joked. Then go ahead. The principal was a renowned strongman in Zhongbei City, and while they had the intention, they lacked the strength. It wasn't until most people had arrived that Lin Kuei slowly showed up. Haha. Sorry, I was too excited yesterday and overslept, Lin Kuei said with a smile. Situ Feng mocked. Country bumpkin, it's just in class awakening. Look at you, acting all smug. His followers laughed freely. Yeah, look at him, his clothes are all messy. Did he even put his underwear on backward? Laughter echoed through the campus. Lin Kuei took a few steps forward, his imposing figure towering over the others as he roared. You bunch of kids, if you're not convinced, come and try. Once we're in the dungeon, let's see how I deal with you. His voice was thunderous and intimidating. The few students exchanged glances. They were all class professions and didn't dare to confront the class Lin Kuei directly, so they remained silent. Nearby, several teachers and the principal watched indifferently, not interfering. Conflicts among combat professions were common, and it wouldn't hurt for these students to experience it. The principal glanced at his watch and said calmly, "All right, everyone is here. Get on the bus, let's go." However, just then, a calm voice emerged from the crowd. "I want to go too." Everyone turned in surprise to see Yi Qing stepping forward slowly. The principal frowned slightly and nodded without expression. "Fine, but you'll have to sign a waiver before you go. If you die, the school won't be responsible." He glanced around coldly. "Anyone else wants to go?" The surrounding students were immediately on high alert, and no one dared to speak up. Everyone knew that entering the dungeon was tantamount to a death sentence. Yi Qing nodded without hesitation, speaking calmly. "I'll sign." A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Kuei's eyes. He knew Yi Qing's character well enough to understand that once a decision was made, it wouldn't be easily changed. A cold smile played on Si Tufeng's lips, a hint of malice in his eyes. Murong Shui wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. A waiver and a pen appeared in the principal's hand as if by magic. He had anticipated this scenario. Yi Qing signed his name without hesitation. At this moment, several people behind Si Tufeng couldn't help but mock. "You're really asking for it. A non-combat profession daring to enter the dungeon." "Yeah, put on a clown show for us. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll give you a hand," one jeered loudly. "Don't kid yourself. The dungeon teleport is random. You're done for." Another student added with a sneer. Lin Kuei walked over to Yi Qing, his expression serious. "Be careful when the time comes. I'll find you quickly." Yi Qing shook his head lightly, his gaze calm and resolute. Maybe there will be a miracle. The two boarded the bus, and after a 2-hour journey, they finally arrived at the entrance to the dark forest. By now, quite a few people had gathered there, all professionals from other high schools in Zhongbei City. The area buzzed with chatter and speculation. "Did you hear? There's an SS class profession from number 1 high school. She's sure to take first place this time. Sigh, our number 2 high school only has an S class profession this year. We can't compete." I'm just a class profession. This is as far as I go in life. Huh? Yi Qing stepped off the bus, looking at the familiar entrance to the dark forest, where many people were indeed gathered. Principals and teachers from several high schools were present, as well as 2 officials from Jiangbei City. Most of the principals were level 85, second-tier peak professionals, exuding a powerful aura just by standing there. This time, they didn't give a complicated speech. Although the Dark Forest is the lowest level dungeon, students still lose their lives each year. I hope everyone returns safely. The principal's brief words carried a hint of seriousness. Now, the dungeon is open. As soon as the words fell, everyone quickly entered the dungeon, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, a massive leaderboard appeared in everyone's view, listing each person's name prominently, with the first name. First, Morong Shui, level 1. Second, Situ Feng, level 1. Third, Nangong Ro, level 1. The teachers exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. The power of the Situ family was indeed formidable. Just one experience capsule cost a hefty 10,000, yet it only provided 50 experience points, and each person could only use 2 before reaching level 10. Nearby, a vice principal nodded slightly. Although Morong Shui lacked a family background, with his investment support, her strength was no less than that of any major family. Deep in the dark forest, Yi Qing retrieved a wooden sword from his storage space. The sword traced an elegant arc through the air, surrounded by 4 white sword lights, each attack stacking up to 5 times, though each subsequent strike diminished in power. Suddenly, a wild wolf dashed out from afar, and the wooden sword swiftly flew out, striking the wolf directly. The basic damage of swordsmanship, combined with the attack from the 4 sword lights, instantly killed the wolf, earning Yi Qing 1 experience point. Although the wolf was level 1, defeating a creature of the same level only awarded 1 experience point, but defeating higher level creatures could yield 3 experience points, with more experience gained the greater the level difference. Yi Qing ventured further into the dark forest. As he moved, sword marks appeared continuously on the ground. Even without a target to attack, these marks followed closely behind. The next few wild creatures were easily dealt with by a few sword marks, making the process highly efficient. Just walking would cause sword marks to fly from beneath his feet, and when combined with swordsmanship and sword lights, there was no energy consumption. Sword lights and sword marks were special effects that didn't consume mana, and the basic swordsmanship didn't consume mana either. Only when activating Sword Heart Clarity and Sword Draw did the mana consumption become significant. It was still early in the morning, and with plenty of time ahead, Yi Qing didn't want to wait idly for mana to regenerate. The wooden sword flew horizontally, instantly slaying over a dozen wolves. Just as he continued onward, 15 wild boars appeared ahead. Yi Qing's figure flashed, quickly reaching the edge of the boar group, and he executed Sword Draw, releasing a massive circular sword energy, with red numbers appearing in the air. A critical hit was triggered, leaving only a few boars with low health. Yi Qing heard a series of notifications. Sword Draw Proficiency 15. Killing a boar awarded 3 experience points and dropped a wooden spirit necklace. Another kill earned 3 experience points and a tattered boar hide armor. Seeing his experience bar more than halfway full, Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Group kills indeed provided richer experience. He quickly equipped the 2 items. The wooden spirit necklace was of white grade, with attributes adding 3 intelligence and 10 mana capacity, and a skill that regenerated 0.3 mana per second. The tattered boar hide armor was ungraded, adding 1 constitution. Seeing the attributes of the wooden spirit necklace, Yi Qing was thrilled, as his mana concerns were instantly resolved. Now, he could rampage freely, activating Sword Heart Clarity, charging forward, with the wooden sword flying and boars falling in groups. Yi Qing was elated, having slain 30 or so boars in just a few minutes. A notification chimed in his ears, congratulating him on leveling up, with all attributes increased by 3 points and 5 free attribute points gained. Yi Qing allocated all 5 free points to strength without hesitation and continued his slaughter. The duration of Sword Heart Clarity was 300 seconds, and he aimed to kill as many creatures as possible within this time. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Dark Forest dungeon, everyone was paying attention to the leaderboard, expressing their amazement. First place, Yi Qing, level 2. Second place, Morong Shui, level 1. No way. A collective gasp erupted from the audience. Yi Qing's leveling speed had unexpectedly surpassed that of Morong Shui, who was an SS-level professional, leaving everyone in disbelief. Morong Shui has the principal's pet to assist her. How could she be overtaken? Did you notice? In just over 20 minutes, Yi Qing has already reached level 2. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and teachers from other high schools were inquiring about this previously unknown Yi Qing. Just yesterday, Morong Shui made headlines for awakening an SS-level profession, becoming the center of attention. Qin Mingyuan, the principal of number 1 high school, frowned deeply. It was truly puzzling, considering Morong Shui was accompanied by his level 50 pet. Although pets only grant partial experience when they kill monsters, In this novice dungeon, a level 50 pet was an overwhelming presence. At that moment, several black dots appeared in the clear blue sky, rapidly descending, accompanied by a gust of wind, for figures hovered in the air. "I'm an admissions officer from Kyoto University," said a young man with glasses. "I've heard there's an SS-level profession here in Jiangbei City, and we can grant her special admission." "Why should you get to offer special admission? Our Shanghai University is just as good," a graceful female teacher immediately countered. "Our Grand Summer Military Academy is the best choice," boomed a burly man nearby. Meanwhile, an elderly man with white hair, known as Elder Wang from South University, approached several high school principals to review this year's student list. He visited Jiangbei City annually to scout for talent, and the emergence of an SS-level profession had even drawn the attention of the three major academies of Grand Summer. On the first page of the list, Morong Shue's name was prominently listed, followed by several students who had awakened-level professions. As others argued, Elder Wang remarked, "These level professionals are quite promising. They might earn direct admission based on performance." Clearly, his target was not the highly sought-after SS-level prodigy, Morong Shue. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Qing had just slain dozens of wild boars in succession. Despite the sword-hard enlightenment state being over, he hadn't managed to get any equipment drops, which was rather unfortunate. He remained at level 2, with his experience bar only a third full. To reach level 3, he needed a full 200 experience points. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from afar, and a wild boar king, twice the size of a regular wild boar, appeared. It was a level 5 boss with 2,800 health points, 50 attack points, 150 defense points, and possessed the skills Frenzied Charge and Savage Roar. Once its health fell below 20, it would go berserk. Such attributes posed an almost certain death scenario for students at this stage. Yet Qing wore an excited smile. For him, defeating this boss was a breeze. He immediately activated Sword-Hard Enlightenment, and his wooden sword sliced through the air, with dozens of sword marks appearing behind him. With just one use of the sword control technique, for sword beams instantly obliterated the wild boar king. The sword marks, now without a target, returned to Qing's side, while the boar king's body glowed enticingly with the light of equipment. At this moment, Qing received a notification. He had killed the boar king, gained 330 experience points, and successfully reached level 3. All attributes increased by 3, and he was awarded 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all 5 points to speed. As he approached the boar king's corpse to check the equipment, a mocking voice echoed from afar. "Heh, Qing, you're really lucky to stumble upon the corpse of a leader-class monster. I'll gladly accept these items." The speaker, a classmate holding a staff, looked at him with disdain, clearly one of Situ Feng's lackeys. "You worthless lives killer, your luck is indeed good. Come on, call me grandpa a few times, and I'll let you off," he taunted Qing with a smug face, completely unrestrained. At that moment, Qing's eyes turned cold, knowing he couldn't avoid confrontation in the dungeon. Behind him, a sword scar flashed, and the person let out a scream of disbelief, dying with a face full of unwillingness. He never expected to be killed by someone like Qing, a lives killer. Qing said nothing more and began looting the corpse. The person was a clever mage, holding a staff and wearing a ring on his finger. It was a blue spirit ring, white quality, with 2 intelligence and 3 magic attack. Although it had no additional skills, Qing put it on. Qing felt no discomfort from killing. Sometimes, being weak is indeed the original sin. He then approached the boar king's corpse, where 3 items lay silently. A boar hide armor, green quality, level 5 requirement, with 5 constitution, 10 dual defense, and a skill shield that forms a shield in front to absorb 500 damage. Boar hide boots, green quality, level 5 requirement, with 5 speed and no additional skill. The nether spirit mask, purple quality, with 25 physical attack, 25 magic attack, 5 to all attributes, 10 critical rate, 10 critical effect, and a skill meditation that restores 1 mana per second while in meditation, with a chance to permanently increase intelligence with prolonged meditation. Qing looked at these pieces of equipment, especially the nether spirit mask, which was a small treasure. Equipment levels are categorized as white, green, blue, purple, pink, gold, dark gold, rainbow, and black. Qing thought to himself that although he couldn't equip the nether spirit mask yet, he was close to reaching level 5. Currently, at level 3, with his current leveling speed, he would soon reach level 5. He ventured deeper into the dark forest, where the monster levels gradually increased. Suddenly, a striped tiger leapt out. The tiger, level 5, had 600 health, 60 attack, and 45 defense. Seeing the tiger's stats, Qing was surprised. Its attack was higher than the level 2 boar leader, but this tiger was evidently fragile. Qing's wooden sword flew out, slashing the tiger in one strike, and he gained 5 experience points. Killing a monster 1 level higher yields 3 experience points, while 2 levels higher yields 5 points. In the center of the dark forest, sword energy flew around, and the ground was covered with level 5 tigers. Yi Qing released all his sword scars without hesitation, unleashing a massive burst of damage. Then, he used his daily 5-time teleport ability to enter the midst of the tiger herd and performed his sword draw technique. A large number of tigers died instantly, granting Yi Qing a significant amount of experience. The ground around him was littered with equipment, mostly white grade, with only one green item among them. Yi Qing's storage space had only 10 slots, with just one green item occupying them at the moment. The rest were waiting for someone destined to claim them. Upon killing the fierce tiger, his experience points surged, earning him 5 points. Additionally, he received 5 more points and a white tiger armor, followed by another 5 points and a green mighty sword. The mighty sword had attributes of 5 strength and 25 physical attack. Congratulations to him for reaching level 4, with all attributes increasing by 3 points, and gaining 5 free attribute points. Looking at the equipment, Yi Qing realized they all required level 5 to be equipped, while he was only at level 4. Without reaching level 5, he couldn't trigger the dungeon boss. The jump from level 4 to 5 was a small hurdle, needing twice the experience as from level 3 to 4, requiring a total of 800 experience points, meaning he had to kill many tigers, taking quite some time. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit Yi Qing, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. If he could refresh the leaders of other wild creatures, he might reach level 5 faster. However, this would require some luck. Considering he had already killed so many tigers, Yi Qing decided to focus on the tiger leader first. Leaving the dungeon center, he continued hunting in the tiger-infested area. His first goal was to unlock the hidden dungeon of the gloomy forest to obtain a god-level pet egg. 10 minutes after Yi Qing left the dungeon center, a large yellow bird descended from the sky. Murong Shui, seeing the emptiness around, was puzzled, thinking, how is this possible? Am I not the first to reach the dungeon center? She also noticed that defeating higher-level creatures granted more experience, so she headed straight to the dungeon center, only to find this scene. Oh well, better head to the territories of other creatures. The yellow bird soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. At the secret realm's entrance, all the teachers and a few principals sat there, eyes glued to the leaderboard, exchanging looks. The first place was Yi Qing, level 4. Second was Murong Shui, level 3. Third was Lin Kuei, level 2. Fourth was Nangong Ro, level 2. Tiannan University's Elder Wang exclaimed. Who is this Yi Qing? How did he reach level 4 in just 2 hours? The enchanting teacher from Magic City University spoke with a charming voice. I'm quite interested in this Yi Qing, curious about his profession. The burly man from Desiam Military Academy thundered. Why isn't this kid on the list? What are you all doing? Jiangbei High School's principal Qin Mingyuan said. I even entrusted my pet, the Chongming bird, to Murong Shui. Yet this person's leveling speed surpasses an SS-class profession with a level 50 pet. It's unbelievable. He had seen Yi Qing's name when signing the life and death agreement, but hadn't connected the two. A student in a life profession wasn't worth remembering. The teacher from Imperial Capital University, head lowered, meticulously reviewed the list of all students in Jiangbei City, including those in life professions. Adjusting his glasses, a light flickered in his eyes as if realizing something. He looked up at the teachers from the other 3 universities and silently put away the list. Inside the dungeon, on the forest outskirts, Yi Qing was busy slaying tigers. Currently, he only gained 3 experience points, but his goal wasn't just that. He aimed to summon the tiger leader. With a swing of his wooden sword, a tiger fell instantly, defeated in one blow. However, with a cracking sound, the wooden sword's durability was exhausted and it broke. Just then, a loud shout came from afar, and Yi Qing's eyes turned cold as he quickly headed toward the sound. At the edge of the dark forest, Lin Kuei tightly gripped a wooden spear, his gaze fixed intently on Situ Feng in the distance. The appearance of this enemy ignited a fire within him, and what shocked and angered him even more was that Situ Feng was adorned in a set of invaluable green armor, holding a blue glowing longsword, all of which were top quality, level-free equipment, each piece worth tens of thousands of daxia currency. Situ Feng seemed to sense Lin Kuei's hostility, and purple electric sparks immediately flickered on his sword. This was his innate ability, Lightning Splash, which not only enhanced his attack power, but also inflicted additional damage on his opponents. Undeterred, Lin Kuei's eyes turned bloodshot, his imposing figure radiating an intense aura. I've had enough of you. Today, I'll finish you off, he declared, charging forward despite the disparity in their gear. Meanwhile, not far away, Yi Qing was agilely leaping among the tree canopies. Each time he landed on a branch, he left a deep sword mark, which floated behind him. He finally stopped under a large tree, watching the fierce battle unfold. Although Lin Kuei was of a similar level, the significant equipment gap placed him at a disadvantage. A surge of murderous intent filled Yi Qing's heart as he pondered whether to immediately intervene and eliminate Situ Feng, but he decided to observe a little longer. On the ground, Several silent sword marks had quietly merged into Lin Kuei's shadow, ready to strike at any moment. 3 minutes later, the red glow in Lin Kuei's eyes began to fade, signaling the end of his innate skill, fury. Just as he grew anxious, he spotted a wild boar a few meters away and had a sudden inspiration. With a shout of, "I'm coming for you," he caused Situ Feng to assume a defensive stance, anticipating a powerful attack. Unexpectedly, Lin Kuei dashed towards the wild boar, leapt onto it, and rode away, disappearing into the dust. This left Situ Feng utterly dumbfounded, never expecting such a maneuver. In fact, this was Lin Kuei's special skill, fury riding, which allowed him to forcibly control a wild creature of the same level for 300 seconds, increasing his speed by 30. If fully tamed as a mount, he could also gain a 30 attribute boost from the creature. Behind the tree, Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Although familiar with Lin Kuei's skills, this usage was indeed surprising. He watched Situ Feng thoughtfully, recalling the past grievances between these two. Back then, Lin Kuei had come close to taking Situ Feng's life several times, but Situ Feng always managed to escape using a special life-saving teleportation item. Gazing in the direction Lin Kuei had vanished, Situ Feng muttered darkly, "Next time we meet, I won't let you go." Yet, just as he turned to leave, several sword marks suddenly struck from behind. Though these marks only carried 20 of Qing's own attack power, they were lethal enough. Situ Feng let out a scream before disappearing in a flash of white light. Qing approached the spot where Situ Feng had vanished, confirming that the life-saving item had indeed activated once more. However, this time, Situ Feng had dropped Equipmenta blue glowing longsword lay on the ground. Qing picked it up to check its attributes Thunder Sword Blue, wearable at level 0. Strength 5, physical attack 15. The additional skill Lightning Flash deals an extra 35 damage during flashes of lightning. Without hesitation, Qing equipped the lightning sword, whose power far surpassed that of the wooden sword. Several kilometers away, Sichifeng's expression was grim as he clenched his teeth and thought to himself, who could it be? He looked down at the items in his backpack, feeling a pang of regret. The substitute Puppet 45, a legendary item, could take a fatal blow in place of the user, randomly teleporting the user 10-30 kilometers away. This item was his father's life-saving trump card, and he hadn't expected to use it so soon in the beginner's dungeon. As he mourned this loss, he suddenly realized his hands were empty and cried out in despair, "Where's my sword? I've lost my sword." At that moment, the ground began to shake. Situ Feng realized something was wrong and immediately started to run. His shout had attracted a herd of wild boars. Meanwhile, Qing was battling a tiger and had already defeated 30 of them. Suddenly, a tiger twice the size of the others leaped out, roaring as it lunged at him. It was the tiger leader, level 8, with 5,000 health, 100 attack, and 60 defense. Its skills included Roar, which could stun, and Claw, which could critically hit with a chance of striking a vulnerable spot. In a near-death situation, it could split into a male and a female clone, instantly restoring 20 health and then rapidly recovering. Qing's expression was serious. The tiger leader was indeed formidable, especially its ultimate move, which allowed 2 tigers to attack simultaneously, a challenge no ordinary person could withstand. However, Qing was not afraid. He was no ordinary person. He was like a character with special advantages. He began to kite the tiger leader, using swordplay to attack from the front while constantly moving, leaving more and more sword marks on the ground and maintaining pressure on the tiger leader. In the state of sword-hard enlightenment, Qing ignored the tiger leader's defense, causing its health to plummet. His sword control technique unleashed continuous strikes, with sword beams and marks flashing alternately, rapidly depleting the tiger leader's health. The tiger leader was furious, unable to even touch the hem of his opponent's clothing before facing death, unable to catch up. When the tiger leader's health was nearly gone, it activated its ultimate move, releasing a burst of light and spawning another tiger leader. Its health partially restored and was visibly recovering quickly. The 2 tigers pursued Qing, but they could not catch the agile fighter. As Qing ran, more sword marks appeared beneath his feet. He used the sword control technique again on the tiger leader, finally defeating one of the clones, though he gained no experience from it. The lightning sword flew through the air, and the sword control technique delivered 2 more heavy blows to the tiger leader, with sword beams striking down simultaneously. The tiger leader fell in frustration, its appearance and demise taking less than 5 minutes. A tiger leader that usually required a team of 2 to 3 dozen newcomers to defeat was now easily slain by Qing. With the successful kill, Qing's progress notifications rang out, granting him 1,000 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up to level 5, with all attributes increasing by 3 and gaining 5 free attribute points. Next to the tiger leader's corpse, a purple glow shimmered. Qing hurriedly approached to inspect, discovering a rare purple skill book, an earring, a dagger, and some materials. He began to carefully examine the attributes of these items. Qing opened the equipment panel, and a flash of purple light swept before his eyes. The advanced investigation skill, of purple quality, allows him to view the attribute panel of monsters or people and reveal their potential weaknesses. This skill is quite rare, yet he has already mastered it. Next, he glanced at a crimson earring, also of purple quality, which can be worn at level 5. The attributes it enhances are impressive: strength 10, physical attack 55, and most enticingly, it comes with a skill called Quick Recovery, which instantly restores 20 of health when health drops below 10. Qing smiled softly. Although his health had never dipped below 20, this top-tier equipment was undoubtedly worth wearing. He quickly dragged the advanced investigation skill into the skill bar, instantly adding a new skill icon. He then noticed another purple dagger, which he couldn't equip at the moment, planning to sell it later. Following this, he equipped the rest of the items from his backpack, causing his attributes to surge significantly. Opening the attribute panel, he began reviewing his stats. Name: Qing. Class: Sword Immortal, unique hidden class. Level 5. Experience: 260-1200. Health: 400,400. Mana: 420,420. Physical attack: 420. Magic attack: 187. Strength: 130-121. Intelligence: 30-15. Agility: 30-10. Constitution: 30-10. Charm: 25. Luck: 26. Talent: Power of Spacetime. Skill bar: Sword Heart Clarity SSS rank. Roleplay D rank. Skills: Sword Draw Technique. Sword Control Technique LV1. Sword Draw Technique LV2. Mastery 4200. Consumes 10 mana. Unleashes a 6-meter radius sword energy, dealing 380 damage with a 20 critical chance. Cooldown 6 seconds. Advanced Investigation skill, passive. Man and Sword is 1, special effect skill. One sword shines across 19 provinces. Sword Scar, Sword Light. Equipment: Mighty Sword green. Wood Spirit necklace white. Blue Spirit ring white. Nether Spirit mask purple. Crimson earring purple. Boarskin boots green. Boarskin armor green. Qing looked at his attribute data and nodded in satisfaction. He knew that while his current stats were quite strong for level 5, the potential for future growth was limitless. The combination of physical and magical attacks resulted in a base damage of 318 points. If he activated Sword Heart Clarity, the damage would increase tenfold, easily breaking through 3,000, enough to swiftly eliminate 2 tiger leaders. He began walking toward the dungeon's center, effortlessly cutting down any wild monsters in his path with his Sword Scar skill. As a level 5 player, he was performing exceptionally well. According to the Dark Forest dungeon setup, entering the center would trigger the appearance of the final boss. At that moment, all players in the Dark Forest dungeon received a system message. The final boss of the Dark Forest dungeon has appeared. Please defeat it as soon as possible. Players were astounded, and the dungeon chat channel buzzed with activity. How is this possible? It's only been a bit over 2 hours, and someone is already close to clearing it. I have no idea. Maybe it's Murong Shui. She has the principal's pet, so it's not surprising. I'm so envious. The perks of being an SS rank player are amazing, while I'm just a brank, nothing special. Why don't we try to steal her boss? Go ahead, but the Dark Forest is dangerous. One wrong move, and you're done for. Meanwhile, in another corner of the dungeon, Murong Shui was fighting tigers. Upon seeing the message, she bit her lip lightly, her expression complex. Her usually calm demeanor now showed a hint of barely detectable surprise. Who could it be? How can someone be this fast? She murmured, her eyes flickering with a mysterious light. I'm only level 3, about to reach level 4. How could anyone be this quick? She frowned slightly. Let's go see who it is. As soon as she finished speaking, a large yellow bird took flight, swiftly heading toward the dungeon's center. Simultaneously, at the dungeon's center, Qing stood before a massive figure, the dark venomous python, a terrifying level 10 boss with a health pool of 10,000. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to face the imminent challenge. Skills: Poison Spit, Enchantment, Poison Fang Projectile, Coil. A glint flashed in Qing's eyes as he decided in an instant to take down the giant serpent in one swift move. With a quick motion, he assumed a sword-drawing stance, and a dazzling sword energy sliced through the air like lightning, targeting the serpent's vital spot. As the sword energy shot out, the serpent fell to the ground without any reaction. A system notification sounded: kill successful, 1,500 experience gained. Congratulations on leveling up. Qing smiled slightly as his level increased to 6. All attributes increased by 3 points, and the system awarded him 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all 5 points to intelligence. Suddenly, a system notification rang in his ears: dungeon boss has been slain. You will be teleported out of the dungeon in 30 seconds. The dungeon will close and reopen in 12 hours. A hint of coldness flickered in Qing's eyes, but he didn't dwell on it. He quickly collected the dropped items into his storage space, his gaze never straying from the dwindling timer. As the countdown ended, Yi Qing prepared to leave, but frowned slightly hadn't triggered the hidden dungeon. A thought struck him, recalling memories from his past life. 3 days later, a student within a rank profession had triggered a hidden dungeon in the dark forest, but something seemed off this time. Perhaps the timing was wrong, or it required a solo run. Regardless, he felt he had missed some crucial clues. A flash of light enveloped him, and Yi Qing was teleported back to the dungeon entrance. The crowd around him was chaotic, with all players being teleported out. Discussions erupted. What's going on? I just saw the message about the dungeon boss, and now I'm out? Someone actually one-shotted the dungeon boss. No way. I struggled to kill a wild wolf, and someone one-shotted the boss. In the distance, Lin Kuei approached with a grin, excitedly saying, Yi Qing, are you okay? That's great. Yi Qing nodded, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Looks like you had a rough time. No worries, just ran into that idiot Sidu Feng in the dungeon. Had a bit of a scuffle, tore my clothes a bit. But I've leveled up to 3, definitely in the first tier now, Lin Kuei spoke with a touch of pride. Yi Qing smiled slightly, listening quietly to Lin Kuei's chatter without interruption. At that moment, Situ Feng, with a sullen face, cast a cold glance at the two before regaining his composure. His cronies hurried over. Boss, are you okay in the dungeon? Situ Feng shook his head calmly, saying no more. At this time, several school principals approached the crowd, speaking solemnly. Everyone return to your teams, the first trial is over. Teachers began calling names. Just then, a principal from Yizhong approached Murong Shui and whispered, several top university professors want to meet you, come with me. Murong Shui, slightly startled, followed with a hint of nervousness. In the distant woods, several university professors were gathered, conversing amongst themselves. Who is Yi Qing? Reaching level 6 in the dungeon, even stronger than SS rank professionals. I need to find out more, one professor murmured. At this moment, Murong Shui arrived, and the professors eagerly approached, offering extremely favorable terms for her to join their universities, even promising direct admission. This is an opportunity every student dreams of, a professor from Kyoto University said warmly. But since you want to consider it, we'll visit again in 10 days. I'm staying at the Jiangbei City Staff Dormitory. You can reach out to me anytime before the college entrance exams. Other university professors also expressed, before the exams, we'll come back to see if you've changed your mind. Though they were all eager to recruit Murong Shui, the SS rank professional, they knew her future wouldn't be confined to Jiangbei City with the emergence of other SS rank professionals in different cities. As the college entrance exams approached, all students boarded buses to return to the city. The bus was noisy inside. Yi Qing sat by the window, surprisingly undisturbed by anyone. To most, he was just a life profession player, unrelated to the Yi Qing who had one-shotted the dungeon boss. Beside him, Lin Kuei remained excited, chattering non-stop about his experiences. Yi Qing quietly examined the items dropped by the dungeon boss in his backpack, silently contemplating his next plan. The Spirit Snake Sword in purple requires reaching level 10 to equip. It provides a physical attack boost of 60, along with 8 to both strength and agility. Its skill, Poison Infusion, gives attacks a chance to poison the target. Additionally, it comes with a skill scroll called Mind's Eye, which enhances perception by 10. The special item, Shadow Mark, triggers a mysterious event when held at night and taken to the center of the dark forest. Yi Qing looked at the Shadow Mark in his hand, speculating that it might be the legendary item for unlocking hidden dungeons. In his previous life, he had always been in a crafting profession, never having the chance to experience dungeons firsthand, knowing only what he had heard. The actual details of dungeons were largely unknown to him. After learning the Mind's Eye skill, he realized that perception did not appear directly on the status panel, but this hidden attribute was extremely useful. Such equipment or skills were exceedingly rare and seldom seen on the market. When they did appear, they fetched exorbitant prices. As for the Spirit Snake Sword, its attributes were impressive, but it could only be equipped at level 10. The bus slowly pulled up at the gates of Jiangbei No. 1 High School, and students began to disembark. Some were filled with excitement, but more wore heavy expressions. Even in the beginner's dungeon, the death rate was high, and future dungeons would only be more challenging. Moreover, only the beginner's dungeon had such special rules. Death within a dungeon had less impact on higher-level professionals, who could be guided through by others. Yi Qing and Lin Kuei got off the bus together, noticing Sidu Feng standing nearby, watching them coldly. Lin Kuei, filled with anger, couldn't help but shout, "Damn it! If you're not satisfied, let's fight. I may have lost, but I'm not afraid of you." A crowd began to gather, watching as the two seemed ready to fight outside the dungeon, especially since Lin Kuei had suffered a crushing defeat. It wasn't surprising, given that Situ Feng came from a powerful family and was an class professional, while Lin Kuei was just an ordinary civilian. Nevertheless, Situ Feng didn't make a move. He simply smirked with a hint of malice in his eyes. "Just wait," he said coldly, his tone full of threat as he looked at Yi Qing and Lin Kuei. Lin Kuei's face flushed with anger, ready to charge forward, but Yi Qing held him back. Yi Qing's gaze scanned over to a middle-aged man near the luxury car in the distance. The man was dressed in a suit, standing tall, and exuded an inexplicable sense of danger. Yi Qing was certain that man was a professional above level 30. Several teachers and the principal of Jiangbei No. 1 High School, Qin Mingyuan, were present, ensuring that Sidu Feng's entourage dared not act rashly. Be careful, Yezi, Lin Kuei whispered. After this, Situ Feng probably won't let us off easily. Be extra cautious on your way home. Yi Qing's eyes were deep, silently observing the middle-aged man, feeling a ripple of unease. At the school gate, the homeroom teacher had gathered all combat professionals, instructing them that in the 10 days before the college entrance exams, they could either follow the school's arrangements or choose to act independently. However, regardless of their choice, they had to report to school the day before the exams. As the crowd dispersed, Situ Feng approached the luxury car, where the driver was waiting. He spoke coolly. Should we deal with those two kids now? We can't, Situ Feng replied, shaking his head. Lin Kuei can't be touched. There are only a few class professionals in Jiangbei City each year, and they are closely monitored from above. We can't make a move on them. As for Yi Qing, he sneered. Using connections to eliminate him directly is too boring. With that, Situ Feng made a few phone calls, preparing to take action behind the scenes. A gentle breeze blew as the evening sky over Jiangbei City was painted red by the sunset. In an equipment shop, Yi Qing stepped outside and checked his phone balance, which displayed 200,000. He had sold off some unused items from his inventory. Although the rare purple gear was only level 10, it could still fetch around 150,000. In the end, he sold a dagger and some miscellaneous equipment together for a decent price of 200,000. At this moment, he didn't even have money for food, while his classmates had bought a few whiteboard items to enter the dungeon. In contrast, Yi Qing was empty-handed. Gazing at the blood-red sunset, Yi Qing walked towards his rented room. With only a few days left until the college entrance exams, he had no attachments and low expectations for his living conditions. Just then, a bespectacled young man approached. With each step, peculiar patterns appeared on the ground, only to vanish quickly. Yi Qing recognized him as Lu He from Kyoto University, a future wise sage and one of the 10 great war gods of Daxia. Currently, he was a level 60 S-grade wisdom mage and a recruitment officer for Kyoto University. Lu He spoke gently. Yi Qing, can we talk? Yi Qing nodded, suspecting that he might be the top performer in the dungeon, given Lu He's profession and intelligence. They entered a private room in a hotel and sat in silence, waiting for the dishes to arrive. Lu He snapped his fingers, and numerous rune-like symbols appeared in the air, completely isolating them from outside noise. Had Yi Qing sensed any hostility, he would have used his time-space powers to escape. Lu He began. If I'm not mistaken, you've awakened a second profession, possibly SS grade, or a hidden profession. Only in these cases could you have advanced to level 6 so quickly, being someone who had lived another life. Yi Qing remained composed and calmly replied. I wonder why you didn't approach Morengshui first? Other university recruiters have gone to other cities. This is the best opportunity. Lu He was slightly taken aback, not expecting Yi Qing to subtly dominate the conversation in his own domain. He continued, I feel your potential surpasses hers. Based on my calculations, her leveling speed will be faster, but unfortunately, she relies too heavily on external aids. From start to finish, she hasn't lifted a finger, always using Qin Mingyuan's pet to fight. Yi Qing paused, recalling the events of his past life. Morengshui was directly admitted to Kyoto University during the entrance exams, and news about her was scarce until 4 or 5 years later when she suddenly showcased her talent and rose rapidly. During that time, Yi Qing didn't know what transpired. Seeing Yi Qing's silence, Lu He spoke again. I'd like to see your status panel. If possible, you'll be directly admitted to Kyoto University. Yi Qing looked at Lu He and said calmly. All right. He activated his time-space power to modify his panel, revealing weakened attributes. Lu He scrutinized Yi Qing's status panel, his eyes flickering with countless runes. In that moment, he stood up in astonishment, murmuring, how is this possible? A hidden profession like a sword immortal is indeed unheard of. Lu He squinted his eyes, sizing up Yi Qing with a scrutinizing gaze. Your luck attribute is remarkably high, which is quite puzzling. As for your other skills, they don't seem to differ much from a regular SS-level profession. He paused, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I know you're holding back, but it doesn't matter. During the big exam, you won't be able to hide your strength any longer. With that, a document with a faint glow appeared in Lu He's hand, a guaranteed admission letter to Kyoto University. You must participate in the big exam. It affects your rating by Kyoto University. The higher your rating, the better treatment you'll receive at the university. Yi Qing took the letter and replied softly. All right. He thought to himself, truly a wise mage Lu, he must have roughly calculated his stats, lacking only concrete evidence. Since there's nothing else, you may leave. Yi Qing bluntly issued a dismissal. At that moment, Lu He was still lost in his calculations, oblivious to Yi Qing's words. He mechanically dispelled the formation and walked out. As he walked away, Yi Qing looked at the feast on the table and grinned. I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day, and now I've got a feast delivered to me. With that, he started eating heartily. In the distance, Lu He suddenly realized something, tapping his forehead in frustration. Incredible. This kid gains luck attributes with each level up, and his skills are impressive. But, he furrowed his brow. Did I forget to eat? Reluctantly, he found a noodle shop. Reflecting on his conversation with Yi Qing, Lu He pondered. The young man gave him a feeling quite similar to the old dean, always steering the conversation. Inside the private room, Yi Qing was surrounded by empty plates. He took out the admission letter, a gleam in his eyes. Kyoto University had a dungeon holding a treasure. He was determined to obtain a Golden Legend Profession Advancement card that could upgrade his current profession to S level. After putting away the letter, Yi Qing left the restaurant and headed back to his rented apartment. The immediate task was to level up, aiming to reach level 15 before the big exam. At 8 p.m., Yi Qing donned a black tracksuit and wore the phantom spirit mask, heading towards the dark forest. The mighty sword appeared, and he stepped on it, gliding like a skateboard. Due to the city's anti-flight formation, he maintained a low altitude to avoid triggering the city guard's alarms. An hour later, Yi Qing arrived at the entrance of the dark forest. He stowed the mighty sword and entered the reopened dungeon. Even with the 20 boost to wild creatures attributes at night, it was merely a matter of one sword stroke for him. He didn't deliberately hunt for monsters, but headed straight for the forest center. The mighty sword hovered beside him, leaving sword marks on the ground with each step, automatically attacking nearby creatures. System notifications flashed continuously. Attacked and killed a tiger, gained 1.2 experience points. At level 6, defeating level 5 creatures yielded minimal experience. Even if he spent the entire night clearing the dark forest, significant progress would be unlikely. In the heart of the dark forest, Yi Qing arrived. The mark of darkness in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light and slowly ascended, casting a gentle glow like a full moon. Under this light, the outline of a teleportation array faintly appeared in the center of the forest. Without hesitation, Yi Qing stepped into the center of the array, and with a flash of light, his figure vanished instantly. The next moment, Yi Qing found himself in a desolate village. On the overgrown land, a scarecrow with an eerie smile stood at the village entrance, and the piercing wails from within the village sent chills down his spine. A system prompt immediately popped up. Hidden Dungeon, Eerie Desolate Village, discovered. This unique hidden dungeon has a backstory dating back 300 years. It was once a peaceful village until the arrival of a mysterious young man revealed the village's terrifying truth. Yi Qing closed the prompt and carefully surveyed his surroundings. The sinister atmosphere clearly indicated this was not a welcoming place. He pondered how a student in his previous life managed to obtain a mythical pet egg in such a place. To clear the dungeon, one must defeat the final boss, which is no easy feat. Suddenly, a coughing sound came from the village entrance. A middle-aged man in ancient attire, appearing to be around 40 or 50, approached. Young man, are you a stranger here? The nights here are dangerous. Yi Qing immediately used advanced detection skills to gather information about him. Zhang Kuei, a special purple character, has been suppressing evil spirits here for 300 years, now only surviving as a soul, at level 20. This discovery shocked Yi Qing. If even in spirit form he was level 20, how powerful must he have been in life? Zhang Kuei noticed the floating sword behind Yi Qing and extended an invitation. Come with me. He then walked towards a wooden house by the village entrance. Using his mind's eye skill, Yi Qing confirmed Zhang Kuei had no ill intentions and deduced he might be a quest NPC, so he followed. Inside the wooden house, Zhang Kuei conjured a flame at his fingertip and lit a lamp. The warm glow dispelled the chill, revealing a simple interior. A bed, a table, 2 wooden chairs, and 3 glowing items neatly arranged on the table. Sit down. You are the third person I've seen in 300 years, Zhang Kuei sighed deeply. I can't hold on much longer. You can choose one item from the table, and then I will send you away. But please, inform the higher-level professionals outside to come and eradicate the evil sealed beneath the village. Yi Qing frowned. That might be impossible. Outside is the beginner dungeon dark forest, and professionals above level 10 cannot enter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuei's body trembled, his face contorted, and a look of desolate despair filled his eyes. Is this truly fate? Yi Qing's attention shifted to the items on the table, particularly a round stone was sure this was the legendary mythical beast egg. Now everything made sense. Acquiring this treasure was surprisingly simple, merely requiring a promise to Zhang Kuei. Even if the task couldn't be completed, the reward was given in advance. No wonder the student from his past life could leave the dungeon safely. It was all thanks to Zhang Kuei's existence. Yi Qing then turned his gaze to the other 2 items on the table. A long sword shimmering with golden light, adorned with a luxurious scabbard, clearly a legendary item. Beside it, a simple gourd lay quietly. Though it emitted no light, It exuded an intimidating aura, suggesting it too was a legendary artifact. Yi Qing began to examine the attributes of these two items closely. The Dragon Roar Sword, a golden legend, requires level 50 to wield, with attributes of strength 450 and physical attack 1200. It comes with the skill Dragon Roar. When the sword is drawn, the roar of a dragon stuns all within a mile radius for 1 second. Another skill, Dragon Shadow, allows the dragon spirit within the sword to assist in battle, possessing 80 of the user's attributes, lasting for 300 seconds. The Immortal Slaying Gourd is a damaged, ancient mythical equipment, having been destroyed in an epic battle. Its skill, Heaven in a Bottle, creates an expansive internal space for storing items. Another powerful skill, Treasure Turnaround, boosts attack power by 300 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Although the gourd is completely damaged, retaining only a fraction of its power, it might be restored with materials, or even by absorbing other equipment. Yi Qing used advanced detection on the pet egg, but its name and attributes remained unknown. Staring at the Immortal Slaying Gourd, Yi Qing was utterly astonished. Despite its damage, this ancient mythical equipment still had incredible attributes. Activating Sword Heart Clarity, his basic attributes increased by 1000, and with the gourd's skills, his damage was terrifyingly high. Even the ordinary Dragon Roar sword was extremely valuable and rare outside. He looked at Zhang Kuei, who was still lamenting, and said, "I might help you kill the monster, but the condition is that these items belong to me." Zhang Kuei replied helplessly, "Whatever, take them. I don't want them anymore." He looked utterly desolate, as if trapped in eternal solitude. Yi Qing was speechless. It seemed this person had been in this ghostly place for too long and had gone mad. Without further ado, Yi Qing equipped the Immortal Slaying Gourd. It had no level restriction, allowing anyone to use it. Then, he stored the Divine Pet Egg and the Dragon Roar Sword in his backpack. Zhang Kuei seemed in a terrible state, while Yi Qing's formidable sword floated before him, leaving countless sword marks behind with every step. Not far from the village entrance, a scarecrow suddenly grinned widely, emitting a bizarre cackle. The scarecrow, level 10, had 1000 health, 50 attack, and 120 defense, with the skill Fear. When an enemy enters a state of fear, all attributes decrease by 20. The scarecrow is just a shell, with the soul being its true form. Attacking the scarecrow shell reduces damage by 30. Observing the scarecrow's attributes, Yi Qing thought to himself, for an ordinary person, this would indeed be troublesome. With such annoying skills and ridiculously high defense, ordinary players might need a team to defeat it, but unfortunately, it encountered Yi Qing. He activated Sword Heart Clarity, ignoring all skills and defenses. Without needing swordsmanship, the sword marks behind him found their target and launched forward. In just a few strikes, the scarecrow was instantly killed. Experience 20. Killing a monster 4 levels higher yielded rich experience points. Yi Qing stood atop his formidable sword, and as he moved, countless sword marks appeared behind the sword. Countless sword marks soared into the sky, actively attacking the surrounding scarecrows. Throughout this night-long battle, Yi Qing's experience points rose rapidly. At dawn, the sky began to lighten. A system notification sounded. "Congratulations on leveling up. All attributes 3, free attribute points 5. Yi Qing glanced at his phone. It was 4 in the morning. The scarecrows outside the desolate village had all been cleared, and he had finally reached level 7. Despite not sleeping all night, Yi Qing felt invigorated rather than exhausted. Without hesitation, he allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence. With the acquisition of the Immortal Slaying Gourd, activating Sword Heart Clarity consumed even more mana, and his only means of regenerating mana was through meditation, which was easily interrupted. Yi Qing turned his gaze towards the wooden cabin at the village entrance, deciding to check on Zhang Kuei after a night of EOM. Upon entering, he found that Zhang Kuei was much improved, though he appeared somewhat listless during the day. "Do you want to leave here?" Zhang Kuei asked. Yi Qing shook his head. "No rush. Can you tell me what happened here?" He was aware that in his previous life, the student who obtained the god-level pet never revealed any information about this hidden quest. It was a long time ago. Zhang Kuei began recounting the past. Meanwhile, several buses were parked at the entrance of Jiangbei High School. Students with combat and support roles gathered in small groups, chatting. A luxury car roared to a stop at the school gate, and Sidu Feng stepped out, flanked by a group of followers. "Boss, which quest are we doing today?" "Yunxia Mountain. There's no level restriction there. I've already got a few level 30 professionals waiting at the entrance," Situ Feng replied nonchalantly. Lin Kuei looked around anxiously. "Do you think Yezi is in trouble? Why isn't he here yet?" Situ Feng approached Lin Kuei with his entourage, laughing maniacally. "Don't wait for him. I've had him expelled from school through my connections." Lin Kuei's eyes filled with rage, and he summoned a wooden spear, ready to strike. "I'm going to take you down today." "Enough." Principal Qin Mingyuan intervened just in time to stop the conflict. Despite this, Situ Feng couldn't resist taunting Lin Kuei, whispering in his ear, Do you know who runs Jiangbei City? It's the Sidu family. The mayor is my uncle. Lin Kuei, furious, slapped Sidu Feng hard across the face, leaving his cheek red and swollen, his eyes flashing with cold light. Kill him for me, Sidu Feng ordered. A middle-aged man wielding a short knife stepped out of the luxury car. Principal Qin Mingyuan's expression darkened, mindful that a professor from Kyoto University was staying in the staff dormitory, and he had to stop them again. No fighting here. Situ Feng glared at Lin Kuei, then left with his followers. Lin Kuei, worried about Yi Qing, was at a loss, but managed to send Yi Qing a detailed message. At that moment, Yi Qing was in the village's wooden cabin, intently listening to Zhang Kuei recount events from 300 years ago, oblivious to the outside world. Even if he knew, he likely wouldn't care much. It was 300 years ago. Back then Zhang Kuei continued his story. 300 years ago, this was a desolate land, with no trace of a city in sight. At that time, I was a level 65 strength berserker, grinding for levels in a dungeon hundreds of miles away. Upon exiting the dungeon, I was inexplicably transported here and discovered a shocking secret. The villagers who appeared to be living in peace were actually long dead, turned into puppets by the legendary level 70 boss Death Spider. I used all my strength to seal the Death Spider, but in doing so, I was cursed, my soul forever trapped here unless someone could defeat the Death Spider. As Yi Qing listened to the old man's story, he almost nodded off, but managed to say, I see. So all those items on the table are your gear from when you were alive. The old man shook his head and explained, everything else is my equipment, but that stone egg is different. I found it, but no attack can damage it, and I can't see its properties. I thought it was extraordinary, so I kept it. Anyway, I've given you everything, and I'll send you out. Yi Qing shook his head. If I just leave like this, wouldn't those pieces of equipment be wasted? Besides, don't you want to be freed? Zhang Kuei looked at Yi Qing, shaking his head. You want to clear the dungeon? Dream on. Even if the Death Spider has been trapped for 300 years, it's still around level 30. Going there is a death wish. You should leave while you can. I've accepted my fate. Yi Qing stood up calmly, his eyes gleaming. Don't worry, it won't be me who dies. A majestic sword floated behind him as he walked towards the door. This was the only hidden dungeon, and once cleared, it would disappear. The sole victor would receive generous rewards, like the Immortal Slaying Gourd, Dragon Roar Sword, and the Divine Beast Egg, which Yi Qing speculated were rewards for clearing the dungeon. Yet, Zhang Kuei, this mission NPC, was too capricious, giving them away so easily. Stepping out of the wooden hut, even in daylight, the place exuded a sinister aura. The scarecrows were just wild creatures outside the deserted village, as Yi Qing headed deeper into the village. A villager in coarse linen approached, appearing normal but with a vacant gaze. Yi Qing used an advanced probing technique. Spider Puppet, level 15. Health, 5,000, attack, 85, defense, 150. Skills, slow, movement speed reduced, defense increased by 15. Venomous, contact with the puppet inflicts a venomous state, reducing health by 35 points per second for 60 seconds. Puppet's body, as long as the core isn't destroyed, health recovers quickly, damage reduction effect. All damage reduced by 20. Looking at these attributes, Yi Qing thought to himself, indeed a hidden dungeon. These puppet skills were quite tricky. A typical level 10 player wouldn't stand a chance against such puppets. Moreover, being touched and falling into a venomous state would be unbearable even for Yi Qing. Though a sword immortal's attack speed was fast, defense was lacking. Thus, Yi Qing decided to use sword control technique and start a kiting strategy, activating sword heart clarity, ignoring all defenses and damage reduction. The majestic sword flew out, cutting through with a sword light, striking the puppet and instantly killing it before the second sword light could even trigger. After defeating the spider puppet, Yi Qing gained 60 experience points, visibly advancing his experience bar. The rich experience from an 8-level leap was astounding. Yi Qing was pleasantly surprised to find that he had acquired some equipment and quickly stepped forward to inspect it. It was a pair of venom spider leg guards, glowing with a purple hue, marked as wearable at level 15. The attributes were impressive: speed 25, constitution 10, and movement speed 5. Even more exciting was the fact that this item was part of the venom spider set, 15 of it, and equipping one piece would trigger an effect, boosting both physical and magical attack power by 10. Additionally, there was an antidote potion that could neutralize the deadly venom of the demon spider. Yi Qing pondered whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Outside the village, he had slain scarecrows without any loot. Yet inside the village, the first monster he killed dropped 2 items, especially the venom spider leg guards, whose attributes were already quite formidable. He stored the items in his slaying immortal gourd and continued his exploration. Yi Qing planned to collect the complete venom spider set, though luck was a fickle thing. He decided to scour the entire deserted village, determined to eliminate all the puppets and wouldn't rest until he had the full set. The village was overgrown with weeds, reaching up to his thighs, and in the distance were clusters of low, dilapidated houses, with 3 puppets wandering among them. Yi Qing skillfully wielded his mighty sword, swiftly dispatching the 3 puppets in an instant, gaining only some experience and 3 antidote potions. Over the next 3 hours, Yi Qing killed 37 puppets, finally receiving the joyous news of leveling up. All attributes increased by 3, and he earned 5 free attribute points. He successfully reached level 8 and continued to allocate his free points to intelligence. Subsequently, he obtained 2 more pieces of the set, Venom Spider Bracers and Venom Spider Boots, both wearable at level 15. The bracers offered Strength 25, Constitution 10, and a 5 increase in physical defense. The boots provided Speed 35 and a 10 increase in movement speed. With 3 out of 5 pieces of the Venom Spider set collected, the set effects included a 50 to all attributes, attacks inflicting venom, and enemies in a venomous state losing 50 health per second for 60 seconds. In addition to these, Yi Qing amassed a pile of whiteboard equipment, all of which he fed to the slaying Immortal gourd. Observing the set effects, Yi Qing felt a sense of pride, believing it far superior to the venom of the puppet monsters here, with attributes that were quite exceptional. Unfortunately, only by collecting all 5 pieces could he view the complete set properties. He continued his search for the demon spider puppets. These creatures were not difficult to kill, easily dispatched with a single sword strike. However, they were exceedingly hard to locate. Some hid underground, burying themselves in pits. Others perched on rooftops or concealed themselves in trees. If not for the sword mark special effect, Yi Qing would have spent a considerable amount of time just searching for these creatures. The sword mark allowed him to lock onto targets and detect enemies within a 10-meter radius. As Yi Qing moved forward, he dispatched a few more puppets, though they dropped no equipment. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from afar. A short puppet, glowing with a purple light, flew towards him with incredible speed, leaving a faint afterimage. Yi Qing's heart tightened as he quickly retreated by stepping onto his mighty sword, all the while checking its attributes. This elite monster, named the Venomous Demon Infant, was level 20 with 8,000 health, 145 attack, and 80 defense. Its skills included Demon Shadow, which increased its speed by 80 when activated, and Demon Fury, which boosted damage by 25, with a chance for critical hits to triple. The Venomous Curse skill filled it with venom, causing 65 health loss per second in a venomous state, which could stack once for 10 seconds. Yi Qing was wary. A speed-type monster combined with venom could be disastrous if it got close enough to make contact. He quickly maneuvered his sword to land on a rooftop, gripping his mighty sword and assuming a drawn sword stance, unleashing a powerful sword aura. The demon infant puppet tried to escape, but was unable to evade. After defeating it, Yi Qing gained 1,200 experience points, feeling a sense of relief as his level 8 experience bar made a significant leap. Elite monsters naturally offer more experience than ordinary ones, especially when defeating an opponent 12 levels higher. Now at level 8 with Strength Profession, Yi Qing's prospects of getting into a top-tier university looked promising. Yi Qing's level was now on par with his high school entrance exams, but his biggest weakness was defense, while his attack power was extraordinarily strong. The demon infant puppet dropped some equipment, which Yi Qing quickly checked. It was a purple blood spider dagger, wearable at level 20. Beside it was a purple potion, which Yi Qing examined closely. The speed potion increased movement speed by 20 and attack speed by 30 for 30 seconds. Although he couldn't use the dagger yet, its attributes were good, so he decided to keep it and sell it at an equipment shop later. The potion's attributes caught Yi Qing's attention. Despite its short duration, it might have a remarkable effect when combined with the Immortal slaying gourd's 30-second time frame. In the desolate village, he defeated over a dozen puppets, but didn't find the venomous spider set. Suddenly, his stomach growled, indicating hunger, causing a 10 reduction in all attributes. He frowned, wondering where to find food in this godforsaken village dungeon. In the dark forest, he could feed on the corpses of tigers and wolves, but here, all the monsters were scarecrows or venomous puppets. He decided to rest for a moment at the wooden house near the village entrance. Arriving at Zhang Kuei's cabin, Yi Qing pushed the door open and sat on a wooden chair, leaning back. Zhang Kuei noticed and asked, finding the monsters inside tough, "Are you? If it's too much, I can teleport you out." Yi Qing looked at Zhang Kuei and resolutely said, "I'm determined to defeat the dungeon boss, the death spider, but I'm just hungry right now." Zhang Kuei nodded, thought for a moment, and said, 3 miles south of the village, there are some edible wild fruits. You might want to check them out." All right. Yi Qing immediately left the cabin, stepping onto the majestic sword and flying southward. Zhang Kuei watched Yi Qing depart, and as he closed the door, the sunlight on his hand caused a burning sensation. Without expression, he gazed in Yi Qing's direction and sighed deeply, thinking, staying here is a death sentence. Why bother? In the southern forest of the desolate village, Yi Qing arrived on his sword and was delighted to see various wild fruits on the trees. There were also some wild beasts, all at level 1. The dungeon's main boss was in the village, and the further from the village, the lower the monster levels. He landed on a large tree, picked a red fruit, and its properties appeared. The crimson heart fruit, which quickly restores stamina and slowly heals injuries, recovering 55 health points per minute. Yi Qing ate the crimson heart fruit in a few bites, immediately alleviating his hunger, and was surprised it also restored health. He picked dozens more and stored them in the Immortal slaying gourd. Next, he noticed another fruit in the forest, the blue spirit fruit, which quickly restores stamina and slowly replenishes mana, recovering 55 mana points per minute. Yi Qing was thrilled to discover this hidden dungeon had such a place. These wild fruits were like alternative health and mana potions. This time, clearing the level became easier. Yi Qing wandered in the orchard for over an hour, picking all the scarlet blood fruits and blue spirit fruits and storing them in the Zhanxian gourd. If the level is cleared, these fruits would disappear, so leaving them here would only be a waste. Returning to the desolate village on his sword, Yi Qing was well prepared with sufficient antidotes, blue potions, and health potions. He was confident, aiming to clear the level before nightfall. Behind him, sword marks danced like a torrent, rushing into the desolate village, killing the demon spider puppets one by one. Yi Qing's experience bar rose quickly, but unfortunately, the fourth piece of the poison spider set still did not drop. After slaying dozens of spider puppets, the experience bar was finally filled. Congratulations on leveling up, all attributes 3, free attribute points 5. Yi Qing reached level 9, and once again allocated free attribute points to intelligence. Even with the blue spirit fruits, the mana was still insufficient. The gap from level 9 to 10 is significant, requiring a massive 10,000 experience points. Yi Qing looked at another cheat, noting that the next sign-in required 1 million experience points. He decided to wait until his level increased, then casually kill a few bosses to easily gain 1 million experience. After sweeping through the eerie, desolate village, Yi Qing found and killed the last 5 spider puppets and 2 venomous demon infants, furrowing his brows. Now, all the puppets and demon infants in the village were eliminated, yet the fourth piece of the poison spider set still didn't drop. Only a few purple items that he couldn't equip due to his current level. The Wraith Necklace is a purple item, equipable at level 20, with 35 intelligence, 300 mana capacity, and the skill Wish that beautifies the last wish of a dying demon infant, granting 3 luck points. There's also the Grudge skill, which can plant a curse on someone, tracking their location, limited to within the level. The Puppet Ring is another purple item, equipable at level 15, with all attributes 25, and the Puppet skill that can summon a demon spider puppet with 80 of the wearer's attributes, sharing the same skills as the demon spider puppet. Just then, the ground in the distance began to tremble, cracking open as if something was emerging from beneath. A massive figure surfaced, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, with grayish-white skin. Yi Qing cast an advanced probing spell, revealing Puppet Corpse King Lord, level 25, health 85,000, attack 185, defense 320, with the skill Iron Skin reducing all attacks by 30. Bloodthirst, to absorb blood and restore its own health. Blood Fury, rapidly restores health when below 30, increasing all attributes by 70. Corpse Poison, with a body full of poison, reducing 100 health per second for 60 seconds if scratched. Hidden skill Near Death, causing self-explosion when near death. Seeing the Puppet Corpse King, a glint of excitement flashed in Yi Qing's eyes, as this might complete his poison spider set. He assumed the stance of the draw sword technique with his mighty sword, unleashing a dazzling sword light that struck the Puppet Corpse King, displaying massive red damage above its head. The Puppet Corpse King roared in anger, surrounded by blood aura, activating its Blood Fury skill, and charged at Yi Qing with great speed. Yi Qing quickly retreated, sending the mighty sword flying again. As expected of a level 25 boss, it wasn't taken down in one strike. The kite strategy was then employed, with countless sword marks flying out from behind, continuously striking the Puppet Corpse King with the mighty sword. With an unwilling roar, the Puppet Corpse King finally fell to the ground, dead. Yi Qing saw the prompt and felt a sense of relief. As Yi Qing struck down the level 25 boss, a flash of golden light surged through him, injecting 15,000 experience points into his body. The system notification chimed, announcing his successful level up. All his attributes increased by 3 points, and he gained 5 free attribute points. More importantly, reaching level 10 allowed him to learn a new skill Phantom Sword Technique. The Phantom Sword Technique started at level 1, with 0-100 proficiency. This skill consumes 10 of mana, and can generate 9 Phantom Swords during a sword attack, each dealing an additional 120 damage, lasting for 6 seconds with a 12-second cooldown. After careful consideration, Yi Qing decided to allocate all his free attribute points to speed, compensating for his weakness in that area. In the distance, the corpse of the Puppet Corpse King emitted an ominous aura. Yi Qing cautiously kept his distance, and as expected, the body began to tremble violently before exploding. Fortunately, he had checked the attributes beforehand, knowing this would happen. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble if he had rushed forward to grab the loot. Once the explosion subsided, Qing approached the blast site. The spoils of victory were impressive: 3 pieces of equipment, a skill book, and a potion. The skill book was of purple quality, titled Bronze Skin Iron Bones, a passive skill that reduces damage by 30. The potion was also purple quality, a berserk potion that decreased defense by 20 but increased attack power by 30. The most exciting find was the pink quality venomous spider leather armor, a level 15 boss item that provided 60 constitution points, 55 physical attack points, and a 15 damage reduction. It was also the 4th piece of the venomous spider set. The special equipment, the puppet book, though of purple quality, did not need to be equipped to activate. Simply placing it in the inventory provided 45 points of physical and magical attack, plus an additional 100 points to health and mana limits. It also came with a recovery skill, restoring 12 points per second for 60 seconds when health or mana fell below 30. This kind of special equipment was even more valuable on the market than regular boss items. Qing quickly stored the puppet book in his inventory, sheathed the mighty sword into the Immortal slaying gourd, and equipped the spirit snake sword, significantly boosting his combat power. After learning the bronze skin iron bone skill, his defensive shortcomings were somewhat mitigated. Wielding the spirit snake sword, Qing advanced towards the eerie village center, ready to confront the final boss. The village center was dense with runes glowing with golden light, exuding a chilling aura, as if a terrifying presence was watching him. Suddenly, the runes flickered, and thick black fog erupted from the ground. Qing retreated several steps, prepared to activate his ultimate trump card time and space power, which could teleport him directly to the dark forest if necessary. Despite his substantial gains, he regretted not completing the venomous spider set. The fog quickly spread, enveloping the entire village. In the darkness, a pair of red eyes, as large as lanterns, suddenly lit up. Before Qing could check the attributes, he felt a tingling sensation all over his body and his health rapidly declining. Realizing the fog was poisonous, he promptly retrieved 2 antidote potions. Qing held a vial of antidote in his hand. One had already been consumed, and another was poised between his lips, ready to be used. He stared intently at the looming death spider, barely visible through the mist, and quickly checked its stats. Death spider. Level, legendary, level 30. Health, 1.5 million. Attributes. Level gap, too large to view. Skills. Level gap, too large to view. Seeing the daunting health bar, Qing felt a weight settle in his heart. With such attributes, even a team of dozens of level 50 professionals might struggle to take it down. As he pondered, the sky above him suddenly darkened. A massive web descended with lightning speed. Qing instinctively leaped backward but underestimated the speed of the attack. The web enveloped him instantly, triggering multiple debuffs. Poison state. Slowed state. Movement speed 50. All attributes 20. 150 health damage per second. Qing immediately bit down on the antidote vial. Although his condition improved slightly, the effect was negligible after all. It was a low-level potion from a level 10 monster, hardly effective against a legendary creature's toxin. In this critical moment, a shout echoed from afar. Qing squinted and saw that the death spider's body was trapped by some sort of formation, temporarily immobilizing it. An opportunity. Qing's eyes lit up. Although dangerous, slaying this legendary creature would yield unimaginably rich rewards. Decisively, he downed 3 antidote vials and swallowed several crimson blood fruits. Drawing his spirit snake sword, he activated Phantom Sword technique, transforming one sword into 10, which struck the spider with precision, bypassing defense, equipment, and skills under the sword heart clarity state. Activating the power of time and space, everything around him froze. Within the 30-second window, Qing quickly consumed a berserk potion and a speed potion, unleashing sword draw technique, sword control technique, and phantom sword technique in succession. The air shimmered with sword light, and damage numbers continuously floated above the spider's head. He constantly ingested blue spirit pills to replenish his mana, executing various sword techniques as his feet moved in a web of sword marks. When the 30 seconds elapsed, the death spider let out a deafening roar. A voice cried out in surprise from afar. Qing furrowed his brow. The spider still had nearly 300,000 health remaining. With the final skills on cooldown and insufficient mana, he couldn't land a fatal blow. Still, dealing almost 1.2 million damage in 30 seconds was remarkable. Knowing he couldn't continue the fight, Qing decisively activated the power of time and space to teleport away. Zhang Kuei's silhouette appeared in his place, determination shining in his eyes. He had long resolved not to live in loneliness any longer. I, Zhang Kuei, am no coward, he roared to the heavens. Even if I perish today, I'll fight you to the end. Just as he was about to charge forward, Qing suddenly appeared, heading straight for the orchard in the southern part of the deserted village. He began to recover his mana, regaining 30 points within seconds thanks to the effects of the blue spirit fruit and meditation. Unfortunately, the Death Spider's health regeneration was much faster than his mana recovery. Yi Qing drew his sword, activating his swordsmanship, and unleashed a massive sword aura. The spirit snake sword transformed into 10 shadowy sword images, striking directly at the Death Spider. The spider let out a piercing wail and ultimately fell under the relentless assault. Zhang Kuei stood by, dumbfounded, before a smile spread across his face. Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile as he gained 800,000 experience points for defeating the legendary boss, the Death Spider. A system notification sounded. Congratulations on clearing the unique hidden dungeon. All attributes 5. The dungeon will completely close in 10 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Yi Qing quickly stepped forward to collect all the items dropped by the Death Spider. Instead of leveling up, he allocated the experience to the check-in system, which now required 800,000 out of 1,000,000 points for the next check-in. He noticed the dropped Poison Spider Mask, a legendary item and part of the 55 Poison Spider set. Without checking its specific attributes, Yi Qing decided to examine it after leaving the dungeon. The rewards from this hidden dungeon were incredibly generous. With tears in his eyes, Zhang Kuei gratefully said, "Thank you, young man. This is a miracle. I never thought you could really kill the Death Spider. I must go now, but here's a reward for you. Goodbye." As Zhang Kuei faded into starlight, Yi Qing felt an indescribable joy. At that moment, the system notification chimed again. Task from Zhang Kuei completed. All attributes 5. Yi Qing's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that he could now wear the Poison Spider set. The eerie village dungeon vanished, and during the teleportation, Yi Qing felt a dizzying whirl before arriving at the center of the dark forest dungeon. Instead of continuing, he chose to leave the dungeon. After a day and night of intense battles, all he wanted was to return home and get a good night's sleep. As night fell, Yi Qing returned to his rented apartment, only to find his phone had long since powered off due to a dead battery. As it charged and the screen lit up, he saw several missed calls and a text message. The message from Lin Kuei made his heart skip a beat. Situ Feng used his connections to get you expelled. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed with a hint of danger. So, Situ Feng had made his move before Yi Qing could confront him. Fortunately, Yi Qing already had a guaranteed admission to Kyoto University, so even if he couldn't take the college entrance exam, he could still attend the university. The next morning, Yi Qing began examining the items dropped by the Death Spider. The Poison Spider Mask, a legendary item, could be worn at level 15, boosting all base attributes by 150 and increasing skill damage by 20. The 55 effect of the Poison Spider set was impressive. 1-piece effect, 10 physical and magical attack power. 3-piece effect, 50 to all base attributes, excluding luck and charm. Attacks inflict venom, reducing enemy health by 50 points per second for 60 seconds, with an 80-second cooldown. 5-piece effect, 100 to all base attributes, and grants the skill Death Shadow, which reduces all damage taken by 80 for 15 seconds, with an 80-second cooldown. Yi Qing marveled at the terrifying attributes of the Poison Spider set, acknowledging the generous rewards of the hidden dungeon. Yi Qing carefully examined the other items dropped by the Death Spider. Aside from the usual loot, there were several legendary items that caught his attention. The Poison Sack, a legendary material, could be used to craft equipment. The Subprofession Scroll could grant the user the subprofession of Death Poison Master. The Death Core was a special material that played a crucial role in enhancing equipment during forging. Then, there was the Cursed Evil Sword, which remained sealed, its true power unknown. Yi Qing glanced at these items and thought to himself that the Death Spider itself didn't possess any cursed power, so it must have been the sword that led Zhang Kuei astray. He took out the Subprofession Scroll and unhesitatingly opened it, absorbing it into his body. Instantly, a wave of dizziness hit him as countless memories flooded his mind like a raging sea, lasting for over 10 minutes until he gradually recovered. Yi Qing shook his head and forced himself to digest the influx of information. He quickly donned the Poison Spider set and put on the puppet ring and the Wraith necklace. His attribute panel underwent a dramatic transformation once again. Character, Yi Qing. Level, 10. Profession, Sword Immortal, Actor. Subprofession, Death Poison Master. Health, 46004600. Mana, 48504850. Physical attack, 996. Magic attack, 925. Base attributes. Strength, 60,358. Intelligence, 80,360. Agility, 50,393. Constitution, 50,405. Special attributes. Charm, 40. Luck, 413. Talent, Power of Time and Space. Sword Heart Clarity, SS level. Acting, level. Skills. Swordsmanship LV2 deals 150 damage per attack, increases critical hit rate by 15, extends attack range by 30 meters. Sword Draw Technique LV3 consumes 20 mana. Releases a circular sword aura within a 10-meter radius, dealing 460 damage. Cooldown 4.5 seconds. Phantom Sword Technique LV1. Advanced Investigation Technique. Passive skills. Man and sword is one. Copper skin and iron bones. Special effect skills. Sword Light, chills 19 provinces. Sword Scar. Sword Glow. Equipment. Serpent Sword. Poison Spider Set. Wraith Necklace. Puppet Ring. Immortal Slaying Gourd. Puppet Book. At this moment, Yi Qing's attributes had become incredibly powerful. Both the sword draw technique and swordsmanship had upgraded, bringing his dual attack damage to a total of 1921. With the tenfold increase from Sword Heart Clarity and the threefold damage from the Immortal Slaying Gourd, he had nothing to fear from the Death Spider. Even this fierce spider could be easily dealt with within 30 seconds. However, Yi Qing still lacked a sufficiently powerful sword. Although the Dragon Roar sword was immensely powerful, it required level 40 to equip, so for now, it remained in the Immortal Slaying Gourd, gathering dust. Yi Qing began to take stock of the gains from the Eerie Village, the Immortal Slaying Gourd, a god-level pet egg, the Poison Spider set, the Death Poison Master subprofession, and the Dragon Roar sword. He had advanced to level 10, while other players were likely only at levels 3 or 4 at most. Clearly, his progress far exceeded that of others. He took out his phone and called Lu He, briefly explaining the current situation. Lu He responded calmly on the other end of the line. All right, I understand. You can come to the entrance of second high school, and I'll help you with your enrollment. Yi Qing quickly freshened up and left his rental apartment. His speed was now faster than a bus, and since the school wasn't far, he decided to walk there. Walking down the street, he occasionally attracted the attention of passers-by, with a few schoolgirl-like teenagers even squealing. Yi Qing touched his hair and thought, could this be the effect of his charm attribute? He had always kept a low profile, yet he was drawing so many gazes. So, he decided to use the power of time and space to tone down his aura and avoid attracting attention. A few minutes later, Yi Qing arrived at the entrance of second high school. Lu He was already waiting there, holding a book and flipping through it. Seeing Yi Qing approach, Lu He quickly put the book away and said with a smile, I've already spoken with the principal of second high. Let's go in. They walked into the principal's office, where Principal Wang Changsheng, a thin elderly man with glasses, greeted them warmly. Teacher Lu, welcome to second high. Lu He replied briefly. About the matter I mentioned, can it be done? Wang Changsheng nodded eagerly, showing a respectful demeanor. It's a small matter. Let's have lunch together later and discuss the college entrance exams. No need for lunch. Lu He shook his head. You won't regret this decision. Yi Qing is not an ordinary life profession. Hearing this, Wang Changsheng's pupils contracted sharply. Then he showed an expression of ecstatic joy. He couldn't help but ask, he's awakened a second profession? Lu He nodded. Yes, the Death Poison Master. It's on par with an SS-level profession. Wang Changsheng stood up excitedly, his expression a mix of shock and delight. But he quickly composed himself and whispered, keep it confidential. Lu He promptly reminded him, don't spread it around. After completing the necessary formalities, Yi Qing followed Lu He out of second high. Walking outside the campus, Yi Qing couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled and asked quietly, why are you so insistent on me taking the college entrance exams? Lu He adjusted his glasses and calmly explained, are you aware of the rules within Kyoto University? If a recommended student is rated the lowest, failing even one task or trial could lead to immediate expulsion. The higher your rating, the more attention you receive. The college entrance exam is the best chance to showcase your abilities. Yi Qing nodded thoughtfully. There's something else, Lu He added, pushing his glasses up again with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm eager to see your true strength. I have a feeling you're hiding it well. You'll see it when the time comes, Yi Qing replied briefly before turning to leave. With only 7 days left until the entrance exam, time was of the essence. Yi Qing was considering a few opportunities in Jiangbei City that he needed to explore, but first, he had something else to take care of. He headed straight out of the city, aiming for the Yunxiao Mountain Instancia, a lucrative venture controlled by the Sidhu family. Every entrant had to pay a hefty fee, which had been a significant source of income for the Sidhu family over the years. According to his past life memories, Sidhu Feng should be inside leveling up right now. The saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. But since he now had the strength, he intended to settle the score with Sidhu Feng. At the entrance of the Yunxiao Mountain instance, the area was bustling with people calling for teammates. Need a level 15 healer, preferably female. Looking for a frontliner, need a knight. Wearing a white mask, Yi Qing's imposing presence caused the crowd to instinctively make way for him. Several uniformed level 50 professionals, all from the Sidhu family, were guarding the entrance. They didn't care whether Yi Qing was going solo or joining a team. Cash or card. Entry fee is 150,000 Huaxia currency, one of them said routinely. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly behind his mask. The entry fee for an ordinary instance was equivalent to 2 or 3 years' living expenses for an average person. He silently handed over his stored value card. The card reader beeped, and 150,000 Huaxia currency was deducted instantly. A flash of light later, Yi Qing entered the instant space. He gently touched the underworld spirit mask on his face, which was merely for concealing his identity. His real equipment was the venomous spider mask. A system prompt appeared. Yunxia Mountain Instance Normal, Level 15. Description: once a land of birdsong and fragrant flowers, it has mutated due to the invasion of foreign energies. In the distance, a slime resembling a slug was crawling slowly, completely unaware. Yi Qing cast an advanced detection spell. Slime, Level 15, Health 2000, Attack 35, Defense 125. Special skill: sluggish. The slower it moves, the less damage it takes. There's no need to activate Sword Mind Clarity, Yi Qing thought to himself, shaking his head slightly, as his spirit snake sword swiftly unsheathed. As he advanced deeper into Yunxia Mountain, the spirit snake sword's blade danced, cutting through everything in its path. The kill notifications kept coming. Slime defeated, gained 30 experience points. Green leaf snake defeated, gained 35 experience points. Goblin defeated, gained 35 experience points. Though no exceptional equipment dropped, all the loot was absorbed into the Immortal Slaying Gourd for it to consume. The attribute panel of the Immortal Slaying Gourd showed a repair value of 0.3, which surprised Yi Qing. He had just fed the gourd all the unusable equipment from the eerie deserted village, yet the increase was so slow. Undeterred, Yi Qing focused on collecting the venom sacs of the green leaf snakes. As a death poison master, he skillfully concocted a potent poison that could reduce 20 health points per second for 30 seconds. Carefully, he applied the venom to the spirit snake's sword, and combined with the toxic effects of the poison spider set, the sword became a formidable weapon. His combat style was now highly efficient. With a single strike, even if the enemy didn't fall immediately, the ongoing poison would gradually deplete their health. On the other side of the Yunxia Mountain dungeon, Sitong Feng was leisurely sitting under a parasol. Behind him stood 2 sycophantic followers, while in front, 3 hired level 30 professionals reluctantly battled monsters. "Boss, you're amazing," one follower flattered. "Others work themselves to the bone grinding monsters, but they can't match your speed in leveling up while lying down." "Exactly," another chimed in. "Those paupers can't even afford the entry fee to the dungeon." Sitong Feng basked in the compliments. Suddenly, he mentioned Lin Kuei. "That kid dared to hit me. I need to find a way to deal with him." One follower's eyes darted around as he suggested, "Isn't he taking the college entrance exam soon? We could find someone to distract him so he misses it." "Great idea." A sinister glint flashed in Sitong Feng's eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Qing was elsewhere in the dungeon searching for Sitong Feng. After a fruitless morning, he decided to take a break. Sitting under a large tree, he took out 2 blue spirit fruits to replenish his mana and stamina. During the break, Yi Qing retrieved the stone egg from the Immortal Slaying Gourd. Although he knew the hatching method, the phenomenon that could shake the entire Tiannan province made him hesitant to act rashly. Watching the wandering slimes in the distance, he began to ponder the appropriate place for hatching. Soon, he thought of the Meteor Plateau dungeon. It was still undiscovered, unlike the Kanglan River dungeon, which was controlled by the Nangong family, charging exorbitant fees. He could start the hatching process as the Meteor Plateau was about to be cleared, using the meteor shower phenomenon at the end to conceal the commotion of the divine beast's birth. He didn't want to repeat the fate of a classmate from his past life, forced to join a faction. After the break, Yi Qing resumed his search. Eventually, he found his target in a flat clearing. Sitong Feng and his 2 followers were leisurely enjoying food under a parasol, as if on vacation. Yi Qing hid in a nearby tree, touching the underworld spirit mask on his face while observing the 2 level 30 professionals in the field. Although defeating them wouldn't be difficult, hiding his identity was tricky. Even with a mask, attentive people might recognize him by his build and movements. Given his current strength, he wasn't ready to confront the Sitong family. As he reviewed his 2 skills, a plan began to form in Yi Qing's mind. Si-Tu Feng activated his resentment skill, immediately locking onto his target. He entered a state of heightened awareness, summoning a venomous spider puppet. The puppet darted out like an arrow from the forest, heading straight for Si-Tu Feng. Startled, Si-Tu Feng and his 2 sidekicks jumped to their feet, shouting in panic, "What are you 2 doing? Get over here and protect me." The 2 level 30 professionals exchanged glances, anger simmering but held in check. One of them quickly cast an aura, seemingly with a taunting effect. The venomous spider puppet was drawn away by the 2 professionals, leading it into a forest where the battle ensued. This second young master of the C2 family is really hard to please, always cursing and complaining, one of the professionals grumbled. "Yeah, if it weren't for the money, I'd have quit by now," the other agreed. "Watch out, this monster is poisonous." Their voices echoed through the forest. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, Yi Qing observed the chaos. 3 sword marks appeared beneath his feet, slashing directly at Si-Tu Feng and his 2 sidekicks. The sword marks moved with incredible speed, and C2 Feng and his companions, being only level 4, were unable to dodge. They screamed in agony as the two sidekicks were decapitated instantly. A flash of light enveloped C2 Feng, and he vanished. The resentment necklace pinpointed his location, and a glint of determination appeared in Yi Qing's eyes as he swiftly flew in that direction, riding his spirit snake sword. 20 kilometers away, C2 Feng's expression was as dark as a storm cloud. He wasn't foolish. He understood this was a trap set specifically for him. The substitute puppet in his backpack had lost another usage, leaving only 3 chances remaining. In just 3 days, he had already used it twice. Even for the C2 family, providing such a resource wasn't easy. On the other side, Yi Qing confirmed C2 Feng's location but didn't rush to pursue him. The item was too troublesome, making it impossible to catch up. He also didn't know how many uses the opponent had left, so he aimed to kill as many times as possible. Leisurely, he killed wild monsters, steadily gaining experience as he moved towards C2 Feng's location. Killing a demon cat earned him 40 experience points. Killing a green leaf snake earned him 35. Not far away, a group of over 10 people with various professions passed by. Yi Qing stood atop a tree, his sword dancing as he continuously killed slimes. The group noticed the masked man taking down slimes with a single strike and couldn't help but comment, "Hey, brother, your attack seems really high. Why not join our team?" Yi Qing shook his head slightly, not responding. One person in the group, dissatisfied, muttered, "Humph, what a show-off, probably just relying on a good family background and equipment." Yi Qing exuded a sharp aura, as if he were an unparalleled divine sword, and said calmly, "Do you want to die?" The leader quickly intervened. "I'm just complaining a bit, brother, don't take it to heart." Yi Qing nodded lightly and turned to walk away. As he faded into the distance, the group started to gossip. Such a terrifying presence. I've seen a level 50 class professional before, but even they didn't have such a strong aura. You really should watch your mouth next time. They didn't notice that the person who had spoken earlier was now filled with fear, lips turning blue, and his health bar had plummeted to almost 0. Yi Qing continued to pursue C2 Feng, and the distance was closing, with only a few kilometers left. In the silent forest, everything was eerily quiet. Even the sounds of insects and birds were absent, with only the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. C2 Feng tread carefully, as the minimum level of monsters here was 15. As a level 4 professional, he had to be extremely cautious. Even the weakest slime could cause him discomfort with a single attack. At that moment, a beam of light flew from afar, seemingly locking onto its target, and in an instant, it sliced across C2 Feng's neck. C2 Feng turned into a white light and disappeared on the spot. Yi Qing landed at the spot where C2 Feng had died, stepping off his Ling Snake sword. This item still has a few uses left. Chasing him has already cost me a lot of leveling time. Forget it. I should just go after the dungeon boss instead. At least it could cause some trouble for the Situ family. He headed towards the summit of Yunxiao Mountain, where there was only one kind of monster, the ghost-faced evil willow, level 20. It had 4,500 health, 65 attack, 90 defense, with skills including Entangle and Ghost Mist. The Entangle skill would cause roots to burst from the ground and bind enemies, while Ghost Mist released ghostly energy, causing 45 damage per second to those within it. The Ghost Mist array was a fusion of all the ghost-faced evil willow's mists at the summit, amplifying the ghostly energy's effect to 75 damage per second. At the summit, Yi Qing gazed at the ghostly mist ahead, where the trees appeared particularly bizarre. His eyes narrowed slightly. His resentment skill had sensed C2 Feng at the peak moments ago, yet he appeared 20 miles away shortly after. That guy must have teleported to the summit. After being eroded by the ghost mist, he lost another chance. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, C2 Feng's luxurious clothes were in tatters, hanging like rags. He was frustrated at his bad luck, having just been killed, and then losing another chance to the ghost mist. Seeing that his substitute puppet only had one chance left, he felt like crying. He realized that although he hadn't seen the killer, they were certainly still in the Yunxiao Mountain dungeon, and he needed to find someone to seal it off. Surrounded by slimes that didn't attack him, C2 Feng made his way out of the dungeon without any obstacles. At the summit, Yi Qing watched the evil willows and the drifting ghost mist, pondering. Entering the area of these monsters was easy, but recklessly entering the ghost mist array might not be so simple. No wonder so few people could clear this Yunxiao Mountain dungeon. The ghost mist array alone had blocked countless adventurers. Yi Qing, riding his Ling Snake sword, used his sword mastery to fly directly into the air. With a flash of his sword, he struck a ghost-faced evil willow, killing it instantly. After defeating it, he gained 75 experience points. The defeated willow oozed purple sap before withering away completely, without dropping any equipment. Using advanced detection, Yi Qing discovered the willow sap was a key ingredient for making Qiyang pills, which could reduce 75 of ghost mist damage. He entered the ghost mist area to begin collecting the willow sap. Although he didn't have the recipe for Qiyang pills, Yi Qing had another plan in mind. The crimson blood fruit is a material with yang properties, while the ghost willow tree sap possesses yin properties. A sudden idea struck Yi Qing as he realized that the balance between these two attributes could be used to create a poison for both offense and defense. Without hesitation, he took action, quickly retrieving the crimson blood fruit from the immortal slaying gourd and began using his secondary skill as a death poison master to concoct the poison. Failed, let's try again. He repeated the process of failure over and over, until finally, on his third attempt, he succeeded. The result was ghost blood powder, a dark blue and highly potent poison. However, the harmonious balance of yin and yang greatly neutralized its toxicity upon poisoning. It would decrease 15 health points per second, lasting for 1 minute. Yi Qing swallowed the ghost blood powder without hesitation, then quickly headed towards the ghost mist array. As soon as he entered the array, his vision brightened. The once suffocating ghost mist couldn't harm him at all. Only the poison from the ghost blood powder continued to sap his life. The ghost-faced evil willows fell like harvested wheat, and the materials and experience they dropped gave Yi Qing an indescribable sense of fulfillment. In a short time, more than a dozen ghost-faced evil willows had fallen. Yi Qing collected the ghost willow tree sap, and soon he had gathered all the materials he needed. Without wasting any time, he quickly left the ghost blood powder's effect lasted only a minute. Back in a safe place, he began crafting the poison again. Failure, success. This time, he successfully created a superior ghost blood powder. The superior version had a unique purple sheen, retaining its original toxic properties, reducing health by 20 points per second. More impressively, it could absorb the energy of the ghost mist, restoring both mana and health, with a duration of 5 minutes. These poisons are enough to sustain me until I defeat the dungeon boss. Yi Qing took a deep breath, patiently waited for his mana to recover, then consumed a superior ghost blood powder and headed towards the core of the ghost mist array. With the spirit snake's sword in hand, sword light danced as Yi Qing swung his sword, felling each ghost willow with each strike. Behind him, sword marks cut through like lightning, sweeping away all enemies. The ghost willows were cut down like grass, and Yi Qing moved with fluid grace, alternating between phantom sword technique, draw sword technique, and sword control technique, each move executed with precision, leaving the ghost-faced evil willows powerless before him. In front of him, system notifications kept popping up experience, materials dropping, yet Yi Qing did not pause. His entire focus was on the location of the ghost willow king. Finally, he reached the center of the ghost mist array, where a towering tree stood before him. The ghost willow king, level 25, with 250,000 health, 150 attack, 285 defense, and skills including Ghost Mist Monarch. In the Ghost Mist, Vine attack power 50 and rapid healing. Root Entanglement, a wide-range attack, roots surge out, covering the area. Lastly, the Evil Tree skill, with a 35 chance to instantly revive upon death. Yi Qing smiled slightly, unsheathing his sword without hesitation. The Spirit Snake sword transformed into 10 flying swords, fiercely striking the Ghost Willow King. The relentless sword light hit the Ghost Willow King directly, and the powerful force and precise swordsmanship caused the Ghost Willow King to be instantly slain. Instant kill. The system notification sounded, and Yi Qing saw the familiar message. Defeated the Ghost Willow King, gained 30,000 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up. All attributes 3, free attributes 5. However, just as he was about to check the loot, the Ghost Willow King's body suddenly erupted with countless purple lights, shooting straight into the sky. Everyone inside the Cloud Mist Mountain dungeon witnessed this scene. What's happening? Someone exclaimed. What is that beam of light? It's from the direction of the Ghost Mist Array. Has someone challenged the dungeon boss? Another voice responded with shock. That array's attributes are terrifying. I think even a 100-man level 20 team might not be able to handle it. The last time someone cleared it was like 2 years ago. We should go and see. Maybe we can benefit from it. Yi Qing gazed at the sudden transformation before him. Countless thick roots emerged from the ground like giant serpents, weaving together into a massive cage that enveloped the entire sky. The ghostly mist around him grew denser, almost impenetrable. Calmly, he retrieved a top-grade ghost blood elixir from his storage and swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, the surrounding ghostly energy rushed into his body like rivers converging into the sea, visibly restoring his energy. Lucky me, Yi Qing thought to himself. Triggering the boss skill again means more experience points. His spirit snake sword gleamed coldly as he swiftly sliced through the obstructing roots. The sword left trails of silver light in the air, fiercely battling the Ghost Willow King's vines. With a quick flash, Yi Qing executed his sword draw technique, sending a circular sword energy slicing through the dense ghost mist like a bright moon, hitting the Ghost Willow King's weak spot with precision. The Ghost Willow King fell with a thud, dead in an instant. Too bad the Immortal slaying gourd skill time is up, Yi Qing murmured. Otherwise, the damage could have been even higher. The system notification sounded. The boss of the Yunxiao Mountain dungeon has been defeated. All players receive a boost and will be teleported to the entrance in 60 seconds. The dungeon will reopen in 12 hours. This unexpected victory left everyone in the dungeon stunned. How is that possible? The phenomenon just appeared, and it's over. Who could kill the ghost Willow King in seconds? That's the dungeon boss. Could it be a level 50 expert just playing around? The chatter was incessant. In a flash of light, everyone was transported to the dungeon entrance. There, several level 50 practitioners from the Sidhu family had surrounded the exit. The second young master of the Sidhu family was attacked. Everyone must undergo inspection. Situ Feng stood behind the experts, his eyes blazing with anger. Useless fools. I was attacked in my own dungeon, and if you don't find the culprit, you're all fired. However, as all the players lined up for inspection, Yi Qing's figure had already vanished. By then, he had returned to his apartment in Jiangbei City. The power of space-time is indeed convenient. One teleport, and I'm back. Yi Qing began to review the spoils from defeating the Ghost Willow King. His level had reached 11 with 57 progress, slightly less than the 30,000 experience points gained at level 10, but he was satisfied with the result. Loot list. Ghost Mist Array Blueprint Pink Lord level. Can construct a Ghost Mist Array using special materials. Ghost Willow King Core Pink. Can be used for crafting equipment. Evil Mist Sword Pink Lord level. Usable at level 15. Attack 165, Strength 55. Skill. Sharpness increases attack power by 8. Special effect. Ghost Aura reduces enemy speed by 20 upon hit, 60 HP per second. Yi Qing was quite pleased with these items, especially the Ghost Aura effect of the Evil Mist Sword. Though regular poisons can be countered with antidotes, the Ghost Aura requires special tools and can only be crafted by certain professions, making it rare and expensive on the market. Finally, his gaze settled on the last piece of equipment, a bracelet. Yi Qing began to carefully examine its attributes. The Emerald Bracelet, which can be worn at level 15, caught Yi Qing's attention as he examined its attributes. Intelligence 60, and the skill Vibrant Life, which restores 80 health and mana per second for 120 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Although the attributes were impressive, his current level was insufficient, so he casually stored it in his Xianslang gourd. After removing his mask and having a simple lunch, it was already 3 p.m. Yi Qing returned to his rented room, spreading out a paper densely filled with writing, carefully studying the 2 opportunities recorded on it. The first opportunity was located 40 miles south of Jiangbei City, at the Meteorite Plateau, a wilderness area yet to be discovered. The second was the Kanglan River Difficult Dungeon, which required level 25. The dungeon featured special monsters that dropped exclusive growth weapons, and in the riverbed's mud resided a spirit koi that guarded a lucky charm. These were the only opportunities remaining in Jiangbei City. Others were either too far away or not yet timely. Although the Kanglan River Dungeon was under the jurisdiction of the Nangong family, a low-key branch of the Kyoto Nangong family, even the Situ family dared not provoke them easily. After weighing his options, Yi Qing decided to head to the Meteorite Plateau first. Although it was discovered only half a month later in his previous life, he wanted to seize it before anyone else to avoid unexpected events. Leaving his room, the streets were bustling with non-combatant life professionals. To avoid attracting attention, Yi Qing refrained from flying on his sword and instead took a bus to the outskirts. Reaching the final stop, the surroundings were filled with dilapidated houses and sparse human presence. In the distance, soldiers on the imposing southern city wall of the protective formation vigilantly watched the wilderness. Monsters frequently attacked the city, occasionally slipping through the defenses. Knowing the main gate would be difficult to exit, Yi Qing activated his power of time and space to teleport 10 kilometers outside the city. He donned a pitch-black spider mask, its blood-red spider pattern menacing. As soon as he appeared, a 3-story-tall gray-furred giant ape charged at him, its eyes blood-red, fists tearing through the air. Yi Qing deftly dodged, stepping back on his spirit snake sword. A glance at the attribute panel revealed, Ironback Giant Ape Elite, level 40, with 350,000 health. His pupils contracted, not expecting to encounter such a formidable enemy immediately upon leaving the city. Quickly maneuvering his sword to land on a hillside, he executed the sword draw technique. The spirit snake sword transformed into 9 in his hands, initiating the illusion sword technique. With a resounding crash, the massive ape fell, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yi Qing saw the notification. Defeating the Ironback Giant Ape granted him 80,000 experience points. A system message popped up. Congratulations on leveling up, all attributes 3, and you receive 5 free attribute points. This reward far exceeded his expectations. Around the giant ape's corpse, several beams of light fell to the ground. The spirit snake sword automatically flew back and landed steadily at Yi Qing's feet. He rode his sword to the giant ape's body and quickly collected the dropped items, not even taking the time to check their attributes. His focus was entirely on recalling the exact location of the meteorite plateau. With a thought, he activated the power of space-time, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Not far away, a group of herbalists in the wilderness witnessed everything. He took down the ironback giant ape in just 2 moves. He must be a level 50 or above practitioner, one person exclaimed. My son is taking the college entrance exam this year and isn't a level practitioner. Maybe one day he'll be that strong, another chimed in. Stop talking. The 100 level forest turtle dung on us has lost its smell. We better replace it quickly. Here, let me put some more on you. Ugh, watch it, you got it in my mouth. Yi Qing's figure appeared in a rugged, uneven hilly area. After ensuring there were no wild monsters around, he relaxed slightly. Although this wilderness was dangerous, many low-level practitioners still gathered herbs and mined here for a living. They couldn't afford the high-priced dungeons in the city, monopolized and expensive, so they risked their lives here for profit. As night fell, Yi Qing searched the meteorite-cratered landscape for 2 hours, but found nothing. It can't be. I'm sure it was around here, he muttered, frowning as he sat on a large rock, nibbling on a blue spirit fruit. Just then, the sky filled with twinkling stars, and all the meteorite craters began to emit little points of light, outlining a natural formation. Yi Qing stood up abruptly. I see. It needs a clear night sky to absorb the power of the stars and activate the formation. He quickly moved to the center of the formation, and the scene before him changed instantly. A system notification appeared. You've discovered the instance meteorite plateau difficult, a level 30 instance. The monsters here are from beyond the stars, with extremely unusual forms. Yi Qing looked around at the scattered weeds and the scarred ground. Blood-red meteorites embedded in the craters glowed ominously. Sensing his arrival, the meteorites shattered, and from each fragment emerged a small, red-skinned, greeny being. Advanced detection revealed. Stone Spirit, level 30, HP 6000, attack 90, defense 150. Skills, Star Crash transform into a meteor to strike, dealing 160 damage. Telepathy group skill, causes meteor shower effect, increases all attributes by 20. Seeing the stone spirits about to ascend and unleash a group attack, Yi Qing activated Sword Heart Clarity without hesitation, preparing to use his sword drawing technique. A massive circular blade of energy sliced through the air, tracing a brilliant arc wherever it passed. Stone spirits shattered into pieces, and the system's notification chimed in. Stone Spirit defeated, 120 experience points gained. Obtain materials, Warhammer, Star Core, etc. Yi Qing's Spirit Snake soared skyward as his Phantom Sword technique activated instantly. 9 gleaming, cold swords whirled in the air, reaping the lives of stone spirits like the scythes of death. The system notifications were relentless, and his experience points soared rapidly. In just a few minutes, all the stone spirits within a 100-meter radius were cleared. Yi Qing began collecting his loot. The drop rate of the stone spirits was astonishing, with an average of 1 piece of equipment dropping for every 2 spirits. Although he couldn't use these items, they could be used to feed the Immortal Slayer gourd. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a massive rock split open, revealing a towering stone spirit nearly 2 meters high. The system panel immediately displayed its attributes. Stone Spirit King Elite level 25. Health, 100,000. Attack, 155. Defense, 210. Skills. Meteor Shower, summons a meteor phenomenon, boosting all attributes by 20. Death Charge, locks onto a target and charges at high speed, dealing 260 damage. Self-Destruct, explodes when near death, causing damage equal to 1/10 of its maximum health within a 15-meter radius. Yi Qing frowned slightly at the self-destruct skill but quickly regained his confidence. He decisively unleashed the Phantom Sword technique, launching a surprise attack before the Stone Spirit King could react. One sword strike dealt massive damage, and the Stone Spirit King crumbled into fragments before it could self-destruct. Stone Spirit King defeated, 40,000 experience gained. Congratulations on leveling up, all attributes 3, free attribute points 5. Yi Qing opened his attribute panel and finally reached level 12. Without hesitation, he allocated all free attribute points to intelligence. Beside the Stone Spirit King's remains, several items stood out. A purple quality Stone Spirit Shield, a peculiar long spear, and a strange core. Yi Qing stored the equipment in the Immortal Slayer gourd and picked up the core to examine it. It turned out to be a directly usable enhancement item. He removed his poison spider mask and brought the core into contact with it. The system prompted, first enhancement success rate 99, proceed with enhancement? Yi Qing confirmed, and upon successful enhancement, the mask received a boost of all attributes 30 and skill attack power 1. Isn't this just like an enhancement stone? Yi Qing mused, but much better than those with an 80 success rate on the market. As night fell, the starlight brought a touch of brightness to the desolate dungeon. Yi Qing glanced at his spirit snake sword, which was low on durability, and continued his exploration. The terrain of the meteorite plateau was monotonous, forcing him to mark his path with sword marks on the rocks every few steps. However, it wasn't long before Yi Qing furrowed his brow. He had somehow returned to his starting point, with the stone spirit king's corpse and his sword marks clearly visible. Could it be some kind of formation in the dungeon interfering with direction? He checked his phone. It was already 9:30 p.m. With over 2 hours until the power of time refreshes, he still had 2 instances of teleportation and 1 time pause available. Beside Yi Qing floated the spirit serpent sword, its blade gently turning before settling firmly beneath his feet. With a soft whisper, he soared into the sky, swiftly rising high above, surveying the scene below. The land was desolate, littered with craters like a barren, monotonous canvas. Yi Qing's gaze was deep, filled with memories as he looked upon this unfamiliar terrain. He knew this was a dungeon. In his previous life, he had seen detailed descriptions of it. The boss on the first level specialized in illusions, capable of confusing perception and causing enemies to lose themselves. Yi Qing pondered silently, then suddenly closed his eyes. The spirit serpent sword danced uncontrollably in the air, leaving countless interwoven sword marks behind, resembling a great river that flowed with Yi Qing's movements. At that moment, the sword marks seemed to find their direction, gathering and shooting towards a distant, twinkling star. Yi Qing abruptly opened his eyes, activating sword heart clarity in an instant. He whispered, "Treasure, turn around." As soon as he spoke, time around him came to a halt. The power of the countless sword marks surged, transforming into silver lightning that tore through the void. A painful scream echoed from afar, followed by a violent tremor throughout the space, as if it were shattering like glass. The illusion was finally dispelled, and the surroundings changed instantly. The once beautiful starry sky became even more dreamlike, though it still felt somewhat unreal. The bright moon hung high, and the starlight illuminated the land. On a distant hillside stood a massive figuria, humanoid monster nearly 5 meters tall, shrouded in a bluish-gray shadow, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yi Qing felt a twinge of caution and cast an advanced probing spell. A line of data immediately appeared on the screen. Phantom Giant Lord. Level, 35. Health, 450,000. Attack, 210. Defense, 350. Skills. Illusion Space. Affects an area of 3 miles, causing all enemies within to become disoriented, with stamina depletion tripled. Chaotic Star C. Area damage. Inflicting 360 star damage to enemies within 100 meters for 10 seconds. Phantom Battle Form. Increases health by 50. Enhances recovery speed by 80. Yi Qing's heart tightened. Taking advantage of the pause time, he swiftly descended to the ground. The spirit serpent sword returned to his hand, and with a flash of cold light, he executed a swift draw technique, striking at the phantom giant. With one decisive blow, the sword light flickered, and the phantom giant fell to the ground. The battle concluded, and the system prompt sounded. Phantom giant defeated, 120,000 experience points gained. Yi Qing observed his leveling progress bar, remained silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. His level had reached 12, with an experience value of 98. Although the path ahead remained long, leveling up became increasingly difficult as the stages progressed. With this in mind, Yi Qing's expression grew slightly somber. The challenges ahead were more daunting, possibly requiring over a year to level up again. He approached the items dropped by the phantom giant, his eyes scanning over them. The first item caught his eye as a special piece of equipment, the phantom mirror. This was a pink lord-level piece of gear, offering powerful attribute boosts and special effects. Phantom mirror. Base attribute 80, physical attack 120, magic attack 120. Special skill. Phantom. Causes enemies to be stunned for 0.5 seconds when attacking, with no consumption and no cooldown. A gleam of delight appeared in Yi Qing's eyes. The equipment's attributes and skills suited him perfectly. More importantly, it required no level to equip, activating automatically from his storage space. He decisively removed the puppet book and replaced it with the phantom mirror, immediately feeling a surge of power within. Wielding the spirit serpent sword, the sword's shadows wove intricately, creating a dazzling display. The 0.5 second stun effect provided him with a significant advantage in battle. Even half a second could change the entire situation. Satisfied with his equipment, he turned to examine the remaining loot. The starry lance and the core of the Pink Lord Phantom can be used to enhance equipment. The Phantom Elixir Pink Lord, once consumed, boosts attack and movement speed by 100 for 90 seconds. The items dropped by this boss are very valuable. Yi Qing put away the Phantom Elixir and the starry lance, holding the Phantom core, and took off his poison spider mask. Enhancement to proceed? Success rate, 95. Without hesitation, Yi Qing chose to begin the enhancement. With a flash of light, the enhancement was successful, increasing all basic attributes of the equipment by 60 and skill attack power by 2. He put the ghost spider mask back on and sat quietly on a large boulder, his gaze crossing the plateau to watch the distant meteor shower. The meteor plateau has 3 levels, and Yi Qing had just cleared the first. The remaining 2 levels were easy, and Yi Qing planned to push through to level 15. Although today's battles left him exhausted, his remarkable constitution still felt somewhat strained. More importantly, he needed to wait for the refresh of spatial power to have enough resources to face uncertain challenges, even if it meant escaping with ease. After resting for an hour and a half, Yi Qing's condition returned to its peak. He stood up, gripping the spirit snake sword, which now had several tiny cracks. The spirit snake's sword had accompanied him in slaying the death spider, Ghost Fog King, and even now in the meteor plateau, the sword's durability was nearly depleted. As he ventured deeper into the plateau, the ground suddenly churned, and gray little creatures swarmed up from below. Their heads were as big as bowls, eyes glowing green. A cold glint flashed in Yi Qing's eyes as the spirit snake sword flew out, the sword heart clear, and the phantom sword art activated. 10 flying swords darted through the swarm like arrows, swiftly reaping the lives of these small creatures. Killed a little gray monster, gained 130 experience points. With each kill, his experience steadily increased. Within just 20 minutes, Yi Qing had cleared out these small creatures, feeding the leftover useless materials and equipment to the immortal slaying gourd. With the familiar sound, Yi Qing's level soared to 13, and his experience bar filled to 81. At that moment, the ground beneath him began to surge violently, as if some massive creature was about to break through. With a loud crash, a giant 5 to 6 meters tall emerged, howling at the sky. Yi Qing felt a wave of dizziness, knowing danger was imminent, and quickly retreated. Despite this, the flying swords in his hand continued to fly forward. The Grey Rock Giant Lord, level 35, with 550,000 health, 190 attack, and 395 defense. Its skill Rock Defense reduced damage to its rock armor by 25, Earth's Power restored 120 health per second, and increased damage by 15. Once its health dropped below 25, it would trigger Death Rock, boosting all attributes by 50, but would fall into a weakened state after 60 seconds. Seeing the Grey Rock Giant charging madly toward him, Yi Qing continued to retreat without hesitation, carving sword marks underfoot. Treasure, turn around. He activated the Phantom Sword art again, and the Spirit Snake Sword transformed into 10 flying swords, furiously attacking the Grey Rock Giant. The massive Grey Rock Giant couldn't evade, and was instantly pierced by the 10 flying swords, being killed on the spot. Killing the Grey Rock Giant granted 140,000 experience points. Yi Qing watched his rapidly increasing experience bar, feeling a surge of excitement as he drew closer to level 15. The experience gained here is at least halved. Yi Qing examined the items dropped by the Limestone Giant. The Limestone Armor, a Pink Lord item, was not as good as the Poison Spider set, so Yi Qing decisively tossed it into the Zhanxian Gourd, planning to sell it later. The Limestone Core was also a Pink Lord item, capable of enhancing equipment twice. After a moment of thought, Yi Qing took out the Evil Mist Sword, contemplating whether to enhance it twice, with a success rate of 98. With a mere thought, the enhancement succeeded, boosting the physical attack of the Evil Mist Sword by 45 and increasing its strength by 25. He was not far from reaching level 15, at which point he could directly equip the sword. Although enhancing the Poison Spider Mask would yield greater benefits, the risk of failure was higher. If it got damaged, the Poison Spider set would be incomplete, significantly impacting his strength. At this point, Yi Qing was not far from the center of the meteorite plateau. He took a brief rest to fully recover before continuing deeper into the plateau. Riding the serpent sword, Yi Qing soared through the sky, the wind whistling past his ears. The creatures below were weak, easily defeated with a single slash. Behind the serpent sword, sword marks appeared continuously, the dazzling sword shadows flickering. In the distance, a peculiar building could be seen at the center of the meteorite plateau, housing the strongest boss of the area. Yi Qing recalled reading about this legendary boss in the news during his past life, where the Situ and Nangong families combined forces with hundreds of level 50 professionals to finally defeat this dungeon boss. The memory was vivid in his mind. On the second dungeon run, the boss was merely a regular Lord Monster. Dungeon bosses are unique and do not respawn once defeated. Landing in front of the peculiar building, Yi Qing, gripping the serpent sword, stepped inside. The interior was as grand as a palace, with a throne at the center upon which sat a young man clad in battle armor, his hair white as snow. His eyes were blood red, and beside the throne lay a long sword, its blade sharp and occasionally glinting ominously. Yi Qing eyed the figure cautiously, sensing an overwhelming murderous intent locking onto him. He used a high-level probing technique, revealing, Gui Han, Legend, level 45, health 3.5 million. Description, a ghost clan from the Abyss, revering strength and freedom, the most battle-hardened race in the Abyss. An ant-like human, daring to challenge me, begone. You're not worthy of my attention, Gui Han said. looking down disdainfully at Yi Qing, his expression contemptuous. The oppressive aura filled the hall with a terrifying silence. Yi Qing did not retreat, calculating his damage output in his mind, realizing 30 seconds might be too short. Even with maximum effort, defeating this ghost clan member seemed unlikely. "Aunt, do you refuse to retreat? Do you wish to die?" Gui Han rose, grasping the sword beside him, his overwhelming pressure bearing down on Yi Qing. Yi Qing's face paled slightly, yet he stood his ground, thinking to himself, "Just a ghost clan, watch me defeat you." At some point, Gui Han had already vanished from the throne. Yi Qing felt a terrifying sense of danger. Yet, his heartbeat remained unusually calm because his most powerful trump card time pause had been activated. In an instant, everything around him fell into stillness, as if even the air had solidified. At that moment, he sensed something unusual behind him. Gui Han had silently approached, and the sharp sword was only a few centimeters from his back. In the nick of time, Yi Qing quickly swallowed a phantom potion and simultaneously performed the phantom sword technique. 10 shimmering swords appeared out of thin air, showering down on Gui Han like a torrential downpour. These swords completely ignored the black armor on Gui Han, leaving scars across his body. Without the powerful special effect of sword heart clarity, Yi Qing would have struggled to break through the opponent's defenses. System notifications rang continuously, with damage numbers flashing rapidly. A single phantom sword technique dealt nearly 2.4 million in terrifying damage, and the 10 swords continued their relentless assault. Yi Qing quickly calculated, confident that defeating the opponent was within reach. However, just as Gui Han's health dropped to 30, the situation suddenly reversed. His mana was instantly depleted, yet his health bizarrely restored to full. Yi Qing remained unfazed, recognizing this as the boss's survival skill. Time was of the essence, and defeating him within 30 seconds was no easy task. He immediately performed sword control and sword draw techniques, using the cooldown of the phantom sword technique to manipulate the spirit snake sword, splitting it into 9 phantom swords for continued relentless output. An unexpected incident disrupted his rhythm. The spirit snake sword shattered due to depleted durability. Fortunately, he still had the mighty sword that hadn't been fed to the immortal slaying gourd, but the brief moment needed to switch swords meant the time pause was nearing its end. He managed to execute one last sword draw before teleporting to another area of the dungeon. In the Grand Hall, Gui Han's enraged voice echoed, "Aunt, how could such a weak ant possibly harm me?" Despite his fury, he remained in place, seemingly guarding something of great importance. Yi Qing appeared at the outermost edge of the dungeon, lying on a large, already cleared stone. Under the bright moonlight and starry sky, he enjoyed a blue spirit fruit while reflecting on his various encounters since his rebirth. As one of the most perilous dungeons on Blue Star, the monsters roaming within the abyss were already fearsome. Unexpectedly, a member of the Abyssal Ghost clan had appeared here, explaining why 2 great families in his past life were willing to pay a steep price to defeat this boss. Until dawn, Yi Qing awaited the refresh of temporal power. He took out 2 critical items, the Ghost Willow King Core and the Death Demon Spider's Venom Sac. Recalling the Death Demon Spider trapped by a great formation, though it was the most wronged legendary boss, it didn't mean its power was lacking. After being trapped for 300 years, it still possessed considerable strength. The time pause skill was simply too overpowering. Even just 30 seconds could change the course of a battle. Yi Qing began focusing on crafting poison, intending to experiment first with the Ghost Willow King Core to prevent the loss of valuable materials. During the process of crafting the poison, Yi Qing watched as the core of the Ghost Willow King was destroyed. He quickly took out the venom sac of the Death Demon Spider to start a new round of production. Soon, a bottle of poison emitting a dark glow was successfully created, the legendary Death Demon Poison. This venom from the Death Demon Spider could put the target in a toxic state, reducing their health by 0.5 per second for a full minute. Of course, it was only effective against bosses below level 80 and below epic level. Gazing at the poison's attributes, a hint of delight flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. With this, his confidence in defeating Gui Han had undeniably increased. The only regret was that the Spirit Snake's sword had broken and was unusable, leaving him temporarily without a suitable weapon. With the monsters in the entire meteorite plateau not yet respawned, Yi Qing enjoyed a rare day of leisure. Even so, his level advantage remained far ahead, and it would likely take his classmates several months to catch up. At 1 in the morning, Yi Qing stepped onto the mighty sword and flew directly towards the center of the dungeon. This time, he was determined to succeed. Inside a peculiar building, Gui Han's cold eyes flashed with a trace of murderous intent. "Insect, you dare return? This time, I'll send you on your way." Before he finished speaking, he grabbed his long sword and disappeared from sight. Yi Qing, well prepared, remained unfazed, activating sword heart clarity to pause time. At this moment, Gui Han's sword tip was less than 2 meters away. Yi Qing softly murmured, "Baby, turn around." The mighty sword in his hand shot forward, executing a phantom sword technique. A series of damage numbers appeared above Gui Han's head. Yi Qing followed up with a sword-drawing technique, the venom-coated mighty sword, combined with sword beams and sword marks, reducing Gui Han's health to 30. Although Gui Han immediately restored his health and depleted his mana, this was within Yi Qing's expectations. 30 seconds later, time resumed. The unwilling Gui Han widened his eyes. How can a mere insect like you kill me? Just as he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of equipment. A system prompt immediately appeared. You have defeated a level 40 legendary boss, gaining 1.5 million experience. The dungeon boss is dead, and the dungeon will close in 600 seconds. Yi Qing didn't have time to check the equipment's attributes and quickly stored the items in the Immortal slaying gourd, not even sparing Gui Han's armor and long sword. Gazing at the throne, Yi Qing pondered, why did Gui Han never leave the hall? Could he have been guarding something? A high-level detection spell revealed that this was a ghost tribe's spatial coordinate, originating from the abyss. With enough power, it could transform into a spatial passage. Yi Qing immediately swung his sword to shatter the throne, completely destroying the spatial coordinates. He then took out a stone egg, placed it on the ground, and let his blood drip onto it. At that moment, a meteor shower rained down from the sky over the wilderness, with a strange white light enveloping the entire Tiannan province. This breathtaking phenomenon attracted countless spectators. What is that? It's so beautiful. It looks like it's coming from the wilderness. Could something have happened? It shouldn't be. There's no sound. Could it be a treasure emerging, causing a celestial phenomenon? On the high walls of Jiangbei City's Great Array, the guards were on high alert. An elderly hunchbacked man stepped out and ordered, "Dispatch 10 scout teams to investigate the situation." "Yes, sir." In the residence of the Sidhu family, the head of the family stood on a high platform, his deep eyes fixed on the horizon. "Go investigate the wilderness. This might be a sign of a treasure emerging, and our Sidhu family must obtain it." As soon as he finished speaking, several shadows emerged from the darkness, transforming into human forms in front of him. They all wore masks, their faces concealed in the shadows. After receiving their orders, these figures vanished into the night once more. At the same time, the nearby Nangong family also sprang into action. Due to Jiangbei City's proximity, various forces dispatched scouts to investigate. Even major powers from other cities turned their attention toward the wilderness outside Jiangbei City. This area was destined to be plunged into chaos in the coming days. In a tidy house within Jiangbei City, a young man suddenly awoke from a dream, gasping for breath. "I feel like I've lost something important. Was it just a dream?" Meanwhile, Yi Qing, the one responsible for triggering the celestial phenomenon, had already teleported back to his rented apartment. His gaze fell on a small white fox on the table, its entire body snow white with 9 tails held high. Looking at this adorable pet, a rare softness flickered in Yi Qing's usually indifferent eyes. The system indicated that this was a 9-tailed heavenly fox capable of growth, currently at level 0. Its basic attributes were Strength 100, Agility 100, Intelligence 200, Constitution 100. The special attributes were Charm 200, Luck 200. It possessed the 9-tailed Destiny talent, which allowed it to sacrifice a tail to withstand fatal damage, and each tail could boost its basic attributes by an additional 100. The small fox had several powerful skills. Charm level 1. Can charm creatures with lower charm values, making them obedient. Illusion I level 1. Creates an illusionary field, causing enemies to lose 300 health points per second for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. Heavenly Foxfire continuously sprays ghostly green flames, dealing 120 damage. Share transfers attribute bonuses to its owner. Loyalty never betrays, follows to the death. Additionally, it had 3 passive skills. Illusionary art can blend into the environment, changing in myriad ways. Sun and Moon art absorbs the essence of the sun and moon to gain experience. Spirit Fox body continuously restores the state of itself and its owner. The special skill Qingqiu's Blessing included 2 branches, Fox Shadow, which creates duplicates in times of danger, and Heavenly Fox, which unlocks at level 10. Yi Qing marveled to himself. Even at level 0, it had such powerful attributes. With the 9-tailed Destiny increasing attributes 9-fold, it could probably take on a level 20 boss alone. Especially the sharing skill, it was simply extraordinary. No wonder in his previous life, someone with only a level potential could eventually rival SS level experts. Yi Qing took a blue spirit fruit from his storage space and offered it to the little fox. To his surprise, the little creature actually began to eat it. The expedition to the meteorite plateau proved extremely fruitful for Yi Qing, as he gained a whopping 1.5 million experience points, allowing him to level up twice and reach level 15. The system notified him that he must change his class soon, or he would not be able to earn more experience points. Despite this, Yi Qing did not rush to change his class. Instead, He opened the sign-in system and discovered he had accumulated 1.87 million experience points, with 1 million points remaining unused. The system ensured that none of the experience points were wasted, as all remaining points were stored in the sign-in system. His attention then turned to the treasures on the table. The Ghost Clan Scroll, an epic item containing the most powerful battle techniques of the Ghost Clan. The Night Moon Armor, a legendary item wearable at level 40. The Night Underworld Sword, also legendary and wearable at level 40. The Ghost Clan's Overlord Body, a legendary skill ready to be learned. The Death Resistance, another legendary skill available for learning. The Ghost Clan Core, a legendary item capable of enhancing equipment 3 times with a 98 success rate. The Abyss Token, a special item granting access to the Abyss Dungeon. And the Night Flower Potion, a legendary potion boosting attack power by 180 for 90 seconds. Most of these items were unusable at the moment due to Yi Qing's level. Entering the Abyss Dungeon was also premature, as surviving there required at least level 200. Consequently, he stored most items away, leaving only a few skill scrolls and the Ghost Clan Core on the table. He removed the venomous spider mask, the only piece of equipment he could currently enhance to its limit. Most other items required a higher level to equip. He decided to enhance the mask 3 times, and when prompted by the system, he proceeded without hesitation. Enhancement successful, the system announced, as the base attributes of the venomous spider mask increased by 90 points, and its skill attack power rose by 3. With the enhancements complete, Yi Qing donned the venomous spider mask, equipped the sinister mist sword, and wore the jade bracelet, further boosting his attributes. He then turned his attention to the skill scrolls on the table. The Death Resistance legendary skill caught his eye first. It allowed him to instantly restore his health when it dropped below 30 by depleting mana, and it restored 35 mana over the next 10 seconds. Recognizing it as a powerful survival skill, Yi Qing learned it without hesitation. Next, he examined the Ghost Clan Overlord Body legendary skill. This skill offered an extraordinary transformation, changing one's physique to that of the Ghost Clan, forsaking human lineage for remarkable attribute enhancements. However, the high cost made Yi Qing furrow his brow, and he decided to keep it for future consideration. The final scroll on the table, the Ghost Clan Scroll, intrigued him. When he attempted to open it, the system informed him that only those with the royal bloodline of the Ghost Clan could use it. Yi Qing mused, Guihan probably doesn't meet the criteria, he's not royalty. Could it have been stolen from the Ghost Clan? The royal bloodline of the Ghost Clan was exceedingly rare and immensely powerful, capable of dominating even the Abyss. With the Ghost Clan Overlord Body and Ghost Clan Scroll in hand, Yi Qing pondered whether they were meant to be used together. He stored both scrolls in the Immortal Slaying Gourd, uninterested in relying on powers that betrayed humanity. He prided himself on being a cheat, with no need for such strength. Upon checking the sign-in system, he found that his experience points were sufficient. The system asked if he wanted to begin the sign-in process. Yi Qing chose to start the sign-in. The system notified him, sign-in successful, you have received. Successfully logged in, unlocking a unique hidden profession, Ancient Body Cultivator. Would you like to merge and unlock a third profession? Yi Qing glanced at the system prompt, contemplating silently. The only downside to merging this profession was the potential for a large commotion. And in Jiangbei City, which was currently experiencing turbulent times, attracting too much attention was something to be avoided. Sensing Yi Qing's hesitation, the system quickly offered another prompt. Would you like to disable the phenomenon? This prompted Yi Qing to swiftly decide against causing any unnecessary disturbances, potentially avoiding some trouble. Just as he was about to confirm, another system prompt appeared. New task. Achieve the top score in the National College Entrance Exam. Reward. 1 additional login opportunity. You may decline. There is no penalty for failure. Looking at the system's taskbar, Yi Qing frowned slightly. With 87 out of 100,000 login opportunities, it was fortunate that his accumulated experience hadn't disappeared. Accepting this task now, with his current abilities, achieving the top score seemed almost guaranteed. The only variable was the lack of penalty for failure, which was quite lenient. As Yi Qing made his decision, a small fox beside him lowered its head, swallowing a blue spiritual fruit before sleepily closing its eyes. It was newly born, and despite its strong talents and attributes, it was still in its infancy, with limited stamina. Gently placing the small fox on the bed, Yi Qing looked at the palm-sized creature and softly mused, should I give you a name? Xiaojiu. Xiaobai. He shook his head, finding those names unsuitable. How about Bai Xinga? And a nickname could be Little Bai. Watching the sleepy little fox, making soft cooing sounds, Yi Qing couldn't help but smile. All right. Let's proceed with merging the Ancient Body Cultivator profession. He pressed the merge button. The system promptly announced, merge successful. A surge of power flooded his body, awakening his bloodline, and every cell in his body vibrated intensely. In moments, his constitution, strength, and speed attributes skyrocketed. The power was indescribable. The attribute panel updated instantly. Character, Yi Qing. Level 15. Professions: Sword Immortal, Ancient Body Cultivator, Actor. Subprofession: Death Poison Master. Health 149-001-4900. Mana 150-501-5050. Physical attack 2165. Magical attack 2130. Strength 230,690. Intelligence 115,890. Agility 215,755. Constitution 215,775. Special attributes: Charm 55. Luck 563. Talent: Power of Time and Space. Skills: Sword Heart Clarity SSS. Primordial Sacred Body SSS. Acting D. Primordial Sacred Body. Activates Blood Burning Effect. All attributes 1500. Loses 1 health per second. Duration 300 seconds. Skills: Sword Mastery LV3. Sword Draw Technique LV4. Illusionary Sword Technique LV2. Invincible Divine Fist LV1. Heaven Stepping Technique LV1. Death Resistance. Advanced Investigation. Yi Qing marveled at his skyrocketing power, especially the boost from the primordial sacred body, which was like adding wings to a tiger. Instantly, he thought of the upcoming task: achieving the top score in the college entrance exam. With his current abilities, whether in terms of stamina, speed, or combat skills, achieving the top score seemed effortlessly within reach. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps caught Yi Qing's attention, and he turned to see the little fox already in a deep sleep, softly making gentle noises. Looking at its innocent demeanor, Yi Qing felt a wave of tenderness and decided to postpone the task, choosing instead to stay by the little fox's side until it was well rested, before continuing with the challenges ahead. The unbreakable body reduces all damage taken by 75. Special skills include: a sword's light pierces 19 provinces, sword mark, and sword light. Unyielding heart. For every monster killed, attack power increases by 1, stackable up to 900 times, with a burst duration of 120 seconds. Equipment includes the Evil Mist Sword, Poison Spider Set, Wraith Necklace, Puppet Ring, Emerald Bracelet, Immortal Slaying Gourd, and Phantom Mirror. Yi Qing looked at the skills of the Ancient Body Cultivator and sighed inwardly. They were indeed powerful, but these moves seemed to be life-risking, a desperate fighting style. He then turned to the attributes of the prehistoric sacred body, and a complex expression crossed his face. If the prehistoric sacred body were activated near Xiaobai, it could almost operate without any energy consumption, with negative effects completely neutralized. Considering his current attributes and skills, Yi Qing felt confident that even without using time pause, he had enough strength to face Gui Han. The sky outside remained dim, and Yi Qing suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness. Despite his extraordinary physique, several days without sleep left him mentally exhausted. He lay down and quickly fell into a deep sleep. As Yi Qing slept, in the wilderness of Jiangbei City, various forces gathered in a rugged hilly area. The place appeared unremarkable, prompting a member of one faction to question, "Did we come to the wrong place?" Another firmly replied, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. The anomaly originated from here." Just then, a shout broke the silence from afar. "This seems to be the entrance to a dungeon. Someone just successfully cleared it." Everyone immediately focused their attention on the distant area, secretly amazed. This dungeon was clearly not simple and likely held some earth-shattering secrets. "We'll set up camp here and wait for the dungeon to open," declared the head of the Sidhu family with determination. Meanwhile, the head of the Nangong family pondered quietly and instructed his subordinate, "Check the recent records of people leaving the city and find this person. Try to recruit him." "Understood," the subordinate replied and left. The following night, in a rented apartment of a residential building, Yi Qing felt a wet sensation on his cheek and suddenly woke up. Seeing Xiaobai sleeping peacefully beside him, he checked his phone. It was already 8:30 p.m. "Xiaobai, are you hungry?" Yi Qing asked softly, taking 2 blue spirit fruits from his bag and placing them beside the bed. The little fox, catching the scent, immediately opened its eyes and started nibbling. With only 3 days left to register for the major exam, Yi Qing felt a bit hesitant. Could he make it to the Kanglan River dungeon in time? Although other things didn't matter much to him, the exclusive weapon that could grow was a goal he was determined to achieve. As he pondered, his phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Kuei calling. "Yezi, where have you been these days? I couldn't reach you. Come out for a drink, my treat, at our usual spot." Lin Kuei's voice sounded eager. Yi Qing checked the time and agreed. "All right." After hanging up, he freshened up, gently placed the little fox on his shoulder, and headed out. On a summer night, with a gentle breeze and fresh air, everything felt particularly peaceful. At the foot of a shabby residential building, a few tables were scattered, indicating an open-air food stall. Lin Kuei sat under a big tree, shouting, "Boss, grill 30 lamb kidneys. My brother will be here soon." "Got it," the boss responded. Shortly after, Yi Qing arrived, sitting leisurely across from Lin Kuei. How do you have so much free time? Isn't leveling up exhausting? Yi Qing asked. Lin Kuei chuckled. It's about balancing work and rest. I reached level 5 today, almost 6, and I tamed the wild boar king, so Tiannan University should be a sure thing. That's good. Yi Qing nodded. But during the college entrance exams, you should stay at school. If Sidu Phone pulls any tricks, we'll be in trouble. Yi Qing ate skewers, handing one to the little fox. Xiaobai, not picky, ate it up. Lin Kuei looked at the little fox with interest. Is this your pet? It's quite delicate, but too small. I prefer something more majestic. Yi Qing smiled wryly and continued eating his skewers. As the two chatted and laughed, a commotion suddenly arose not far away. The manhole cover suddenly flew into the air and landed with a sharp clang. Yi Qing looked over and saw a pair of glowing green eyes shining from the sewer. A rat, nearly a meter tall, stood upright like a human, letting out a piercing screech. What's going on? Oh no, a monster has appeared. Quick, call the city guard. Lin Kuei immediately stood up, his heart burning with anger. He thought, how dare a monster appear at my doorstep? Just watch me deal with you. He shouted, light flashing under his feet, and the wild boar king appeared. Lin Kuei mounted it, gripping a long white spear, and charged straight at the creature. Yi Qing frowned slightly, realizing he had triggered some changes. He used a detection spell, revealing, Rat Man, level 10, health 700, attack 85, defense 90, with skills including bite and claw. However, this was a residential area where such creatures shouldn't appear. The nearby residents, who were having dinner, quickly retreated, while only a few curious onlookers dared to glance back. Yi Qing's face was hidden behind a spider mask. He didn't use any skills, just walked forward. A sword mark appeared beneath his feet, instantly killing the rat man fighting Lin Kuei. Lin Kuei approached Yi Qing, eyes wide with disbelief, and asked, how is this possible? Aren't you a non-combatant? Yi Qing replied calmly, I'll explain later. First, put on this gear. With that, he tossed a full set of blue equipment to Lin Kuei. It wasn't that Yi Qing was unwilling to provide higher-level gear. Lin Kuei simply couldn't equip it. Lin Kuei grinned and said, well, I won't be polite then. He promptly changed into the gear. More rat men climbed out from beneath the sewers. Yi Qing gently stroked Xiao Bai and whispered, let's see your skills. Xiao Bai let out a soft, cute sound, and the surrounding rat men froze, evidently under the control of a charm skill. Any creature with lower charisma than Xiao Bai would be controlled. As Lin Kuei battled the rat men, he exclaimed in surprise, hey, why aren't they moving? Watch me take you down. His spear thrust out, and a critical hit appeared above the rat man's head, killing it instantly. Yi Qing moved swiftly, sword marks flying, wiping out all the rat men in a matter of steps. Lin Kuei approached Yi Qing, marveling. You're incredible. Looks like I'll have to rely on you from now on. Yi Qing nodded and tossed more gear to Lin Kuei, ranging from level 10 to 35, including rare purple items. Lin Kuei was dazzled, saying bitterly, these are too valuable. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay you. Yi Qing smiled lightly. It's fine. If you can't repay, don't worry about it. I have something to do tonight, so you head back first. Lin Kuei stared blankly at Yi Qing's departing figure, murmuring to himself, don't worry, I'll repay your kindness tenfold in the future. Yi Qing felt a sense of satisfaction. In his past life, when he was destitute, Lin Kuei had showered him with money and even gave him some top-tier equipment that didn't require a level to wear. This time, Yi Qing planned to help Lin Kuei during his weaker moments, aiding him through the early stages. Yi Qing's figure gradually faded into the darkness. In a dilapidated house on the outskirts of Jiangbei City, several figures clad in black with white masks laughed sinisterly. With all major forces distracted by the chaos in the wilderness, they decided it was the perfect opportunity to cause some mayhem. Yes, kill as many as possible, to make our Abyss Society's reputation even more notorious. At that moment, Yi Qing's silhouette quietly appeared on a distant wall. Watching the frenzied figures, he sighed inwardly. Despite his efforts to keep events aligned with his past life, the butterfly effect still emerged. These people were members of the Abyss Society, who drew power from their faith in the Abyss, skillfully blending into the crowd and remaining undetected. Yi Qing gripped the evil mist sword, activating sword heart clarity and the primal holy body, instantly boosting his attributes. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the phantom sword technique, sending 15 flying swords streaking like lightning towards the crazed figures, leaving a trail of afterimages. Under the sword shadow effect, they were momentarily stunned for 0.5 seconds. These were level 50 professionals, yet they were instantly killed, their eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. Meanwhile, throughout Jiangbei City, the rat swarms shrieked and exploded. Yi Qing entered the building, inspecting the corpses and realizing they were so impoverished they didn't even have a single lord's powder on them. He discarded the equipment into the Immortal slaying gourd, feeding it directly. At this point, the gourd's repair level reached 1. Then, a notification from the attribute panel indicated that the gourd's repair level had reached 1, enhancing its attributes. The Immortal slaying gourd's repair value at 1 activated the skill, World in a Bottle, expanding its internal space by 50. Treasure, please turn, increased attack power by 500, lasting 60 seconds with a 5-minute cooldown. The Immortal slaying flying knife emitted a blade light, locking onto targets and ignoring everything, dealing 1800 damage with an 8-hour cooldown. Qing marveled at the properties enhanced by the Immortal slaying gourd. With just 1 repair, it brought such significant attribute boosts, and even an additional skill. Despite the long cooldown, when combined with his other skills, it could inflict terrifying damage. He gently stroked Xiaobai, instructing it to burn the corpses. Xiaobai spat out several green fireballs, reducing the heretics to ashes. Qing then turned and left. The next morning, Qing stretched, left his house, and headed to a shop to sell some equipment. Otherwise, he couldn't even afford the ticket to the Kanglan River dungeon. After selling some equipment, he left the shop, noticing his card balance had increased by 9 million. Most equipment had been consumed by the Immortal slaying gourd, leaving only a few decent items, which fetched a good price. Listening to the chatter of nearby professionals, he learned about a professional battle in the wilderness of Jiangbei City, involving the Situ family clashing with families from other cities. No way. What could cause those high and mighty families to engage in large-scale combat? Speculated one professional. I guess it's related to the anomalies from a few days ago. Could it be that some incredibly powerful equipment has appeared? Qing paid little attention to this, continuing towards the Kanglan River dungeon. Although he was strong now, he still lagged behind those powerful families. He planned to confront the Situ family once he had overwhelming strength. For now, he had 2 crucial tasks: acquiring a personal weapon and resolving his job transition. Some hidden professions can only be obtained through self-transition, and at this moment, Qing has not yet started the transition quest. Starting this quest requires a bit of luck, and the difficulty varies for each person. Some professionals might transition just by drinking a glass of water, while others have to challenge an epic-level boss, with the difficulty being completely random. Qing sat on a bench in the square, gently stroking the little creature beside him. Xiaobai, silently hoping. Lend me some luck. His luck attribute was far lower than Xiaobai's. Currently, his transition quest required him to defeat an epic-level boss, with no level restrictions. Rubbing his forehead, he thought to himself, damn, it's the hardest one. Although he had the strength to defeat an epic boss, such bosses were extremely rare and usually couldn't be encountered in dungeons. He massaged his brow, recalling the surrounding situation. At present, there were no epic-level bosses in the dungeons near Jiangbei City. It seemed he could only store experience in the sign-in system for now, as it wouldn't disappear. The power gained from signing in was no less than leveling up, but Qing hadn't yet figured out the pattern of signing in, whether it was completely random or only yielded other professions. Putting these thoughts aside, Qing headed towards the Kanglan River dungeon. The Kanglan River dungeon was located north of Jiangbei City and had completely merged with the real world. The downstream part was within the city's protective array, making it relatively safe, while the upstream part lay outside the array, posing significant danger. Besides the monsters within the dungeon, there was also the risk of encountering wild creatures. Qing arrived at the entrance to Kanglan River, where crowds thronged. Rare equipment was being sold at low prices, and teams were in urgent need of a level 30 or above healer. As Qing walked through the crowd, he wore a venomous spider mask to conceal his identity. The powerful Nangong family had already claimed the entire downstream of Kanglan River. At the entrance, several uniformed women were welcoming each adventurer entering the dungeon. Hey there, interested in some water-breathing pills? I can give you a discount. One of them approached Qing with a sweet smile. Qing nodded. I'll take 20 for now. I might be staying in the Kanglan River dungeon for a while. The water-breathing pills were green and allowed the user to move freely underwater without affecting combat abilities. The Nangong family monopolized the market for these pills, making a fortune from the Kanglan River dungeon every year. Although the Situ family appeared arrogant on the surface, their power was far inferior to that of the Nangong family. The Jiangbei branch of the Nangong family was just a subsidiary, with the main family residing in the capital, being a top-tier family in the entire Great Xia. Hearing that Qing was buying so many water-breathing pills, the woman's smile grew even brighter. Are you paying by card? Please follow me. She led Qing to a nearby table where the transaction was completed smoothly, and he also purchased a ticket. Seeing his balance drop by 800,000 Great Xia currency, Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. He gazed at the endlessly flowing river in the distance. A few wooden boats floated on the surface, and some adventurers were engaged in fierce battles with aquatic monsters. In his hand, 2 flying swords appeared. The majestic sword landed at his feet, and he soared into the sky, flying towards Kanglan River. The dazzling trails of swords and continuous sword marks carved beautiful patterns in the air, drawing gasps of admiration from the surrounding adventurers. What kind of skill is that? It's so awesome. I bet that's a high-level player, going solo, and even his flying skills. The bystanders murmured as the wind carried their voices away. Yi Qing soared above the river on his sword, the mighty blade gliding smoothly over the water. The little fox on his shoulder suddenly appeared, whimpering pitifully, its round eyes glistening with tears. All right, I won't put you in the pet space anymore, Yi Qing gently reassured it. Instantly, Xiaobai beamed with delight, affectionately nuzzling his cheek, its eyes curving into crescent moons. The river surface shimmered as a fathead fish leaped high. Yi Qing immediately activated his sword-hard enlightenment, and the sword trails behind him shot out like meteors, hitting their target with precision. The system notification popped up, defeated a level 20 fathead fish, gained 30 experience points. Experience is full due to lack of career transition, automatically stored in the sign-in system. 120,000 experience points needed until the next sign-in. The mighty sword released countless sword trails, fluttering like butterflies in all directions. Although each trail only had 20 of Yi Qing's attack power, it was more than enough to instantly kill these level 20 creatures. The system notifications came in rapid succession. Defeated a level 25 fish monster, gained 50 experience points. Defeated a level 20 angry carp, gained 35 experience points. Although the experience gain in the lower reaches of the Qinglan River wasn't high, one item caught Yi Qing's attention: a lucky attribute boosting item. This item only dropped from the first half's boss, the five-colored koi, which hadn't been defeated in years because it appeared randomly along the entire river. Yi Qing planned to search for a day, and if unsuccessful, he'd switch his focus to acquiring a unique weapon. He took out a pristine bottle, poured out 2 water-repelling pills, swallowed one himself, and fed the other to Xiaobai. Then, standing on his mighty sword, he dove into the water. Cool currents surrounded him, fish darted around, and water plants swayed with the waves. In the distance, a team of players was fiercely battling an elite monster. Floating behind them was a young girl in red, only level 8, but strikingly beautiful. When she spotted Yi Qing, her eyes lit up, and she immediately swam over. Miss Third, don't go too far. It's dangerous, someone in the team called out anxiously. Yi Qing intended to avoid her, but a clear voice sounded behind him. Wait, that little fox is so cute, can I pet it? With the heightened agility from sword-hard enlightenment, Yi Qing vanished into the water in an instant. If you don't want me to pet it, then fine. Why run so fast? The girl in red pouted as she swam back to her team. Yi Qing paused at another spot underwater, gently stroking Xiaobai's fur. That's Nangong family's third daughter, Nangong Ro, rumored to be in level solar mage. He recalled a student from his past life who obtained the nine-tailed heavenly fox, seemingly after joining the Nangong family, though what happened afterward remained unknown to him. As he reminisced, the sword trails continued to slay underwater creatures. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound chimed from the attribute panel. Yi Qing's pet, the nine-tailed heavenly fox named Xiaobai, has just leveled up and is now at level 1. All of its basic attributes have increased by 50, and its charm has gone up by 100. Yi Qing marveled at these changes, thinking to himself how extraordinary this mythical pet truly is. Moving forward, he plans to not only gather the experience needed for daily sign-ins, but also level up alongside Xiaobai. It's important to note that a pet's level cannot exceed that of its owner. Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement as its powerful control allowed it to dominate all the creatures in the river. With each swing of the sword, the experience points accumulated rapidly. Before long, the entire river was stained with blood, attracting hordes of monsters. Yi Qing gripped his Xiaowu sword and used the sword-drawing technique, sending a brilliant sword light slicing through the air, causing the surrounding monsters to collapse. Anger Carp, River Ghost, Crab Demon. A series of kill notifications flashed on the attribute panel. Not far away, members of an adventurer team stared in disbelief, amazed by Yi Qing's power. They couldn't believe that a single strike could wipe out so many monsters. This guy is too strong, someone stuttered, their voice filled with shock. Nan Gongrou's beautiful eyes glimmered as she watched the graceful figure in the distance. Standing on a broad sword, his face was masked with a spider pattern, and a cute little fox rested on his shoulder. Her heart fluttered, and she felt her heartbeat quicken. One of the adventurers behind her spoke up. Miss Third, that guy seems like a lone wolf, powerful but eccentric and unsociable. Indeed, I guess he's at least a level 50 adventurer, and his potential is probably S rank. We should investigate when we get back. Such a strong individual must have some reputation. Nen Gongrou's eyes were filled with starlight. Let's focus on leveling up first, we can talk about it later. Yi Qing flew off on his sword, contemplating the experience stored in the sign-in system. The system showed that he had 1.02 million out of 1 million experience, more than enough to sign in. He soared out of the water and landed steadily on a large rock to perform the sign-in. The sign-in was successful, and he obtained a skill upgrade card. This skill upgrade card can upgrade any skill of his choice, while a second upgrade requires 3 cards. Yi Qing mused to himself, realizing that the items obtained not only include professions, but various tools as well, and what he gains from signing in seems to be random. He hesitated over which skill to use the upgrade card on. After considering his 3 innate skill sword heart illumination, primordial holy body, and time-space power as well as his 2 special skills, indomitable heart, and a sword's light, chills 19 provinces, Yi Qing decided to enhance time-space power. Upon confirming the upgrade, the power of time and space within his soul was strengthened. Now he could use time pause once a day, lasting 60 seconds. He could also perform 10 long-distance relocations, transporting to any location within 300 kilometers at will. Even more thrilling was his newfound ability to alter or hide all his attributes, conceal his aura, and change his appearance and voice, with a cooldown of just 12 hours. Yi Qing was delighted with the significant enhancement to his time-space power. The ability to pause time for 60 seconds, bypass any formation with his displacement ability, and the reduced cooldown made him feel immensely powerful. At this moment, his imposing aura was like a peerless divine sword, seemingly ready to pierce the heavens. After using the power of time and space, Yi Qing's imposing aura vanished without a trace, making him appear no different from an ordinary professional. The little fox on his shoulder also lost its special aura, resembling a common pet. Yi Qing took out a phantom mirror and checked his reflection. The person in the mirror looked exactly as he did before becoming a professional, except for the unmistakable weariness and indifference in his eyes, reminiscent of an old soul. The little fox curiously examined itself, noticing its fur had turned somewhat dull, and let out a confused whimper. Yi Qing snapped his fingers lightly, restoring Xiaobai to its original form while also modifying its attribute settings. Now, when others used detection spells, they would see mutated white fox, with 9 tails due to mutation, no combat ability, suitable for viewing. Soaring into the sky on his sword, Yi Qing flew around the lower reaches of the Qinglan River with Xiaobai, simultaneously leveling it up. By dusk, when the fiery clouds painted the sky red, Xiaobai had finally reached level 10. The system displayed 9-tailed heavenly fox myth, capable of growth, level 10. The basic attribute panel showed detailed data: strength 600, agility 600, intelligence 700, constitution 600. The special attributes were even more remarkable: charm 1200, luck 200, with the 9-tailed destiny talent. The skill bar listed active skills like allure, illusionary eyes, heavenly fox fire, share, loyalty, and passive skills such as phantom art, sun and moon art, spirit fox body. The special effect skill, Qingqiu blessing, included 2 effects: fox shadow and heavenly fox, with the latter allowing transformation into human form for 10 minutes, during which all attributes increase by 1000, but it can only be used once every 24 hours. Seeing the activation of the heavenly fox effect, Yi Qing was quite surprised. Considering Xiaobai was female, and the limited use of this ability, he temporarily curbed his curiosity and refrained from letting it try the human form. Gazing at the stunning sunset reflecting on the river's surface, Yi Qing decided to temporarily abandon the search for the 5-colored koi. There's no place to land here, unlike other instances. Let's head back for now. He stepped onto the majestic sword and flew towards the entrance. On the river, fishing boats were gradually docking, while lively conversations filled the air. We hit the jackpot with 7 rare items today. Old Lou's luck is great. I didn't even make back my ticket money. Suddenly, near a luxurious white sailboat, the river's surface glowed with 5 colors. What is that? Nangong Ro exclaimed, pointing below. A massive koi, shimmering with multicolored scales, was leisurely swimming by. 5-colored koi. It's said to increase luck if eaten. The crowd stirred with excitement. Mages began chanting spells, and warriors, having taken water-repelling pills, jumped into the water, surrounding the koi. Nangong Ro's beautiful eyes showed concern. It doesn't seem right. Can we not harm it? The professional team behind her was eager to act, but no one dared to move without her permission. Someone whispered, "There are too many of them. We can't stop them." As night deepened and the sunset faded, a brilliant sword light sliced through the sky, leaving a graceful arc in its wake. Yi Qing stood on his flying sword, gazing at the professionals below who were working together to attack the 5-colored koi. Strangely, he distinctly remembered that the koi wasn't supposed to appear until a week later. How could this be happening so soon? A sense of unease washed over him, as if everything had changed, even leaving him uncertain about the future. He quickly checked the attributes of the 5-colored koi. 5-colored koi. Legendary level. Health. Level 25, 800, 0001, 100, 000, weak state. Attack. 30, defense. 520. Skills. Fortune. Resonates with certain individuals, forcibly adding 30 points of luck. 5-colored radiance. Dazzles everyone, causing a 3-second stun and dealing 666 attack damage. Telepathy. Can communicate with all races. Leap over the dragon gate. Enters a dragon transformation state. 300 attack, 300 defense. Lasts 60 seconds, followed by a near-death state. Noticing the koi's weakened state, Yi Qing furrowed his brow, recalling something. I see, he murmured. At that moment, the koi was being besieged by hundreds of attackers, unable to fight back. The professional's attacks continued to chip away at its health, the bar rapidly decreasing. Not far away, Nangong Rose suddenly had tears in her eyes as she shouted urgently, "Stop! I'm the third daughter of the Nangong family. Stop this at once." But the people, blinded by the lure of great profit, paid no heed to her cries. The koi let out a mournful cry, seemingly trying to communicate something, but no one cared. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of light descended from the sky, shining directly in front of the koi. Voices from the professionals rang out. "Kid, get lost, or we'll kill you too. Move aside. Do you want to die with the koi?" As soon as the words were spoken, a fireball was hurled towards Yi Qing, but it was shattered with a flash of his sword. "So, you're really going to stop us?" One of them sneered. "Let's kill him first, then the koi. If you're so stubborn, don't blame us. The koi is ours, and anyone who stands in the way will die." Yi Qing remained calm, as if everything was within his expectations. Gently stroking the little white creature beside him, he spoke with an indifferent tone. "You fools, the koi used telepathy to warn you of the impending danger, but you didn't notice. She hasn't attacked at all." He took out a small green bottle, releasing green smoke that spread rapidly, covering every corner except where he and the koi stood. The poisonous mist quickly spread, causing all the professionals' health to drop rapidly, falling below 20. Even then, their health continued to decrease. "Let them go," Yi Qing said softly, his tone carrying an undeniable command. The professionals' faces changed drastically as they cursed and took antidotes, yet couldn't help but complain. "Don't act so noble. Aren't you also after the koi's benefits?" "Yeah, forcing us away, you just want to keep the spoils for yourself." Yi Qing frowned slightly and responded calmly. "It seems you really wish to die. Don't you want to seize this opportunity?" The toxic mist hung heavily in the air as the professionals exchanged anxious glances. The terrifying control skills combined with the poisonous fog meant certain death if they encountered it again. Some began to waver, contemplating retreat. However, a few were unwilling to give up, muttering quietly to themselves. "Why run? He can't possibly use that trick again. If we all attack together, no matter how strong he is, he's doomed." Their eyes were fixed intently on the colorful koi, clearly unwilling to let it go easily. At that moment, a white sailboat silently approached. Standing tall at the bow was Nangong Ro, her cold gaze sweeping across the crowd. "I have already notified the Nangong family's warriors, and they will arrive soon," she announced, her voice cool, yet carrying undeniable authority. "Even if you capture the colorful koi, can you take it away?" The mention of the Nangong family immediately silenced the previously arrogant group. Reluctantly, they turned away, leaving the chaotic waters behind. Yi Qing frowned slightly, shifting his gaze to Nangong Ro. He had intended to take the opportunity to deal with a few small players to establish his authority, but her few words had effortlessly turned the situation around, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Just then, a message popped up on Yi Qing's status panel. "You have received the fortune blessing from the colorful koi, 30 luck attribute." Simultaneously, Nangong Ro's expression brightened, clearly also benefiting from this blessing. The colorful koi's health had dropped to 20, looking extremely weak. Its clear eyes held a glimmer of hope. Yi Qing was momentarily stunned when a clear voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Thank you for your help. Please follow me. I have something to give you." Yi Qing was taken aback, understanding that this was the colorful koi's telepathic ability. On the other side, Nangong Ro quickly took out a small bottle, pouring a powdery life potion into the colorful koi's mouth without hesitation. The potion took effect instantly, and the colorful koi's health began to quickly recover, gaining 30 back in just 20 seconds. Watching this, Yi Qing couldn't help but admire. As expected of the Nangong family, their resources are substantial, casually giving such a precious potion to the colorful koi. He had seen this potion in the marketplace, worth 500,000 daxia currency, equivalent to several years of expenses for an average family. As the potion's effects settled in, the colorful koi dove into the water, leaving a trail of bubbles as it quickly disappeared into the depths of the river. Yi Qing flew after it on his sword. "Wait for me!" Nangong Ro shouted anxiously from the bow, her steps so hurried they almost shattered the deck. The professionals on the sailboat exchanged looks, one of them unable to hold back. "Miss, if we follow like this, I'm afraid we can't catch up with the colorful koi. Should we return, or wait here?" Nangong Ro gritted her teeth. "Are you a match for the colorful koi? Or for that masked man? If they have ill intentions, following won't help." Her words, though not loud, were sharp as a knife, effectively silencing the professionals. The colorful koi leaped out of the water again, its radiant glow quickly disappearing into the distance. As the light faded, Yi Qing followed closely, his form slicing through the night like a blade. Half an hour later, darkness had completely fallen. The colorful koi dove into the depths of the water, entering a large crevice and finally stopping at a deep cave entrance. Its eyes were filled with anticipation, seemingly aware of Yi Qing and Nangong Ro's arrival. This is my lair. The colorful koi's voice echoed in Yi Qing's mind once more. Inside are some items I've collected over the years. You're free to take them. The entrance was surrounded by darkness, yet an inexplicable sense of peace emanated from it. Yi Qing glanced at Nangong Ro, nodding slightly, and together they entered this mysterious domain. Yi Qing, without hesitation, stepped on the majestic sword and rushed straight into the cave's entrance. Inside, aquatic plants swayed, and bubbles continuously rose from the ground. The surroundings were not dark, but unusually bright. Looking up, a luminous pearl was embedded at the top of the cave, casting a purple glow. During the day, it absorbed sunlight, and at night, it emitted a warm radiance, restoring 10 health points per second. Yi Qing continued deeper into the cave, and upon reaching the innermost chamber, he raised an eyebrow in surprise at the sight before him. Crystals, gold, and silver treasures sparkled, though their value was not high. However, two items stood out, emitting a dazzling golden light. They were legendary items, a necklace and a staff. Just as Yi Qing was about to examine these legendary items closely, a voice came from behind him. I didn't expect this cave to be so deep. I'm exhausted. Nangong Ro, her face flushed, was panting heavily as she surveyed the area without a hint of greed in her eyes. I thought there would be something interesting here, but it pales in comparison to the Nangong family's vault. Yi Qing cast an advanced detection spell on Nangong Ro, revealing her status. Level 7, 86 experience, profession, class flame mage. Yi Qing's lips twitched slightly. The level 5 legendary equipment on Nangong Ro was stronger than that of an average level 20 professional. No wonder she was unimpressed by the items here. The two legendary items in his hands suddenly lost their allure. The Starlight Staff, the Yuntian Necklace, wearable at level 20, intelligence 180, speed 180. The skill Skylight could emit a blinding light during attacks, causing attackers to be blinded for 1 second, with a 30-second cooldown. He couldn't use the staff and didn't even bother to check its attributes, but the necklace's attributes were decent and worth keeping. Not far away, Nangong Ro was rummaging through a pile of items, holding a mask with a phoenix pattern in her hand, and excitedly saying, "This is nice, the rest are just junk." She paid no attention to a large golden orb, and continued to search through other items. After about 10 minutes, Yi Qing found 3 pink Lord-grade pieces of equipment, and put them away separately. Looking at the remaining pile of equipment, he took out the Immortal slaying gourd and fed all the items to it. Nangong Ro had long since stopped searching, as she wasn't interested in these things. At this moment, she was resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Yi Qing's harvest this time was quite decent, with the repair value of the Immortal slaying gourd increasing significantly to 1.23. A flying sword appeared before him as he prepared to leave. Nangong Ro's eyes lit up, and she approached Yi Qing, eagerly saying, "Hey, I want to try it too, the feeling of flying on a sword." Her bright eyes looked at Yi Qing imploringly. "Please?" Yi Qing shook his head helplessly. "That's not possible. You should walk on your own." With that, he stepped on the flying sword and quickly disappeared from the cave entrance. Nangong Ro stomped her foot in frustration. "Fine, I'll walk myself. I won't bother with you anymore." When she reached the cave entrance, she found that Yi Qing was already long gone. The 5-colored koi used its telepathic skill. "I'll take you back." "Thank you." Nangong Ro responded gratefully. The koi swiftly swam underwater with her, and as they broke the surface, a terrifying presence bore down on them. In the sky, a beautiful woman stood on a dragon, its green eyes fixed intently on the 5-colored koi. The elegant woman gazed at the scene before her, amazed by its wonder. The legendary 5-colored koi truly existed and appeared to be getting along well with Roer. "Mom, I'm here. I'm fine, please don't do anything." Nangong Ro called out loudly from below, waving her hands to signal. The dragon swooped down and landed smoothly on the surface of the Qinglan River. Nangong Ro leaped lightly onto the dragon's back and recounted the events that had transpired. When she mentioned the anomaly upstream in the Qinglan River, the woman's expression changed drastically. This part of the river was a crucial asset for the Nangong family and could not be compromised. She immediately commanded the dragon to fly swiftly towards the distance. Meanwhile, at the junction of the upper and lower reaches of the Qinglan River, a giant python, several meters long, led a horde of monsters in a frenzied assault on the barrier. In the darkness, a brilliant sword light pierced the night sky as Yi Qing arrived, observing the elite monsters attacking the city's protective barrier all over level 30. He quickly checked the python's stats. Dark-scale python. Level 35 legendary. Health 1.65 million. Attack 450. Defense 510. Skills: Dark Enigma Body, Lethal Strike, Death Fawn. Boss skill: Dark-scale Fury loses sanity and enters berserk state. Defense 50, attack 65. Without hesitation, Yi Qing used his temporal power to pass through the barrier, unleashing his sword of dark mist. Blade, turn around, Phantom Sword Technique. The dark-scale python roared thunderously, lunging at Yi Qing like lightning. 16 flying swords instantly formed a sword array, and with a flash of sword light, the level 35 legendary boss was slain in an instant. The system alert followed. Defeated dark-scale python. Gained 600,000 experience points. The flying swords swept across the battlefield like harvesters, leaving a trail of sword shadows and causing a 0.5-second stun effect, felling all the monsters. Yi Qing approached the python's corpse, collecting the scattered items into his immortal slaying gourd. He mused that now at level 15, he gained less experience from this legendary boss than from the death spider he defeated before, which had given him 800,000 experience points. The system notifications continued. Your pet nine-tailed fox has leveled up. With the phantom sword technique on cooldown, the dark mist sword returned to Yi Qing's hand. Blade drawl, a towering sword light erupted, and the surrounding monsters fell in response. Holding the immortal slaying gourd, Yi Qing softly commanded, collect. All the equipment flew into the gourd automatically, a new feature he discovered once the gourd's repair value reached 1.2, despite it not being displayed on the attribute panel. At this point, Xiaobai also reached level 15, unable to gain more experience as it could not surpass its master's level. Yi Qing snapped his fingers and vanished instantly using temporal power. Minutes later, a dragon flew in from afar. Huh, Nangong Ro said in confusion. I thought I saw a light just now, but there's no one here. Wait, the river's dyed blood red, and there are countless monster corpses in the distance. The elegant woman was astonished. Someone managed to quell the beast tide in such a short time, and even a particularly powerful monster was slain outright. Unbelievable. Nangong Ro looked at the blood-red river in the distance, her face slightly pale. This scene is too brutal. It's frightening. Silly child, your journey has just begun, and this beast tide is merely a minor one. The dragon carried them towards the entrance of the Kanglan River instance, soon vanishing into the night. On a rocky outcrop several kilometers away, a figure in a black robe staggered and fell into the water. The river water turned crimson as ripples revealed a shadowy figure. On a nearby rock, a person in a black cloak appeared, looking down at the traces left in the blood-red water. His voice was chillingly cold. Useless. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What right do you have to live? With those words, he blended into the darkness and vanished in an instant. In a small, dimly lit apartment in Jiangbei City, Yi Qing sat on the bed sorting through his spoils. A few pieces of equipment hovered before him, emitting a faint glow. The Shadow Scale Sword Legendary, wearable at level 35, with a water-like texture and scales seemingly swimming across its blade. Water Element Beast Core Legendary, used for equipment crafting, with a soft blue light pulsing like a living creature. Azure Water Ring Lord level, wearable at level 35, with a surface like a droplet of water, subtly shimmering. Yi Qing stored these valuable items in the immortal slaying gourd, which swallowed them with a glow. The lower-grade equipment, which he had no immediate use for, was fed to the gourd for refinement, slowly increasing its repair value to 1.43. The night was deep, and the sky was filled with stars. Yi Qing packed away his items, patted the little white fox lying on his lap, and stepped out to find food. Not far from the apartment, at the entrance of an alley, a figure lurked in the shadows, eyes fixed on Yi Qing with a sinister grin. Interesting, he murmured. I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. Lost in observation, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Startled, he turned to find Yi Qing standing behind him, his expression indifferent. The man's heart sank, and he quickly glanced back to where Yi Qing had been, only to find it empty. In his shock, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. In the suburbs, at an abandoned and overgrown courtyard, a temporary base for several members of the Abyss Society, Yi Qing appeared, dragging the unconscious man in black. He tossed him to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He gazed at the fallen man, a glow in his hand as he cast a probing spell. The results showed, Shadow Vanisher, level 75, profession, Shadow Assassin, with the rest as? This indicated the target was at least 50 levels higher than him, making analysis impossible. Those people again. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy. He produced a small, transparent bottle containing a special powder-itchy blue, an accidental byproduct of his poison making. Once inhaled, it caused unbearable itching like being devoured by ants, without any real harm. He uncorked the bottle and unhesitatingly sprinkled the entire contents over the man in black, then stepped back to watch. Soon, changes appeared on the man's body. His skin turned red, and he twisted as if being roasted, his mouth releasing a mix of laughter and cries. Huh? So itchy. He writhed on the ground, his face contorted from the intense itching, resembling a boiled shrimp. Yi Qing watched him passively, asking softly, Who are you? Why are you targeting me? The little white fox perched on his shoulder, its tail gently swaying, projecting a control field that prevented the man from biting into the poison capsule hidden in his teeth. I, I can't say, just kill me, the man rasped, his eyes wild. Yi Qing sighed, a wooden sword appearing in his hand, striking the man. Despite the shriek, the man couldn't help but laugh crazily, his sanity seemingly unraveling. In the silent suburb, the eerie laughter and cries of the assassin were the only sounds, sending shivers down the spine. Yi Qing observed without change in his expression, retrieving another small green bottle from his storage. Still won't talk? Then I'll have to increase the dose. No, please no. Huh. I can't talk like this. A pool of blood had formed beneath the man, yet his twisted smile persisted. Yi Qing snapped his fingers. Release. The man collapsed, breathing heavily, his voice trembling. I'm a member of the Abyss Society. I was sent with a Beast Master to investigate the anomalies in Jiangbei. Beast Master? Yi Qing's mind flashed to the shadow scale python and the horde of beasts, likely controlled by this person. He fixed a cold stare on the man in black. Where's the Beast Master? Also in Jiangbei City. How did you find me? He and I have never gotten along, and I assassinated him. As for how I found you, it's because I tampered with the beast core of the phantom scale python. Yi Qing looked directly at the man in black, his eyes flickering with curiosity. One last question before you go. How exactly do members of the Abyss gain their power? If I'm not mistaken, you used to have a non-combat profession, right? The corner of the man's mouth twitched slightly. Of course, it's the power of a god from the Abyss, he. Before he could finish, a bizarre scene unfolded. The man's body suddenly began to wither at a visible rate, turning to dust and dissipating into the air in an instant. The little fox was terrified by the sudden change, clinging tightly to Yi Qing's collar with its small paws, trembling all over. Yi Qing gently stroked its fur to comfort it, though his brow was furrowed deeply. Just mentioning the name of that deity could make a person vanish from the world entirely. Such power was truly terrifying. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Yi Qing recalled the events of a decade later in his previous life. The conflict between combat and non-combat professions had escalated to an irreconcilable level, with clashes occurring daily. The vast gap between them led some combat professionals to completely disdain those without combat abilities. However, non-combat professionals far outnumbered combat ones. It seemed that the force behind all this was the deity from the Abyss. Putting aside these distant thoughts, Yi Qing knew that the most important thing now was to increase his strength. He took out the beast core of the phantom scale python, crushed it without hesitation, and used the power of time and space to return to the district of Jiangbei. After a simple meal, he returned to his rented room to rest. Early the next morning, Yi Qing set off for the Qing River dungeon. There was something there that he was determined to obtain his exclusive weapon. The entrance to the dungeon was bustling as usual, with people discussing the five-colored koi. I heard that the Nangong family has protected that five-colored koi. Yeah, yesterday we were blinded by greed. The entire Qinglan River belongs to the Nangong family. What could we possibly gain? Yi Qing walked straight through the crowd and entered the dungeon. Some of those who had joined in the attack on the five-colored koi the day before gathered secretly, planning to teach him a lesson. But they quickly hesitated, wary of his powerful control skills and unique poisons. By this time, Yi Qing had already stepped onto his majestic sword, speeding off into the distance. Passing through the protective formation, he reached the upper reaches of the Qinglan River, bordering the wilderness. This was a place rarely visited by ordinary professionals, but Yi Qing, guided by memories from his past life, flew swiftly in a specific direction towards the monster's lair where his exclusive weapon would drop. In the upper reaches of the Qinglan River, the water flows endlessly and relentlessly. Under the scorching sun, heat waves rise from the river's surface. Within the waters, a brutal struggle for survival unfolds. A massive fish, several meters long, vanishes instantly into the mouth of a gigantic creature, a turtle as large as a small island. Suspended in midair, Yi Qing clutches his flying sword and finally locates his target. He has spent half a day on this pursuit and now casts a high-level detection spell. The information reveals Tongtian Giant Turtle, level 65 legendary creature, with a staggering 12 million health points. The giant turtle seems to sense Yi Qing's presence, but only glances indifferently before turning to leave. To it, this human is too insignificant to bother with, not even worth a snack compared to the large fish it could catch. Frowning slightly at the turtle's immense health data, Yi Qing contemplates, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll use time pause. Memories from his past life flood back. This powerful boss of the Qinglan River would inexplicably attack the city's protective array a few days later, only to be effortlessly slain by a powerful member of the Nangong family riding a blue dragon. Suddenly, everything becomes clear. If he hadn't diverted the attention of major forces to the Falling Star Plateau, those two Abyss Society members would surely wreak havoc in Jiangbei City. The black-clad assassin would target key figures, and the Beastmaster, whose level is no less than the assassin's, is likely the mastermind controlling this level 60 giant turtle. With this realization, Yi Qing makes a decisive move. He simultaneously activates Sword Heart Clarity and the Primal Holy Body, then triggers Time Pause. Turn around, my treasure, he calls softly, initiating the illusionary sword technique. His sword, the Evil Mist Sword, splits into 15 blades, each one slashing deeply into the giant turtle, leaving a trail of wounds. After 16 consecutive strikes, the Tongtian giant turtle collapses. Yi Qing is momentarily stunned by the impressive damage output. This is the result of multiple enhancements. Sword Heart Clarity combined with the Primal Holy Body provides a 2,500 base attack boost. Illusionary Sword Technique adds 140 attack. The Venomous Spider Mask contributes an additional 25 skill damage, plus the Immortal Slaying Gourd's 500 attack bonus, and the Sword Light effect grants 4 stages of damage at 90, 70, 50, and 30. The Time Pause effect is crucial. A mobile level 75 legendary boss is a completely different challenge than one immobilized, as a single attack from it could be fatal. The system notification sounds, defeated a monster 60 levels higher than yourself, Tongtian Giant Turtle, gaining 6 million experience. All experience points are funneled into the sign-in system. Yi Qing quickly approaches the giant turtle's corpse, his gaze bypassing the golden legendary equipment to focus on a crimson longsword. This is the true treasury, a unique weapon that can grow with him. As for the other level 60 Tongtian armor, Tongtian boots, and the water beast core capable of crafting top-grade potions, they are not needed for now, as his level isn't high enough yet. Legend has it that the weapon of the sword god became infused with the blood of deities during their slaughter, granting it limitless potential for growth. The attributes of the Qishao sword are astonishing. 500 physical attack, 100 to all basic attributes. Its skills include binding, which allows it to bind completely to its master through a drop of blood, rendering it unusable by others. Its durability can self-repair. It also has a bloodthirst effect, absorbing 15 of the target's health with each attack, and if the health is full, it restores mana instead. When wielding the Qishao sword, sword energy is released, dealing 150 damage, known as Qishao sword energy. Additionally, the sword can change size at will, increasing attack power when enlarged but reducing attack speed. Yi Qing was stunned as he looked at the attributes of the Qishao sword. It was merely a level 1 whiteboard equipment, yet it was more powerful than the level 15 lord equipment, the Evil Mist sword, he was using. Without hesitation, he picked up the Qishao sword, pricked his finger to draw a drop of blood, and successfully bound it. Replacing the Evil Mist sword, the Qishao sword felt as if it was connected to his very bloodline. Enlarge, Yi Qing silently commanded, and the Qishao sword swiftly expanded, becoming as large as a door panel, yet it remained lightweight in his hand. With a casual swing, crimson sword energy flew out, slicing through the water, and moments later, several large fish surfaced, severed. Yi Qing attempted sword control. The Qishao sword turned into a red streak, dragging a trail of sword shadows as it flew into the distance, maintaining its effective sword energy for several meters. Retrieving the Qishao sword, Yi Qing shrunk it down and used spider silk from the death spider to tie a knot around the hilt, wearing it around his neck like a pendant. Holding the miniaturized Qishao sword, Yi Qing pondered. The sword can grow, but how exactly does it grow? Could it be through devouring equipment? He examined the Qishao sword's attributes closely and suddenly noticed it had an experience bar. Restoring the Qishao sword to its normal size, Yi Qing killed a few more large fish, gaining experience. By slaying a white carp, your exclusive weapon Qishao sword gained 120 experience points, leveling up, with 30 physical attack and 20 to all basic attributes. Yi Qing was pleasantly surprised to see the Qishao sword's attributes improve, though the method to increase its grade remained unknown. He placed the Evil Mist sword beside the Qishao sword, hoping it would devour it, but nothing happened. It seems it's not through devouring equipment, so how exactly does it increase in grade? Yi Qing wondered but decided not to dwell on it, as the Qishao sword was already bound to him and could be studied over time. He manipulated the power of time, returning directly to the lower reaches of the Kanglan River. The upper reaches were too close to the wilderness, and since he had already used the time pause ability, any unexpected events would be troublesome. The lower reaches were within the city's protective formation, ensuring safety. Yi Qing stood on the mighty sword, while the Qishao sword was not far away, slaying monsters. By slaying a red carp, your exclusive weapon Qishao sword gained 65 experience points. As Yi Qing focused on leveling up the Qishao sword, a group of people silently surrounded him underwater. The water's surface erupted with massive waves as several figures suddenly emerged from beneath the river. At the same time, the river was inexplicably filled with small boats. These were the same people who had been the most vocal during the attack on the five-colored koi yesterday. Kid, without the protection of the Nangong family, this place will be your grave, the leader sneered. Aren't you the one who uses poison? Come on, then, another voice shouted. Dozens of weapon-wielding figures surrounded Yi Qing on the river, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they glared at him. A bald man, holding a bow and arrow, aimed directly at Yi Qing, sneering. Scared, aren't you? Call me grandpa a few times. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll give you a quick death. Hand over everything in your storage space and kowtow to each of us. Maybe we'll spare your life. Yi Qing stood steadily on his powerful sword, unusually calm. You seem to be in a hurry to die? Watch out. He's going to use poison again. Attack quickly, someone shouted. In an instant, a barrage of lightning, flames, water balls, ice bullets, wind blades, and arrows rained down on Yi Qing. Unfazed, Yi Qing lightly swung his Qi Shao sword, sending out a circular wave of sword energy. Sword drawing technique. The sword energy obliterated all the attacks and continued to sweep outward with undiminished force. How is this possible? He's so strong. Who said he only relies on tools? We shouldn't have come. The nearest few didn't even have time to scream before being slain and falling into the river. The others scattered in panic, but it was too late. The Qi Shao sword transformed into 16 flying swords through illusion, launching a relentless massacre. Yi Qing watched coldly. Weren't you here to kill me? Why are you scared when it's your turn to die? The sword energy ravaged the area, leaving no one able to escape. The river quickly turned crimson with blood. Yi Qing quietly retrieved his immortal slaying gourd, collecting the fallen's equipment. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them, Yi Qing murmured, then flew away on his sword. By dusk, Yi Qing was still hunting monsters on the Kanglan River. At that moment, the Qi Shao sword finally reached level 15, with a significant boost in attributes, 950 physical attack, 400 to all base attributes. Skills included binding, bloodthirst, Qi Shao sword energy, transformation, sword spirit, god-slaying, and demon blade. The sword's blade became even more crimson, and Yi Qing shrank it to hang around his neck. Its attributes now surpassed those of a typical level 40 legendary weapon. Back at his rental room, Yi Qing sat at the table, holding a sheet of paper filled with plans. The urgency of his rebirth left him no time to rest, but now his strength had reached a bottleneck, and he needed to adjust. Tomorrow, he would take a day off, and the day after that, he would register for the college entrance exam. The day after, he would start a 2-day first round of exams in Jiangbei City, followed by a 3-day second round in the provincial capital of Tiannan. Finally, he would head to the Great Summer Empire's capital for a 5-day final assessment. Yi Qing looked at the schedule for the college entrance examination, frowning slightly. It was going to take a full 10 days, and with the round trip, it would take half a month. Quite inconvenient. He glanced down at the check-in system. Progress was at 100 out of 6.32 million, with 6 check-in opportunities left. Completing the job transfer task in the short term seemed nearly impossible. Shaking his head, he decided to check in and see what he could get. After 3 consecutive check-ins, the system notifications popped up one by one. Check-in successful, obtained secondary profession, Array Master. Check-in successful, obtained Supreme Enhancement Stone 5. Check-in successful, obtained Skill Upgrade Card. Yi Qing glanced at these rewards and raised an eyebrow. They were indeed random. The Supreme Enhancement Stone had a 98 success rate for enhancing equipment, making it extremely practical. The Skill Upgrade Card could boost any skill level, which was quite valuable. After a brief thought, he clicked to check-in again. Check-in successful, obtained Wooden Sword. Upon seeing the system notification, Yi Qing's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Was it really that random? A wasted opportunity. He stared at the 2 remaining check-ins, pondered for a moment, and decided to save them, thinking, my luck must be spent for today, better save these for later. He took out a Supreme Enhancement Stone and gently touched the soft little paw of the white beast squatting nearby. Lend me some luck? I'm counting on you. Then he used the 5 enhancement stones on the Qi Shao sword. All 5 enhancements were successful, increasing the Qi Shao sword's physical attack by 200 points, adding a new attribute, skill damage 5. Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction. Next, he took out the Array Master's secondary profession scroll and chose to use it without hesitation. Instantly, a vast and complex array of memories flooded his mind, with intricate array patterns emerging in his thoughts. God-slaying array, blood demon array, furious poison array, Zhou Tian Xing Do array. Various high-level arrays appeared one after another. When he reached the sword arrays, his eyes lit up. 3 talent sword array, 8 trigram sword array, 9 palace sword array. Even the immortal execution sword array was on the list. The key was that he could actually use these arrays in practice. Although limited by the number of physical swords, when activating the phantom sword technique, he could summon up to 16 phantom swords simultaneously. The only issue was the enormous mental energy consumption, requiring extensive practice to master. After organizing his thoughts, Yi Qing picked up the newly acquired skill upgrade card and fell into contemplation. He had 4 skills that could be upgraded: Sword Heart Clarity, Wild Ancient Holy Body, and 2 special effect skills. Ultimately, he focused and decided to upgrade 1 Sword Shines across 19 provinces. Confirm upgrade? Skill upgrade successful. One sword shines across 19 provinces. Special skill, no consumption. Includes 2 special effects. Sword mark. Increases movement speed by 80, leaving 10 sword marks underfoot while walking. In sword control state, generates 10 sword marks per second. Sword marks can materialize into entities, actively locking onto targets to deal 30 damage. If no target is present, they automatically follow behind, with no limit on quantity. Sword light. Increases attack speed by 80. Each sword control attack carries 5 sword lights, dealing additional damage of 120, 90, 70, 50, and 30, respectively. Yi Qing's eyes burned with excitement as he stared at the upgrade results, especially the sword mark effect. The continuous stream of materialized sword marks combined with arrays would make his area attack capabilities nearly invincible. Meanwhile, the sword light effect made delivering 100 wounds with a single strike a reality. If one sword dealt 1 million base damage, the total damage from the sword lights would reach a staggering 4.6 million, showcasing immense explosive power. Just as he was absorbed in his enhanced combat capabilities, his pocket vibrated with a phone call, the ringing breaking his focus on cultivation. Yi Qing picked up his vibrating phone, the screen displaying a call from Lu He. This admissions officer from Kyoto University, a future sage of wisdom, was waiting on the line. Hello, Yi Qing. This is Lu He. Where are you right now? Lu He's steady voice came through the phone. What's up? Registration is the day after tomorrow. What level are you? Level 15. There was sudden silence on the other end, followed by Lu He's shocked voice a moment later. What, level 15? How could you level up so fast? Come to the hotel where we last met tomorrow morning. I have some things to discuss with you. After hanging up, Yi Qing felt a bit puzzled. He knew that most students were still hovering around level 6 or 7. Even a prodigy like Nangong Ro, backed by the Nangong family, was only at level 9. He casually swiped through his phone, browsing the latest news. The Jiangnan Province Professional Association was heavily recruiting auxiliary professionals. In Xiangyan City, an SS-level professional who had reached level 10 declared they would top this year's college entrance exams. Additionally, the National Fortune Dungeon was set to open in 6 months, and a new level 200 legendary dungeon had appeared near Magic City, which Chu Tian, one of the 10 war gods of Xia, had already entered. On the summer night street, Yi Qing sat under a tree enjoying his dinner, his little fox drawing the attention of many passersby. Wow, so cute. Let's get one. No, make that 2. A couple said, laughing as they walked past him. The next morning, Yi Qing arrived at the designated hotel. From a distance, he saw Lu He standing with a girl in a white dress at the entrance. It was Mu Rongshui, and upon seeing Yi Qing, a barely noticeable blush appeared on her cool face. Over here. Lu He waved. The 3 of them entered a reserved private room. Once the delicious dishes were served, Lu He set up a soundproof barrier and got straight to the point. I hope you can cooperate in this year's exams. Yi Qing, focused on feeding Xiaobai, replied nonchalantly. I'm used to working alone. I won't be teaming up with anyone. The collaboration I mean is just not attacking each other in the trial realm, Lu He explained. He was mainly concerned about Mu Rongshui, whose childhood trauma from a monster attack made her hesitant when facing monsters. Yi Qing nodded in agreement and then asked, what's the format of the exam? The first morning starts with a simple written test, followed by the first round in a timed dungeon, which only opens for 36 hours each year. Lu He adjusted his glasses. The dungeon is live-streamed throughout, ensuring no one uses overly powerful items. Yi Qing listened intently as the crucial explanation unfolded before him. Only the top 10 students in the limited-time dungeon could continue competing, while the rest would be eliminated. The top 100 students could enter second-tier universities, while the others would have to join various factions or settle for third-tier universities. Lu He's words broke the silence like a heavy blow. Yi Qing remembered from his past life that although he had never personally experienced the college entrance exam, he had watched the live broadcast. He clearly saw Mu Rongshui take first place without a doubt, Nangong Ro come in second, and Situ Feng settle for third. These memories seemed etched in his mind. But this time, he was no longer a mere spectator. His goal was to claim the top spot. At that moment, Mu Rongshui occasionally glanced at Yi Qing, unable to hide her curiosity, but she ultimately refrained from asking. Lu He continued. As for the rules of the third round and the third round itself, I will accompany you to Tiannan and the capital, and we'll discuss it in detail then. Yi Qing nodded, stood up, and said, if there's nothing else, they'll be leaving now. Feel free to call me if you have any questions. With that, he turned and left the hotel. Watching Yi Qing's back, Mu Rongshui couldn't help but ask, was he also admitted to Capital University? I remember Yi Qing was always a life profession practitioner. Lu He shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, he awakened a second profession, a hidden one, with potential far exceeding that of a typical SS-level profession. Mu Rongshui's surprise quickly turned to delight, and a smile spread across her face. That's wonderful. Lu He continued eating, his gaze somewhat indifferent. So, you're interested in him now? He's a bit of a loner, Getting along with him might not be easy. Morong Shue's face suddenly flushed as she recalled an incident from a few years ago. After school, she was about to head home when she was suddenly attacked by a beastmaster. She was cornered in a secluded alley, and the indifferent passers-by made everything seem hopeless. Just then, a young boy rushed over, wielding a steel rod, and defeated the beastmaster. The beastmaster was left in agony, his ability to control monsters lost, allowing her to escape. In her memory, that boy had become the sole light in her nightmares. She remembered that boy was Yi Qing. Yi Qing exited the hotel and stood in the square, suddenly sneezing. Frowning slightly, he muttered to himself, "What's going on? Is someone talking about me behind my back?" He shook his head and dismissed the thought. He then patted the fluffy head of the little fox by his side and headed towards Yunxia Mountain. The Yunxia Mountain dungeon was under the control of the Situ family, and his relationship with them was strained. Whenever he encountered Situ Feng there, he wouldn't hesitate to compete with him again. After all, dungeon items had limited uses, but dealing with Situ Feng was always an enjoyable challenge. As he approached the entrance to the Yunxia Mountain dungeon, the noise of the crowd hit him. Some practitioners were forming teams, others were selling equipment and materials, and people in various outfits bustled about. Despite wearing a venomous spider mask and looking somewhat unusual, Yi Qing didn't stand out. Among the myriad of bizarrely dressed practitioners, he seemed like just another face in the crowd. At the entrance, a few level 50 practitioners were lounging around, chatting or resting, occasionally glancing at newcomers. Yi Qing bought a ticket without hesitation and stepped into the dungeon. Towering trees surrounded him, slimes slithered slowly on the ground, and green-leafed snakes coiled lazily on branches, occasionally hissing softly. He headed toward the top of the Yunxia Mountain dungeon, where the ghost mist array was located. The environment there was perfect for honing his sword formations. Just then, he noticed his wraith necklace flicker a few times. A cold smile played on his lips as he thought to himself, "Looks like he'll have to wait a bit." The skill grudge from the wraith necklace had only ever been used by Yi Qing on one person, Situ Feng. At this moment, the necklace glowed, indicating that Situ Feng was currently in the Yunxia Mountain dungeon. It seemed the time had come to settle everything. Yi Qing, who had originally planned to act after the college entrance exams, silently made up his mind. Yi Qing checked the location of the grudge skill and found it was about 10 kilometers away. Instead of flying with his sword, he swiftly leaped between the trees, sprinting towards Situ Feng's direction. On a hillside, 12 level 50 professionals surrounded Situ Feng. These high-level professionals were busy using their skills to kill the surrounding monsters. Situ Feng sat in a chair, looking frustrated and thinking to himself, "That damned assassin has forced me to be under 24-hour surveillance here." A middle-aged woman beside him consoled, "There's nothing we can do. Your father is too domineering, but he's only doing it for your own good." "All right then. Looks like after the exams, I'll have to hide in another city," Situ Feng said helplessly. Just then, a humanoid monster charged from afar, recklessly barreling through. It showed itself briefly before quickly retreating into the forest. As a few professionals were about to give chase, Situ Feng quickly stood up and shouted, "Don't chase it. It's a trap set by the assassin." The level 50 professionals immediately surrounded Situ Feng protectively, watching their surroundings warily. Suddenly, everyone, including Situ Feng, found themselves unable to move. Situ Feng's heart tightened as he realized it must be a legendary control scroll. "Young master, who on earth have you offended to the point of no return?" He calmed himself slightly and began to shout loudly, "Friend, let's talk this out, shall we? If it's money you want, I can give you as much as you need." At that moment, countless white flying swords descended upon them. All the professionals felt their minds go blank, unable to resist, as the sword marks slashed at them. They watched helplessly as their health rapidly dwindled to nothing. Situ Feng also turned into a beam of white light and vanished instantly. Yi Qing stood at a distance, watching everything unfold with a calm demeanor. He approached the bodies and absorbed all the dropped equipment into the Immortal slaying gourd. After sensing Situ Feng's location, Yi Qing snapped his fingers, activating the power of space and time, and disappeared instantly. 20 kilometers away, in a dense forest, Situ Feng appeared pale, clutching a completely broken puppet with despair in his heart. "It's over. It's all over. The substitute puppet's uses are exhausted." He glanced around, noticing a white bird circling in the sky, and several green leaf snakes glaring at him from a nearby tree. Slimes crawled around, but they posed no threat as they wouldn't attack on their own. Just then, Yi Qing suddenly appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura that sent the surrounding monsters fleeing in terror. Situ Feng stumbled backward in fear. "Who are you, assassin? How did you find me so quickly? I can give you whatever you want. Just please don't kill me." Yi Qing removed the venomous spider mask from his face. Upon seeing Yi Qing's face, Situ Feng was shocked and exclaimed, "Impossible. You, a mere non-combatant. How can you be this strong? I get it now. You joined the Abyss Guild and became a traitor to the human race to gain such power." Seeing Situ Feng gradually descend into madness, Yi Qing's eyes remained cold and indifferent. Sorry, I don't want to waste any more time. It's time to send you on your way. As he finished speaking, a sword mark flew from behind him, piercing straight into Sichifeng's heart. In his final moments, Sichifeng's eyes flashed with surprise and unwillingness. Then, countless sword marks rained down, reducing him to a pulp. The nemesis from his past life had fallen completely, yet Yi Qing simply gazed ahead with indifference, feeling little satisfaction from revenge. Perhaps the disparity in power was too great. Killing him was as easy as stepping on an ant. Walking over to Sichifeng's body, Yi Qing picked up a few scattered pieces of equipment from the ground without hesitation and stored them in the slaying Immortal gourd, allowing it to consume the items. He then headed towards the top of Yunxiao Mountain, intending to practice his sword formations. In the wilderness, Situjia's patriarch, Situ Xiao, sat on a large rock, listening to his subordinates report. Patriarch, we've investigated, and it's just an undiscovered dungeon. Before the words were fully spoken, Situ Xiao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, clutching his chest as cold sweat poured down. Patriarch, are you all right? A subordinate quickly stepped forward to support him. No matter, Situ Xiao coldly rebuked. He retrieved 2 jade plaques from his storage space, one of which was full of cracks. The legendary heartfelt jade allowed those with connected bloodlines to sense each other, and if one shattered, it signified death. As he took out the jade plaque, it crumbled into dust, scattering in the air. Who on earth killed Fenger? Investigate immediately, Situ Xiao roared. Yes, right away. The subordinate responded promptly. On the summit of Yunxiao Mountain, shrouded in ghostly mist, Yi Qing stood unaffected. He gazed at the sword marks flying in the distant sky, feeling a silent frustration. Failed again. He knew that even the slightest deviation could prevent the formation from activating. At that moment, Yi Qing was practicing the 9 Palaces sword formation and the 8 trigrams sword formation. The 9 Palaces sword formation, consisting of 9 flying swords, was immensely powerful, increasing attack speed by 30 and attack power by 30, while also triggering control effects. The 8 trigrams sword formation, composed of 8 flying swords, excelled in defense, reducing incoming damage by 15, increasing defense by 20, and causing retaliatory damage. Yi Qing was not worried about the Situ family's movements. Even if they surrounded Yunxiao Mountain, he felt confident in handling them. He found that although the sword mark-formed formations had reduced lethality, they were enduring and suitable for clearing lesser enemies. The illusory sword technique, while boasting impressive attack power, lasted only 8 seconds and had cooldown and mana consumption, making it ideal for confronting bosses. Suddenly, a warning sounded. Warning, warning, a super strong individual has entered the dungeon, which is about to collapse. All individuals must leave immediately. Yi Qing frowned slightly, thinking to himself, have they arrived? Situ Xiao, the head of the Situ family and a formidable level 150 class Thunder Mage, was a force to be reckoned with in Zhangbei City. Despite facing such a formidable opponent, Yi Qing remained unfazed, calmly assessing the disparity in their strengths. He decisively utilized his spatial temporal powers to break through the dungeon's restrictions and instantly teleported back to his rented apartment in Zhangbei City. Once safely back, Yi Qing furrowed his brows. Although his growth was astonishingly rapid, completing his first job change at level 15, the second at level 50, the third at level 85, the fourth at level 120, and eventually reaching level 150 for the fifth, there was still a significant gap compared to Situ Xiao's power. He understood well that the vast differences in potential with each job change were why major forces placed such importance on SS-class professions. Meanwhile, inside the Yunxiao Mountain dungeon, Situ Xiao hovered in the air, surrounded by fierce purple lightning, tearing the dungeon's space with massive cracks. A subordinate cautiously approached him from behind, advising, Master, Yunxiao Mountain is an important asset for the Situ family, generating significant annual revenue. Please reconsider. Situ Xiao's face twisted as he roared. Find the one who killed Fenger in Yunxiao Mountain. I want him torn to pieces. Bring in everyone from the dungeon for interrogation. Situ Xiao then exited the dungeon, sitting solemnly at the entrance. His intimidating aura made all nearby professionals withdraw. He felt a bitter frustration being in class talent. Level 150 was his limit, and the requirements of the limit-breaking tasks were so high that even the entire C2 family's resources couldn't fulfill them. He pinned all his hopes on his 2 sons. His eldest, C2 Yun, who had an S-class profession and was already enrolled at Kyoto University, and his second son, C2 Feng, who, despite only having an S-class profession, was still expected to elevate the family. But now, his second son had been killed on their own turf. The entire Yunxiao Mountain was shaken by the news of C2 Feng's death. Even late into the night, the C2 family continued using various special tools and skills to investigate every professional, but to no avail. Meanwhile, the true culprit, Yi Qing, was sound asleep in his apartment. The next morning, after a simple wash, he went out to find food and then headed to Jiangbei number 2 high school. It was the day for college entrance exam registration. As he walked onto the campus, he immediately drew the attention and whispers of his classmates. Wow, he's so handsome. I don't think I've seen him before. The little fox on his shoulder is so cute. He must be a beast tamer. Not necessarily. Other professions can also have pets. Yi Qing walked into the principal's office and sat down directly. Soon after, Wang Changsheng, the principal of number 2 high school, entered and saw Yi Qing already seated. Xiao Yi, you're early, Wang Changsheng said with a smile. I'll take you to register for the college entrance exam now. Come with me, and I'll introduce you to this year's vocational students at our school. Yi Qing nodded, stood up, and followed Wang Changsheng. They arrived at a classroom filled with students, all of whom were vocational students from number 2 high school. The atmosphere was lively with a mix of various professions. At that moment, Nan Gongrou's gaze was caught by the small fox on Yi Qing's shoulder. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she whispered in disbelief, "How is this possible, this?" She was clearly taken aback. "What's wrong?" the girl next to her asked, puzzled. Nan Gongrou shook her head after a moment. "Nothing, it's nothing." Wang Changsheng moved to the center of the classroom and raised his voice. "This is Yi Qing, a new transfer student who will be joining you for the college entrance exam." As soon as he finished speaking, whispers erupted around the room. "The exam is tomorrow, and suddenly there's a new transfer student," one student murmured. "Does he have some powerful connections? I haven't heard of him before. How did he transfer so suddenly?" Yi Qing walked to the center of the classroom, glanced around, and then revealed his level 15. The room immediately buzzed with astonishment. What? He's already level 15? Could he be an SS level professional? Impossible. I heard Mu Rongxue from number 1 high school is just level 10. How could he be so advanced? All right, listen to me now, Wang Changxing interjected, cutting off the discussions. Yi Qing, find a seat. Yi Qing casually chose a corner to sit in. Wang Changxing began his usual speech, explaining the details of the college entrance exam at a steady pace. An hour later, Wang Changxing finally concluded. Now, let me explain tomorrow's schedule. The morning will be a written test, covering some basic questions, followed by a 36-hour trial in the afternoon. Everyone should be prepared. He gestured to the forms on the table. Fill out your personal information, name, profession. Everything needs to be completed. We'll hand out your exam admission tickets afterward. With only about 20 vocational students, they quickly began filling out their forms. When it was Yi Qing's turn, Wang Changxing glanced at his information and frowned slightly. Yi Qing, Sword Immortal? Is this a hidden profession? Yi Qing finished filling out the form and handed it to Wang Changxing. Wang Changxing took the document, flipped through a few pages, and was momentarily stunned by the profession listed. Sword Immortal. Is that the name of a hidden profession? Shortly after, Wang Changsheng returned to the classroom with a stack of admission tickets, distributing them to everyone. Finally, he addressed the group. All right, I won't say much more. Gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and don't be late. With that, he left the classroom. Yi Qing casually slipped his admission ticket into his pocket and was about to leave when a group of boys surrounded him. The leader, dressed in extravagant clothing and exuding an air of arrogance, looked at Yi Qing with a hint of disdain. Kid, what's your profession? Why can't I see your attribute panel? Show it to me. The others chimed in. Yeah, you must be using some special item to hide your attribute panel and profession. Did you have some high-level professional help you level up? Yi Qing cast a cold glance at them, a smirk playing on his lips. Have you said enough? Now it's my turn. He took a deep breath, his eyes sweeping over the group with disdain. Suddenly, a small green bottle appeared in Yi Qing's hand. He swiftly removed the cap, releasing a thick mist that enveloped the surrounding air. As soon as Nangong Ro saw the small bottle in Yi Qing's hand, she immediately pulled her best friend and quickly exited the classroom, as if avoiding the plague. It's poison. Retreat quickly, the lead student shouted in warning. Yi Qing, however, sat leisurely on the desk with a faint smile on his lips. This is a school, not a dungeon. My health points haven't dropped, so where's the poison? He glanced at the few who were glaring at him and the others who were merely spectators. Since it's our first meeting, let me give you a little gift. With that, Yi Qing put away the mysterious little bottle. Stop showing off, if you dare. Let's settle this outside. The lead student challenged, but his companions suddenly looked uneasy. Boss, something feels off. Before he could finish, laughter uncontrollably erupted from him. Ha ha, it itches so itchy. I'm going crazy. The students closest to Yi Qing had been exposed to the most itching powder and were already rolling on the floor, even stripping off their shirts without concern for their image. Kid. Ha, you poisoned us. Ha, I'll remember you. The classroom quickly descended into chaos, with even students farther away starting to scratch themselves incessantly, and the scene spiraled out of control. Yi Qing casually walked to the door. Enjoy this little gift. It'll wear off in 10 minutes. With that, he left calmly. Standing outside the classroom, Nangong Ro watched Yi Qing's retreating figure, then glanced at the disheveled students inside. She couldn't help but recall the scene 2 days ago when Yi Qing single-handedly subdued a group of professionals with poison. Good thing I got out fast. I knew there was something strange about that bottle. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Wang Chongqing heard the strange laughter and immediately suspected trouble. Those troublesome students, could they have clashed with Yi Qing? He hurried to the classroom. Upon arrival, the scene left Wang Chongqing both amused and exasperated. Laughter echoed throughout the room. He quickly raised his staff, emitting a green light. Purification spell. The laughter abruptly ceased, and the students were left panting as if they had just run a marathon, their mouths still twitching. Yi Qing has already been guaranteed admission to Jingdu University. He's just here to go through the motions, Wang Chongqing explained helplessly. Don't provoke him unless you want trouble. Why didn't you tell us sooner? The instigators complained with pained expressions. After leaving the school, Yi Qing pondered where to go. He finally decided, forget it, I'll take a day off. And so, he enjoyed a rare day of leisure. The next morning, the entrance of Jiangbei City's second high school was bustling with people as the Combat Professionals College entrance exam officially began. The morning's written test covered the rules of secret realms and dungeons, as well as the weaknesses of common monsters. For Yi Qing, these questions were meaningless. The monsters on the test paper were nothing more than fodder to him. Fortunately, the written test score didn't weigh heavily, so he simply rested his head on the desk and slept, standing out amidst the flurry of pins in the exam hall. At noon, when Wang Chongqing collected the papers and saw Yi Qing's blank sheet, he was initially surprised but then understandingly shook his head. For an SS level or hidden class professional, these basic knowledge questions were indeed irrelevant. With their terrifying destructive power, they didn't need to study monster weaknesses. A bus slowly came to a stop at the entrance of the second high school, with the bustling street outside its windows alive with noise and activity. The students on the bus wore varied expressions, some nervous, others filled with anticipation. They disembarked one by one, heading toward the limited-time dungeon that opened only once a year. Yi Qing chose a window seat, gazing at the busy street outside. He was familiar with this dungeon. Although he hadn't participated in the college entrance exam in his past life, the dungeon's live broadcast was extensive, capturing almost every detail on screen. The bus finally parked before a rugged hill, and as the doors opened, the students eagerly got off. In the crowd, Lu He waved to Yi Qing, who nodded in acknowledgement and joined the group. Morong Shui was also among the crowd, her brows furrowed with apparent tension about the upcoming dungeon. Lin Kuei, who had arrived early with the second high school group, excitedly said to Yi Qing, Yi Zi, this time we might be opponents in the dungeon. It should be interesting. Yi Qing replied calmly, let's see how it goes. Amidst the chatter, someone commented, Morong Shui will definitely take first place this time. But who will be second is anyone's guess. Another student grinned and said, I support Nangong Ro. With the backing of the Nangong family, her equipment is top-notch. She could give Morong Shui a run for her money. As discussions continued, several university presidents climbed onto a large stone platform to announce the rules. Principal Qin Mingyuan scanned the crowd and briefly paused on Yi Qing, a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly began explaining. The Earth Dragon Cave dungeon will be open for 36 hours. Everyone will receive a score tracking bracelet, and the event will be broadcasted live. Defeating a monster of the same level earns 1 point. Defeating one a level higher earns 5 points, and so on. The dungeon is rich in minerals. Mining ordinary ores yields 1 point, high-level ores 5 points, and rare ores 10 points. After the briefing, Qin Mingyuan and the other presidents moved backstage while others took turns motivating the students. Yi Qing put on the bracelet, its display showing 0. In the distance, the formation was ready, and everyone lined up to enter the dungeon. The mineral rules sparked lively discussions. We can mine this time. That's new. We don't have to fight monsters to score points, a student remarked. Yi Qing lingered at the back of the line, noticing Lin Kuei from another group, giving him a thumbs up as he entered the dungeon with a smile. Good luck, Yi Zi, he shouted cheerfully. As everyone entered the Earth Dragon Cave, a massive light screen lit up above the formation, divided into numerous small squares showing each student's name and ranking. Nearby, several university admissions officers sat in a tent, watching the screen. A burly teacher from the Dachau Military Academy chuckled. Lu He, looks like you've already secured Morong Shui for Kyoto University. Lu He smiled, adjusting his glasses, and replied, there might be even bigger surprises, just wait and see. The light screen continuously updated, displaying the names of all the participants. Inside the dungeon, the students were randomly teleported to different locations within the Earth Dragon Cave. Yi Qing found himself in a brightly lit tunnel, the surroundings illuminated with a gentle glow. As he continued forward, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. 16 monsters emerged from the ground, resembling lizards with dense gray scales, each over a meter long. Yi Qing casually cast a detection spell, revealing them as mere level 15 earth lizards. With a slight smirk, he took a single step forward, unleashing a sword strike that instantly obliterated all the creatures. The counter on his bracelet jumped from 0 to 16. Monsters of the same level? This is too slow. Yi Qing thought, a gleam in his eye, as he pondered ways to earn more points while delving deeper into the dragon cave. The livestream viewers were in awe. Look, someone's already scored 16 points in just 1 minute. Principal Qin Mingyuan of number 1 high school stared in disbelief at Yi Qing's grid on the screen, mumbling, "Isn't he a life profession player? How is this possible?" Principal Wang Changxing of number 2 high school strolled over with a smile, saying, "Have you heard of secondary professions? Not to mention, Yi Qing is the only hidden profession. Expelling such a prodigious talent is truly a colossal joke." Qin Mingyuan turned pale, suddenly realizing something, and trembled as he asked, "Could the top-ranked player in the novice dungeon be him?" Seeing Wang Changxing nod in confirmation, he was filled with regret. Expelling Yi Qing to appease the Sidhu family was indeed foolish. If a unique hidden profession player grows, not only the Sidhu family, but even becoming one of the top 10 war gods of Daxia is possible. However, thinking of Murong Shui, he felt slightly comforted at least he had invested in Murong Shui, an SS-level profession, in advance. Otherwise, this would have been a huge loss. Inside the dungeon, several students stood out. Wherever Yi Qing went, white sword marks flew, and all obstructing monsters fell, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. Murong Shui, surrounded by a chilling aura and holding a blue staff, could also instantly kill monsters of the same level. Nangong Ro easily dispatched enemies while surrounded by flames. Most eye-catching was Lin Kuei, who charged through the dragon cave on a wild boar king, wielding a spear, accidentally breaking through a stone wall, and discovering a large amount of rare ore. This scene amused several university professors. This kid, even though he's only in S-level profession, is quite interesting. I like him, laughed a burly teacher from Daxiao Military Academy. Luha, is this Yi Qing the surprise you mentioned? What profession is he? A female teacher from Magic Capital University inquired curiously. Only hidden profession, sword immortal. Luha replied, runes densely appearing on his glasses as he switched his gaze between the live streams of Murong Shui and Yi Qing. An hour later, the leaderboard displayed. First, Yi Qing, 345 points. Second, Lin Kuei, 298 points. Third, Murong Shui, 280 points. Fourth, Nangong Ro, 266 points. Although Lin Kuei temporarily held second place due to his accidental discovery of rare ore, Murong Shui was closely trailing him, making it difficult to maintain that position. Wang Lao from Tianjin University watched Lin Kuei's screen, thinking, luck is also a part of strength. Let's see what potential you have. Since Yi Qing and Murong Shui were already favored by Lu He from Kyoto University, and Nangong Ro belonged to the Nangong family, he could only turn his attention to other students. Yi Qing walked slowly through the dark, deep tunnels of the Earth Dragon Cave, his gaze penetrating the darkness as he surveyed the seemingly endless passage. He gently stroked the little fox on his shoulder, a glint of determination in his eyes. Suddenly, a group of large rats appeared, blocking his path. Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. These were merely level 16 limestone rats, posing no threat to him. The little fox instantly used its charm skill, its eyes glowing with an unusual light. The rats scattered as if controlled, soon returning with various minerals, piling their spoils at Yi Qing's feet. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yi Qing took 2 crystal-clear blue spirit fruits from his storage space, handing one to the little fox before enjoying one himself. This high school trial would last 36 hours, and it had only just begun. Although the monsters would grow stronger deeper within, the system's monitoring ensured that if any fatal danger arose, the wristband would automatically transport examinees out of the instance. Watching the continuous stream of rare minerals being delivered by the limestone rats, Yi Qing's points soared at an astonishing rate. Dusting himself off, he stepped onto his flying sword, speeding towards the depths of the cave, followed by a chattering trail of limestone rats. Along the way, he dealt with monsters in the same manner, having them mined before swiftly dispatching them with a single strike. If not for the exam points, these low-level creatures wouldn't even be worth the effort. 12 hours later, the night was deep. Resting against a large boulder, Yi Qing took food from his slaying Immortal gourd. The complex terrain had left him somewhat disoriented, but he decided to press on. Outside the instance, a large crowd had gathered, their eyes fixed on the leaderboard. Yi Qing was far ahead with 13,400 points, while the second place, Murong Shui, had only 2,100 points. This score had already broken the record in Jiangbei City. The audience buzzed with discussions about Yi Qing's seemingly endless skill usage and mysterious control system, unanimously agreeing that he would undoubtedly take first place. Only the teachers and Principal Qin Mingyuan from number 1 high school wore bitter expressions. They had expelled this hidden talent prodigy, a decision that would surely become tomorrow's headline mockery. At that moment, the Earth Dragon Cave suddenly shook violently. A mass of low-level creatures like dirt rats and dirt lizards fled in panic. Yi Qing stood in the tunnel, gazing into the depths, his sword marks continuously slaying the frantic monsters. He knew that the boss deep within the cave had completed its advancement. In his previous life, an unexpected incident had temporarily interrupted Yi Qing's college entrance exams. However, this was hardly a concern for him. Even if the boss of the Earth Dragon Cave successfully advanced, it was merely a level 20 legendary creature, which Yi Qing could easily defeat with a single strike. In fact, even without his intervention, Xiao Bai could handle the monster effortlessly. The Qishao sword appeared in Yi Qing's hand, its heart clear and bright, radiating a fierce aura that swept through the surroundings. He stood atop the evil mist sword, flying swiftly, with red sword energy swirling around him like a dragon. Each slash of his sword resulted in the death of nearby low-level monsters. With continuous sword marks slicing through the air, Yi Qing charged deeper into the Earth Dragon Cave. The situation around him was somewhat perplexing. What was Yi Qing trying to achieve with such rapid action? Had he gone mad? At this moment, many teachers were observing Yi Qing's performance, while the other students began to retreat. Just then, Lu He appeared in the air, watching the light screen and thinking to himself, is he finally going to show his true strength? Yi Qing had hidden his abilities so well that even Lu He couldn't estimate his damage output, as the monsters never had a chance to fight back, being instantly defeated each time. On the large screen, Yi Qing stood steadily on a purple flying sword, surrounded by a whirlwind of white sword light. The Qishao sword danced among the monsters, each swing releasing crimson sword energy that shot outwards. The energy struck the monsters, consuming their lives like a reaper. The points on the screen climbed rapidly, 14,000, 16,000, 20,000, displaying speed and intensity. The teachers and principals watching the screen were filled with disbelief. They realized that Yi Qing had never unleashed his full power, and his strength was astonishing. Just moments ago, they thought Morong Shue's performance was impressive, but they didn't expect Yi Qing to challenge the boss of the Earth Dragon Cave, his momentum shocking everyone. Wait, look, Yi Qing is facing off against the boss of the Earth Dragon Cave, a teacher suddenly shouted. This was a level 20 legendary boss that even a team of over 100 professionals would struggle to fight, and they needed to be ready for a rescue at any moment. Lu He's brow furrowed slightly, feeling tense. Golden runes appeared under his feet, arranging themselves in a pattern, clearly preparing a teleportation array. With a slight smirk, his gaze sharpened. This time, I've found a treasure. With Yi Qing's performance, even the top figures in the Imperial City can't overshadow his brilliance. Imperial University was the highest institution in the Great Xia, attended by the children of top families. Lu He had even seen some rank professionals in epic gear suppressing strength professionals. However, in the later stages, the level cap for a rank professionals was 120, while strength could reach 200, a gap that couldn't be bridged. Yi Qing's strength had surpassed all expectations. Lu He believed that even in strength professional in epic gear couldn't match Yi Qing. In the deepest part of the Earth Dragon Cave, Yi Qing quietly observed the massive boss. The Earth Dragon, over 10 meters long, had a gray, lizard-like body with a slightly raised back, as if wings were about to sprout. Earth Dragon, legendary, level 20, with 850,000 health points. Yi Qing looked at the creature and even yawned. This monster is too weak, not even as strong as the Death Spider. The Qishao sword returned to his hand. The evil mist sword beneath him quietly disappeared, replaced by the heaven-stepping technique. Taking a deep breath, he drew his sword from its sheath, and a dazzling sword energy shot from the tip, heading straight for the Earth Dragon. With a flash of the sword shadow, the Earth Dragon was momentarily stunned for 0.5 seconds, completely defenseless. The sword aura slashed against the Earth Dragon, instantly revealing 2 damage numbers. Instant kill. The crowd watching erupted in astonishment. How is this possible? A student's damage is higher than mine, someone exclaimed, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. It must be a talent skill, a teacher analyzed. Such skills are powerful but consume a lot, and may have a cooldown period of several days. However, even for a talent skill, this damage is indeed remarkable. The principal of number 2 high school, Wang Changsheng, couldn't hide his smile as he walked over to the principal of number 1 high school, Qin Mingyuan, with a tone of mockery. Such a powerful hidden profession, and you just let it slip away. Honestly, I must thank you. Now he's a student at our number 2 high school, bringing us great honor. Yi Qing's gaze fell on the Earth Dragon's corpse as he quickly collected the dropped equipment. Earth Dragon Ring Legendary. Wearable at level 20. Earth Element Beast Core Legendary. Thick Earth Shield Legendary. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the status panel. Killed Legendary Earth Dragon. Gained 600,000 experience. Ding. Earth Dragon Cave Dungeon Boss slain in 3 seconds, triggering Hidden Dungeon. Ancient Ruins. This system notification caused an uproar within the Earth Dragon Cave dungeon. What? The boss was instant killed. All the students present were stunned. Could the monster commotion earlier have been because of this? Lin Kuei, leisurely munching on an apple while riding on a boar king, nearly choked upon seeing the notification on his phone. Cleared the dungeon in the middle of the night? Wait, what's this hidden dungeon about? Even the usually composed Murong Shui showed a rare expression of surprise. Who could be strong enough to instantly kill the Earth Dragon Cave boss? At the dungeon entrance, teachers from 4 universities gathered to discuss strategies. The appearance of a hidden dungeon is unexpected. For safety's sake, I suggest closing the dungeon, Wang Chongqing said with a serious expression. I agree. We can't afford any casualties during the college entrance exams, Qin Mingyuan concurred, unusually in agreement with Wang Chongqing. A burly teacher from Daxiao Military Academy scoffed. A real man should face the test of blood. Death only shows they're not strong enough. But this is your Jiangbei city's matter, so I won't interfere. Lu Hao adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed. Their wristbands are intact, allowing them to exit the dungeon at any time. I suggest continuing the exams. Everyone realized they were overly tense and quickly agreed to proceed with the exams. At that moment, the large screen's display began to change, and the tunnels where all the students were located gradually transformed into an ancient city. As Yi Qing surveyed the surrounding architecture, a system prompt appeared. Ancient ruins hidden unique dungeon. The dwelling place of ancient ancestors, where all residents died and turned into poison corpses due to a rampant plague, concealing unknown secrets. This discovery surprised Yi Qing as well. In his past life memories, the Earth Dragon Cave boss was only defeated after an hour-long siege by Nangong Ro and Murong Xion, using a legendary item and the other a talent skill. As for what lay within these ancient ruins, even Yi Qing had no idea. Suddenly, a commotion erupted not far away. The area buzzed with excitement as students began to gather, whispering and speculating about the rumored hidden quest. It was common knowledge that anyone emerging from such a quest would see a significant boost in their abilities. Lin Kuei quickly spotted Yi Qing in the crowd and rushed over. Yizi, are you okay? Those monsters just went berserk. Yi Qing remained calm, a slight smile playing on his lips. Guess who took down the dungeon boss? No way, it was you. Lin Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yi Qing. Without saying much, Yi Qing pulled out a golden glowing, thick earth shield and handed it to Lin Kuei. Wow, a golden legend. Lin Kuei waved his hands, declining. This is too valuable. You should keep it. I don't need it, and I'm not short on money right now. Yi Qing replied nonchalantly. Lin Kuei accepted the shield, silently vowing to become stronger and repay Yi Qing's kindness someday. He tentatively suggested, how about we team up? This quest makes me a bit uneasy. Yi Qing merely shook his head slightly and took out a few bottles of antidote along with some red blood fruits and blue spirit fruits, handing them over to Lin Kuei. Take these and stay safe. Before Lin Kuei could respond, Yi Qing had already stepped onto his flying sword and sped towards the ancient ruins. Watching Yi Qing's retreating figure, Lin Kuei shook his head helplessly. Yi Zi is as solitary as ever. Oh well, I'll find someone else to team up with. In the distance, students were debating whether to join forces. Just then, Mu Rongxue quietly broke away from the group and set off on her own. Someone couldn't help but caution her. Mu Rongxue, you shouldn't act recklessly. It could be dangerous. But she ignored them and disappeared into a cluster of buildings. On the large screens outside, principals and teachers closely monitored each student's actions. One remarked, Mu Rongxue is indeed a bit impulsive. Her skills are nowhere near Yi Qing's right now. Teaming up would be wise. But perhaps this is the pride of an SS-class professional. She refuses to be subordinate. Meanwhile, Yi Qing stood on his shadow mist sword, surveying the surroundings. Before him lay a scene of desolation, with black weeds covering the ground. A poison corpse was crouched in the grass, gnawing at the weeds. Yi Qing cast a detection spell. Poison corpse, level 23. Health, 1,500. Skills, toxic spray, infection, claw, bite. Description, an undead poison corpse, enduring immense suffering with every moment of its existence. Average stats. The final boss here is probably similar to the death spider. Yi Qing mused aloud, casually unleashing a sword slash that instantly obliterated the poison corpse. A notification chimed, 150 experience points gained. Although Yi Qing couldn't gain experience at the moment, he could store it in the sign-in system. The system displayed 3.01 million 1 million. He had accumulated 3 sign-in opportunities but decided to hold off due to the randomness. He continued to navigate the ruins on his flying sword. The place resembled an abandoned city, with moss-covered ruins and black weeds exuding an eerie aura. Yi Qing detected something unusual, crouched down, and uprooted a weed to examine it closely. It seems not only the poison corpses are toxic, the entire ruins are permeated with a slow-acting poison. Yi Qing, a master with the secondary profession of a death poisoner, had a profound understanding of toxins. He took out a white bottle from the Immortal slaying gourd and poured out a white pill. It was a Baiwa pill, with a purple appearance that resembled a gem. When consumed, it could neutralize all poisons and maintain its effect for an hour. Without hesitation, Yi Qing swallowed it. This pill was a product he made along with the itch powder, although the itch powder had failed at that time. In front of him, the Qishao sword floated quietly. Yi Qing focused his gaze and took out the death demon poison, applying it to the sword's blade. The originally crimson blade instantly emitted a strange black aura, exuding a sinister energy. Suddenly, a terrified scream came from afar. Ah! Yi Qing frowned slightly, stepped onto the flying sword, and swiftly ascended into the air, flying towards the source of the sound. Murong Shui sat weakly on the ground, a small bite mark visible on her ankle, white as jade. Her bright red blood was turning black rapidly, as if the toxin was spreading. In the distance, a small gray-white snake slithered, its blood-red eyes gleaming with a sinister light. It shot towards Murong Shui like a bolt of lightning. Murong Shui gritted her teeth, muttering softly under her breath. Instantly, the surrounding snow and wind churned, each falling snowflake carrying a sharp lethality. The gray snake was struck by the snowflakes, exploding into pieces of flesh in an instant. In a matter of seconds, it was completely dead. This was the power of an SS-class profession. However, Murong Shui felt the toxin infiltrating deeper into her body, her consciousness gradually fading. Just then, a white sword light descended from the sky. Yi Qing appeared in front of her, noticing her rapidly declining health. Remembering Lu He's kindness, he decided to lend a hand. Although he didn't have much of a relationship with Murong Shui, Lu He had helped him multiple times. Yi Qing quickly took out a Baiwa pill and placed it in Murong Shui's mouth. She felt the toxin in her body alleviating, her complexion gradually improving, a hint of color returning to her cheeks. She looked at Yi Qing and smiled slightly. Thank you. Yi Qing showed no reaction, coldly replied, no problem. With those words, he stepped onto his flying sword and flew off into the distance. Murong Shui watched Yi Qing's departing figure, her eyes sharp. She glanced around, becoming more vigilant. This place was too dangerous to linger any longer. Yi Qing continued to stand on his flying sword, overlooking the ruins below, surrounded by some ordinary level 20-30 monsters. His sword marks flew continuously, the attribute panel displaying a series of refreshed kill data. Killed a poison corpse, gained 120 experience points. Killed a corpse snake, gained 150 experience points. Killed a corpse ghost, gained 350 experience points. With the sword heart enlightenment activated, the sword marks ignored defenses, making it a perfect tool for clearing the area. Even when facing elite monsters, Yi Qing could easily manipulate the sword marks to form a sword formation, instantly slaying them. As time passed, the sky gradually brightened. It was the 19th hour since entering the dungeon, 7 o'clock in the morning. In the distance, a convoy of cars quickly approached, clearly heading for the dungeon. The parents in the back seats anxiously awaited the results of the entrance exam. Among these convoys, the luxury fleet of the Nangong family stood out, several luxury cars coming to a stop. A dignified man stepped out of a car, accompanied by a beautiful woman. The woman's eyes were filled with worry. I wonder how Rower is doing. It's been 36 hours. She must be suffering. The dignified man sighed lightly. It's fine. Enduring some hardship is good. The two of them then rose into the air, landing on a distant hillside. Gazing at the massive light curtain within the dungeon, the man frowned and turned to the surrounding teachers. There's something off about this dungeon. A teacher recounted the events of last night. Here's what happened. Yi Qing defeated the boss of the Earth Dragon Cave with a single strike, successfully unlocking a hidden dungeon. However, the function of the wristband remained active, automatically transporting participants out if activated or if their health dropped to 30, meaning the exam continued. The teacher felt immense pressure facing the head of the Nangong family. Nangong Shao, the head, nodded in acknowledgement, surprised by how things had unfolded. Yi Qing, previously unknown, was truly a hidden dragon destined to soar. At this moment, several people had already been eliminated as displayed on the large screen. In the ancient ruins, 38 participants were still surviving. Yi Qing remained at the top of the leaderboard with an astounding 190,000 points, while the second place, Murong Shui, had only 21,000 points. The huge gap left everyone in awe. Yi Qing's strength was overwhelming, completely overshadowing Murong Shui. As more participants were eliminated from the dungeon, it became clear that facing a single toxic corpse was impossible alone. A team of over a dozen was necessary to defeat it. Only 3 people could single-handedly take on a toxic corpse. Murong Shui, with her powerful skills and talents, although it took time. Nangong Ro, relying entirely on her top-tier equipment. And finally, Yi Qing, who nearly cleared the hidden dungeon by himself. All eyes were on these 3 individuals. Within the ruins, Yi Qing surveyed his surroundings and found that the monsters here seemed unworthy of a hidden dungeon's reputation. Compared to the eerie, deserted village he had encountered before, these monsters were far too weak. After a whole night of monster hunting, he hadn't encountered a dungeon lord or boss. Approaching the center of the ancient ruins, the air thickened with a green mist, and the monster's attributes grew stronger. This area was one other students dared not tread, and it was why Yi Qing preferred not to team up with Lin Kuei. The Qi Xiao sword floated beside him, leaving a trail of sword scars in its wake. The silence was eerie, with not a monster in sight. Suddenly, Xiao Bai on Yi Qing's shoulder let out a soft cry, warning him of danger. Startled, Yi Qing scanned his surroundings, sensing something amiss. Could there be invisible monsters lurking nearby? Yet the sword scars remained still, capable of automatically locking onto targets. Just then, the distant green mist quivered slightly, and the swarm of sword scars surged forward, only to return to Yi Qing's side halfway, losing their target once more. Yi Qing's eyes turned cold and focused. He activated the sword heart's clarity and the primordial sacred body, noticing his unyielding heart had stacked to 900 layers, along with the immortal slaying gourd. With these abilities, even an epic-level monster could be slain with a single strike. As he eyed the poisonous mist, a thought struck him, and he produced a bottle, attempting to concoct poison from the mist. Failure followed failure, but Yi Qing remained patient, deactivating 2 skills to conserve energy. With the enemy hidden in the shadows and him unable to locate it, this was a true test of patience. A series of failures continued for a full half-hour. During this time, the hidden monster revealed itself 7 times, each time vanishing without a trace, just as the sword marks were about to lock onto it. Finally, Yi Qing successfully created the plague poison powder. The green toxic mist spread through the air, its properties terrifying. Any inhalation or contact would cause the organs to gradually decay, with a highly infectious nature. Within this poisonous mist, health points would decrease by 185 per second, completely ignoring poison resistance attributes. Good stuff. Yi Qing surveyed the mist surrounding him, a gleam in his eyes. If all this poison mist could be refined, how much poison could be produced? With the experience from the first success, the subsequent refinement process became increasingly smooth. An hour later, the poison mist within a few kilometers had reduced by a quarter. 2 hours later, the mist had almost completely dissipated, leaving only a wisp of eerie green mist rapidly drifting through the air. Yi Qing immediately used a detection technique. Information appeared. Plague Demon Lord, level 40. Health, 450,000. Attack, 410. Defense, 230. Skills. Plague Mist. Creates a vast area of toxic mist. Instant movement. Can traverse freely within the poison mist. Blood Fiend Poison Lord skill. Speed increased by 280. Claw attacks inflict poison effect, reducing 280 health per second, with a 0.1 chance to trigger instant death. Seeing the instant death effect, Yi Qing felt a chill. This was similar to a one-hit kill, a rare and deadly trait. Even with only a 0.1 chance of activation, no one would want to take that risk. But against such a speedy opponent, Xiao Bai is the best. Yi Qing instructed, Xiao Bai, restrain it. The little fox's eyes shone brightly, and the green poison mist immediately froze in midair. Yi Qing seized the opportunity, executing a sky-stepping technique combined with a sword-drawing technique, striking a fatal blow. Killed the plague demon, gaining 1.2 million experience. The experience points were decent, though still inferior to legendary monsters. At this point, the sign-in system showed, for 0.98 million 1 million, just a few more monsters to hunt to reach 5 sign-in opportunities. After the plague demon was slain, it dissipated into a blue smoke, leaving behind several items. Blood Fiend Sword A keepable at level 40. Plague Core can be used for forging equipment or crafting items. After collecting the spoils, Yi Qing continued deeper into the ancient ruins. At this time, only 26 people remained in the ruins, including Lin Kuei's team and solo explorers Murong Shui and Nangong Ro. Outside, the once densely populated giant screen now displayed only 4 scenes. At the dungeon entrance, Nangong Xiao, the head of the Nangong family, witnessed Yi Qing slaying the plague demon in one strike. Shocked, he considered recruiting him. This young man's strength is impressive. We should find a way to win him over. The beautiful woman beside him suggested with a smile. Why not invite him to join the family as a son-in-law? However, a voice suddenly interrupted from the side Lu He, the bespectacled young man. No need to win him over. Yi Qing has already caught the old dean's eye. What? The Nangong couple was surprised but quickly changed their tune. Then perhaps we should invest in him instead. Just then, a commotion erupted from afar. Look, what is that? On the screen, an intense battle was unfolding. Lin Kuei's team was locked in combat, with a menacing toxic corpse. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and cracks spread like a spider web. Before the team could react, they were plunged into an underground world as the ground collapsed beneath them. The sight before them was astonishing. Strange black and white flowers adorned the surroundings, a colossal tree shimmering with starlight pierced the sky, and man-eating plants with gaping mouths were scattered everywhere. As the group cautiously surveyed this eerie space, an unexpected change occurred. Everyone's health plummeted rapidly, visibly dropping to 30 in an instant. With a crisp shattering sound, their bracelets exploded, and the entire team was instantly transported out of the dungeon. What just happened? Lin Kuei asked, bewildered. We just took a look and were sent out? His teammates were equally puzzled. On the hillside, Lu Hao adjusted his glasses and mused. This hidden dungeon is not simple. Nangong Xiao nodded in agreement. The rules of hidden dungeons are bizarre. I once encountered one that suppressed my level to 50, and I barely escaped. As only 3 large blocks remained on the screen, the entire ancient ruins began to collapse. The ground sank rapidly, and massive cracks devoured the dilapidated structures. Nangong Ro and Murong Shui decided immediately to activate their bracelets and teleport away. While everyone was debating whether to end the college entrance exam early, someone reminded them that one person was still inside the dungeon. Several principals began casting spells to close the dungeon, and the light from the large formation on the ground shone brightly as the distant screen disappeared. However, minutes later, Yi Qing still had not been teleported out. Impossible, Wang Chongqing said, his expression grave. This is a timed dungeon, only open once a year, and there's not even enough food inside. Lin Kuei's eyes were red as he shouted hoarsely. Yi won't be in trouble. Murong Shui nearly fainted upon hearing this. Nangong Xiao sighed repeatedly, lamenting the possible loss of a talented war god. Only Lu He remained calm, runes flickering on his glasses. Yi Qing is unfathomable. I might not even be his match. He won't die. At most, he'll wait a year. The others felt somewhat reassured by his words. Deep within the ancient ruins, Yi Qing looked at the crushed bracelet in his hand, surveying the peculiar underground world. In the distance, an old man clad in a lab coat and wearing thick glasses was watching him with a sinister grin. Yi Qing quickly scanned the man's information. Mad Doctor. Level, 55 epic. Health, 65 million. Seeing this epic-level boss, a flicker of excitement appeared in Yi Qing's eyes. He was just one epic boss away from a career change, and he would not let this opportunity slip by. The sinister doctor looked at Yi Qing, a strange smile playing on his lips. Good, very good. You killed the plague demon, so now you will take its place. Was that monster your creation? Yi Qing asked, locking eyes with the doctor. Just one of my many failed experiments, but it had its uses, the doctor replied with a dismissive laugh, slowly clapping his hands. As the applause echoed, rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding trees. One by one, grotesque creatures came into view, a towering humanoid standing 3 meters tall, covered in festering boils, exuding a nauseating stench of decay, and a bizarre entity composed of black slime, leaving corrosive traces with every move. More and more monsters encircled the clearing. Yi Qing remained focused on the doctor, not allowing himself to be distracted by the individual creatures. His sword, Qishao, was poised and ready. It was his first encounter with epic-level monsters whose attributes were completely obscured, demanding his utmost vigilance. The doctor cackled, his voice echoing through the space. Are you afraid? Don't worry, I won't harm you now. You're too weak for me to bother with. I want you to witness how I will break through this little world and conquer the outside. Yi Qing was taken aback. Truly, the ambitions of an epic-level monster were extraordinary. Yet, he knew it was impossible. He had lived in Jiangbei City for years in his past life, and had never heard of this so-called sinister doctor. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him ruin my experiments. The doctor ordered the surrounding monsters, then soared into the air, reaching great heights. He seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, his expression turning frantic as he furiously assaulted the confines. Why? Why am I trapped in this sunless place? Break for me. Taking advantage of the doctor's distraction, Yi Qing tightened his grip on Qishao, scanning the monsters around him. The system displayed: Plague Giant Legendary, level 40, Toxic Slug Legendary, level 40, Corpse King Legendary, level 35, Dark Moon Ghost Tree Legendary, level 35. Let's send you on your way first. Yi Qing activated Sword Heart Clarity and the Primal Sacred Body, murmuring, Treasure, please turn. The 8 trigrams Sword Formation, 9 Palaces Sword Formation, Illusory Sword Technique, and Sky-Stepping Method were instantly deployed. The monsters sensed the threat and growled, with the Plague Giant charging first. Qishao split into 15 sword lights, trailing long shadows, striking each target with precision. Under the terrifying damage boost of Treasure, please turn. All the monsters were instantly stunned and then dispatched one by one, without even triggering the sword light effects. The system notifications came in rapid succession. Killed Plague Giant, gained 2.5 million experience. Killed Toxic Slug, gained 2.2 million experience. Killed Corpse King, gained 1.65 million experience. In this round of extermination, Yi Qing accumulated tens of millions of experience points. Yi Qing looked at the sign-in system, the screen clearly displaying 23.1 million 1 million. Consuming 20 million experience points, the sign-in system could advance. Would he like to proceed? His eyes lit up with excitement. The original sign-in items were already powerful enough, and advancing them could make them even more formidable. However, He didn't immediately choose to advance, but decided to continue signing in. The monster doctor he faced was particularly troublesome. He knew its strength, especially with its unpredictable skills that hadn't yet been revealed. Even with time paused, he couldn't defeat it. The previous mistake at the Meteor Plateau still haunted him, and he was determined not to repeat it. Currently, the Immortal slaying gourd was still in a 4-minute cooldown, and the monster doctor was furiously attacking the space barrier, seemingly unaware of the changes below. Qing took a deep breath, determined to sign in 10 more times. As long as he defeated the monster doctor, he estimated he could easily gather the 20 million experience points needed. Sign-in successful, system information immediately updated. Obtained, wooden sword 5. Qing frowned slightly and continued to check. Obtained, Tongtian sword box, skill upgrade card, Huantian pill 3. His eyes widened in amazement at the appearance of the Tongtian sword box. What did this mean? He could equip 9 flying swords simultaneously, with their attributes stacking. That was incredibly powerful equipment. And the Huantian pill, an epic level item, could instantly restore him to full health as long as he had a breath left. This sign-in far exceeded his expectations, worth the investment of 10 million experience points. Qing immediately retrieved the Tongtian sword box, placing the Qishao sword and the evil mist sword inside. These 2 swords were his only usable treasures, and although few in number, they increased his attack attributes. His combat power was further enhanced, though his focus on attack made the gap in defense and speed more apparent. He opened the Immortal slaying gourd, collecting the items dropped by the surrounding monsters. All the dropped items were absorbed into the gourd. Meanwhile, the monster doctor, crashing against the space barrier above, seemed to sense something, glaring down angrily and shouting, "Damn it! You killed all my experiments. You're courting death." With that, the monster doctor shot down like a cannonball, the air around it exploding with sonic booms due to its speed. Qing watched calmly, eyes deep, ready to activate time pause at any moment. As soon as the monster doctor descended, it would be his chance. At this moment, 9 flying swords floated behind him, their light flickering, the air filled with sword marks. The Immortal slaying gourd at his waist swayed slightly, as if reminding him to activate the Immortal slaying flying knife at any time. The monster doctor's speed was unimaginable. In just a few seconds, it plunged from high altitude. Just a dozen meters from the ground, Qing's lips curled into a cold smile. He took a step, sword heart illumination and the primordial sacred body simultaneously activated. With a low shout, time paused. The entire world seemed to freeze. Qing moved steadily, swiftly employing the heavenly step technique to approach the monster doctor at extreme speed. His state of mind reached an unprecedented height, a sense of invincibility quietly rising. Suddenly, a beam of light shot from the Immortal slaying gourd, directly slashing toward the monster doctor. Immortal slaying flying knife. Simultaneously, the Qishao sword and the evil mist sword flew out, the phantom sword technique activating, sword energy roaring like thunder, rapidly splitting into 30 sword shadows. The flying swords formed a complex formation in the air, a burst of light illuminating the entire space. Countless flying swords slashed toward the monster doctor, the dense sword formation nearly enveloping it. However, the monster doctor's health plummeted in an instant, visibly decreasing. When the monster doctor's health dropped to 20, a sudden green light flashed, and its health rapidly recovered, as if injected with new life. The recovery speed seemed to surpass the damage Qing inflicted. A flash of surprise crossed Qing's eyes, his brow furrowing with unease. The phantom sword technique's formation began to dissipate, other phantom swords disappearing one after another, leaving only 2 flying swords returning to Qing's hands. At this moment, the green light on the monster doctor continued to flicker, its health recovery speed puzzling. Qing took a deep breath, staring at the remaining 20 of the monster doctor's health, puzzled. What skill is this? It locks health, preventing it from decreasing for a short period? He couldn't help but be vigilant. This battle was far from as simple as he had imagined. Qing's movements were as fluid as flowing water, executing a series of dazzling sword and flying sword techniques above the head of the monstrous doctor, dealing continuous damage. However, each attack seemed to vanish into thin air, transforming into the monster's life force. As the 60-second limit approached, Qing grew increasingly anxious. At that moment, his eyes caught sight of a broken sword within the Zhanxian Gurda cursed evil sword. This ominous weapon had always kept him at bay, but now, without hesitation, he drew the sword and used his flying sword technique to target the monster's vital point. The sword heart illumination effect activated, and the attack, ignoring any defense, pierced through the monster's body. Then, wielding the Qishao sword, Qing delivered a precise strike. As numbers flashed across the screen, the monstrous doctor collapsed with a thunderous crash. Though the battle was over, Qing's expression grew even more serious. The cursed sword was emitting a sinister black aura. He quickly cast a detection spell, and the attribute panel appeared, Sword of the Evil God Mythical, curse removal in progress. This discovery made Yi Qing's heart race. If not for the pause time, this artifact could have spiraled out of control, potentially summoning the dark Goda force Jiangbei City couldn't withstand. In a flash of inspiration, Yi Qing thought of the Zhanqian gourd. Under the protection of the pause time, not even an artifact could resist the gourd's suppression. Sure enough, the evil sword was effortlessly subdued and refined by the Zhanqian gourd. Time resumed, and system notifications sounded in quick succession. Defeating the ultimate boss of the ancient ruins, the monstrous doctor, earned him 35 million experience points. Meanwhile, the dungeon countdown of 300 seconds began. Yi Qing swiftly used the Zhanqian gourd to collect the items dropped by the monstrous doctor. Unexpectedly, the repair value of the Zhanqian gourd increased to 12, granting it incredible attribute enhancements. Pocket dimension, expanded internal space, automatically collects items. Treasured turnabout, increases attack power by 2000 for 300 seconds. Immortal slaying flying knife, locks onto a target, deals 3,500 damage, with a 5 chance of instant kill. It's worth noting that such mythical equipment is rare throughout the entire Great Xia, and for an ordinary professional to obtain this item would disrupt all balance. As the dungeon was about to close, Yi Qing gazed at the surrounding plants and brandished the Zhanqian gourd. The gourd's opening unleashed a tremendous suction force, drawing in plants from dozens of miles around, far exceeding the previous range of a few meters. With the countdown reaching 0, Yi Qing transformed into a beam of light and vanished from the spot. At the entrance of the dungeon, the crowd was still bustling. It had been less than half an hour since the others had been teleported out, and a few students were quietly recovering from serious injuries. Suddenly, a bright light streaked across the sky, and Yi Qing's figure appeared. Everyone turned their heads in surprise and asked, "How did you get out?" Yi Qing calmly replied, "I killed the dungeon boss. Didn't you know that's how you get out?" Lin Kuei ran up excitedly and gave Yi Qing a bear hug, tears streaming down his face. "I knew you'd be okay. I'm just glad you're safe." Yi Qing pushed Lin Kuei away and coldly said, "Stay away from me. I'm not into that." In the distance, Lu He watched in shock. He had expected Yi Qing might defeat the dungeon boss, but not so quickly. It seemed Yi Qing's potential was on another level. The surrounding crowd was filled with awe, as Yi Qing had defeated the terrifying dungeon boss in just half an hour. The underground world must have been filled with dangers, and the boss was certainly not easy to deal with. It looks like Yi Qing will definitely be the top scorer in the college entrance exams this year. A few principals exchanged glances, already certain of the final results. Wang Changsheng, holding a prepared list, climbed onto a large rock and began to announce, "Now, I will announce the results." As soon as he spoke, the crowd fell silent. First, Yi Qing. Second, Morong Shui. Third, Nangong Ro. Fifth, Lin Kuei. 10th, Guan Yu. These 10 students would head to Tiannan City for the second round of exams, gathering at the entrance of No. 2 High School tomorrow morning. The top 10 results were as expected. On the ride back to Jiangbei City, Lin Kuei spoke casually, "I've never left Jiangbei City before. Yezi, what do you think the outside world is like?" Yi Qing replied, "Unusually. Maybe not as great as you think." The rewards from this experience were immense for Yi Qing. The hidden dungeon truly lived up to its name. So far, he had encountered 2 hidden dungeons. One was the eerie deserted village, where he gained the mythical nine-tailed fox and the immortal slaying gourd. The gains from the ancient ruins had yet to be tallied, but completing the job change task was already a significant surprise. Yi Qing had thought he would have to go to Kyoto to complete it, but it turned out to be surprisingly smooth. As the vehicle headed towards Jiangbei City, everyone inside was dozing off. Yi Qing checked his sign-in system, which showed 4,810 out of 1 million. He selected to advance the system, and the system indicated that advancement was in progress, estimated to take 72 hours, during which it would be unusable. 20 million experience points vanished in an instant, leaving 28.1 million experience points. The journey was uneventful, and after greeting Lin Kuei, Yi Qing returned to his rented room. Xiaobai jumped onto the bed, and Yi Qing said softly, "Hungry? Have some blue spirit fruit first. I'll take you out for a proper meal later." He took out a few blue spirit fruits and placed them on the bed, and Xiaobai began eating without hesitation. Yi Qing walked over to the table and retrieved the items dropped by the strange doctor. The secondary profession scroll, Strange Doctor, contained unusual medical skills that could both heal and harm. Just then, the system panel prompted, "Detected Strange Doctor Secondary Profession, similarity to Death Alchemist Secondary Profession 89. Would you like to proceed with fusion?" After successfully merging, Yi Qing acquired a secondary profession known as the Evil Doctor. This legendary level profession made him adept at creating various bizarre poisons, while also possessing the ability to heal and save lives, using poison to counter poison. This secondary profession, originally rare, suddenly leapt to legendary status. Yi Qing felt an influx of countless prescriptions and poison formulas into his mind, even capable of creating monsters controlled by a mad doctor. However, he was indifferent to this, understanding that it was merely a sword in hand, and the secondary profession was just a tool to make him stronger. He took out other items from his backpack, and before him lay the Mad Doctor's Setepik-level equipment, including cloth armor, shoes, bracers, leggings, and a bracelet. Yi Qing examined the attributes of the Mad Doctor set carefully, discovering that he could equip it at level 30. The set's attributes increased the base stats by 1800 at 15 completion. At 35, normal attacks carried a poison effect, and both attack speed and movement speed increased by 550, and at 55, skill attack power increased by 80 and came with the Poison God skill. The Poison God's effect was that all poison attacks on him would restore health and mana, and when health dropped to 20, it would lock health for 10 seconds, during which non-mythical skills or equipment could not break it. Yi Qing marveled at this incredible effect, realizing that those 10 seconds were crucial for either battle or escape. He understood that the lock health effect of the Mad Doctor was broken by the evil sword, which was why he could be harmed. Stowing away the Mad Doctor set, Yi Qing knew that while this equipment was excellent, he couldn't equip it yet. However, the bottleneck of the transfer task had disappeared, and his leveling speed would increase. He examined the last two items dropped by the Mad Doctor, an epic crystal core, which could upgrade any item by 1 grade, up to epic, and the Mad Doctor's handbook, which recorded the Mad Doctor's lifelong research, involving various poisons, herb cultivation, and the wondrous reactions of poisons on the human body. These were valuable items, but not useful at the moment, so Yi Qing stored them away. He glanced at his attribute panel, noting the Sword Immortal's career paths divided into Mortal Sword Immortal and Heartless Sword Immortal. Mortal Sword Immortal excelled in the myriad sword flow, becoming stronger with more flying swords, and upon transfer, could comprehend the Mortal Extreme Sword skill. The passive skill of Mortal Extreme Sword allowed his consciousness to attach to the sword, with each phantom sword increasing attack, defense, and speed by 5 with no limit. Meanwhile, Heartless Sword Immortal focused on cutting off emotions and desires to pursue a stronger sword path, and upon transfer, could learn the Heartless Flying Sword. The passive skill of Heartless Flying Sword locked onto enemies, transforming myriad swords into one, with each attack increasing damage by 260 and a 0.01 chance of dealing a one-hit kill. Once the transfer was confirmed, he could continue gaining experience and leveling up. During the first transfer, every profession faced this choice. Yi Qing contemplated the two sword immortal branches, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. After a moment, he made his decision and chose. Yi Qing decisively chose to transition to the role of Immortal Sword Immortal. Although this decision required careful consideration, with the secondary profession of Formation Master, his future development path was already clear. The moment the transition was successful, a surge of immense power flowed into his body, instantly enhancing all his Sword Immortal skills. At the same time, two ancient body cultivation paths were unlocked, Xianhuang Body Sovereign and Nether Body Sovereign. The system's voice echoed in his ears, providing a detailed introduction to the characteristics of the two body sovereigns. Xianhuang Body Sovereign excels in defense, with remarkable speed and an incredibly resilient physique, characterized by impervious to all techniques, indestructible by all calamities. Its passive skill, Xianhuang Indestructible Body, increases defense by 75 and can cause counter damage, while the recovery speed of health and mana is astonishingly enhanced by 1000. In contrast, the Nether Body Sovereign focuses on burst and attack, with every move infused with the world's strongest offensive techniques. Its passive skill, Nether Battle Body, boosts melee damage by 150 and the damage of fist and kick skills by 45. Yi Qing had already made up his mind about this choice. His flying sword attacks had reached their peak, and what he needed most now was to enhance his defensive capabilities. Thus, he chose Xianhuang Body Sovereign without hesitation. Ding! The system's notification sounded. Transition successful. You have mastered Mortal Ultimate Sword and Xianhuang Indestructible Body. All active skills of the profession have been enhanced. Yi Qing clenched his fist, immediately feeling the powerful energy surging within him. The improvements from this transition far exceeded his expectations. Opening the attribute panel, a series of data appeared. Profession Yi Qing. Level 15. Profession Mortal Sword Immortal, Xianhuang Body Sovereign, Actor. Secondary Profession Dark Doctor, Formation Master. Basic Attributes. Health, 21. 40021, 400. Mana, 21, 55021, 550. Physical Attack, 5090. Magic Attack, 4310. Strength, 2301, 840. Intelligence, 1152, 040. Agility, 2151, 905. Constitution, 2151, 925. Special Attributes. Charm, 55. Luck, 563. Talents, Power of Time and Space, Sword Heart Clarity SSS level, Primal Holy Body SSS level, Acting D level. The system also listed his various skills in detail, from mortal sword technique to Xianhuang sky step. Each skill had been significantly enhanced. This included the ability to control 9 flying swords with the mortal sword technique, the heaven slashing sword technique that causes massive area damage, and the illusionary god sword technique that can transform into 30 flying swords. Combined with the invincible divine domain and Xianhuang sky step, along with various passive skill bonuses, Yi Qing's combat power had reached a whole new level. With his current equipment, the Misty Sword, Scarlet Firmament Sword, Poison Spider Set, Wraith Necklace, Puppet Ring, Green Bracelet, Immortal Slaying Gourd, and Illusion Mirror, this transition undoubtedly opened up a new realm for him. Yi Qing carefully examined his attribute panel and was pleasantly surprised to see significant improvements in all his stats. These enhancements primarily came from the support of the Qishao Sword and the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox, rather than skill enhancements from his class change. Reflecting on his past life, even someone within a grade profession could easily defeat an SS grade professional with a mythical pet like the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox. With his current attribute levels, Yi Qing estimated that even professionals in their 70s or 80s would find it difficult to match him. All his skills had also undergone qualitative leaps. His original Invincible Divine Fist had advanced to Invincible Divine Realm. Although Yi Qing was never skilled in fist techniques, this upgrade was still quite beneficial. The most delightful surprise was the addition of a 3-second invincibility state to the Xianyuan step, meaning he could be immune to damage during that time. The core skills of the sword Immortal Profession Dust World Swordsmanship, Sky Slicing Sword Technique, and Illusionary God Swordsmanship also saw substantial power boosts. The only regret was that the Qishao sword remained in its basic state. Even after defeating a formidable foe and consuming other weapons, the conditions for advancement weren't triggered. However, even as a level 15 basic weapon, its attributes surpassed those of the level 50 Dragon Roar sword and seemed to hold further growth potential. As night fell, Yi Qing glanced at his phone. It was 10 o'clock. A series of sensational news headlines suddenly flashed across the screen. A rare hidden professional appeared in Jiangbei City. A dungeon boss defeated in half an hour. The top scorer in the college entrance exam received a direct admission to Kyoto University, and scandals involving former Principal Qing Mingyuan targeting students. Yi Qing expressionlessly turned off the phone, as these stories about him were anticipated. Xiaobai, let's go eat. The Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox, who was playing with a pillow, made a graceful leap and landed steadily on Yi Qing's shoulder. In a private room of a high-end restaurant, Yi Qing indulged in a feast. With his attribute enhancements, his appetite had noticeably increased, forming a mountain of plates on the table. In contrast, Xiaobai ate elegantly, her snow-white fur spotless. Back in his rented room, Yi Qing lay on the bed studying the notes of the monster doctor, particularly focusing on the methods of creating plague ghosts and the techniques of poison mist invisibility. As the night grew quiet, Yi Qing gradually fell asleep, while Xiaobai's tail continued to sway vigilantly, guarding the surroundings. The next morning, Yi Qing arrived at Jiangbei No. 2 High School, ready to head to Tiannan City for the second round of the college entrance exam. At the school gate, Wang Changsheng and Lu He were already waiting. Over here, Lu He waved, indicating they would go to Tiannan City together, and when Yi Qing went to Kyoto for the final round, he would return as well. Soon, others arrived, and a fleet of luxury cars slowly approached. The car windows rolled down, revealing Nangong Ro and her mother. "Mom, do you really have to go with me to Tiannan?" Nangong Ro asked in a playful tone. "Of course, it's your first time traveling far, and I'm worried," her mother replied gently. "Let's go. This is the fleet provided by the Nangong family," Lu He said to Yi Qing. Yi Qing nodded and got into one of the cars, choosing a seat in the back, while Lu He sat in the front passenger seat. "With someone from the Nangong family with us, we won't encounter any danger on this journey," Lu He said, turning around. "Are you referring to Nangong Ro's mother?" Yi Qing asked, frowning slightly as he recalled the beautiful woman he had just met. "I didn't sense any aura from her." Lu He nodded seriously. "She's not simple. She comes from one of the most powerful families in the Xiaoth Long family." This information shocked Yi Qing. The Long family was one of the top families in Xia, known for having one of the 10 great war gods among their ranks. What surprised him even more was that in his past life memories, Nangong Ro's mother's identity had been a complete blank. Lu He said no more, his expression showing a hint of apprehension. "Let's wait a bit longer, Murong Shui will be here soon." The car fell silent. A few minutes later, Murong Shui appeared in the distance. "Over here, get in," Lu He called out. Murong Shui opened the car door, and, upon seeing Yi Qing, blushed slightly. Lu He began to explain the rules of the second round in detail. The first round is a ring match, straightforward and brutalonian continuous battles until the first place is decided. Then comes the dungeon point competition, which is even more ruthless. You not only have to deal with monsters, but can also steal points from other candidates. If your points drop to 0, you're eliminated. "No problem," Yi Qing said calmly. To him, with only 2 SS-level professionals in the entire Tiannan province, plus his own hidden profession. The top 3 positions were almost guaranteed. Lin Kuei passed by the window, waved to Yi Qing, and got into another car. Soon, everyone was in place. The convoy started up, engines roaring as it left Jiangbei City and entered the wilderness. There was a safe route leading to Tiannan City. Yi Qing petted the little fox while observing the scenery outside. Groups of level 20-30 monsters seemed harmless. Even larger creatures quickly retreated at the sight of the convoy. The journey was uneventful. By 1 p.m., the convoy entered the bustling Tiannan City and finally stopped in front of a building marked Tiannan University. Are we going to have the second round of exams here? Surprised murmurs arose around them. Wang Lao, a recruitment officer from Tiannan University, explained, "Yes, this is not only the second round of exams, but also the first trial for Tiannan University. As long as you aren't eliminated, you can stay at Tiannan University." This news caused an even bigger stir. Just then, a group of people approached, led by an arrogant young man in white. "Doesn't Jiangbei City have an SS-level professional and a hidden profession?" One of them taunted. "Let's have a match now. Finish the ring match quickly." Yi Qing stood among the crowd, watching the scene with a calm expression. "Hey, you come here," Lu Kuei shouted angrily. "Let's fight. See if I don't beat you." "Fight then. I'm not afraid of you," the other replied defiantly. The young man who had shouted earlier stepped forward, his dagger glinting coldly in the sunlight. He charged directly at Lu Kuei, and in an instant, the two were locked in combat. Surprisingly, the young man's skills were on par with his class professional. The surrounding principals and teachers did nothing to stop the sudden fight, as if they had anticipated it. As the battle intensified, Lu Kuei suddenly grinned and shouted, "Dehei, attack him!" With that command, a large boar appeared out of nowhere, its tusks gleaming as it charged at the young man's vulnerable back. Just then, a figure in white flashed into view, ready to assist with a black longsword in hand. But his movements were abruptly halted. Qing had appeared behind him, the tip of his sword pressed against the young man's neck, his voice icy. "Interfere, and you die." "What do you think you are?" the youth in white scoffed. "I'm an SS-class professional magic swordsman, and you dare to threaten me, a mere assassin?" Yi Qing slowly withdrew his sword, gently caressing its sinister blade. "So you're the SS-class professional from Xiangyang City? As arrogant as expected. So what if I am? Ready to die?" The young man in white shouted angrily, his patterned longsword slashing towards Yi Qing with fierce energy. Yi Qing looked at him impassively. "Haven't you realized yet?" The youth in white suddenly froze, black mist seeping from his wrist, clearly poisoned. "Despicable. You used poison," he shouted in rage. Ignoring him, Yi Qing turned and walked towards the Jiangbei City team. By then, Lin Kuei had finished his fight, and his opponent was clutching his wounded side, groaning in pain. The Xiangyang team was furious. "You cheated. Fight fair if you dare. One uses poison, the other ambushes this Jiangbei City style." Yi Qing stood beside Lin Kuei, calmly stating, "Sorry, but without poison, people would die." Lin Kuei laughed loudly. "A win is a win, say what you want." The principals and teachers present did not object to this style of fighting. Wang Lao stepped forward and said, "There are all sorts of professionals in the world, and you'll understand them in due time. Today's conflict ends here. If you want to fight, do it in the arena tomorrow. Accommodations have been arranged." Still dissatisfied, the Xiangyang team retorted, "Just wait, we'll show you on the arena tomorrow." Lin Kuei pulled a face, unconcerned. "I'm ready for you." Everyone then followed the guides into Tiannan University to be assigned their accommodations. Only Yi Qing and Murong Shui remained, following Wang Lao to a luxurious apartment. Opening the door, they were greeted by a spacious, well-decorated room. Yi Qing asked, "Is this where I'll be staying? Why is it different from the others?" Wang Lao explained with a smile, "All SS-class professionals receive special treatment, as do those with hidden professions." He turned to Murong Shui. "Your room is next door. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be off." Yi Qing, petting Xiao Bai, entered his room. Murong Shui headed next door, her slender fingers trembling slightly, betraying her nervousness. Standing on the balcony, Yi Qing looked down at the scene of Tiannan University. Below, students from various cities were arriving and settling in. With 26 cities in Tiannan province and 260 participants in the tournament, Yi Qing stroked Xiao Bai's soft fur and watched the crowd below, murmuring, "This is getting interesting." The next morning, the area downstairs was already packed with people, their voices buzzing like a rising tide up the stairs. Yi Qing suddenly opened his eyes, fully aware that today was the day of the tournament. The match would start promptly at 8, and he needed to go downstairs to draw his opponent's name. He quickly washed up and got ready, then calmly made his way downstairs. The chatter below was intense, with conversations overlapping. "What? My opponent is an SS-level professional? That's just my luck. Hee hee, I don't know who my opponent is yet, but I haven't heard their name before, so maybe I have a chance." The crowd was abuzz with tension and anticipation. As Yi Qing stepped into the throng, Lin Kuei hurried over, a hint of anxiety on his face. Yi Zi, I'm really nervous about the format of this tournament, he said. Yi Qing remained composed and replied calmly. Just do your best. As long as you can beat your opponent and advance to the next round, staying at Tiannan University is what matters. With that, he took out a few small bottles from his pocket and handed them to Lin Kuei. Here, take these. It seems like the teachers aren't too strict about using poisons. Lin Kuei looked down at the bottles, each labeled with its name and effect. His eyes lit up. Itch powder? This one is aphrodisiac powder. And blindness mist? Great stuff? Haha, I'm not nervous anymore. Yi Qing gently stroked the little fox in his arms, his expression serene. I didn't prepare any lethal poison, just some things with subtle effects. It would be bad if we couldn't use poisons. All right, I'm off to draw my opponent. He approached a peculiar-looking machine at the front of the hall, which emitted a prompt when he got close. Scan successful. Candidate number 1. Name, Yi Qing. Matching opponent. Match successful. Yi Qing looked down at the screen and saw that his opponent was in level professional, only level 9. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing his mind. Wasn't this a bit too easy? But then again, the sooner he finished, the sooner he could rest. At this moment, Lin Kuei put away the bottles and came over. I scouted around yesterday. The tournament is at the plaza just ahead. Let's go. The two walked side by side for about 10 minutes, passing through a wide path lined with trees, until they reached a grand plaza. 5 massive arenas stood in the center, each surface carved with intricate patterns, faintly glowing with magical arrays. The plaza was surrounded by spectators, some engaged in excited conversation, others whispering, the atmosphere electric. Yi Qing and Lin Kuei found 2 empty seats. Lin Kuei rubbed his stomach and grumbled softly. I haven't even had breakfast yet. Yi Qing casually took out 2 fruits from his space, one red and one blue, and handed them to him. The crowd continued to gather, discussions buzzing. Who do you think will be the top scorer in Tiannan province this year? I think Lu Hong from Xiangyin City has a shot, an SS-level magic swordsman with long-range attack capabilities. But I heard he was ambushed by Yi Qing yesterday and got poisoned. His face turned purple. Yi Qing has a hidden class, so his strength is still uncertain. Amidst this noise, several teachers from Tiannan University had already taken their seats in front of the arenas, each exuding a powerful presence and a steady demeanor. Suddenly, a female teacher in uniform leapt gracefully into the air and landed in the center of the arena, announcing loudly. The tournament now begins. Those eliminated will still have a chance to stay through the points competition. She clapped her hands, and light screens appeared behind the 5 arenas, displaying the day's matchups. Yi Qing looked up to see himself assigned to the central main arena, with photos of Murong Shui and Lu Hong beside his opponent's information, all on the same list. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the arena. The surrounding crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers, and the discussions grew even more animated. I heard he's from a hidden class. I wonder what his skills are like. Yeah, I'm curious about the abilities of a hidden class too. Yi Qing's opponent was a young boy in sportswear, staring defiantly at Yi Qing. He shouted, I know I'm not your match, but I still want to try. Yi Qing's expression remained calm, as if everything was under control. He took a slight step forward, and a sword mark flashed through the air with lightning speed, nearly impossible to catch. The boy felt a sharp pain, and his vision blurred as his body was forced to retreat rapidly, finally crashing hard onto the ground below the platform. He glanced at his health bar, which was down to 10, his face filled with disbelief. How could it be? How could it be so fast? He stood there on the ground, eyes filled with unwillingness. Yi Qing looked at the patterns on the platform and suddenly realized, so that's it. Dropping to 10 health means elimination. The audience erupted into a buzz of discussions. Someone whispered, is this the power of a hidden class? Truly formidable. Another person curiously asked, what's Yi Qing's class again? Someone replied, Sword Immortal. Yi Qing quietly returned to his seat. Classmates around him cast curious glances filled with awe and wonder, sneaking looks in his direction. Meanwhile, battles continued fiercely on other platforms. Murong Shui and Lu Hong had already easily defeated their opponents through a series of skills. Lu Hong flicked his hair, messed up by the fight, and glanced at Yi Qing's platform, only to find his opponent had long been eliminated with no signs of a struggle left. Lu Hong felt a slight chill, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes as he muttered, the hidden class is indeed powerful. Yesterday's performance wasn't a fluke. The battles on the platforms continued until 2 hours later, the first round finally ended. Out of 260 students, half had been eliminated, the defeated looking dejected and downcast. The second round began, and Yi Qing's opponent was a student with an S-class profession. The boy hadn't fully reacted when Yi Qing swung his sword, eliminating the opponent with a swift stroke. Compared to Yi Qing, these students' levels and attributes were insignificant. Yi Qing didn't even need to activate the skill Sword Heart Enlightenment to win easily. The discussions among the audience grew more intense. Yi Qing will probably be the top scorer in the Tiannan province. His battles are so effortless. Another nodded. Indeed, he's from the sword immortal class, right? He barely even used his sword, let alone any powerful skills. Yi Qing returned to his seat, gently stroking the small fox in his arms, watching other battles continue intensely. Lin Kuei's opponent was a mage, clearly in trouble. Lin Kuei rode the boar king, jumping back and forth on the platform, while the opponent waved their staff, wind blades slicing through the air like sharp knives, raining down attacks. Lin Kuei chuckled, suddenly whispering, "Watch my secret weapon." He pulled out a bottle, smashing it, and the crystalline powder inside scattered across the platform. The mage, unaware, touched it lightly and immediately twisted his face, shouting, "So itchy." Lin Kuei seized the opportunity to launch an attack, kicking the opponent off the platform. "Haha, this stuff is great, just not enough of it." Lin Kuei laughed proudly. Watching the match, Yi Qing nodded to himself. Lin Kuei could at least make it to the top 10, no problem. Although not the strongest, the Berserker Knight profession was still very formidable amongst class professions, with high attack and defense, enough to handle most opponents. As time passed, the third round began. Yi Qing's opponent surprisingly surrendered voluntarily. He stood up, easily returning to his seat, continuing to stroke the small fox, his eyes revealing a trace of boredom. For him, the exam seemed just a way to pass the time, as he couldn't go all out. However, he knew that his real goal was Kyoto University, with resources and dungeons that Jiangbei City couldn't compare to. On the platforms, the battles remained fierce until 3 p.m., when the fourth round finally began. With 33 contestants left, each was undoubtedly the elite of the elite. The light screen began to draw opponents. Yi Qing's gaze remained calm, fingers gently stroking the small fox, his mind at peace. The numbers on the light screen rolled faster and faster, and Yi Qing's eyelids grew heavy, almost closing. Lin Kuei sat beside him, his gaze tense, fists unconsciously clenched. As the light screen paused, Yi Qing's gaze followed its direction to his opponent's name. Lin Kuei's expression finally relaxed slightly, evidently letting out a small sigh of relief. Lin Kuei unexpectedly became one of the chosen few, grinning widely as he said, "Hee hee, luck's really on my side this time." Made it to the top 17 without lifting a finger. Yi Qing glanced at the light screen and noticed two students from Jiangbei City, Murong Shui and Nangong Ru were about to face off. His own opponent was a sweet-looking girl, an S-level lucky summoner. The light screens of all 5 arenas displayed the information of the contestants who were about to compete. In the back row, Nangong Ru sat beside her mother, Long Xian. Nangong Ru looked anxious and whispered, "Should I reveal my hidden strength? Otherwise, I might not be able to beat Murong Shui." Long Xian remained calm and gently replied, "That depends on your own choice. If you want to stay at Tian'an University, there's no need to reveal it. If you want to go to Kyoto, I support you." Seeing her daughter's worried expression, she added softly, "Don't worry. After all these years, I've long stopped caring about the past." As the 6th lady of the Long family and the current family head's younger sister, Long Xian had eloped with Nangong Xiao 20 years ago, choosing to settle in this remote Jiangbei city. Nangong Ru nodded resolutely and walked onto the stage with her head held high. Meanwhile, Yi Qing lounged in his chair, casually munching on a blue spirit fruit while watching the battle unfold. Lin Kuei leaned over with a smile and said, "Yezi, share a fruit with me too." The battle on stage had already begun. With each step Murong Shui took, a thick layer of ice formed on the ground, and the blue staff in her hand shimmered with a cold light. The once clear sky suddenly turned gloomy, and snow began to fall in the heat of summer. She maintained a battle-ready stance throughout. Nangong Ru, instead of her usual staff, wielded a red spear, and a massive magic circle appeared beneath her feet. A 4 or 5 meter long white dragon emerged from the formation, not a western wyvern, but a true 4-clawed divine dragon. Though not large in size, and with small horns, it exuded an extraordinary presence. The audience erupted in excitement, with people standing and exclaiming, "A dragon tamer! This young girl is of the Long family bloodline." Long Xian looked at the white dragon with a gratified expression, saying, "The day has finally come. I no longer wish to run away." Yi Qing shook his head slightly, thinking, as expected, another unexpected turn. When he first learned of Nangong Ru's mother's identity from Lu He, he had a premonition. In his past life, Nangong Ru never revealed this part of her identity until the Nangong family returned to the main family in Kyoto many years later, and these secrets gradually came to light. Among the 5 arenas, the showdown between Murong Shui and Nangong Ru was the most captivating. Amidst the howling blizzard, the divine dragon soared in the sky, the two forces clashing heated. Nangong Ru stood firmly on the white dragon's back, charging towards Murong Shui with her red spear, only to be blocked by the dense wind and snow. Murong Shui chanted an incantation, summoning countless ice blades to strike at the white dragon. Nangong Ru swung her spear as the white dragon beneath her emitted a dazzling light, neutralizing all attacks. Yi Qing stroked Little White, Pondering, Nangong Ro's secondary profession seems different from what I know. The battle intensified as the white dragon suddenly let out a thunderous roar, and a massive dragon shadow lunged toward Murong Shui. Suddenly, a massive ice crystal statue appeared behind Murong Shui, embodying the majestic presence of the snow goddess. This was their ultimate move, colliding with a force that left the audience in awe, drawing all eyes to them and making other battles seem dull in comparison. Ultimately, the snow goddess statue shattered, and the white dragon appeared exhausted. Both fighters were eliminated, falling short of the top 32. Other students felt secretly relieved, thankful they hadn't faced them, as defeat would have been inevitable. The teachers at Tiannan University exchanged glances, realizing their oversight in not investigating Nangongrou's background, which led to the early clash of two SS-class competitors, resulting in mutual defeat. Lin Kuei watched with interest and turned to Yi Qing, asking, "Do you think you can beat them?" "I'd say it's a 1 in 9 chance." Yi Qing calmly replied, "You mean me 9, them 1, or?" Lin Kuei was surprised, not expecting his friend to have grown so much without him noticing. Yi Qing confidently stated, "I could defeat them 99 times with 1 strike." Lin Kuei's smile froze, his face full of astonishment. At that moment, a light curtain on one of the arenas lit up, displaying Yi Qing's name. Lin Kuei exclaimed, "You're joking, right? Don't take it seriously." Yi Qing chuckled and bantered with him before heading to the arena. Yi Qing's opponent was a petite girl with a sweet appearance, wearing a pink dress. Although nervous, she did not back down when Yi Qing approached. Instead, she said candidly, "I admit I'm not your match, but that's what makes it interesting. I'm Guanqiuyue." She began to summon creatures for battle. However, with a snap of his fingers, Yi Qing disrupted Guanqiuyue's summoning circle, dimming its light. Yi Qing coldly said, "Your summoning circle is broken. Without your summoned beasts, what fighting power do you have? Step down." Guanqiuyue, with determination on her face, charged at Yi Qing, attempting to strike him with her staff. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and was instantly transported below the arena by the formation. In disbelief, she checked her status panel, finding her health nearly depleted from just 1 hit. Yi Qing stepped off the arena, yawning, feeling no challenge. Among the final 16, only 2 notable contestants remain magic swordsman Lu Heng and Yi Qing, who had yet to draw his sword. The following battles were uneventful as Yi Qing effortlessly defeated Lu Heng, securing first place in the tournament. Lu Heng's arrogance was shattered, leaving him in a state of dejection. The outcome surprised no one. A female teacher flew to the center of the arena, and the crowd fell silent. She announced, "The tournament has concluded successfully. Don't be discouraged if you lost. There's still a chance in the points competition over the next 2 days. Those with top 10 overall scores can still advance to the capital. The cafeteria has prepared food for everyone. I wish you all a bright future." Applause erupted, and everyone began to disperse. Walking beside Yi Qing, Lin Kuei remarked, "It's almost 8 p.m., and I haven't eaten all day. I'm starving. I can't believe I got 6th place." Yi Qing nodded, reminding him, "Be careful in tomorrow's points competition. This time, you can steal points from each other, and losing all your points means elimination." After a satisfying meal, everyone enjoyed a peaceful night. The next morning, they were led to a dungeon entrance. The lead teacher explained, "Everyone's point bracelet starts with 1 point. If it reaches 0 or you encounter great danger, you'll be automatically teleported out, which counts as elimination. The dungeon will be open for 48 hours. Now, the dungeon begins." Everyone gradually entered the dungeon. When Yi Qing stepped inside, he found himself surrounded by lush green trees and a ground covered with wildflowers of various colors. The system panel popped up, making Yi Qing's eyes light up. It was finally time to level up, although this dungeon seemed a bit low level. A massive sword light appeared beneath Yi Qing's feet, a unique effect of the red dust sword technique. With a mere thought, dozens of flying swords lined up behind him, forming a moving wall of swords. He soared into the air, heading deep into the forest of death. As he flew, the swords automatically locked onto enemies, leaving bright silver trails in the sky. Killed a level 15 goblin, gained 30 experience points. Killed a level 20 man-eating flower, gained 80 experience points. The system notifications kept ringing. Yi Qing soared freely in the sky, enveloped in a dense aura of sword energy. On the ground, other examinees looked up in awe at this incredible sight. "Is that Yi Qing? No wonder he's in a hidden class. Being able to fly in this terrain makes him unbeatable," they exclaimed. Meanwhile, other examinees struggled on the ground, battling various monsters and, for those in teams, guarding against potential betrayal. Yi Qing, however, activated Sword Heart Clarity, instantly annihilating any monsters in his path. If one sword mark didn't kill them, he'd use 10 to form a small sword formation. If that wasn't enough, he'd gather 100 sword marks to create an even larger formation. Outside the dungeon, recruitment officers from top universities in Tiannan province and leaders of major factions closely monitored the proceedings. "That's Yi Qing. listed as level 15 in the files. It seems he's completed the class transition mission, noted one middle-aged man dismissively. But if he were to fight on equal footing, he might not be a match for other SS-class professions. Inside the dungeon, Yi Qing's slaughter continued. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Congratulations on leveling up. All attributes 15, free attribute points 10. Your pet, the nine-tailed heavenly fox, has leveled up. All basic attributes 100, charm attribute 200. Xiao Bai, having maxed out its experience, leveled up alongside Yi Qing, seemingly transitioning from its juvenile stage to rapid growth. On the giant flying sword, Yi Qing's body gleamed with the dazzling light of leveling up, a spectacle visible to everyone through the livestream. It's unbelievable. It's only been 2 weeks since he awakened, and he's already completed the class transition mission, remarked Lu He, adjusting his glasses. These monsters are being instantly killed. It's impossible to calculate his exact damage. 3 hours later, on the leaderboard, Yi Qing was far ahead with 120,000 points, while the second place, Morong Shui, had only 11,000 points, followed closely by Nangong Ro with 10,000 points and Lu Heng with 7,000 points. When Yi Qing reached the center of the Forest of Death, he encountered the dungeon boss. Golden Goblin King, Lord level 35. Health, 380,000. Just as he was about to strike it down with a single blow, a voice suddenly spoke in his ear. You've secured first place by default this time. Exit the dungeon. By the way, here are 3 experience capsules for you. At Tiannan University, some teachers were anxiously discussing the situation. In just 3 hours, Yi Qing had almost cleared the dungeon. If the dungeon boss were defeated, the dungeon would enter a cooldown period. What should they do? Perhaps it would be best to talk to Yi Qing and try to communicate with him. Yi Qing listened to the sound coming from his wristband, feeling a bit helpless. He had been too efficient, disrupting the balance. He pressed the button on his wristband and was instantly teleported to the dungeon entrance. All eyes were on him. A teacher from Tiannan University approached and handed Yi Qing a bottle. In the meantime, you can explore other dungeons at Tiannan University. Yi Qing took the bottle and found 3 purple experience capsules inside, each capable of increasing his experience bar by 50, but they could only be used 3 times below level 20. He put the capsules away and walked off into the distance. Everyone watched him leave with a mix of emotions. This was undoubtedly a concession from Tiannan University, a gesture of goodwill towards a prodigy like Yi Qing. Back at his place, Yi Qing felt a sense of relief. He hadn't planned on participating in the points competition anyway, and now he was unofficially first place. In his hand, he held a map of Tiannan University's dungeons, with the highest level being the Cold Spirit Snow Mountain. Since the teachers had already given him special privileges, Yi Qing wouldn't hold back. As for other major dungeons in Tiannan City, they had long been divided among powerful factions, making entry costly. Suddenly, Yi Qing remembered something, his eyes lighting up. There was something in Tiannan City that had caused quite a stir in his previous life. He headed out in a particular direction. The bustling streets were crowded and lively. How did I lose again? This time, I'll bet all my gear. I refuse to believe it, gamblers shouted, caught up in their frenzy. Around them, shops and street stalls displayed an array of treasure chests and peculiar jars. Wearing a venomous spider mask, Yi Qing scanned the surroundings, thinking to himself, this must be the place. It was where people gambled on treasure chests in Tiannan City, all sourced from a unique dungeon. This dungeon, located near the abyss, wasn't particularly dangerous, but the monsters within dropped various chests and jars with completely random contents. However, the dungeon had been claimed by powerful factions, leaving ordinary adventurers without access. As Yi Qing walked down the street, he recalled that someone had once found a growth item here in his previous Liphius sword. Currently, he only had 2 flying swords and 7 equipment slots. Although there were still a few months until his goal, the shop was right there. So Yi Qing decided to take a look. He moved forward to a corner, finding the shop rather run down and almost deserted. Just as he was about to enter, a man nearby called out, "Are you new here? The chests and jars in that shop are picked up from the dungeon's edge. The chances of finding something good are lower than elsewhere." Yi Qing nodded in thanks and replied, "Thanks for the warning. I'm just taking a look." Watching Yi Qing's back as he walked away, the man shook his head and turned to leave, thinking to himself, "You're in for a disappointment." Yi Qing pushed open the door and entered the shop, greeted by a neatly arranged store. The shelves were lined with chests and jars of various sizes, each emitting a unique sheen. Behind the counter, an elderly man with white hair was leisurely fanning himself, his eyes sharp and bright. "Young man, which chest catches your eye? I'll get it for you," the old man said warmly. Yi Qing's gaze wandered around the shop and finally settled on a white chest on a shelf. Its surface was engraved with intricate patterns of fierce beasts, exuding an extraordinary aura. He pointed to the chest, "That one." The old man glanced between Yi Qing and the small fox on his shoulder, a strange look flickering in his eyes. "Remarkable young man," he murmured, getting up to retrieve the chest. Placing it on the counter, he paused thoughtfully. You're quite special. I'll give you this chest. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Yi Qing replied calmly, secretly casting a detection spell. To his surprise, apart from the old man's name, he couldn't discern any other information. The old man sighed lightly. 3 million daxia coins, and it's yours. The transaction was quickly completed, and Yi Qing left with the chest. The old man looked at the payment notification with a satisfied grin. What a fool. I picked this up at Wanbao Cliff and sold it for a fortune. Little Taohong, here I come. Back in his room at Tian'an University, Yi Qing took out the chest. The system displayed a series of question marks before prompting. Open the chest? Contents unknown. Upon confirmation, the chest opened to reveal a massive jet black sword lying quietly inside. The system immediately displayed detailed information. Raging Blade. Strength 200, Constitution 200, Physical Attack 700. Skills. Imperial Sword Aura 150 damage. Frenzied / 0.5 second stun. Guardian restores 10 health per second when below 50, 2-hour cooldown. Traits. Spirit Shard, Sword Frenzy, insufficient rank. Yi Qing placed this powerful divine sword into the Tongtian sword box, alongside Qi Xiao and Evil Mist. His attack power had reached astonishing levels, capable of dealing over 10,000 damage with a casual strike, even without activating Sword Heart Clarity and the Primal Sacred Body. Checking his phone, it was 4 in the afternoon. A stream of shocking news appeared. The emergence of a dragon envoy in Tian'an province, a hidden class discovered in the Magic City, 3 SS-class professionals appearing in Kyoto, and an emergency report of a sea beast tide off the Jiangdong coast. This year's college entrance exams were destined to be extraordinary. Yi Qing glanced at the notification on his phone, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. This was a real challenge. After a quick tidy-up and freshening up, he left his room. He enjoyed a hearty breakfast at the Tian'an University cafeteria before heading towards the Cold Spirit Snow Mountain dungeon. This time, his goal was to reach level 20. The entrance to the Cold Spirit Snow Mountain dungeon was located in the northern part of Tian'an University, already surrounded by students. Most were seasoned players in their junior or senior years, all above level 50, having completed their second job advancement. The area was filled with noise, mainly students looking for teammates. We need a healer, preferably a girl. We need a frontline. A knight or shield bearer would be great. Seeing Yi Qing heading alone towards the dungeon entrance, the surrounding eyes couldn't help but focus on him. They exchanged a few whispered comments, their gazes full of curiosity and admiration. Isn't that the legendary player? Soloing a dungeon is much harder than doing it in a group. Yeah, this dungeon claims lives every year. Who would dare go in alone without immense confidence? Yi Qing paid no mind to the murmurs around him and stepped into the teleportation circle of the Cold Spirit Snow Mountain dungeon. A strong feeling of dizziness hit him, and with a flash of light, the scene before his eyes changed rapidly. The north wind howled, snowflakes danced, and everything was a pristine white. In the distance, a few white snow wolves lunged at him, their teeth gleaming with cold light, emitting low growls. Yi Qing remained unfazed, and with a thought, he cast a detection spell. Icefield Wolf, level 60. HP, 18,000. Attack, 545. Defense, 320. Skills, Ice Missile AoE, Claw, Ice Armor. Yi Qing smiled slightly, activating his Sword Heart state. He moved forward with light steps, his sword strokes like lightning cutting through the night sky, striking the Icefield wolves. In moments, all the wolves fell, their bodies silently spreading across the snow. Killed Icefield Wolf, gained 1,700 experience points. Yi Qing nodded at the impressive experience gain. The experience gained from monsters over 40 levels higher was indeed extraordinary. He then summoned his sword case, and 3 flying swords emerged, swiftly orbiting around him. Stepping onto one of the large flying swords, Yi Qing effortlessly flew toward the corpses of the Icefield wolves, collecting several white items that disappeared into the air as they were consumed by the Immortal slaying gourd. The Sky Sword has leveled up. Yi Qing checked his attribute panel with a smile. The enhancements from the Qi Xiao Sword, Sky Sword, and Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox were all concentrated on him. Even without activating his state, his combat power was enough to crush players of the same level. He swung his sword again, a massive light sword sweeping across the sky, its light devastating the ground below. The surrounding monsters couldn't withstand such power. Even stronger foes couldn't escape a single strike, as the Qi Xiao sword flew forward and slashed down fiercely. Xiao Bai, curled up on his shoulder like a fluffy white ball, seemed quite uncomfortable with the cold, occasionally shaking its fur. It was clearly less adapted to the environment compared to Yi Qing. On the other side of the Cold Spirit Snow Mountain, several teams were struggling to hunt Icefield wolves. They too noticed Yi Qing flying in the sky with his light sword, their eyes filled with astonishment. What kind of flying skill is that? It's so cool, one team member exclaimed. I'm more concerned about the sword light constantly emanating from behind that light sword. Its damage is insanely high. It takes our 5-person team over 10 minutes to kill a group of Icefield wolves, but he did it in seconds. Another team member responded. With such strength, he must be a legend at Tiannan University. How have I not heard of him? Or maybe he's a powerhouse from another city? Or perhaps a teacher from some school? I heard that during the recent college entrance exams, many professional teachers entered this dungeon too. Yi Qing continued flying on his light sword, with the Immortal slaying gourd automatically collecting equipment. He faced no obstacles as he advanced. However, as he got closer to the snow mountain, the temperature dropped even further. The surroundings were almost entirely white, with snowflakes constantly falling, while the distant snow mountain towered into the clouds. Suddenly, several massive white snow bears charged from afar, their roars deafening. They opened their mouths wide, sending a wave of blue energy sweeping towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing gazed calmly at the incoming energy blast. 3 flying swords hovered in front of him, and in an instant, the combined forces of the Qishao sword Qi and the Yutian sword Qi shattered the energy blast effortlessly. The ice bear before him was a level 65 creature, boasting 21,000 health, 460 attack points, and 610 defense points, with skills in energy blasts, roaring, and berserk mode. Employing the Hongshin sword technique, the 3 flying swords shot through the air, their cold gleam cutting down several ice bears in an instant. A system notification chimed, awarding 2,300 experience points for each fallen bear. Soon after, the Qishao and Yutian swords both advanced in level. Satisfied with the experience gain, Yi Qing continued hunting in the area. 2 hours later, as dusk approached and the cold grew more biting, the wind howled, carrying snowflakes with it. Yi Qing deactivated his sword-flying state and landed on the ground. Despite his health and mana being at their peak, the mental fatigue was undeniable. He retrieved various items from the Zhuxian gourd, including beast cores and special liquids, and began setting up an array on the ground. Isolation array, activate. Cold resistance array, activate. Spring array, activate. With the arrays activated, a warm, spring-like aura enveloped an area of several meters, with a small sun hovering above, sharply contrasting the surrounding blizzard. Leaning back in his chair, Yi Qing tended to a well-prepared ice bear carcass roasting in front of him. Any monster drawn near was either swiftly dispatched by his sword or subdued by Xiao Bai before being executed. Suddenly, a system upgrade notification appeared. A new targeted sign-in feature and experience shop were introduced, with targeted sign-in requiring 5 million experience points. The shop offered items like skill upgrade cards 15 million experience, supreme enhancement stones 1 million experience, Huitian pills 800,000 experience, and the alchemist and blacksmith subprofessions, each valued at 28 million experience. Yi Qing immediately initiated 5 targeted sign-ins, focusing on sword-related items. The first resulted in a level 20 epic sword, Moonlight, followed by 2 ordinary wooden swords, causing him to clench his fists nervously. The third was a level 40 epic sword, Reverse Scale, which was a decent outcome. On the final sign-in, the system interface suddenly burst into 5-colored light, followed by a notification, obtained the Zhuxian sword. Upon seeing the Zhuxian sword's attributes, Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Zhuxian sword white, a level 1 equipable growth weapon. This peerless sword of slaughter, once part of the strongest sword formation with 3 others, had been damaged in a great battle but retained the essence of the sword, with the potential to return to its peak. It provided 3,999 physical attack points and an 800 strength boost, with the special skill Zhuxian, enhancing skill attack power by 150. Yi Qing gazed at the attributes of the sword, frowning slightly. This sword had sacrificed all other characteristics in pursuit of ultimate destructive power. As he gripped the hilt of the unsheathed sword, it trembled slightly in his hand, as if responding to its new master's call. Xiao Bai instinctively felt fear towards the menacing sword, curling up and hiding nearby. Yi Qing placed the sword into its case, which then vanished. Only then did Xiao Bai leap back onto his shoulder, and Yi Qing gently stroked its fur, calming the little creature. Glancing at the 3 million experience points remaining on his system panel, Yi Qing decided to hold on to them for now. The ice bear on the fire crackled as its fat dripped, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. At that moment, a flash of light appeared in the darkness, and 5 figures gradually became clear. It was a shivering team of professionals, all draped in ice bear pelts. "Hey there, are you a formation master? Can we come in to rest for a bit? We'll leave once we recover," the young man leading the group called out from beyond the protective barrier. Yi Qing sized up the group of students from Tiannan University, noting that the strongest among them was only level 58, while the others hovered around level 55. "Sure," he replied calmly, snapping his fingers to open a gap in the formation. The group entered, expressing their gratitude repeatedly, while Yi Qing focused on enjoying his meal. A petite female healer curiously asked, "You don't seem to be from Tiannan University. Are you from another school?" "You'll find out eventually," Yi Qing replied briefly, ending the conversation. The atmosphere grew a bit tense, and the group sensibly retreated to rest at a distance. Late at night, The wind and snow howled, and countless glowing green eyes surrounded the formation. The team members awoke in alarm, but Yi Qing spoke calmly. This should be enough. For Sword Juxian, Qi Xiao, Yu Tian, and Zai Wu shot into the air. Illusionary divine sword technique. Hundreds of phantom swords sliced through the wolf pack like a hot knife through butter. Minutes later, the ground was littered with wolf carcasses. The attribute panel indicated a level up, with all attributes increased by 15 and 10 free attribute points awarded. The Juxian sword received a remarkable boost, 100 physical attack and 80 strength. Although Yi Qing had anticipated some enhancement, the magnitude was astonishing. You're incredibly strong, the team members exclaimed in shock. Silently, Yi Qing stepped out of the formation, storing his equipment in the Juxian gourd. The smell of blood is too strong here. I need to leave. The formation will last for another hour. Take care, he said, his figure vanishing into the snowstorm. The team leader muttered. He must be a teacher from some school. Even a student from Kyoto University couldn't dispatch a wolf pack so effortlessly. As the snow gradually ceased, Yi Qing, holding the little fox, stood on his flying sword, heading towards the snowy mountains. Suddenly, he spotted a bizarre humanoid creature in the snow, towering 4 to 5 meters tall. Yi Qing cast a detection spell. The snowman elite before him was level 70, with 130,000 health points. Its attack power was 710, and its defense value was 815. It possessed skills such as snow concealment, frost fist, snow soul armor, and freezing ray. Standing on his flying sword, Yi Qing's sword marks danced behind him, forming dozens of 9 palaces sword arrays. In a flash, he slew the snowman. As the snowman fell, it dropped equipment that was evidently usable only at levels 60 to 70. Without hesitation, Yi Qing fed them to the slaying Immortal gourd. He checked his phone and saw that it was already 3:30 a.m. It seemed he needed to start managing his experience bar, aiming to reach level 18 at 49 before consuming 3 experience capsules to quickly jump to 19 at 99. The bottleneck from level 19 to 20 was quite significant, so Yi Qing planned to strategically manage his level, using capsules to break through quickly and avoid spending too much time. As dawn broke, the temperature began to rise. In the sky above the snowy landscape, a massive sword light cut through the silence, moving swiftly. Not far ahead, a towering snow mountain stood against the horizon. That was likely the core of the dungeon, where the dungeon boss resided. Yi Qing murmured softly as his gaze swept over his full experience bar 17 at 86. After hours of battling monsters, Yu Tian and Zhu Xian had both reached level 10, and Xiao Bai had leveled up to 17. He dismissed his sword riding technique and stood directly on the snow. The augmentation effect of the Zhu Xian sword made his attack power soar. His sword edge sliced through, becoming sharper, aiming directly at the snow mountain's peak. This place was sparsely populated, though a few teams in the distance were approaching the snow mountain, clearly also targeting the dungeon boss. Yi Qing quickened his pace, and a massive snow jade spider, level 70 and crystal clear, suddenly appeared before him. Xiao Bai swiftly controlled it, and Yi Qing's sword marks flew from behind, slicing the spider without resistance. After several days of cooperation, Yi Qing and Xiao Bai's teamwork had improved significantly. Xiao Bai handled controlling the enemies while Yi Qing focused on dealing damage. The enemies could no longer rely on speed to escape and could only be dealt with by them. Their coordination made battles much easier. Yi Qing looked up at the snow mountain's peak. A sword of light suddenly appeared beneath his feet, surrounded by flying swords, with the dense sword array continuously slaying nearby monsters. At this moment, his experience bar was rapidly increasing, finally reaching level 18. Yi Qing took an experience capsule from his backpack, planning to strategically manage his level. Although everything was proceeding smoothly, this dungeon was not to be underestimated, as it was an internal dungeon of Tiannan University, where unexpected events were nearly impossible. As Yi Qing continued to advance, members of other teams gradually fell far behind, watching the figure swiftly moving on the flying sword with amazement and awe in their eyes. Some students whispered among themselves, "Who is that? He can kill these monsters with a single strike. I saw him yesterday. He must be a teacher from another school, definitely not a student." Deep in the dungeon, Yi Qing's experience bar was nearing 18 at 49. He unhesitatingly swallowed the last experience capsule, feeling a surge of energy spread throughout his body. The experience bar finally reached the intended target. He looked up, continuing resolutely towards the snow mountain's peak, determined to conquer this dungeon in one go. Yi Qing used 3 experience capsules, and the system notification sounded immediately as his experience points skyrocketed to 19 level 99. Standing atop the snowy mountain, he was surprised to find it not as cold as he had imagined. A massive ice dragon lay sprawled at the summit, its silvery white scales glistening with a frosty glow in the sunlight. Casting a detection spell, the attributes of the ice dragon appeared before him. Snowfield Ice Dragon, Lord level 75. Health, 7,500,000. Attack, 1,250. Defense, 1,400. Skills. Ice Domain, 50 attack and defense within the snow mountain range. Blizzard, area attack lasting 30 seconds, 500 damage per second, with freezing and paralysis effects. Ice Body, regenerates 5,600 health per second within the snow mountain range. Dragon's Fury, when health is below 30, attack 50, defense 30. Looking at these stats, Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. The boss was indeed formidable, but still within his range to defeat. Sensing Yi Qing's presence, the ice dragon roared in fury, shaking the heavens. Unfazed, Yi Qing activated Sword Heart Clarity and the Primordial Holy Body, drawing his Zhu Xian sword and launching the heaven-slaying sword technique. The 1-second stun rendered the ice dragon completely unresponsive, and a sharp sword aura sliced through the air, severing the massive dragon's body. It fell with a thunderous crash, without the need for a second strike. Killed Snowfield Ice Dragon, gained 6,500,000 experience. 2 consecutive level-up notifications rang out, and at the same time, his flying sword, Qi Xiao, advanced to level 20, with a 300 boost to all basic attributes and a 500-point increase in physical attack power. Yi Qing paid no heed to the equipment on the ground, using the Immortal slaying gourd to devour everything, leaving only a few useful materials. Although it was merely a Lord-level monster and the experience wasn't abundant, gaining 2 levels was quite satisfactory. The system then notified all players in the instance. The boss has been defeated, you will be teleported out in 300 seconds, and the instance will reopen in 24 hours. The surrounding students were stunned and buzzing with discussion, some marveling at the record-breaking time, far surpassing Tiannan University's 45-minute record, while others speculated about the identity of this powerful player. After everyone was teleported out of the instance, Yi Qing quietly returned to his residence. He sat at his desk and took out the Tongtian sword case, where the flying swords Qi Xiao, Yu Tian, Shiwu, and Zhu Xian were neatly arranged. He also retrieved a sword emitting a moonlight-like glow to check its attributes. Moonlight Epic Level 20. Magic Attack, 1,700. Intelligence, 850. Skills. Illusion of the High-Hanging Moon, 40 skill damage under Moonlight. Moonlight Slash, 220 damage, with a chance to blind. Blood Moon. Attack, speed, and defense 300, 24-hour cooldown. Satisfied, he placed Moonlight back into the sword case, and Yi Qing stood up, ready to check his college entrance exam results. When Yi Qing arrived at the entrance of the Death Forest dungeon, he spotted Lu He intently watching the large screen displaying the real-time battle status. Yi Qing approached Lu He, as he was the person he was most familiar with in the crowd. Lu He turned his head to examine Yi Qing, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Your aura has become even more intense than before. I suppose you've boosted your strength with those experience capsules. Yi Qing nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the leaderboard displayed on the big screen. First, Morong Shui, 91,000 points. Second, Nangong Ro, 90,000 points. Third, Lu Heng, 39,000 points. Those two are really going all out. Do you think they've been grinding all night? Yi Qing asked, frowning. Lu He nodded slightly. Nangong Ro's performance is indeed unexpected. Her white dragon's potential even surpasses the mounts of some direct descendants of the Long family. Seems like you're quite informed about these matters? Yi Qing inquired in a lowered voice. Lu He shook his head decisively. That's a forbidden topic. His gaze inadvertently swept over to Nangong Ro's mother, who stood not far away, clearly indicating there was more to the story. Yi Qing got the hint and refrained from further questioning, instead turning his attention to the battle on the screen. In the footage, everyone was attacking the dungeon boss, the Golden Goblin. Behind Morong Shui, a massive ice goddess illusion appeared, with a raging blizzard engulfing the dungeon center. Nangong Ro, riding her divine dragon, maneuvered around the Golden Goblin, constantly seeking opportunities to strike. Meanwhile, Lu Heng, who was supposed to be one of the main forces with his SS-class profession, appeared to have lost all fighting spirit. Evidently, after being defeated by Yi Qing earlier, his mindset had completely collapsed, and he needed time to recover. The other students could only clear the minor monsters on the periphery, as any misstep in this level of battle could result in instant defeat. After an hour, the Golden Goblin finally fell, and the equipment it left behind was divided between Morong Shui and Nangong Ro. As everyone was teleported out of the dungeon, the area buzzed with speculation about whether it was Yi Qing who had dealt the final blow to the boss. A teacher from Tiannan University cleared his throat, and the crowd immediately quieted down. He announced the advancement list. Yi Qing 1st, Morong Shui 5th, Nangong Ro 6th, Lu Heng 8th, and Lin Kuei 10th. In the crowd, Lin Kuei wore a worried expression, clearly lacking confidence in his ability to establish himself in Kyoto. Yi Qing approached him to offer some comfort. Give it a shot. Even if you get eliminated, you'll have more choices. I'm well aware of my own abilities. If I go, it'll probably be a one-round trip, Lin Kuei said with a bitter smile. Then stay at Tiannan University, Yi Qing said, not pressing further. He knew that according to the original path, Lin Kuei should indeed remain at Tiannan, and altering this choice might lead to unforeseen changes. At this moment, Lu He approached, his expression serious. There's a hidden fact about the trials at Kyoto University. You might face a nightmare-level dungeon. It's dangerous, but the opportunities are significant. If you're ready, we'll set off for Kyoto tomorrow. With that, he turned and walked away. Yi Qing was somewhat surprised as he surveyed this nightmare-level dungeon. It resembled a complete miniature world, not only bustling with cities and human societies, but also filled with incredibly powerful monsters. He hadn't expected the final round to be such a complex scenario. Lin Kuei quickly adjusted his mindset and grinned. I have to give it a shot. Even if I lose to you monsters, it won't be shameful. Don't worry, Yi Qing said with a slight smile. As long as you go, I can't guarantee everything, but your safety is assured. Lin Kuei burst into hearty laughter. Then what is there to fear? Let's do it. The two joked as they walked to the cafeteria. After a hearty meal, Yi Qing bid farewell to Lin Kuei and returned to his place, immediately starting to concoct poisons and other medicines. While trying to infuse sword energy into the pills, Yi Qing encountered a problem: a lack of durable shell material. He searched through the Zhuxian gourd for a long time, but found nothing. Just as he was contemplating at his desk, inspiration struck. If sword energy is hard to control, what about sword marks? They can be manipulated at will. He immediately activated the sword mark skill, and a palm-length white sword mark flew into his hand, resembling a miniature lightsaber. Although its power was only 30 of the original, it was sufficient for his current needs. Yi Qing murmured to himself and worked until late at night before resting. The next morning, Lu He knocked on his door right on time. Are you up? It's time to leave. Yi Qing quickly packed, storing miscellaneous items in the Zhuxian gourd. Upon opening the door, Lu He instructed, go call Murong Xue next door. Yi Qing hesitated. How about we give her a call? Before he finished speaking, Murong Xue's door opened. She emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes. No need to call. I barely slept last night. The three of them arrived at the entrance of Tiannan University to find Nangong Ro and her son already waiting. You're so slow, Nangong Ro complained impatiently. Lu He turned to Long Xian with a smile. We'll need your help again this time. No problem, get in, Long Xian replied calmly, gesturing to the two luxury cars parked nearby. Lu He, Yi Qing, and Lin Kuei got into the car at the back, while Murong Xue sat in the front car. The convoy left Tiannan City and stopped suddenly in the wilderness. Why did we stop? Yi Qing asked in confusion. Yeah, we just left the city. Don't tell me the car broke down. Lin Kuei added, puzzled. Lu He smiled slightly. Cars are too slow. We have a better mode of transportation. Long Xian's feet lit up with a large magic circle, and a majestic blue dragon soared into the sky with a mighty roar. The surrounding monsters fled in terror. Yi Qing silently used his probing skill. Ice dragon? Although he couldn't see specific details, he estimated the dragon to be at least level 150. We're riding a dragon to Kyoto? That's awesome. Lin Kuei's eyes widened, unable to hide his excitement. Long Xian spoke gently. Climb onto its back. If we travel by car, it would take us 2 or 3 days. Nan Gongro was already standing on the blue dragon's head, looking down at Murong Xue and urging, hurry up, don't be afraid. Lu He smiled faintly, comforting, it'll be fine. He clapped his hands, and golden runes appeared beneath their feet, allowing everyone to float up and leap onto the dragon's back. The dragon soared into the sky, and a strong gust of wind swept over them, causing their clothes to flap wildly. Yi Qing was indifferent to this, as he was used to flying with his sword every day. Lin Kuei, on the other hand, was so excited that he was whooping with joy. Murong Xue didn't show much emotion, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. It was her first time flying. As the dragon flew majestically through the air, its powerful presence kept other flying creatures at bay. By 3 p.m., the dragon began to descend slowly. The area within hundreds of miles of the capital was filled with no-flight zones. Long Xian put the dragon away and looked around with a complex expression. Lu He took out his phone and made a call. Wait a few minutes. Someone will come to pick us up soon. Lin Kuei looked around and exclaimed, it's so bustling. Seeing it in person is completely different from on TV. Yi Qing surveyed the area, noticing the towering skyscrapers and feeling intrigued. Long Xian and Nan Gongro whispered to each other, while Murong Xue gazed around in awe. Soon, a small van approached and stopped in front of them. Lu He nodded slightly at the driver. They're here. A plump young man stepped out and approached Lu He. Are you the candidates from Tiannan province? Why aren't there 10 of you? Lu He replied. No, we're just the first to arrive. Please take us to Kyoto University first. The young man nodded. All right, everyone get in. The vehicle drove on, and 3 hours later, as dusk fell, they finally arrived at Kyoto University. Getting out of the car, Lu He spoke. The trials at Kyoto University consist of 2 rounds. The first round is a bit complex, and you'll find out soon. As for the second round, you'll enter the Nightmare Instance, Yunhai Realm. It's not a point-based competition, but a survival one. I'll arrange your accommodation first. Long Xian said seriously. We'll come when the time comes. We don't need accommodation. With that, she left with Nan Gongro. Lu He looked at Yi Qing, Lin Kuei, and Murong Shui, adjusting his glasses. Come with me. Your accommodation is ready. They walked into Kyoto University and, after a short distance, arrived at a building that turned out to be a courtyard. Lu He took out a key and opened the gate. This is my place, but I have some matters to attend to these days, so you can stay here. There are plenty of empty rooms. He turned to Yi Qing. You might need to come with me. Someone wants to see you. Yi Qing was surprised and puzzled. He didn't know anyone at Kyoto University. Who could it be? But he decided to follow Lu He to find out. Lin Kuei shouted from behind. Bring me back some food. I'm starving. Yi Qing waved his hand to show he understood. On the way, Yi Qing asked, Who wants to see me? Why the mystery? Lu He shook his head. You'll find out soon. He thought to himself, isn't Long Xian from the Long family? How did she end up with a Western dragon? Yi Qing was puzzled. Seeing his confusion, Lu He explained, She's not around right now, so I can tell you. She acquired that blue dragon during a national quest. She used to be quite fierce, but having a child has mellowed her over the years. The two continued chatting as they walked into a dense forest. The lush vegetation surrounded them, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting speckles of light. Yi Qing examined the trees closely, thinking to himself, these are spirit-nurturing trees, and those are soul-nourishing flowers, both incredibly rare materials. Lu He was surprised and asked, You recognize these? The person you want to meet is in the forest. I'll stop here. At that moment, a deep, authoritative voice came from within the forest. Lu He, since you're here, come on in. Lu He grimaced. All right. He turned to Yi Qing and motioned for him to follow. Come on, let's go together. Filled with curiosity, Yi Qing followed Lu He into the forest, where a strange fragrance enveloped him. In the heart of the woods stood a wooden cabin, with an elderly man in a gray coat sitting out front, drinking cup after cup of wine. Lu He introduced him. This is the old dean I mentioned to you, Yi Qing. I've never been able to figure him out. The old man's gaze turned to Yi Qing, and he felt a wave of pressure as the power of time and space within him trembled slightly before calming down. The old man spoke softly. Interesting, you must possess some mythical level item that conceals your attributes. Now, attack me with all your strength. Yi Qing hesitated, thinking to himself, this might not be a good idea. The old man's imposing aura suggested he was a formidable 7th, possibly even 8th, ranker. The old man urged, don't hesitate. Come on, strike me. Yi Qing nodded, summoning the misty sword, its core shining brightly. He didn't use the red dust sword technique, opting instead to swing the sword directly. The old man raised his hand, conjuring a shield, but it was useless. The sword struck his hand, leaving a small cut. The old man widened his eyes in shock. How could you break my defense? Lu He was equally astonished. Impossible. What's going on here? Yi Qing withdrew the misty sword and said calmly, my talent ignores any defense. The old man's eyes glimmered with excitement as he muttered, once you grow, that matter might truly be possible. Yi Qing felt uneasy under the old man's gaze. His intention was merely to showcase some of his abilities to gain the attention of Kyoto University. This way, accessing all the quests and resources would become easier, and leveling up would be faster. Lu He added, this is the old dean of Kyoto University's Combat Academy, named Zhao Qingquan, a hidden class, peak 7th rank, level 300 blood demon swordsman. Yi Qing thought to himself, as expected, a 7th ranker, with each rank representing a new realm of power gained through job advancement quests. The old dean smiled at Yi Qing. You're quite promising. The trials at Kyoto University will begin in 2 days. Until then, train with me. All right, you can go back now. Come back here tomorrow morning. Yi Qing left the forest and headed to the shop at Kyoto University, buying a large assortment of items. He stored everything in his Zhanxian gourd and returned to the courtyard. As he pushed open the courtyard gate, he saw Lin Kuei sitting under a big tree, seemingly having waited for a long time. Yezi, you're finally back. Where did Lu He take you? Lin Kuei asked, looking up as Yi Qing approached. Yi Qing didn't hold back. I went to see an old man. I heard he's the dean. I brought some food. You must be tired of waiting by now. With that, he took out a heap of food from the Zhanxian gourd and placed it on the nearby table. Seeing this, Lin Kuei immediately started eating heartily. Yi Qing glanced towards the other side of the room, where Murong Shui was still packing her belongings. He walked over and gently said, come and have some food with us. Murong Shui turned around and smiled. Thank you. While the three of them were eating and chatting, Zhao Qingquan and Lu He were having a conversation in the woods on the other side of the courtyard. What did you say his profession was? Zhao Qingquan asked. A hidden profession, sword immortal, Lu He replied, adjusting his glasses slightly. He should be around level 20. The damage he deals is quite terrifying, ignoring defenses. It seems he's oriented towards strong attacks. Defense and speed aren't his strengths. Zhao Qianquan nodded, continuing his analysis. Every profession has its strengths and weaknesses. You're right. Yi Qing has never been attacked. After a moment of thought, he added, however, if his attack power continues to grow, he might have the potential to slay gods. Lu He frowned slightly, responding in a low voice. Such attack power is indeed frightening. If he continues to grow, his future is promising. Zhao Qianquan sighed, falling into a moment of silence as he reminisced. Seeing this, Lu He stood up and said softly, I should be going. With that, he turned and left. The next morning, Yi Qing woke up early. After a quick wash, he headed to the woods with Xiao Bai, filled with questions, eager to understand the cultivation methods here. As he reached the courtyard gate, about to knock, a voice came from inside. Come in. Yi Qing pushed the door open and walked into the yard. An elder stood there, the surrounding leaves moving without wind, as if some mysterious force was flowing in the air. Your attack power is impressive, the elder nodded slightly. Now, I want to take you somewhere. As he spoke, he took out a bracelet from his robe and handed it to Yi Qing. This is an access device for the Daxia virtual network. Press the button in the center, and you'll enter the virtual world. Surprised, Yi Qing took the bracelet, a bit puzzled. Wasn't this technology supposed to be widespread in 10 years? It's used for practitioners to train skills and positioning, and it can also be used for PK with other practitioners. I heard even non-combat professions can experience it. Seeing Yi Qing's shock, Zhao Qianquan assumed he was amazed. He showed his own wrist, revealing a similar bracelet. Go ahead, there's no danger in here. After saying that, Zhao Qianquan sat down on a nearby chair and quickly entered the virtual network. Yi Qing hesitated for a moment, then reassured Xiao Bai, why don't you stay in the pet space for a while, okay? Although a bit reluctant, Xiao Bai nodded and entered the pet space. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qing pressed the button on the bracelet. Instantly, he felt dizzy, his consciousness blurred, and after a moment of disorientation, he found himself standing on an empty arena. The surroundings were not perfect, the open space feeling a bit desolate. Zhao Qianquan stood not far away, accompanied by a gaunt old man. Thank you, old friend, Zhao Qianquan said to the old man with a smile. He's the one. No problem, the gaunt old man nodded, his gaze assessing Yi Qing. Zhao Qianquan added, this is Blood Shadow, a peak-level assassin of the 7th transformation. However, he paused, his expression slightly changing. He's now a dead man, a program in the virtual world. The gaunt old man calmly said, that's right. Zhao Qianquan looked heavy-hearted and finally let out a helpless sigh. For the next couple of days, you'll train here with the two of us. This virtual world can be entered at any time, except when you're in a dungeon. Yi Qing clenched his fist, realizing that external powers couldn't be drawn in here, and his body stats were only equivalent to a level 20 professional. Zhao Qianquan produced 2 wooden swords, casually tossing one to Yi Qing. In the morning, you'll practice swordsmanship with me. In the afternoon, you'll work on agility with Shuang. Our attributes are the same here, and dying doesn't matter. The frail old man stepped outside the ring. Holding the wooden sword, Yi Qing exuded an imposing aura. Despite not being able to unleash powerful skills, and his stats not being intimidating, he feared no enemy. Begin. Attack me with everything you've got. Zhao Qianquan shouted. Yi Qing, familiar with the virtual world, clashed his wooden sword against Zhao Qianquan's, producing a dull sound. Good lad, I underestimated you, Zhao Qianquan remarked. His sword techniques were exquisite, and by the 16th move, he had disarmed Yi Qing's wooden sword. He was surprised, realizing Yi Qing wasn't weak and fought more by instinct. Yi Qing felt a bit helpless, having trained in the virtual world for over 10 years in his previous life without guidance, relying solely on his own exploration. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to block a single move from Zhao Qianquan. Time flew by in their intense practice, with Zhao Qianquan pointing out Yi Qing's flaws each time. Yi Qing's progress was remarkable, improving from 16 moves to 20, 30, 40, and by noon, he could endure 45 moves against Zhao Qianquan without losing. Zhao Qianquan remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was astonished by such a rapid improvement in just one morning. All right, go have something to eat. This afternoon, enter the virtual world on your own and practice agility with Shuang, Zhao Qianquan instructed. Yi Qing exited the virtual world, his consciousness returning to Zhao Qianquan's courtyard, feeling the robustness of his physique. In comparison, the virtual world's attributes seemed quite weak. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his attribute panel. Passive skill swordsmanship comprehended. Beginner level, 5 increases attack power by 5 when using sword weapons. Yi Qing was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected skill comprehension. Zhao Qianquan sat leisurely, sipping tea. You've comprehended the swordsmanship skill. In the future, you must develop your own swordsmanship. Yi Qing nodded, gratefully saying, thank you for your guidance. Zhao Qianquan set down his teacup and said with a sigh, go on, take a break. Shui Ying's training methods aren't easy either. Yi Qing left the courtyard, a small fox perched on his shoulder, incessantly chattering, as if complaining. All right, I'll try not to put you in the pet space anymore, okay? Yi Qing said softly. At the cafeteria of Kyoto University, he had something to eat, then returned to his residence. Finding Murong Shui and Lin Kuei absent, he wasn't concerned, assuming they were exploring the university. Back in his room, Yi Qing picked up his wristband and entered the virtual world. It was the same arena, with Shuang standing there, seemingly deep in thought. Let's begin, Yi Qing said. As long as you can touch the hem of my clothes. This afternoon's training will be over, Shui Ying's voice floated gently. Yi Qing moved with a graceful rhythm, using the Xianhuang treading steps. Even without any attribute boosts, he was agile and nimble. He dashed toward Shui Ying, his steps light and rhythmic. Your footwork suits you well, and your basic agility is solid, Shui Ying remarked, effortlessly dodging each of Yi Qing's attempts. Every time Yi Qing felt he was about to touch Shui Ying's clothes, he was always just a fraction off. On this virtual arena, their skills and attributes were evenly matched, but the difference in technique was evident. Yi Qing focused on observing Shui Ying's movements, and suddenly, an idea sparked. He stepped forward decisively. Shui Ying's speed suddenly increased, as he deftly evaded. How did you know I was going to move there? He asked, surprised. But even if you knew, you're still too slow. Throughout the afternoon, Yi Qing never managed to touch Shui Ying, but his movement speed and attack angles improved significantly. Let's continue tomorrow. Shui Ying finally stopped. Go back and reflect on what you've learned. You might discover something unexpected. Yi Qing nodded in agreement and disappeared, returning to the real world. Zhao Qianquan appeared on the virtual arena. Old friend, what do you think of the kid? His foundation is the best I've ever seen, Shui Ying replied seriously. Whether it's swordsmanship or positioning, if guided properly, his progress could be astonishing. If he grows, he might really have a chance to slay gods, Zhao Qianquan nodded. You said if he grows, Shui Ying sighed. You know how hard an 8-turn mission is. This task has trapped us for a lifetime. Back in his room, Yi Qing opened his eyes, and a notification popped up on his attribute panel. Passive skill agility comprehended. Agility level 1, 6.5, increases movement speed by 6, enhances dodge chance by 3. The little fox napping on him stirred slightly. You must be hungry. Let's go get something to eat. The little fox nodded in agreement. Yi Qing checked his phone. It was already 6 p.m. Several new messages caught his eye, reporting on the final round of this year's college entrance exams. At least 8 SS-level professionals and 3 hidden professionals were said to be participating, making Kyoto University the focus of national attention. Yi Qing was indifferent. At his current level, these individuals were hardly a concern. Even Xiao Bai could handle them easily. As he stepped out of his room, he saw Lin Kuei leisurely sitting under a tree, looking at his phone. Yi, why have you been sleeping all day? I bought some good food, Lin Kuei said, pointing to a table nearby. Yi Qing, without hesitation, joined Xiao Bai in enjoying the meal. Lin Kuei continued looking at his phone, saying, I feel like coming here was the right decision. Even just watching the college entrance exams is worth it. Yi Qing nodded, placing several bottles on the table. Nightmare-level dungeons are dangerous. These are for you. Seeing the attributes of the poisons, sword chi pills, and rejuvenation elixirs, Lin Kuei's eyes lit up. I have nothing to give in return. How about I offer myself? Yi Qing almost spat out his food, but seeing Lin Kuei laugh heartily, his mood lightened. Lin Kuei indeed needed those things and didn't stand on ceremony with Yi Qing, mentally noting this favor. As they chatted, Morong Shui walked in from outside, looking a bit weary. Lin Kuei immediately stood up and teased with a smile. Did you get into a fight? There are only a few of us from Jiangbei here in the capital. Yi Qing and I will help you get revenge. Morong Shui gently shook her head. Nothing happened. Yi Qing noticed a bracelet on her wrist and guessed she had also entered the virtual world, facing quite a setback. Someone like her would naturally have extraordinary talent in the virtual world, especially since she wore the bracelet this time. How many SS-level students are there nationwide? The nightmare-level challenges are indeed terrifying, and all the students are preparing for them. As night fell, the bright moon hung high, and stars twinkled. Sitting in the courtyard, Yi Qing gazed at the sky, lost in thought. Suddenly, Morong Shui came out from the house, sitting beside him. Why are you still up so late? Yi Qing gently shook his head, not answering. He took a small bottle from his pocket and handed it to her. This contains a revitalizing pill. Be careful when entering the challenge. Consider this my investment in you. Morong Shui looked at the pill in the bottle, hesitating slightly. Such a precious thing, I can't accept it. Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively and returned to his room. Morong Shui sat on the chair, staring at Yi Qing's door, then gazed at the night sky for a long time. The next morning, Yi Qing and Lin Kuei entered the virtual world together. They stood on a virtual arena, with Zhao Qianquan and Shui Ying watching them with hawk-like sharpness. It's already late today, focus on your training, Zhao Qianquan said, his words devoid of any extra emotion. Yi Qing and the others trained diligently throughout the day. His sword skills improved from 5 to 8, and his agility from 6.5 to 9. However, as their strength increased, further progress became slow and challenging. As night fell, Yi Qing and Lin Kuei ate dinner under the big tree in the courtyard. Yi Qing, I'm a bit nervous. The nightmare-level challenge sounds terrifying, Lin Kuei said quietly, sipping his beer. Yi Qing laughed lightly and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, we're here now. With the things I prepared for you, there shouldn't be any major issues. Lin Kuei said no more and downed a few cans of beer before heading to his room to rest. Yi Qing understood how he felt. At Tiannan University, Lin Kuei was a force to be reckoned with, but at Kyoto University, he went from being a big fish in a small pond to a small fish in a big pond. Anyone would feel that kind of disparity. That night passed peacefully. The next morning at 5:30, Lu He quietly entered the courtyard. Looking at the closed doors, he finally knocked on Yi Qing's door. Wake up, there's a fire, he said. Yi Qing quickly opened the door, and before he could speak, the little fox in the courtyard woke up alertly, its sharp cry pulling him from his sleep. What is the first round of the college entrance exam? Yi Qing asked, curious about what Lu He had been hinting at for days. You've been so secretive lately. Today, you should tell us, right? Lu He nodded, signaling Yi Qing to wake Lin Kuei and Murong Shui. Wake them up, and I'll explain. Yi Qing went to wake the two, and Lin Kuei groggily got out of bed. So early? The three of them followed Lu He in a certain direction. On the way, Lu He briefly explained, the first round is the heart test. Everyone will be brought into a large formation where your greatest fears will manifest. Only by overcoming them can you pass. The shorter the time, the more points you earn. They arrived at a spacious square, already crowded with people, buzzing with discussions. Everyone was talking about the top candidates for the college entrance exam. In Kyoto, Long Zhan has already formed a pact with a mythical dragon, making him the favorite to top the college entrance exams. However, not everyone agrees with this prediction. Many have high hopes for Chu Yang from the Magic City, who is rumored to have a powerful hidden profession and has yet to show his full potential. Additionally, Yi Qing from Tiannan province cannot be overlooked, as his strength is equally impressive and he too possesses a hidden profession. As speculation buzzed around, Yi Qing entered the arena. Unexpectedly, he became the center of attention, casually biting into a blue fruit as he took a seat. Lin Kuei and Murong Shui followed closely behind, sitting beside him with slight nervousness. Lu He glanced at the three and said in a relaxed tone, the first round isn't dangerous, so take it easy. I'll be watching your performance from the front. If you need anything, feel free to find me. With that, Lu He made his way to the teacher's section. Lin Kuei chuckled lightly and couldn't help but remark, this hard inquiry test isn't much of a problem. At most, it's just a battle of these genius professions. I'm feeling a bit nervous. Murong Shui remained silent, quietly gazing ahead, her mind in turmoil. Faced with such a formidable array of strong opponents, she was unsure of her chances. In the center of the square, a spacious area large enough to accommodate thousands was marked with colorful array patterns on the ground. As time passed, more and more people gathered around. Powerful figures from major families and students from Kyoto University stopped to watch, their eyes filled with anticipation. In the distance, a young man dressed in luxurious attire stood beside a middle-aged man, exuding an extraordinary aura. His gaze was cold as he surveyed the surroundings. Long Xian and Nangong Ro sat not far away, looking haggard and the atmosphere tense. The middle-aged man's expression was complex as he spoke gravely. After all these years, you're still so stubborn. Long Xian replied softly, brother, you're the head of the Long family now. I don't want to argue with you here. Let's leave it at that. Her tone was gentle, yet firm. The young man beside them disdainfully glanced at Nangong Ro, his tone provocative. You're just an outsider in the Long family. So what if you've made a pact with the dragon? In the end, you'll still be beneath me. Remember my name, Long Zhan. Nangong Ro scoffed. You might not even be a match for me. Long Zhan raised an eyebrow, a dragon shadow flickering behind him, and the tension thickened. The middle-aged man sternly intervened. That's enough. Elsewhere, a handsome young man in a white t-shirt held a photograph, comparing it to each person in the arena. His gaze settled on Yi Qing, confirming the image of the white fox on his shoulder, and he nodded slowly. Murong Shui also caught his attention. Chu Yang frowned slightly, murmuring to himself, it's just the Long family. Their influence may be strong, but Long Zhan is nothing to fear. Yi Qing sensed someone watching him and turned to see several pairs of eyes fixed on him, some belonging to formidable figures. It seemed these were students with SS level or hidden professions. He smiled lightly, unfazed. To him, these individuals weren't worth drawing his sword for. A simple gesture could defeat them. At that moment, Lu He stepped to the center of the square, his voice clear and powerful, cutting through the noise. All examinees, enter the formation. If you fail to exit within an hour, you will be eliminated. As his words ended, the array patterns around them lit up, and all the examinees were drawn into the formation. The first few students who entered the formation fell to the ground unconscious within seconds. Some of the more resilient examinees managed to hold on for a few more seconds, finding corners to rest. Lin Kuei chuckled and whispered, "They can sleep? Good thing I have a blanket in my storage space." He entered the formation with ease, immediately wrapping himself in his blanket, drawing surprised looks from the surrounding examinees. Yi Qing smiled slightly, walking lightly toward an open area. He remained unhurried, ready to wait calmly for the test to begin. Staring at the illusionary heart array before him, a glint of understanding flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. This array, powered by a level 100 illusion-type beast core, had already begun to take effect. Beside him, Xiaobai gradually fell into a deep sleep, and Yi Qing's own consciousness started to blur as the surroundings rapidly shifted. In the blink of an eye, he found himself lying on a bench on the streets of Jiangbei City, in the guise of a middle-aged man. Picking up a phone, the reflection showed a face etched with the passage of time. Feeling the faint power within him, he instantly grasped the meaning of this illusion. It was the moment before his rebirth, when he felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, the protective city array shattered with a thunderous crash. Countless terrifying monsters roared outside the city, while the screams of citizens echoed everywhere. A godlike figure hovered in the sky, gazing down on all. Lin Kuei's staggering figure appeared on the battlefield, wielding a spear to slay Situ Xiao with one swift strike. "You betrayed humanity, and death is too good for you. Lin Kuei, you're courting death." Situ Feng roared, "Great deity, please slay this man." The divine-like presence raised a hand, and an enormous palm print blotted out the sky, enveloping the entire Jiangbei city. Lin Kuei fought valiantly, but ultimately dissolved into a mist of blood. Yi Qing clenched the wooden sword in his hand, thinking to himself, "It's time to end this." In his previous life, he could only wait helplessly for death, but this time, everything would be different. The illusion shattered like a mirror, and in the final scene, Jiangbei City turned into a living hell, with all living beings reduced to ashes under that deadly palm. Yi Qing suddenly opened his eyes, returning to the reality of the square. He picked up the sleeping little fox and silently walked out of the array back to his seat. No one noticed the slight redness in his eyes. A chorus of amazement rose around him. "That's Yi Qing. He broke out of the array in less than 5 minutes. How is that possible? He clearly entered the illusion." Professors from Kyoto University were recording scores in shock, and Lu He was equally incredulous. As time passed, others gradually emerged from the illusion. Chu Yang was the first to wake up, looking at Yi Qing with a serious expression. "You are indeed the strongest opponent." Murong Shui, dressed in white, smiled at Yi Qing as she sat down. This time, she could finally face that nightmare bravely. Meanwhile, Lin Kuei sat silently in his seat, no longer as lively as before. Yi Qing knew it was because he had relived the pain of his father's death at the hands of monsters in the illusion. By noon, everyone had regained consciousness. Those with weaker wills were eliminated, but other top schools would still compete to enroll these top talents from the province. Lu He stepped up to the podium to announce, "You may now go for lunch. At 1 p.m., the nightmare-level instance, Cloud Sea Realm, will open, and you will spend 5 days and nights within it. Please gather here by 12:50 p.m. Yi Qing, Lin Kuei, and Murong Shui entered the cafeteria together. Lin Kuei had already adjusted his mindset, thinking he should eat more since anything could happen in the dungeon. Yi Qing remained silent, a demeanor Lin Kuei was accustomed to, so he continued chatting casually. After finishing their lunch, they headed to the plaza and found a seat. Not far away, Nangong Ro approached them, wearing a red tracksuit that made her look energetic. "Do you want to know the student list for this time? I have the list of all hidden classes and SS-level classes," she said excitedly. Yi Qing shook his head slightly, indicating he wasn't interested. Nangong Ro felt a bit awkward but was reassured when she considered Yi Qing's unmatched strength. In her mind, she guessed that Yi Qing's power might even surpass the heirs of the top families in Kyoto, despite his equipment not being as good as theirs. There are a few students to watch out for. The first is Long Zhan. He's the most talented of the Long family and is rumored to have contracted a mythical-level young dragon, Nangong Ro continued. Yi Qing petted the little creature beside him, recalling something about Long Zhan, vaguely remembering that he might already be dead, though the details were unclear. Nangong Ro went on. Then there's Yi Ling from the Yi family, an SS level 5 elements swordsman who can imbue her weapons with 5 attributes. Also, there's Chu Yang, who has a hidden class, formidable power, though his skills haven't been revealed yet. As Nangong Ro introduced other capable students, the surrounding crowd began to gather, discussing the nightmare-level dungeon. Lu He floated with golden runes under his feet, scanning the area. "Everyone's here. Let's head to the dungeon entrance. Follow me," he instructed, leading them toward a peculiar building on the east side of Kyoto University. The structure resembled a tower, its silver-white exterior gleaming blindingly in the sunlight. Lu He stopped at the entrance, beside a strange machine. "You need to enter your information here: name, class, level, and origin, then you can enter the dungeon." "This is the dungeon entrance," he explained. Your attribute panel and equipment are personal privacy. No one will easily reveal them, Luha added. Everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to be the first to step forward, observing each other's reactions. Yi Qing, Lin Kuei, and Murong Shui nodded to each other, indicating they'd meet inside the dungeon. Yi Qing was the first to step up, placing his hand on the machine. It announced, Yi Qing, 18 years old, class, Sword Immortal, level 21. With a flash of light, Yi Qing vanished on the spot. The surrounding crowd buzzed with surprise. What? He's already level 21. How can he level up so quickly? They realized that Yi Qing's confidence stemmed from his formidable strength. The expressions of several strong contenders grew serious, as they were only level 14, not to mention the level 15 job change quest. The gap between their levels and Yi Qing's was evident. Moreover, after changing jobs, they would gain stronger attributes and skills. Even though they were all SS level or hidden classes, the difference in strength between having changed jobs or not was like night and day. They thought to themselves that this nightmare-level dungeon was their chance for a job change. Following Yi Qing's lead, others stepped forward. Murong Shui went up, and the machine displayed, Murong Shui, 18 years old, class, Ice and Snow Mage, level 13. Next, Nangong Ro approached, and the machine showed, Nangong Ro, 18 years old, class, Dragon Tamer, level 13. Chu Yang, 18 years old, is a professional battle soul master at level 14. The machine emitted a series of crisp notification sounds, recording each participant's information one by one. As the last participant stepped into the instance, a large, shimmering light screen appeared at the entrance. The screen clearly displayed everyone's level, profession, and status information. First, Yi Qing, level 21 Sword Immortal. Second, Chu Yang, level 14 Battle Soul Master. Each person's name appeared in pure white, but if they encountered danger or their health dropped below 30, the name would turn into a glaring red. Outside the dungeon entrance, teachers from the top academies of the Great Xia Kingdom stood observing. Representatives from Magic Capital University, Great Xia Military Academy, and EC University were present, along with influential figures from various major forces, all closely watching the information on the light screen. Suddenly, an elderly man approached slowly. Though his pace was not fast, the intimidating aura he exuded made everyone present instinctively step back. This renowned figure, Zhao Qianquan, fixed his gaze on the light screen and coldly declared, that Yi Qing is someone I have my eyes on, so don't get any funny ideas. The representatives of the surrounding forces, upon hearing this, all displayed expressions of apprehension, with some even unconsciously stepping back a few more paces. We wouldn't dare. Since he's someone you've taken an interest in, how could we possibly interfere? Zhao Qianquan snorted coldly and instantly vanished from sight. Not far away, on a bench, Long Xian and the head of the Long family, Long Tongue, were quietly observing everything. The old man is as domineering as ever. Indeed, but he has many hidden injuries within him and his time is running out. Otherwise, he could have lived for another 100 years. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Yi Qing stood in a world of white, surrounded by thick fog. The ground beneath his feet felt soft, in stark contrast to solid ground. The system panel promptly popped up with a notification. Entered instance, Cloud Sea Realm. Difficulty, Nightmare, level 50. Description, in the midst of the fog, every step you take leads to death. Yi Qing swiftly summoned his light sword, with 5 flying swords hovering behind him. The moonlight sword emitted a brilliant glow, casting a bright moonlight over the dense fog. He stepped onto the large light sword and dashed in a certain direction, leaving a trail of sword marks in its wake. Suddenly, countless red light dots appeared in the fog, as if drawn by the moonlight. Silently and swiftly, a group of elite mist ghosts level 25 charged at him from all directions. These creatures had attributes that clearly surpassed those of regular elite monsters and instances. Yi Qing immediately activated Sword Heart Clarity, and the surrounding sword marks flew out, weaving into a large formation that encircled the monsters. Earth Fiend Heavenly Gang Sword Formation. Effect of Heavenly Gang Sword Formation. Damage within the formation increases by 200, with a high probability of causing blindness. The moment the formation was activated, all the sword marks erupted simultaneously, carrying 60 of Yi Qing's damage value as they slashed at the monsters. With a single strike, all the mist ghosts fell. Just as Yi Qing was using his immortal slaying gourd to collect his spoils, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the fog, and a massive figure charged towards him at high speed. Yi Qing firmly grasped the Zhuxian sword, and its radiant blade cut through the air, instantly slicing through the surrounding thick fog. With a single strike, the massive figure was cleaved in two, revealing a terrifying number on its corpse. The additional damage from the sword's aura wasn't even triggered, resulting in an instant kill. Ding! You have slain the level 35 Lord, the Hidden Mist Ghost King, and gained 110,000 experience points. Approaching the monster's corpse, Yi Qing found 2 pink items, but neither was usable for him. Without hesitation, he used the Zhuxian gourd to absorb them, keeping only the materials. For others, this dungeon would be a nightmare, with monsters lurking in the fog ready to attack at any moment. Yet for Yi Qing, it was effortless, didn't even bother to activate his Hong Huang sacred body, and there was no need to use the Zhuxian gourd or his unyielding heart. Gazing at the materials dropped by the monsters and the surrounding mist, Yi Qing's eyes lit up as he deactivated the moonlight phenomenon and withdrew from his sword-wielding state. Perhaps the formation he had in mind might actually work. Clutching the core of the hidden mist ghost, Yi Qing began inscribing runes. Gradually, he and Xiao Bai merged into the dense fog, disappearing completely. In a distant location, Yi Qing reappeared silently. The plague ghost skills were now perfectly replicated through the formation, allowing him to move short distances within the fog and remain hidden without a trace. This dungeon posed no challenge, and now it was even easier. Behind Yi Qing, a sword case appeared, and 5 flying swords swiftly entered it before he once again vanished into the mist. In a foggy area several kilometers away, Chu Yang wielded a white spear, effortlessly slaying a level 15 monster. The creature's attributes were surprisingly strong, comparable to an elite. Just then, the fog in the distance stirred, and a figure slowly emerged, with a small fox perched on his shoulder. Chu Yang exclaimed, "You're Yi Qing. Are you here to challenge me? I accept your challenge." Yi Qing remained silent, his figure ghostly as he vanished into the mist. Chu Yang gripped his spear tightly, warily scanning his surroundings as a protective barrier appeared in front of him. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his neck, his hair standing on end. Yi Qing, holding a long sword, had somehow appeared behind him, saying lightly, "Your profession isn't bad, but you're still a bit weak." With that, Yi Qing melted back into the fog, disappearing once more. Chu Yang wore a complex expression, thinking to himself, "The gap is so vast. I need to hurry and complete my job transition tasks." After spending an afternoon navigating the fog, Yi Qing finally arrived at a small town, surprisingly inhabited. His status panel indicated that unless hostility was shown first, he could retaliate. Entering the town, the ancient architecture was a stark contrast to the outside world, bustling with people. Seeing Yi Qing emerge from the mist, the townsfolk were visibly shocked, thinking to themselves, "He actually made it out of the forbidden zone." It seems about right. Every year around this time, an outsider emerges from the mist. An elderly man sat leisurely in a chair, speaking softly. Yi Qing was also a bit surprised. This was his first time entering a dungeon populated by residents, who appeared to be the native inhabitants of this instance. Yi Qing stopped a passerby to ask for lodging recommendations. The person pointed ahead and said, "Just follow the street and you'll see a sign, but it's a bit pricey." As the sun set, the street was filled with hurried pedestrians, each wearing a different expression. An elderly man on a cane noticed Yi Qing was not from around and kindly warned, "You'd better get to the inn quickly. It's dangerous here after dark. Monsters lurk in the mist." Yi Qing nodded with a smile. The mist monsters posed no threat to him, but he thanked the old man nonetheless. "Thank you, sir. You should head home early too." After walking along the street for a while, Yi Qing stopped in front of a building. Though he couldn't read the sign, the interior suggested it was an inn. As he entered, a timid-looking young boy approached. "Are you here for a meal? I need a clean room and some food." Yi Qing replied. "Do you have money?" the boy suddenly asked. Feeling a bit awkward, Yi Qing took out the core of a hidden mist ghost. "Will this do?" The boy took the core, his hands trembling slightly. "This is a mist core, very valuable. Are you sure you want to give it to me?" Yi Qing nodded. It was insignificant to him. He had collected many while hunting thousands of monsters earlier, now at level 21 with 87 experience. Soon, the boy brought several dishes and a bowl of rice, nervously securing the doors and windows before relaxing. While eating, Yi Qing petted Xiao Bai and asked, "What's going on here? Can you tell me?" The boy hesitated, then spoke after observing Yi Qing's attire. "During the day, the town is free of mist, and life is normal. But at night, the mist covers the entire town. We've been trapped here for generations, like a curse we can't escape." "Is it because of the monsters in the mist?" "That's only part of it." The boy paused, tears in his eyes. "My father was the strongest in town, capable of killing the monsters. He left the town, and his body suddenly appeared at home. No one knows how. Everyone who leaves the town ends up like that." "What nonsense are you speaking? Take the guests to their room." A woman's voice scolded from the kitchen. The boy shrank back. "Please follow me." The room in the corner of the second floor was simple, with just a bed and a table. The boy said, "This is where you'll stay. Call me if you need anything." Then hurried downstairs. Yi Qing closed the door, and his detection skill showed. Zhang Fan, dark gold, level 5. It was already 7:30 p.m., and the room grew darker. Yi Qing took a luminous stone from the slaying Immortal gourd, obtained from the 5-colored koi cave, and placed it on the table. Though it had no attributes, it provided light. Lying on the bed, with Xiao Bai nestled beside him, Yi Qing pondered this nightmare-level dungeon he'd only heard of in his past life. Suddenly, Xiaobai let out a low growl, eyes glowing fiercely, a warning of impending danger. Looking out the window, the fog grew denser. The entire town was shrouded in the thick mist, a terrifying silence enveloping everything. Every house on the street was pitch black, not a single light visible. Yi Qing's gaze fell on the luminous stone on the table, its glow a beacon in the gloom. As expected, the light seemed to be a lure, attracting creatures from within the fog. He quickly unleashed his sword scar skill, sending sharp sword lights slicing through the mist, cutting down the lurking monsters. System notifications flashed continuously. Killed Mist Spirit, gained 2,200 experience points. Killed Dark Ghost, gained 2,300 experience points. After completing its task, the sword scar returned to Yi Qing's side, and he deactivated the skill, putting away the luminous stone. The room was plunged into darkness. Xiaobai, can you still sense any threats? Yi Qing asked. The small fox shook its head gently. Just then, a knock came at the door. From outside, the voice of the young Zhang Fan called out. I forgot to tell you. Never turn on the lights. It'll attract terrifying monsters. Remember that. Yi Qing noticed the dark golden name outside the door, startled. This seemingly ordinary boy contained such astonishing potential, possibly growing into an epic-level boss. Lying on the bed, Yi Qing closed his eyes. The surrounding silence was unsettling, yet Xiaobai sensed no threat, which puzzled him. Suddenly, he understood. No wonder these monsters can't enter these buildings. Yi Qing got up and took out various monster cores he had collected, beginning to set up formations in the room. Half an hour later, intricate patterns covered the room, 12 layers of formations overlapping. Even a level 30 legendary boss would be severely wounded if it attacked. Only then did he hold the little fox and fall asleep peacefully. The next morning, as he expected, the night passed without incident. As he went downstairs, Zhang Fan was busy and greeted him. Breakfast is ready. Would you like some? Yi Qing politely declined and left the inn. The people on the street hurried along, and he headed straight for the foggy area on the other side of town. A sword light shot up to the sky, and Yi Qing stood aloft, surveying below. He keenly noticed something amiss. There's no farmland here. Where does the food come from? Remembering last night's meal, he concluded that while the food wasn't poisonous, there was definitely something off about it. Riding his giant sword, Yi Qing charged into the fog. Determined to reach level 22 today, he released a bright moon, which indeed attracted a swarm of monsters. Countless blood-red eyes flickered in the fog, accompanied by growls as they approached. The little fox immediately used its abilities to control the creatures, while Yi Qing summoned countless sword scars, forming a sword formation to slay them all. After collecting the spoils with the Immortal slaying gourd, Yi Qing held the acquired mist core, stowed away his sword and moon effects, and merged into the fog. With this area's monsters cleared, it was time to move on. Just then, he saw a girl's figure appear in the mist. She held her sword in reverse, warily scanning her surroundings, clearly in poor condition. This cursed place, fog everywhere, where's the end? I'm going crazy. Evidently, after nearly 20 hours of navigating the fog, even a professional's physique was starting to falter. Suddenly, a gleam appeared in her eyes as a bright, dazzling moon floated in the distant mist. Could there be other students nearby? Forming a team wouldn't be a bad idea. They could take turns resting. An idea struck Yi Qing, and she activated her sword Heart's Clarity, gripping her Qishao sword and performing the sky-splitting sword technique. A massive wave of sword energy surged forth, instantly reaping the lives of countless monsters. Congratulations on leveling up. You are now level 22. The system notification chimed. Then came another message. Ding! Your flying sword Yutian has leveled up, strength 40, constitution 40, physical attack 35. Your flying sword Juxian has leveled up. Your pet nine-tailed heavenly fox has leveled up. Yi Qing quickly collected all the items dropped by the monsters with her slaying Immortal gourd. She still had 3 flying swords to upgrade, and she needed to improve Xiaobai, which had significantly slowed her leveling speed. However, the attribute bonuses from upgrading the flying swords and the additional attributes from Xiaobai's upgrades far exceeded those from leveling up herself. Just then, a figure emerged from the dense fog in the distance, walking towards her. The sword marks behind Yi Qing locked onto the target, ready to strike, but she paused as the person spoke. Hello, I'm Yiling. Can we team up? A young girl emerged from the mist, clad in leather armor, holding a sheathed longsword with a heroic demeanor. Yi Qing snapped her fingers, causing the moon illusion to vanish, then approached the girl, guiding her. Head straight east for 15 kilometers. There's a small town that's safe during daylight. You can trade monster cores for items there. With that, Yi Qing turned and walked away, disappearing into the thick fog. Yiling watched Yi Qing's retreating figure and thought, I think he's called Yi Qing. Such aloofness, but willing to share information. Not a bad person. She continued her journey toward the town. As Yi Qing melded into the fog, she glanced back at the girl's silhouette, a name flashing through her mind. Kyoto Yi family. Yiling. It seemed familiar. Recalling past events, her expression subtly changed. She seemed to remember that Yiling had died, but how? She couldn't recall. Shaking off these thoughts, Yiqing focused on the more pressing task of strengthening her abilities, aiming to upgrade her growth-capable flying swords and Xiao by to match her level. Moving swiftly through the mist, Yiqing's speed exceeded that of her sword flight, but at the cost of rapidly depleting her mist cores. She continuously used the moon illusion to lure monsters, engaging in a frenzied slaughter. Along the way, the moon attracted a few students, to whom Yiqing simply pointed out the way to the town without engaging them. A few hours later, Yiqing checked her phone and saw it was already 4 p.m. Time to head back, she murmured to herself. The town might feel a bit off, but it was better than the mist. After hours of battling, she had reached level 22 at 36. Xiaobai had also reached level 22, with the Yutian sword at level 18 and the Zhuxian sword at level 15. Her attack attributes had significantly increased, especially with the impressive bonuses from the Zhuxian sword. Returning to the town, Yiqing arrived at her lodging to find it no longer as empty as the day before, with more students having emerged from the mist. She scanned her surroundings, finding no familiar faces, and sat on a chair by the door. Taking out 2 blue spirit fruits, she gave one to Xiaobai and ate the other herself. Yiqing decided not to eat the local food for the next few days. Watching the bustling crowd around her and hearing the noisy chatter, Yiqing thought to herself, this nightmare dungeon is terrifying. Any random monster feels as strong as a boss from other dungeons. She quietly whispered to those nearby, in the mist. In the mist, someone has died. I saw the body with my own eyes. Everyone turned their gaze towards that place. What did you say? This is a simulation inside Kyoto University. How could there be a death? Exactly. You chose to enter an illusion. Yiqing, nibbling on a fruit, paused slightly, listening to the conversations around him, and calmly spoke. Of course it's real. The body is right there in the mist. Why would I lie? Silence fell instantly, as everyone recalled the words they heard upon entering the simulation. It was not a point-based competition, but a survival game, with only one objective: Ito survive for 5 days and nights. The young boy, Zhang Fan, curiously surveyed his surroundings. These people were dressed completely differently from him, and their way of speaking was somewhat unfamiliar. Yet today, he seemed particularly happy. The usually quiet tavern was suddenly filled with people. He walked over to Yiqing and smiled. What would you like to eat today? Yiqing shook his head slightly. No need. I'm a bit tired and plan to go back to rest. He returned to the room he stayed in yesterday, walked to the window, and quietly gazed at the grayish-white sky outside. This place was indeed peculiar, a town surrounded by mist on all sides. During the day, the fog didn't seem to affect it, and the only place to stay was this town. During the day, Yiqing had walked hundreds of kilometers through the mist, but found nothing. It was all emptiness. It's likely that this simulation only allows this town as a temporary resting spot. As dusk fell, the entire town became shrouded in a thin mist, with the surrounding houses tightly shut. Yiqing sat by the window, his mind somewhat distracted. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the neighboring room. What? You're considering forfeiting? How can that be? We've worked so hard to defeat so many opponents to get this far. But those monsters are endless, and their attributes are too strong. I'm afraid. This town seems relatively safe. Let's understand it a bit more before making a decision. All right. Yiqing stood up, walked to the center of the room, and activated an array, adding a soundproof barrier to the air. The soundproofing here was poor, and the noise from next door often came through clearly. Hope Lin Kuei and the others are okay. Yiqing muttered to himself, feeling a bit worried. He had already provided Lin Kuei with enough sword energy pills, which should be enough to instantly kill the monsters in the mist. He lay down on the bed, trying to let the arrays around him help him fall asleep. In the mist, a burly young man lay lazily on the back of a wild boar king, gnawing on a chicken leg. When will this mist ever end? Lin Kuei sighed, looking around, feeling a bit bored. I think I'm lost. The nighttime monsters seemed to be much fewer than during the day, and Lin Kuei hadn't encountered any after walking for an hour. Hey, take a break, he said, patting the wild boar king beneath him, instructing it to pause for a moment. Just then, a bright light emerged from the darkness in the distance, followed by the sound of intense fighting. People, just in time to team up. Lin Kuei tossed away the chicken bone in his hand, quickly mounted the wild boar king, and charged towards the sound. Ahead, Morong Shui, Nangong Ro, and an effeminate young man were jointly battling a gigantic monster. The monster's health was nearly depleted, and the 3 of them were covered in wounds. Mist Ghost King, level 20. Lin Kuei was about to rush forward when he suddenly noticed something under the wild boar king's foot. It was round and white, almost invisible in the mist. Lin Kuei looked down and saw it wasn't completely crushed, guessing it must be something extraordinary. Seems like a good find. Lin Kuei chuckled, storing the item in his inventory, turning around to shout. Wait for me. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Kuei, gripping a long spear, charged directly at the Mist Ghost King. Nangong Ro breathed a sigh of relief. You're in good shape. Hold the front line for a while. Lin Kuei shook his head. Though I'm a knight, my equipment isn't great. He chuckled, took out a white pill, and crushed it. A sword mark flew out, striking the Mist Ghost King and instantly killing it. Morong Shui and Nangong Ro widened their eyes. That's Yi Qing's skill, how do you know it? Lin Kuei didn't answer. There are 4 of us here, and 3 items dropped. How should we divide them? Nangong Ro shook her head. I'm not interested in these things. A young man stepped forward. Hello, I'm Shangwan Hong, an SS-class demon heart assassin. I don't need these items either, so you can have them. Morong Shui remained silent and nodded. Lin Kuei laughed. Then I won't be polite. Let's take turns keeping watch tonight. It seems like you're all not in the best shape. I'll go first. Late at night, the mist in the small town grew thicker. Countless pairs of red, glowing eyes moved within the fog, occasionally letting out roars. Inside the inn, in the darkness, a sharp cry suddenly rang out. A monster looked at the faint glow flowing from Yi Qing's window, and, upon touching it, died instantly. The other monsters cautiously retreated into the mist. The next morning, a panic-inducing situation occurred. The fog hadn't lifted. The streets were filled with all sorts of terrifying creatures. Yi Qing pushed open the door and went downstairs, where noise was everywhere. What do we do now? Even if we join forces, we can't fight our way out. I wanted to forfeit, but there's no way to do that, a petite girl said, crying. Yi Qing casually sat in a chair, observing the monsters surrounding the place, blocked outside by the buildings. His eyes brightened, and a slight grin appeared on his lips. Isn't this a good thing? Everyone stared wide-eyed, as Yi Qing calmly walked out of the inn. The surrounding monsters found their target and rushed towards him. In Yi Qing's hand, a long sword appeared at some point. Heaven-splitting sword technique. A terrifying sword aura shot up to the sky, splitting the fog above the entire town. The street was full of monster corpses, slowly turning into mist and vanishing. However, the equipment and materials left behind proved they had appeared. Yi Qing collected the items with a gourd and then walked off into the distance until he disappeared into the mist. Everyone in the inn was filled with awe and shock. Is he really that strong? Are we really students from the same cohort? We don't have that kind of strength. Let's stay in the inn. It's too dangerous outside. Good idea. In the back, Yi Ling, clad in armor, watched Yi Qing's departing figure. I need to change my profession quickly, or I won't be able to keep up with the others. 5 flying swords floated around Yi Qing, darting everywhere with extreme sharpness. Mortal dust sword technique. At that moment, a notification appeared on Yi Qing's attribute panel. Your sword, the Qishao sword, has been upgraded, increasing its physical attack by 60 and all base attributes by 40. Yi Qing gazed at the sword's cold gleam, noticing the powerful energy fluctuations from its upgrade, doubling its previous attributes. He immediately activated the moonlight phenomenon, feeling a noticeable boost in his skill attack power. As monsters surged around him like a tide, Yi Qing wielded the Qishao sword, relentlessly cutting down wave after wave of enemies. During the battle, he began to sense something unusual. Killed a level 25 elite monster, Blood Mist Demon, and gained 2,200 experience points. Killed a level 30 Lord class Mist Giant, and gained 30,000 experience points. As the battle continued, the surrounding fog grew denser until it was impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. During this process, his flying swords, Yutian and Zhuxian, also completed their upgrades. Yi Qing retracted the moonlight phenomenon and cautiously observed the increasingly thick fog. He made a judgment in his heart there must be an extremely powerful entity controlling everything in this area, likely an epic-level monster. Grasping the mist core in his hand, mysterious formation patterns appeared on Yi Qing's body, and he merged into the thick fog. At that moment, a young man in white appeared above the town, looking down at it from above. Interesting, an outsider with such strength. The man in white looked towards the direction of the tavern, a hint of coldness in his eyes. You will all die. As he pointed towards the tavern, countless monsters emerged from the mist, surrounding it. Yi Qing, hiding in the nearby fog, watched this person. Although he didn't use detection magic, the dark golden name, Master of the Mist, indicated the person's identition epic-level boss. Just then, Yi Qing received a prompt on his attribute panel. Faction selection triggered, with Nightmare and Mist as the options. He didn't choose immediately, but considered the connection between all this and the inn. The boy named Zhang Fan and his mother were clearly not ordinary people. Meanwhile, everyone in the tavern received a panel prompt. What is this? Forced into the Nightmare faction without even a chance to choose? They exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Fan emerged from the kitchen and calmly explained. By eating 3 meals here, you've effectively chosen a faction. The more monsters you kill in the mist, the more faction points you earn, which can be exchanged for various items. Everyone's attribute panels immediately displayed the faction shop options. The shop offered various items. Quest completion ticket, 2,000 points, only 3 left. Nightmare's Thorn Epic, 2,500 points. Unique stealth skill, 1,500 points. Unique charge skill, 1,600 points. And more. Seeing these items, especially the quest completion ticket, everyone's eyes lit up. Quickly, they formed teams and left the tavern to hunt monsters. Soon, only Zhang Fan was left in the tavern. A stunning woman with snow-white hair and a pale complexion emerged from the kitchen. She looked weak and turned her gaze skyward, locking eyes with a barely visible presence. Meanwhile, everyone who had survived in the mist for 48 hours received a prompt, defaulted to the Mist faction. Head to Nightmare Town to eliminate residents infected by nightmares and enemies from the opposing faction to earn a wealth of faction points. At this moment, Lin Kuei and his team received this prompt amidst the fog. Lin Kuei checked his attribute panel and discovered many valuable items in the faction shop. As soon as the prompt appeared, the surrounding monsters seemed to stop attacking them proactively. Nangong Ro watched a few monsters move away, thinking to herself that she seemed to have obtained a map pointing to the town. Murong Shui also had a map in her hand, and Lin Kuei's map indicated that the distance was not far. They decided to go and investigate. Behind the town's inn, Yi Qing blended into the dense fog, quietly observing the two people inside the inn. Zhang Fan and his mother were having a quiet conversation, and Yi Qing's gaze fell on the white-haired woman, thinking, the Nightmare Master's epic. This is going to be interesting. He realized that everyone would eventually become opponents. Could this be a challenge designed by the professors at Kyoto University? With thoughts racing in his mind, Yi Qing left the area and appeared at another part of the town, looking at a tightly closed door in the distance. Suddenly, a sword mark flew out, violently destroying the door. A middle-aged couple with eyes as dark as ink emerged from within. Yi Qing used his probing skill, revealing Nightmare Spirit Elite, level 38, health 130,000, attack 710, defense 1100, with skills including Nightmare, Undying, Illusion, and Self-Destruct. Yi Qing noted the Undying skill, realizing with a shock that as long as they were in the town, no matter how many times they were killed, they could resurrect after some time. Several flying swords appeared behind Yi Qing, with two of them shooting out to instantly kill the humanoid monsters. Compared to the monsters in the fog, these enemies were slightly stronger, but there weren't many of them. Yi Qing picked up the dropped items, feeling thankful. Today's target was level 23, and fortunately, there were enough monsters here, so he didn't need to use the moonlight phenomenon to attract them. Meanwhile, the students who had not yet been eliminated from the fog were arriving at the town one after another. Many of them were powerful, marveling at the strangeness of this place. Some speculated that the students who arrived early might join the Nightmare faction and could become future opponents. Therefore, they decided to gather at the town entrance, believing that only by uniting all the students from the Fog faction could they stand a chance. At the town entrance, the number of people gathered increased. Suddenly, a handsome young man emerged from the fog, and everyone cheered. It's Chu Yang. He's a hidden class, and he's in our faction. 10 minutes later, Lin Kuei and his team also arrived. Seeing Murong Shui and Shangwan Hong, the crowd murmured, Murong Shui, SS level Ice Mage, Shangwan Hong, SS level Demon Heart Assassin. Our odds of winning are high. Lin Kuei pulled someone aside to ask, have you seen Yi Qing? The person shook their head. No, he might be in the other faction. Lin Kuei nodded, understanding that since they were opposing factions, they wouldn't act rashly. After another half hour, all the students from the fog gathered at the town entrance, numbering 83 in total. They didn't know each other and observed one another. With such a large number in the fog faction, everyone united and entered Nightmare Town together. The dense fog surprisingly parted to make way for them. In the midst of the fog, Yi Qing engaged in a fierce battle with the monsters lurking in the darkness. After clearing a street, his level successfully increased to 23. Simultaneously, his flying sword, Yu Tian, upgraded to level 18, and Zhu Xian reached level 16. He pulled out his phone and realized it was already 6:30 p.m. As the surroundings grew dim, he knew it was time to find a place to rest. Instead of returning to the inn, he headed to a residential house. As soon as he stepped inside, two nightmare spirits emerged from the shadows. Without hesitation, Yi Qing swung his sword, instantly slaying them. Surveying the surroundings, the house was relatively clean and tidy, so he began setting up a formation. An hour later, as darkness fully enveloped the area, the formation was complete. Leaning against a wooden chair, munching on a blue spirit fruit, he thought to himself that he should prepare more food next time. The fruit tasted good, but it wasn't something he could eat all the time. The little fox beside him let out a soft cry, seemingly in agreement. Once the formation was activated, Yi Qing lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. However, the night was destined to be anything but peaceful in the small town. Two factions were tacitly opposing the monsters. Within the Mist faction, someone discovered they could control some of the monsters. Despite the nightmare spirit's formidable power, they were easily defeated with the help of numerous people and monsters. By the latter half of the night, both sides began taking turns to rest. Students from the Nightmare faction returned to the inn, while those from the Mist faction took turns keeping watch in several vacant houses, with some monsters patrolling in the distance. The next morning, Qing stretched and walked out of the house, disappearing into the thick fog. He visited both factions to check on everyone's condition. Familiar with the inn's location, he moved on to find the other group. In the eastern part of the town, Qing stood atop a house and saw Lin Kuei, Murong Shui, and Nangong Ro within the Mist faction. His previously cold gaze softened slightly. Indeed, the Mist faction was much stronger than the Nightmare faction, he thought to himself, wondering how they would resist now. Today, he didn't plan to fight or level up. His target was two epic bosses, whose defeat would yield immense rewards. No amount of monsters could compare to the value of these two bosses. A gleam flashed in Qing's eyes as he began calculating the progress of events. The two bosses had an irreconcilable conflict, and it would be best if they could weaken each other, allowing him to finish them off at minimal cost. The key now was to instigate conflict between them. Qing quickly pondered and thought of a crucial figure, Zhang Fan, the son of the Nightmare Lord. His eyes flickered before he vanished into the fog. The conflict between the two factions continued, with the Nightmare spirits taking several hours to reappear. The monsters within the fog belonged to their faction, and they found that killing monsters yielded no experience. The Mist faction split into two groups. Murong Shui and Lin Kuei's moderate faction focused solely on killing monsters, while Chu Yang led the aggressive faction, thinking, only 2 days left. Based on the Nightmare Spirit's respawn time, acting separately will yield nothing. Try killing members of the opposing faction. Maybe we can earn more points, Chu Yang suggested. Lin Kuei angrily shouted. You maniacs, you actually want to kill people. So what? Who's going to know if we kill someone here? Besides, this place is a lawless zone, Chu Yang said with a cold sneer, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. Stick with me, and you'll get epic gear and rare items. Out in the real world, you'll be far ahead of everyone else. His voice was fervent and compelling, like a flame that could ignite the hearts of many. As he spoke, more people began to waver, gradually gathering around him. Chu Yang gave a signal to someone in the crowd, who immediately stepped forward to stand behind him. Seeing this, even more people followed suit, leaving only a few behind. Chu Yang felt a twinge of apprehension as he glanced at those who remained, alert to any potential threats. He called out to the crowd, let's move to the opposing camp. He knew he couldn't handle Mu Rongxue and Sheng Wanhong, both of whom were SS-class professionals. As the large group moved away, Lin Kuei asked helplessly, what should we do? Let's wait. We'll find another place and wait for the Nightmare Spirit to respawn, Nangongro replied. Just then, a figure emerged from the mist, and Qing looked at them calmly. Come with me, and you'll witness quite a show, he said. Lin Kuei's face lit up upon seeing Qing, but he quickly asked in confusion, what show? Mu Rongxue remained expressionless, though a hint of warmth flickered in her cold eyes. Nangongro asked skeptically, aren't you part of the Nightmare camp? What's going on? Qing didn't answer, instead scanning the group until his eyes landed on Sheng Wanhong, causing him to pause momentarily before looking away. Sheng Wanhong was famous in a previous life, the first female head of the Shengwan family, leading it to glory. The family, though ancient, held deeply ingrained patriarchal views. Her current disguise was clearly aided by some item. Qing produced several small bottles, handing them to the group. These contain the mist core. Crush one, and you'll be hidden in the mist for 10 minutes, he explained quietly. Let's follow and see what's happening, Lin Kuei said, using one immediately and disappearing into the dense mist. This is interesting. It feels weird, like swimming naked, he commented, causing the others to hesitate. Qing also vanished into the mist after them. In front of a tavern, a fierce conflict erupted. Lu Hong wielded a magic sword, facing off against Yi Ling nearby. A black dragon danced around Long Zhan, who brandished a spear, fiercely battling Chu Yang. Both were level 15, yet to complete their class advancement tasks. Others fought brutally, each move deadly. On a distant rooftop, Qing and the others quietly observed. Lin Kuei whispered, they seem off, like they're being controlled. Qing nodded. The first trial might have been set up for this. As bodies fell, Nangongro felt uneasy. Shouldn't we stop this? More might die, she suggested. Qing remained silent, and neither Mu Rongxue nor Lin Kuei reacted. Sheng Wanhong shook her head slightly. Your family sheltered you too well. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically. The number of monsters in the mist increased, as if the entire world was being consumed. They crept closer through the dense fog, converging from all directions. Yi Ling's steps grew heavier, her eyes filled with urgency, making every moment of the battle feel exceptionally challenging. She had to fend off her enemies while constantly being on guard against the creatures emerging from the mist. Lu Heng's face twisted into a cold smirk, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. An SS-class professional, defeated in my presence, dying by my sword is a privilege for you, he said in a low, disdainful voice. It's truly an oversight of the heavens that someone as despicable as you could awaken to an SS-class profession. Yi Ling roared in anger. Shut up. A sphere appeared in her hand, which she crushed instantly, unleashing a powerful energy wave that formed a protective shield around her. She shifted from defense to a swift counterattack, the force of her power seeming to shake the very air around her. Lu Heng's smile deepened as he witnessed this. You're indeed not simple. Your background is impressive, but what gives you the right to look down on me? Die. The battle intensified, with both sides unleashing their potent skills. Sword light and energy clashed, filling the air with explosive sounds. Each collision seemed to shake the heavens and earth, sending massive shockwaves sweeping in all directions. Meanwhile, in the distance, Long Zhan rode atop a black dragon, wielding his spear like the wind, stirring up storms in the sky, suppressing the monsters within the mist. Each strike from the dragon created immense waves, preventing the creatures from approaching. Chu Yang's eyes glinted with a cold light as he murmured, Battle soul, possess me. Instantly, his aura surged, his power breaking through limits, the oppressive force driving the monsters in the mist to retreat, slightly shifting the situation. At that moment, a white-haired woman emerged from a tavern, dressed in ordinary clothes that couldn't hide her unparalleled elegance. Her eyes flashed with a sharp light, instantly focusing into a beam that struck the distant nightmare spirits, dispersing the ghostly entities and plunging the battle into further chaos. On another front, a majestic young man in white armor slowly emerged from the mist, exuding an unmatched aura. His gaze was cold as he looked at the Nightmare Lord. Our battle has just begun. Come, fight me. His words were icy, his voice like a sharp blade piercing the hearts of everyone. The Nightmare Lord's aura grew more eerie as it suddenly floated, the surrounding mist condensing into a terrifying sharp airflow, launching a fierce attack on the young man. However, the young man remained calm, raising his spear, the surrounding mist forming a white shield, blocking the attack. Then his clash with the Nightmare Lord was like lightning and thunder, the speed of their offense and defense dazzling to behold, their figures gradually disappearing into the thick fog, with only the aftermath of their battle rippling through the air around them. Yi Qing stood at a distance, his eyes scanning the battlefield. He said softly, assess the situation and act accordingly. I'll be back soon. With that, he vanished into the fog. Lin Kuei watched Yi Qing's departure, muttering under his breath. Is he off to pick up the spoils? We should wait for those two powerful bosses to exhaust each other before we strike together. Nan Gongro shook her head. Impossible. Even in a weakened state, an epic boss's defense is beyond our capability to break. In front of the tavern, amidst the ruins, the battle raged on. In the mist, Yi Qing observed the fight between the Mist Lord and the Nightmare Lord, his eyes turning sharp. The Mist Lord was overpowering the Nightmare Lord, whose health was rapidly declining. The Nightmare Lord was clearly in poor condition, with only 46 million health left, while the Mist Lord still had 78 million. It was evident the Nightmare Lord had been injured before, perhaps due to some incident. Yi Qing quietly watched the battle between the two bosses, gently stroking Xiao Bai, the mysterious fox spirit, and asked softly, how long can you control them both? Xiao Bai let out two soft cries, and Yi Qing smirked. 2 seconds, that's enough. The charm skill of the nine-tailed fox could control monsters with lower charm than itself, but as the enemy's strength increased, the control duration shortened. Without hesitation, Yi Qing wielded the Immortal slaying gourd, activating his sword heart transparency and primordial holy body, disappearing from his spot. Then, using the Xinyuan sky step, a sharp sword aura tore through the air, directly striking the Mist Lord, the powerful attack causing the surrounding space to tremble, as if the entire world was shuddering. The Lord of the Mist felt an overwhelming threat of death and roared angrily. Who is it? Stop hiding. Before the words had even settled, Yi Qing appeared, standing on a giant, glowing sword like a deity descending from the heavens. Farewell, immortal slaying flying dagger, Yi Qing said calmly. The Lord of the Mist was furious. Even if I die, I'll drag you to hell with me. With that, he charged fiercely at Yi Qing. Meanwhile, the Lord of Nightmares stood frozen, staring in disbelief at Yi Qing. How can you be this strong? No, this power isn't yours, it's from that equipment. Yi Qing gently stroked Xiao Bai beside him, and in an instant, the Lord of the Mist was struck as if by a heavy blow, unable to move. The immortal slaying flying dagger traced a graceful arc through the air, and the life of the Lord of the Mist was extinguished. In his final moments, he looked at the Lord of Nightmares, his voice filled with unwillingness. I met you first. A system notification followed, awarding 66 million experience points for defeating the epic boss, the Lord of the Mist. Yi Qing deposited 20 million into the sign-in system, using the remainder to level up. A series of level-up notifications followed, raising his level directly to 29. Several flying swords and Xiao Bai also advanced in power, with the Yutian and Zhu Xian swords beginning to evolve. Yi Qing used the Immortal slaying gourd to collect the loot from the Lord of the Mist, ready to use the power of time and space to deal with the Lord of Nightmares. Unexpectedly, the Lord of Nightmares appeared unusually calm, tears streaming down her face. Why bother? Do you have any last words? If not, you can be on your way, Yi Qing said confidently, knowing that Xiao Bai's control skills and the invincible state from the divine realm would handle any unexpected situations. To his surprise, the Lord of Nightmares replied calmly, I want to see my son one last time before I go. Is that okay? This made Yi Qing pause slightly. He realized that every epic boss seemed to have complex emotions and unique pursuits. All right, but make it quick. I don't like waiting, Yi Qing agreed. The Lord of Nightmares gave a pale smile, her beautiful face tinged with sorrow, then flew towards the tavern. Yi Qing remained indifferent, thinking that bosses must be defeated. Granting this last wish was the greatest mercy he could offer. The thick fog gradually dissipated, revealing the blue sky once more. Under the sunlight, people awoke from their daze. Those still fighting in front of the tavern looked at their blood-stained weapons, bewildered. What? What did I do? I actually killed someone. Lin Kuei approached with others, remarking, You were all controlled by the bosses of your respective factions. Remember the first trial? It was likely a setup for this. You were blinded by greed, and in the end, no one received the faction rewards. At that moment, the Lord of Nightmares appeared overhead. Everyone watched warily as this epic boss, capable of slaughtering them all, flew directly into the undamaged tavern. Soon after, a brilliant sword light descended from the sky, landing on the ruins. Lin Kuei gazed up at the sky in awe. I never expected it. This place is called Yunhai Realm. We're truly above the clouds. No sooner had he spoken than a gale swept through, causing the entire town to twist and warp. The entire town began to warp and vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. As everyone looked down, they saw that the ground beneath their feet had turned completely white, soft as cotton candy. In this void, the only structure remaining was the tavern. What is going on? Lin Kuei asked, his face filled with shock. The whole town was a dreamscape created by the Nightmare Master, and now she's dissolved the dream. Yi Qing explained calmly. People around them had varied expressions, and someone suddenly realized, there are only 24 hours left until the college entrance exam. Those bodies have disappeared too. Was everything we saw just a dream? Someone in the crowd shouted. It must be. Most likely, those people were transported away, another voice replied. This is the final college entrance exam. The nation's top talents are here. There's no way anyone actually died. As everyone was engaged in discussions, Yi Qing began to walk towards the tavern. The crowd speculated about his intentions. Some thought he was going to challenge the Nightmare Master, while others guessed he was there to redeem rewards from his faction after all. With the Mist Master defeated, all points from the Mist faction had been converted into experience points. Yi Qing pushed open the tavern door and saw the Nightmare Master conversing with a young man in plain clothes, Zhang Fan. Seeing Yi Qing enter, Zhang Fan immediately spread his arms to shield the Nightmare Master, tears brimming in his eyes as he pleaded, Please, don't kill my mother. Yi Qing, expressionless, exuded a terrifying aura and said, Move aside, or I'll kill you too. The commotion inside the tavern quickly drew the attention of those outside, who crowded by the windows and doors to watch. Some speculated that Yi Qing couldn't break through the Nightmare Master's defenses, but others suggested that with poison or special tools, he might succeed. Lin Kuei stood among the crowd. His eyes read knew well of Yi Qing's skills with poison. However, he didn't step in to stop him, as the allure of defeating an epic-level boss was too great, with the drop of items being enough to make someone wealthy. Surprisingly, Yi Qing simply looked around and said, I'll give you all one more day. With that, he went upstairs back to his room. The Nightmare Master and her son embraced tearfully, moving everyone who watched. With the threat of monsters gone, the day passed with unusual ease. By dusk, many tents were set up outside the tavern. After the tension in the mist, people were finally able to relax a little. On the tavern's first floor, Nangang Ro, Lin Kuei, and others listened to the Nightmare Master recount her past. It turned out that when the instance was first created, only the Nightmare Master and the Mist Master were sentient beings. They lived in a daze for many years until outsiders intruded about a decade ago. With their epic-level strength, they didn't even need to act personally. The creatures they created were enough to sweep away everything. However, one day, she fell in love with an outsider named Zhang Xingtian. During their relationship, she became pregnant. Unfortunately, the Mist Master discovered this, and while she was weakened from childbirth, Zhang Xingtian engaged in a fierce battle with the Mist Master and ultimately went missing. Although the Mist Master returned, her struggle against him never ceased and continued to this day. Listening to the Nightmare Lord's tale, Lin Kuei was visibly shocked and blurted out, You can have children with humans? Isn't there reproductive isolation? The others turned towards him, casting looks that seemed to say, What on earth is going through your mind? By the window on the second floor, Yi Qing leisurely munched on a blue spirit fruit, lost in thought. When he heard the name Zhang Xingtian, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. I didn't expect he had such a romantic history. It seems I'll need to adjust my plans. Zhang Xingtian would become a household name in the coming years, a legendary figure who emerged from a mysterious realm and could ultimately confront abyssal deities unscathed. However, at this point in time, he was still missing. After some contemplation, Yi Qing decided to spare the Nightmare Lord's life for now. He began to tally his gains from this venture. His level was now 29 at 39, and his two flying swords, Yu Tian and Zhu Xian, had successfully advanced to green grade. After reaching level 20, the attribute bonuses of the swords doubled. Yu Tian's attributes were decent, but Zhu Xian's attack boost reached a monstrous level without it. Yi Qing's base attack would be reduced by a third. He examined the items dropped by the Mist Lord. Mist Core Epic, a highly special material. Mist Armor Epic, wearable at level 60. Mist God Spear Epic, wearable at level 60. 7-colored Mist God Flower Seed Mythical, can be consumed directly for 200 to all attributes. If planted and then consumed, grants 1000 to all attributes, along with 50 attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. Special map, said to have been stolen by the Mist Lord from Zhang Xingtian. It records a vast world filled with opportunities, automatically unlocking at level 50. Yi Qing stashed away the first few items. The Mist Core could be used as an array material, and the other gear was stored in the slashing Immortal Gourd for future use. As for the last two items, he pondered. Where can I safely plant this flower? As for the map, I'll deal with it when my level is high enough. Reflecting on Zhang Xingtian's extraordinary belongings, a gleam appeared in Yi Qing's eyes. Once I'm strong enough, I'll plunder everything from him as compensation for sparing his wife and children. Downstairs, Lin Kuei, Murong Shui, and the others were worried. Among them were powerful professionals. SS-ranked Murong Shui, Long Zhan, Chu Yang, Yi Ling, and Sheng Wanhong, along with Lu Heng, who had a hidden profession. Nangong Ro quietly watched the group strategize while sipping her tea. We need to find a way to stop Yi Qing, or the Nightmare Lord will end up miserable, Lin Kuei said. But even if you all team up, you might not be a match for Yi. You have no idea how formidable he is, not only mastering swordsmanship and poisons, but also creating all sorts of astonishing things. With so many of us, how strong can he possibly be? Let's fight, Long Zhan retorted defiantly. At that moment, the sound of footsteps was heard from upstairs. Yi Qing descended the staircase, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. I heard someone is looking for me, wanting to challenge me? The atmosphere around them instantly froze. We just don't want you to kill the Nightmare Lord. She hasn't done anything to us. Nangong Ro glared angrily at Yi Qing. What did you say back when you saved the 5-colored carp in the Kanglan River? How are you any different from those people now? Lin Kuei stood between the two sides, trying to mediate. Easy, we didn't plan on doing anything. Nangong Ro, maybe say a little less. Yi Qing glanced at them coldly and said, let's go outside the inn and see the difference in strength between you and me. With that, he walked out without looking back. Everyone exchanged looks. Long Zhan, unwilling to back down, followed him, muttering, I don't believe the gap is that big. If I lose, I'll just be eliminated. Nangong Ro sneered. The Nightmare Lord is here. You're probably no match for him. Just give up. She clapped her hands lightly. Don't worry. Watch how we eliminate him, and then you'll be safe. As everyone left the inn, the mist cleared, and the moonlight, like water, illuminated the surroundings. The starry sky was brilliant, and a coolness lingered in the air. Yi Qing stood in the distance, his back to them. Outside the inn, the noisy crowd gradually quieted as the strongest gathered and moved in one direction. What are they doing? Are they going to spar? A showdown between SS-class professionals is not to be missed. Everyone, let's go watch. People in the instance made space to spectate the exciting duel. Yi Qing turned to them and calmly said, I'm already level 29, so why don't you all come at me together? The surrounding people were shocked. What? Yi Qing is already level 29. I'm only level 13. I'm level 14, so I'm a bit higher than you. Who asked you to compare with me? Go compare with Yi Qing if you dare. Hee, I'm still one level higher than you. A student, unable to resist, could only endure in frustration, feeling humiliated. At that moment, 2 dragons, one black and one white, suddenly soared into the air from the clearing. Though they were young dragons, they showed no weakness. Behind Murong Shui, an ice goddess statue appeared, and the temperature around them dropped sharply. Sheng Wanhong vanished into the night, silently searching for an opportunity to deliver a deadly strike. Behind Chu Yang appeared a massive battle soul, riding a white horse and wielding a long spear, exuding an imposing presence. Lu Heng fixed his gaze on Yi Qing. This time, I won't lose again. With a wave of his hand, a gigantic light sword appeared in the air, its black patterns emitting a powerful aura. Lin Kuei stood at a distance, his brow furrowed, watching these powerful figures, feeling a deep sense of bitterness. He knew he had no chance against them. Yi Qing turned around, coldly assessing. Your skills are decent, but that's about it. He clapped his hands lightly, and suddenly, countless sword marks rose from the ground, transforming into a starry sword array. The stars rushed toward them, colliding with their powerful attacks, dispersing them entirely before vanishing without a trace. At that moment, a figure darted forward, Shangwan Hong, holding a dagger, aimed at Yi Qing's vital point. Yi Qing waved his hand, and a bagua pattern appeared in the air, blocking her dagger. Boring. Yi Qing petted Xiao Bai, his tone indifferent. Restrain them, and let's go back to sleep. Xiao Bai glanced at the mythical young dragon, tilting its head, with a glint in its eyes. With Yi Qing's intent, all the stars turned into starlight and dissolved into the air. Yi Qing, what have you done? I can't move. Nangong Ro exclaimed, anxiety flooding her heart. The others also felt a wave of paralysis, unable to move. Yi Qing paid them no further attention, turning away coldly, saying indifferently, the control will lift in a few minutes. You're too weak. I don't even bother drawing my sword. As everyone remained trapped, Yi Qing walked away effortlessly, as if this battle was merely a play, requiring no effort at all. The crowd erupted in a buzz. Yi Qing's control skill could last several minutes, which was nothing short of a divine ability. As a sword immortal, his destructive power was already immense, and now with a control skill, he seemed invincible. Watching the immobilized people, others couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Each person had a strong background, and even those like Murong Shui and Lu Hong, who appeared to lack connections, had long been taken under the wing of powerful mentors. A few minutes later, the control was lifted, and everyone, feeling stifled, looked towards the inn before retreating to their rooms, each lost in their own thoughts. As the moon set and stars faded, the morning sun rose, casting a peaceful light over everything. In the inn's backyard, Yi Qing sat across from the Lord of Nightmares. Yi Qing said calmly, I've changed my mind. I won't kill you. The Lord of Nightmares hesitated for a moment, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. I don't believe you'd be so kind. She watched Yi Qing's every move, pondering his true intentions. Give me the remaining rewards from the camp, and I might spare you. Yi Qing continued. The Lord of Nightmares agreed without hesitation. Those items weren't of much use to her. Yi Qing collected a pile of items, surprised to find 3 legendary swords among them, all level 30, along with many strange materials useful for setting up formations and crafting poisons. As Yi Qing prepared to leave, the Lord of Nightmares called out to him. I guess you know Zhang Xingtian. If you meet him in the future, tell him everything that happened here. With that, she tossed an item to Yi Qing. He caught it, thinking that with so many future events, he might not even encounter him. Quickening his pace, Yi Qing understood that this woman was incredibly intelligent. Born from a dungeon, she had lived for countless years and met many people. Even if she was once naive, her mind had become unfathomable. Back in his room, Yi Qing looked at the item in his hand. It was the seed of sweet dreams, the purest dream of the Lord of Nightmares transformed into a seed. Consuming it would increase charm and luck by 300 each, and once the flower bloomed, consuming it again would raise each to 1200, granting the favor of sweet dreams. Xiao Bai, seeing this, was eager to devour it immediately. Yi Qing reassured, don't rush, it will be more effective once it's mature. Xiao Bai nodded and sat quietly. In the inn's backyard, Zhang Fan looked at the Lord of Nightmares with anticipation. Mother, can Yi Qing really find father? The Lord of Nightmares smiled and patted his shoulder. Despite his cold appearance, he has a warm heart. Don't worry. Zhang Fan felt somewhat relieved and excitedly asked, will you start teaching me how to become stronger tomorrow? The Lord of Nightmares nodded. Of course, starting tomorrow. The inn's first floor gradually filled with people, and the noise grew as everyone discussed last night's battle and their longing for the outside world. This year's top scorer in the college entrance exam is surely Yi Qing, someone confidently stated. Definitely, without a doubt, another agreed. Only 3 more hours until we can leave. This dungeon was too harsh, someone sighed. It wasn't so bad. The first few days were tough, but we gained tremendous growth. Murong Shui and Nan Gongro were visibly anxious, worried about what Yi Qing was thinking and whether he was still asleep. Lin Kuei sipped his tea leisurely and said, impossible. I suspect he might have changed his mind. I saw him talking with the Lord of Nightmares in the backyard this morning. As time passed, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone turned into beams of light and vanished from the dungeon. Outside a unique building at Kyoto University, a bustling crowd gathered, all eyes fixed on a shimmering screen. The leaderboard was clear. First place, Yi Qing, level 29. Second place, Yi Ling, level 16. Third place, Long Zhan, level 16. Fourth place, Murong Shui, level 15. This result left everyone astounded. The Nightmare faction, considered the underdog, had won. In the crowd, Lu He quickly jotted down data, his calculations showing that the experience points from assisting in the epic boss kill matched Yi Qing's current level. Around him were teachers from top universities, heads of prominent families, and many students who had been eliminated from the dungeon, all anxiously awaiting the final results. Inside the building, flashes of light signaled the exit of participants. When Qing appeared in the formation, a stir ran through the crowd. Once all the students were present, teachers from the three top universities began announcing the admission list. Dexia Military Academy, Chuyang, Luheng, Lin Kuei. Magic City University, Shengwanhong, Longzhan. Kyoto University, Yiqing, Morong Shui, Yiling, Nangong Ro. Following this, the top scorer of the college entrance exam was revealed Yiqing. At that moment, Yiqing received a system notification, task completed, awarded a special sign-in opportunity. Seeing Lin Kuei admitted to Dexia Military Academy did not surprise Yiqing. Chu Yang and Lu Hong, due to their lack of resolve, were forcibly assigned to the academy. Lin Kuei stood in the line, brimming with excitement. The new students from Magic City University and Dexia Military Academy were swiftly led away by their teachers. Before leaving, Lin Kuei waved goodbye to Yiqing. Meanwhile, Kyoto University's teachers began arranging accommodations and distributing admission information for the remaining students. Yiqing followed a teacher to a tall building and was assigned a well-furnished room. As he surveyed his less than ideal living quarters, Luha entered. "It's not bad. Make do for now," Luha said. "Once you accumulate enough merit points, you can move to a better place." "Can you tell me in detail what I'll be doing at Kyoto University?" Yiqing asked. Luha adjusted his glasses, looking slightly amused. "In the first year, there's a weekly dungeon raid, 2 combat classes, and 2 theory classes. However, you've received special permission from the former dean to act freely and take on various tasks directly. Completing tasks will earn you merit points, which you can use to exchange for items." Before leaving, Luha remembered something and turned back. "Oh, by the way, you've made it onto the Dexia Heavenly List. I'll send the details to your phone." Watching Luha leave, Yiqing pondered. He knew the significance of the Dexia Heavenly List. It was reserved for strength powerhouses under 25. Nearby, a small fox was clawing at the sofa, while Yiqing habitually began inscribing patterns around the room, neither defensive nor offensive in nature. At Kyoto University, where the strong gather, there's no need to worry about safety. Yiqing turned on the TV, which was broadcasting the latest news. This year has seen an exceptional number of talented individuals, a phenomenon not seen in a century, and the top scorer of the college entrance exam, Yiqing, is hailed as a prodigious genius. In less than a month, he has reached level 29. The TV displayed a photo of Yiqing, looking calm, with a small fox resting on his shoulder. The program then delved into Yiqing's profession and other details. Information about other SS-level professionals and hidden professions was also covered. Yiqing turned off the TV and looked at the sign-in system interface. The progress bar read 2,310 out of 1 million, still far from enough, so he decided to hold off on signing in for now. It all seemed too little. Just then, his charging phone started beeping with notifications, surprising Yiqing. He picked it up to find a wealth of information, including a map of Kyoto, details of nearby instances, a detailed map of Kyoto University, and various other data. The content was very comprehensive. He opened the most intriguing one, the Great Xia God List and the Great Xia Heaven List. The Great Xia God List featured the strongest individuals in Great Xia, with the top 10 being the 10 war gods of Great Xia. The first was Xianyuan Pe, a sword god. The second was Dragon Lord, a dragon master. The third was Yi Qingtsong, a war god. The fourth was Lingyu, an Onmyoji. Yiqing casually closed the god list, as he was still far from reaching the level of these powerful figures. The top 10 on the god list were all at the 8th transition level. According to Yiqing's past life memories, the peak of the 7th transition was level 300, and after completing the transition, the 8th transition was no longer defined by levels. He then opened the Great Xia Heaven List and began browsing. The Heaven List rankings were based on a comprehensive score of major events, levels, professions, and combat power. The first was Xiaoyao, level 119, profession Celestial Master, who had a record of single-handedly defeating 12 level 100 legendary bosses without losing a drop of blood. The second was Jun Xian, level 118, profession Undead Monarch, who used an undead army to defeat a level 50 epic boss. It wasn't until the 22nd spot that Yiqing's name appeared. 22nd. Yiqing, level 29, profession Mortal Sword Immortal, event, top scorer in the college entrance exam. Assisted in defeating the level 70 epic boss Nightmare Lord, and slew the level 70 epic boss Mist Lord. Yiqing turned off his phone, feeling a bit dazed. Is this really how they see him? He merely assisted in defeating the Mist Lord. Never mind, he thought, not bothering to explain. Yiqing got up and headed for the door, planning to visit the cafeteria. The blue spirit fruit he had been consuming lately had left him with little appetite. The campus of Kyoto University was vast, with an elegant and refined environment divided into several areas: combat, support, and research. Most students in the research area were special professionals lacking combat capability. Yiqing passed through a cluster of buildings to reach the cafeteria. It was dusk, and the cafeteria was bustling with students busy having dinner. As Yi Qing entered, all eyes immediately turned to him. His fame as this year's top scorer had made his face well known. Yi Qing went to the counter, got 2 meals, and found a quiet corner to eat. He handed one portion to the small fox on his shoulder and then quietly ate his own. The surrounding gazes remained fixed on him, but he paid them no mind, contemplating the special instance and the various opportunities around Kyoto. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in his view. Yi Ling entered the cafeteria, her gaze landing on him, and she walked lightly over to sit across from him. Her delicate face was filled with a complex expression. She took a deep breath, paused, and then spoke. I want to ask you to come with me to the hospital. Yi Qing frowned upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? Are you suspecting I have something to do with the Yi family? There are plenty of people with the surname Yi. Yi Ling was momentarily speechless, her fair cheeks flushing with anxiousness, her eyes flickering uncertainly. Without lingering, Yi Qing quickly finished the food in front of him and said coldly, I don't have that much free time. With that, he got up and left the cafeteria. Once Yi Qing was out of sight, Yi Ling's expression shifted from panic to focus as she carefully searched the spot where Yi Qing had been sitting. Soon, a conspicuous strand of hair caught her eye, lying quietly on the white tabletop. Great, I can finally report back, she murmured, patting her chest in relief before hurrying off towards the university hospital. Outside the cafeteria, Yi Qing silently watched Yi Ling's retreating figure. The hair was left intentionally by him. To be honest, he wasn't sure if he really had any connection to the Yi family of Kyoto. He had never left Jiangbei City in his previous life until his death. After gently stroking Xiaobai's head, Yi Qing used an illusion to conceal himself. Xiaobai let out a soft cry as Yi Qing's figure vanished. He quietly followed Yi Ling to the hospital, watching her enter the building, his gaze growing colder. I hope this isn't about some vendetta. By dusk, as the twilight deepened, Yi Ling stood in the bushes behind the hospital, staring in disbelief at the test tube and the examination report in her hand. Just as she was about to leave, a hand suddenly reached out from the darkness, gripping her neck and dragging her into the shadows. Yi Qing pushed her aside, swiftly seizing a test tube and a few reports. You're Yi Qing, Yi Ling exclaimed, bewildered by his elaborate actions. Above, Zhao Qianquan stood alongside a burly old man, Yi Qing-song, the third on the Great Summer's Divine list, watching the scene unfold below. This kid has quite the peculiar personality. Yi Qing-song laughed heartily, a glint of divine light in his eyes as he subtly altered certain things. Facing this semi-divine powerhouse, Zhao Qianquan was particularly cautious. How are the battles on the Abyss side? How did you find time to return? Not too problematic. The abyssal god-level monsters have been unusually quiet lately, Yi Qing-song replied nonchalantly. Looking down, Zhao Qianquan reported. Upon investigation, Yi Qing has been an orphan since childhood, abandoned in the wilderness of Jiangbei City and later sent to the orphanage by the city defense forces. Aside from his solitary nature, there's nothing extraordinary about his life. This is all we've found. No need to investigate further, Yi Qing-song said decisively. He is my descendant. Though skeptical, Zhao Qianquan, a level 307-turn peak cultivator, understood the vast difference between himself and this semi-divine powerhouse wielding divine power and wisely remained silent. Meanwhile, Yi Qing had returned home. A formation pattern appeared in his palm, instantly incinerating the test tube containing the hair into ashes. There are so many strange professions in this world, and getting cursed would be unfortunate. Yi Qing sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed on a few reports in front of him, feeling indecisive. He had never hesitated in the face of the strongest enemy, yet now, his mind was turbulent. A lonely, cold soul often instinctively avoids warmth rather than accepting it calmly. The bitterness of his past life left him with unspeakable sorrow. It seemed Yi Qing had made up his mind, and he murmured to himself with a bitter smile. I'll have to stay in the capital for a long time. Eventually, I must face it. His slightly trembling hand picked up the reports and examined them carefully. Yi Tianxing, Yi Qing, genetic similarity 99.99. Nangongya, Yi Ling. He exhaled deeply, surprised by the results, and decided to let it go. With a flick of his hand, the reports turned to ashes. That night, Yi Qing tossed and turned, struggling to sleep, but eventually fell into a deep slumber. The next day, in a luxurious estate in the southern part of the capital, 3 people sat facing each other in the central building. Yi Ling recounted the events. He took the reports in my hair, then left without looking back. Opposite her sat her parents. Her father, exuding a powerful aura, and her gentle mother, who appeared calm. Nangongya's eyes held a hint of helplessness. Perhaps he too was reluctant to accept this reality. We can take our time, Yi Tianxing nodded, a smile playing on his lips. If they wanted Yi Qing to join the Yi family, emotional ties were the way to go. Being an orphan, such a connection would be stronger. Just then, a cough sounded from outside the door, and Yi Qingshang appeared at the entrance. Everyone stood up, and Yi Tianxing respectfully greeted. Grandfather, What brings you back? Secretly protecting Yi Qing and spreading the word that he was the eldest son of the Yi family. Eventually, everyone would consider Yi Qing as one of them. Yi Qingshang spoke loudly, playing with two stone beads in his hand. Yes. In the morning, Yi Qing woke up and quickly pushed the previous day's events out of his mind. He opened the map of nearby instances in the capital and saw one marked in red, with small text beside it. Qingshui River Instance, accessible to those below level 50. Since its discovery, most who entered have perished. Few survivors, either mad or foolish. Internal conditions unknown, entry not recommended. Yi Qing confirmed the location. This was it. There was a reward of a profession advancement card inside. However, he didn't plan to enter immediately. Checking his level, he was at 2961. With unknown internal conditions, he decided to first reach level 30, equip an epic set, and gather 9 flying swords before entering. He looked at the sign-in system and noticed a special sign-in opportunity from the college entrance exam. He proceeded with the special sign-in. Success. He obtained the Zhuxian sword formation diagram. This growth equipment was described as the core of the Zhuxian sword formation, which was damaged in a world-shaking battle. The internal spirit sacrificed itself for partial repair. Zhuxian sword attributes, 25. The skill, Remnant of Zhuxian sword formation, 41, allows the formation of the Zhuxian sword formation using the Zhuxian sword and 3 swords of the same tier, unleashing boundless killing sword energy, dealing 999 attacks per second. Only 4 individuals with attributes surpassing his own can break it, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Yi Qing was stunned by the attributes of the Zhuxian sword formation diagram. It was terrifying. If he activated the Sword Heart Enlightenment and the Primordial Holy Body, along with the additional skill of the Immortal Slaying Gourd, the Unyielding Heart, and all enhancement skills, the 999 attacks per second would likely overwhelm even a mythic level boss in mere seconds. This is just the beginning, and it has the potential to grow even more. Yi Qing carefully let a drop of his blood fall onto the Zhuxian sword formation diagram to establish ownership. Surprisingly, this equipment didn't occupy any slot like other items. Instead, it merged directly into his body, forming a mysterious tattoo on his back. He reached out to touch it, but felt nothing unusual. At this moment, Yi Qing possessed 2 incredibly powerful special pieces of equipment, the Zhuxian sword formation diagram and the Immortal Slaying Gourd. Although both had immense destructive power, their long cooldown times meant they could only be used as a last resort. Opening the door, Yi Qing decided to head to the Falling Leaves Plain instance within Kyoto University. This ordinary level 40 instance wasn't too difficult, but he knew that completing it would definitely boost his level. First, he went to the school cafeteria, enjoyed a hearty breakfast, and packed dozens of meals into the Immortal Slaying Gourd for storage. Just then, Nangong Ro approached with a bright smile. Today's the first theory class for the combat department. You're not skipping it, are you? No. Yi Qing replied bluntly and headed straight for the entrance to the Falling Leaves Plain. Watching his retreating figure, Nangong Ro sighed softly, still so distant. Suddenly remembering the class time, she exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm going to be late." She hurriedly ran towards the combat department classroom without bothering with breakfast. Reaching the instance entrance, Yi Qing saw a few senior students from the support department standing there. They greeted him warmly. "Hey, want to team up?" "No thanks. I'm used to going solo." Yi Qing politely declined and stepped into the formation, disappearing from sight. The scene around him instantly changed, and Yi Qing found himself on a vast plain with herds of cattle and sheep grazing in the distance. As he wondered if these were peaceful creatures like slimes, a tan boy wearing a straw hat approached and explained, "This is a safe zone, the university's pasture. The cafeteria's meat comes from here. The real monsters are deeper in the plains." After thanking the boy, a huge light sword appeared under Yi Qing's feet, and he soared into the sky. The tan boy watched his departing figure with envy. From the vantage point of the flying sword, Yi Qing mused, "I didn't expect Kyoto University to run a pasture within an instance. That boy must be a life skills practitioner." The sword's trail extended behind him. In the distance, a herd of fiery horses with flames on their backs galloped toward him. Yi Qing quickly used his detection skill, Flame Horse, level 40. Without hesitation, he directed the sword trail into the herd and began his attack. Killed Flame Horse, gained 1,600 experience points. The system notifications continued, and his experience points slowly increased. The monsters weren't very strong, and he didn't even need to activate his Sword Heart Clarity to defeat them easily. Meanwhile, in the combat department classroom at Kyoto University, the stunning instructor, Luo Qiu, was taking attendance. Nangong Ro entered, slightly out of breath. "Sorry, teacher, I'm late." "No worries, just make sure it doesn't happen again," Luo Qiu replied. Nangong Ro found a seat and sat down. After looking around, she muttered quietly, "There are only 2 classes for the combat department, even fewer than in high school." At that moment, Luo Qiu was calling roll from the podium. "Nangong Ro," she called. "Here." Nangong Ro responded immediately. Yi Qing, Luo Qiu called out. The classroom fell silent, with no response. Luo Qiu frowned deeply and marked the attendance sheet with a heavy stroke. This is unacceptable. Even with special privileges, you can't skip the first day. Meanwhile, Yi Qing was deep in the fallen leaves plains. 5 flying swords elegantly circled behind him, and in front of him stood a massive creature, 3 to 4 meters tall, the Silver Wolf King Lord. The system displayed: level 45, health 170,000, attack 1,200, defense 510, with skills like Moon Gaze, Howl, Claw, and Summon Wolves. Yi Qing wielded the Zhuxian sword and performed the heaven-slicing sword technique. A sharp sword energy whistled out, instantly killing the Silver Wolf King. The system notification sounded, and Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Not bad, I've just reached level 30. The system notified that the dungeon boss was dead and would automatically refresh in 24 hours, allowing departure at any time. Yi Qing realized, I see, no wonder this dungeon is ideal for livestock farming. As he reached the dungeon entrance, a few support class players waiting to form a team were surprised to see him emerge so quickly. You came out in less than an hour? Yi Qing simply nodded. I have something to attend to, so I'm leaving now. As they watched him walk away, they finally recognized him. Isn't that Yi Qing, this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam? Yeah, isn't today their roll call day? His teacher is that Demonis. He's in trouble now. Back at his dwelling, Yi Qing paid no mind to this. He took out the doctor's set and the 3 legendary swords he obtained from the Nightmare Lord: Nightmare, Wind Spirit, and Dawn. The doctor's set attributes completely overshadowed the Poison Spider set, so he immediately changed his equipment and placed the 3 legendary swords into the Celestial Sword case. Checking the attribute panel. Occupant: Yi Qing. Level: 30. Profession: Mortal Sword Immortal, Xianhuang Body Sovereign, Actor. Subprofession: Evil Doctor, Formation Master. Health: 96, 95095, 950. Mana: 92, 00092, 000. Physical attack: 32,489. Magic attack: 21,900. The rest of the attribute panel remains the same as the original. Yi Qing looked at the attribute panel, nodding in satisfaction. This upgrade was significant, especially with the 3 legendary flying swords obtained from the Nightmare Lord in the sword case. Now, he only needed 1 more flying sword to replace the Evil Mist, leaving just 2 to complete the set. Yi Qing was no longer interested in ordinary long swords. What he truly desired were legendary or epic-grade weapons. Finding a sword that could grow with him would be even more ideal. However, such equipment was rare, especially swords. As he stepped out of his room, Yi Qing decided to check the auction house in Kyoto for a couple of suitable long swords. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was already 12:30 p.m. Noticing the pitiful look on Xiao Bai's face beside him, he decided to have lunch first. He took out 2 meals from the Immortal slaying gourd and began to enjoy his food. The taste was excellent, clearly the work of a skilled chef with remarkable talent. Yi Qing resolved to pack more meals in the future to avoid having to rely solely on blue spirit fruits and red blood fruits during long dungeon runs. After satisfying his hunger, he left his room and headed straight to the equipment marketplace and auction. The largest trading venue in Kyoto was bustling with noise, filled with the sounds of haggling. I'm telling you, this gear is Incrediblite took down a level 100 legendary boss. Come on, give me a fair price, a vendor enthusiastically pitched. As Yi Qing moved through the crowd, his eyes fell on a legendary long blade. He was tempted, but seeing it required level 100 to equip, he shook his head and walked away. Unlike jars or treasure chests, the transparency of equipment attributes at the market meant there were no hidden gems to be found. While wandering among the stalls, a commotion erupted from afar. What? A mythic-grade piece of equipment? Shuntian Auction House is really going all out. Intrigued, Yi Qing approached to find a massive poster covering an entire wall. It announced a grand auction at Shuntian Auction House that night, with a mythic-grade item as the finale. He couldn't help but be skeptical. Could this just be overhyped marketing? How could a mythic-grade item be up for sale? Still, Shuntian Auction House was renowned throughout the Great Xia, and it might be worth checking out the excitement tonight. He mused that he had rarely seen even epic-grade equipment, let alone mythic-grade. Tickets to tonight's auction would surely be scarce. No matter, there would likely be a big screen outside for people to watch. Listening to the chatter around him, Yi Qing decided to join the crowd at the auction. Shuntian Auction House was at the end of the street, its grand building coming into view, with receptionists busily welcoming guests. At the entrance, a stunning woman in professional attire approached him, her makeup strikingly bold. In a sweet, coquettish voice, she asked, "Hey there, little brother, do you have a ticket? You can't get in without one. I have an item to sell. Take me to have it appraised." Yi Qing replied calmly. The woman nodded and signaled for him to follow. Inside the auction house, Yi Qing entered a spacious, well-lit hall. An elderly man with glasses sat behind a table, engrossed in a worn book. Go find Old Li. He's the only appraiser here, the receptionist advised Yi Qing, then stood aside to wait. Approaching the old man, Yi Qing placed a long spear, a drop from the Lord of the Mist, heavily on the table, producing a dull thud. Could you appraise this item for me? If it's suitable, I'd like to auction it tonight, he requested. Appraiser Old Li scrutinized the spear's attributes and then turned his gaze to Yi Qing, as if recognizing him. As expected, the young are truly formidable, having slain the master of mist at such a young age. Appraiser Mr. Li scrutinized the young man before him and spoke slowly. But are you sure you want to auction this spear? Yi Qing nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. Mr. Li immediately pulled out his phone and quickly sent a message, then turned to a waiting woman nearby. Xiao Lu, take him to VIP room number 9. This way, please, Xiao Lu said, her attitude noticeably more respectful as she led Yi Qing through the lavish corridor. The VIP room was elegantly decorated, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of the entire auction hall. At that moment, the hall was empty, making it seem particularly spacious. Yi Qing settled into the leather sofa as the small fox on his shoulder gracefully leaped down, curling up quietly beside him. The auction starts in an hour and a half. Do you need any other services? Xiao Lu asked, her voice sultry. Yi Qing casually tossed her a piece of lord-level equipment and replied calmly. I'd like some quiet time. Please leave. Once the room returned to silence, Yi Qing took out a sheet of white paper, which recorded significant future events. On July 1st, a dungeon overlap would occur near Linhai City, Kyoto, plunging the city into chaos. On July 12th, the Divine Research Laboratory in Kyoto's slums would begin, with its initiator becoming obsessive. On July 30th, a level 200 epic boss would appear on the Jiangnan province coast, causing significant losses to the Southern Army. Reviewing these predictions, Yi Qing tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating. He'll wait until the end of the Qingshui River dungeon. As time passed, the auction hall gradually became lively. The lights in the various VIP rooms lit up one by one, allowing those inside to clearly observe the outside, while outsiders could not see in. Mr. Li took the stage, and the auction officially began. The first item was a two-headed serpent egg, born of a level 150 lord, with a starting bid of 1.2 million, immediately sparking fierce bidding. Yi Qing showed no interest, focusing on the meal in front of him. Xiao Bai also glanced disdainfully at the pet egg on the screen, continuing to enjoy its own meal. Several legendary items appeared, but no long sword, leaving Yi Qing somewhat resigned. With over 20 million experience points and 4 targeted sign-in opportunities at hand, bad luck might turn them all into wooden swords. Suddenly, the new item displayed on the screen caused an uproar. How can such a thing appear at an auction? Who would dare buy it? Yeah, I feel like it's going to go unsold. Voices of discussion rose and fell. This treasure chest came from the depths of the Wanbao Cliff dungeon. Its original owner, too afraid to open it, decided to auction it off with a starting bid of 500,000. Mr. Lu stood on stage, slowly explaining the chest's background, but the room remained silent. No one placed a bid. Everyone knew that the contents might not be worth the price, and if it turned out to be a dud, they'd lose out. However, given the chest's origin, it seemed legitimate. Yi Qing sat in the VIP room, his gaze fixed on the chest, suddenly feeling that the pattern on it seemed familiar. After a moment's thought, he decisively raised his paddle. 500,000. The room stayed quiet, with no other bids. Seeing this, Mr. Lu lightly tapped his gavel. Sold. The auction continued, and Yi Qing didn't let up, purchasing several unique materials in succession. Peach God Petals, a legendary material that could be used to concoct potions, which could restore 12 of mana when consumed directly. Meteoric Iron from Beyond, a mythical material for forging equipment and crafting items. Moonlit Flower, which blooms under the full moon and can cause hallucinations. While these items weren't of high value, they failed to capture others' interest, so Yi Qing collected them all. He wasn't interested in the legendary equipment. As the auction neared its end, the light screen on the stage began to change. Mr. Lu's voice grew more excited. Now, we enter the climax of the auction. The 5 grand finale items begin. With his announcement, the atmosphere in the room became electric. The Mist God Spear, a level 70 epic weapon, had skills so powerful they left everyone in awe. The attributes displayed on the screen stunned all present. The starting bid was 48 million, and as soon as it was announced, the VIPs began to make offers. Yi Qing, in VIP room number 1, casually offered 50 million. Other VIP rooms quickly followed, and the price soared. Eventually, this weapon was sold for a staggering 88 million to VIP room number 8. Yi Qing, sitting in his VIP room, glanced toward the neighboring room, curious but unable to see inside due to the protective barriers. Next was another epic armor, with a starting price that once again soared to astronomical levels and was purchased by the buyer in VIP room number 1. The auction's tension escalated, with all eyes on the next 3 finale items. Yi Qing looked at the magic sword on the screen. Its attributes were impressive, but he found his funds running low and sighed inwardly. Mr. Liu announced, starting bid 51 million. Yi Qing didn't hesitate and directly bid the base price, 80 million. At this point, other VIP rooms also raised their paddles, and the price climbed steadily. Soon, the price reached 135 million and was finally won by VIP room number 1. Yi Qing shook his head with a hint of resignation, thinking that even if he won, he couldn't use it. The light screen changed again, revealing a pet egg. The White Luan epic pet egg caused quite a stir in the room, with everyone discussing it. No one expected such a rare flying pet egg to appear at the auction. If the Luan hatched successfully, the increase in combat power would be immeasurable. Mr. Liu called out the base price, sparking a frenzy of bidding. Watching the reactions of the bidders, Yi Qing couldn't help but marvel at how they seemed to treat money like air, indifferent to the price. The mysterious pet egg was ultimately purchased by the top VIP bidder for an astronomical price of 250 million. As the auctioneer announced the sale, the screen revealed the finale item of the auction, a piece of mythical equipment. A broken piece of mythical equipment? How dare they auction this? It's just a part with no attributes. Is Shuntian auction house playing a joke on us? The room erupted with skepticism, but Yi Qing's gaze remained fixed on the equipment displayed on the screen. Immortal slaying flying dagger, mythical incomplete. Description, lacks crucial components. Attributes, none. Skills, unusable. Standing on the auction stage, Mr. Liu remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated the crowd's reaction. He calmly explained, although this is an incomplete piece of mythical equipment, if a divine craftsman is commissioned to reforge it, it can still be transformed into a pseudo-mythical item. The starting bid is 50 million. The auction hall fell silent. Even the VIP rooms were quiet. Everyone knew that hiring a divine craftsman often cost more than the equipment itself, and the success rate of reforging was extremely low. Even the wealthy patrons in the top VIP rooms were hesitant to take such a risk. At that moment, a clear voice emerged from VIP room 9. 50 million. It's room 9 again. They must be Shuntian auction house's shills. They've been buying up items that were about to go unsold. Whispers spread around, but Yi Qing remained calm. These people would never understand the special significance this piece of equipment held for him. After a long wait without any higher bids, Mr. Liu quickly tapped the gavel 3 times, fearing Yi Qing might change his mind. Sold. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for winning the mythical equipment. Thank you all for your participation. See you next month. After the auction concluded, Mr. Liu personally delivered the auction item. He handed Yi Qing a bank card with a refund of 30 million, smiling. We won't charge a service fee this time. Consider it an investment in you, the top scorer of this year's college entrance exam. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yi Qing nodded in gratitude. Mr. Liu had arranged a car downstairs to take Yi Qing back to Kyoto University. When Yi Qing arrived at the auction house entrance, a row of luxury cars was already parked there. A young driver quickly approached. I'm the driver Mr. Liu arranged for you. Please get in. At that moment, 3 people emerged from the auction house, and Yi Qing, sensing something, turned to look. Yi Tianqing, Nangongya, and Yi Ling all focused their gazes intently on Yi Qing, their eyes reflecting a mix of complex emotions. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward at that moment. Yi Qing turned around, his expression calm, and said lightly, let's go. Please follow me. A young driver led Yi Qing to a luxurious car. Without hesitation, Yi Qing got into the back seat, and the vehicle immediately set off into the distance. As the scenery outside the window rushed by, Yi Qing's thoughts wandered between memories and reality. If his past self had known these truths, he would have been moved to tears, eager to reunite with his family. However, after enduring decades of pain and hardship, Yi Qing understood well that without absolute strength, familial bonds, friendships, and love could not endure. They were merely fleeting illusions. The future world was filled with unknown fears, and even the 10 great war gods of Daxiao would mostly fall in the calamity a few years later. At this moment, Yi Qing had only one thought in his mind: to become stronger and enhance his abilities. At the entrance of the Shuntian auction house, the 3 watched Yi Qing's silhouette fade into the distance. Yi Ling was fuming with anger, feeling frustrated that even after knowing the truth, Yi Qing remained so indifferent. Nangongya gently comforted him, saying, he'll understand eventually. Meanwhile, Yi Tianqing remained composed, handing 2 long swords and a ring to Yi Ling. Go to Kyoto University tomorrow and give these to Yi Qing. Don't forget, he instructed. Yi Ling nodded in agreement. All right. At Kyoto University, Yi Qing sat on a sofa with the slaying Immortal gourd and the slaying Immortal flying knife placed before him. Suddenly, the gourd emitted a suction force, directly absorbing the flying knife. The attribute panel then displayed a message. The repair value of the slaying Immortal gourd had significantly increased, enhancing its equipment attributes. Slaying Immortal gourd's super god repair value, 39100. Internal space, expanded, capable of storing living beings, forms its own space, and automatically collects equipment or items. Skill, treasure, turnaround boosts attack power by 50 for 300 seconds, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. The slaying immortal flying knife emitted a blade light, forcibly locking onto its target, dealing 6,500 damage with a 50 chance of an instant kill and a cooldown of 2 hours. Qing marveled at the attributes of the flying knife. A 50 chance of an instant kill, completely ignoring all levels, defenses, and health, resulting in immediate death upon triggering. Originally, the flying knife skill only manifested as a blade light, but now, with its physical form, the instant kill effect was greatly enhanced. If fully repaired, the instant kill probability would reach 100, a prospect Qing found unimaginable. However, seeing that the repair value of the slaying immortal gourd was only 39, yet had already reached a super god level, Qing couldn't help but wonder, what grade of equipment was this slaying immortal gourd that a 39 repair value could achieve such a state? He put away the slaying immortal gourd and took out another item treasure chest adorned with a nine-tailed fox motif. Should he open the chest? Yes, Qing decided decisively, and upon opening the chest, he obtained the Heart Moon Bell. Heart Moon Bell Growth Equipment Overview. The supreme treasure of the Qingqiu Fox clan, only equipable by foxes. All attributes 500, charm 600. Skill. Amplification increases the effect and power of all Qingqiu Fox clan skills by 80. Qing hung the equipment around the neck of his pet, Xiaobai, thinking to himself, no wonder it didn't cause a stir in the past. This equipment is truly rare, as ordinary professionals or pets can't equip it. Although the auction didn't yield a long sword, the gains were considerable. Lying on his bed, Qing opened his phone. It was already late, with the time showing exactly 8 p.m. The phone screen flickered continuously as several important messages popped up. The news of top scorer Qing being featured on the honor list. Alerts about members of the Abyss Society causing chaos in several southern cities, with the city defense forces suppressing them. And a reminder for citizens to be wary of Abyss Society members hidden in various industries. Reports of a temporary retreat of the Beast Tide in Jiangnan province, resulting in 36 casualties among professionals. And the most intriguing news, Qing Song's return from the Abyss to the Yi family in Kyoto, with rumors suggesting it was related to Qing's identity as a member of the Yi family. Putting down his phone, Qing closed his eyes in contemplation. He realized that his existence seemed to have altered some historical events according to the original timeline. Qing Sang should have remained guarding the Abyss, and the Abyss Society shouldn't have appeared at this time. These changes were likely related to the Abyss Society members he had previously eliminated. His thoughts gradually blurred, and he drifted into sleep. The next morning, a torrential downpour accompanied by thunder and lightning pounded against the windows. The sudden knocking on the door startled Qing awake. Opening the door, he saw Murong Shui standing outside, her pale cheeks tinged with a hint of red. You didn't attend class yesterday, and our homeroom teacher, Luo Qiu, has a bit of a temper. He might hold a grudge against you. It's fine. Thanks for the heads up, Qing replied calmly. All right then, I have to go tackle a dungeon now. See you. Murong Shui's cold, beautiful face broke into a smile as she turned to leave. Closing the door, Qing sat on the sofa and began watching TV while taking out 2 breakfasts. Little Bai, shaking its head as it watched the TV's Heart Moon Bell, immediately ran over upon smelling the food. As they were having breakfast, there was another knock on the door. This time it was Yi Ling, standing in the doorway with an annoyed expression, her silky long hair still dripping wet. Here, father asked me to give you these, she said, handing over 2 sheathed long swords and a ring. Why not wait until the rain stops before you leave? Stay for a meal, Qing offered as he accepted the equipment. A gentle light flickered in Yi Ling's eyes. All right, she agreed. Entering the room, she noticed Little Bai eating and glanced around. This place is too small. Why not return to the Yi family? I can't stand the constraints, not even familial ones, Qing replied, reclining on the sofa. I'll visit when I have time, but I won't stay long. Yi Ling glared at him, frustrated. Suit yourself, she snapped before turning to leave. The room returned to silence, and Qing began examining the equipment attributes. The Ling Xiao ring's attributes were impressive, epic quality, wearable at level 30, with 800 to all basic attributes, and the Ling Xiao skill enhancing sword weapon attack power by 22. It also provided 1,800 points of physical attack power and a 750 strength bonus. The Haning skill could obscure enemy perception for 3 seconds, with a 30-minute cooldown. The Hanguang phenomenon could make the sword's blade appear and emit divine light in the presence of light, increasing attack speed by 40. Mingguang Slash could unleash a massive sword energy causing 580 damage, with a 30-minute cooldown. Looking at these top-tier equipment attributes, Qing's face showed a complex expression. When he began checking the attributes of the other flying sword, he was even more astonished. The mythical sword of the heavenly demon, damaged, requires level 30 to wield. Yi Qing carefully examined the broken mythical weapon in his hand, and its attribute information unfolded before his eyes. The sword of an ancient demon god, extremely fierce and unrivaled in power. It is said to have been damaged in a fierce battle with a demon god. The weapon's attributes were strikingly prominent. Physical attack power 3500. Magical attack power 3500. Strength 1000. Intelligence 1000. Special skill, Shadow Phenomenon of the Heavenly Demon can manifest the phenomenon of the Heavenly Demon, increasing the power of all skills by 65. Warning, those with weak willpower may have their minds invaded by demonic energy, with severe consequences. Locked skills, Nether River Slash, Demon God Possession. Even in its broken state, the attributes of the Heavenly Demon Sword far exceeded those of ordinary epic weapons. Yi Qing placed it in the Celestial Sword box along with the Hanguang Sword, and took out the Evil Mist Sword. Now, all 9 flying swords in the box were of legendary level or higher. Coupled with the Lingxiao ring on his hand, his attribute panel received a significant boost, with the enhancements from the Heavenly Demon Sword second only to the Zhuxian Sword. Looking out at the torrential rain through the window, Yi Qing decided to stay indoors. He glanced at the bracelet on his wrist, and chose to enter the virtual world for training. The moment his consciousness transferred, the scene before him changed dramatically. The virtual world was no longer just an arena. Several new building structures had been added, and a few students could be seen receiving guidance. As soon as Yi Qing appeared on the virtual arena, he saw Xueying instructing Shangguan Hong in footwork practice. Upon his arrival, both paused. Now that the college entrance exams are over, it's time for formal training, Xueying said calmly. Yi Qing was still adjusting to having only 1% of his real-world attributes, but nodded in agreement. All right, let's start now. Shangguan Hong stepped off the platform to watch. Xueying transformed into a series of blood-red afterimages, moving as fast as lightning. The usual rule touched the hem of my clothes. Yi Qing used the Xianhuang sky-stepping technique to follow closely. 16 minutes later, he had a piece of fabric between his fingers. Not bad, kid, Xueying laughed. Though your speed hasn't changed, your predictive ability has improved significantly. Shangguan Hong, watching from below, showed a look of shock, quickly followed by understanding. Prediction, algorithm. This time, I'm getting serious, Xueying said, his expression becoming solemn. The two figures darted back and forth across the arena, moving so fast that they left behind only afterimages. This impressive duel attracted an increasing number of spectators. As a prototype for internal testing, the virtual world bracelets had been distributed to many, including top-ranked experts, SS-level professionals, hidden profession holders, and top talents from various universities. 2 hours later, Yi Qing suddenly grabbed Xueying's clothing with a slight smile and a teasing tone. Sorry, I've caught up with you. Xueying stopped, smiled faintly, and said approvingly, your progress is getting faster and faster. His recognition of the somewhat aloof young man grew. The surrounding crowd erupted into a frenzy, exclaiming in disbelief. How is this possible? Yi Qing actually managed to catch Xueying. Xueying was a top movement teacher in the virtual world, rumored to have once assassinated a deity with incredible speed, yet Yi Qing had caught up. In the crowd, an ambitious young prodigy shouted, Yi Qing, I challenge you in the virtual world. Yi Qing turned back, expressionless, and said, I'm at Kyoto University. You're welcome to challenge me anytime. The young man's face changed slightly. He knew Yi Qing was at Kyoto University, but having watched Yi Qing's battle recordings, he understood he had no chance of winning. Only in the virtual world, where everyone's attributes were equal, did he dare challenge Yi Qing. As Yi Qing was about to leave, the young man taunted, You won't chicken out, will you? Remember, I'm Fang Ziyuan from Moda University, an S-rank wood element mage. Yi Qing remained calm, surveying the crowd with a cold smile. One is too boring. Why don't all of you come at me together? What? This isn't the outside world. Everyone's attributes are the same. Don't overestimate yourself. Shangguan Hong hurriedly shouted. Hearing her, the people around echoed. Yeah, what are we afraid of? In the virtual world, attributes are equal. Yi Qing, you're too arrogant. Let's all go together. In the end, 15 people from the crowd, but only 7 stepped onto the stage. The others, full of pride, planned to challenge Yi Qing individually later. Yi Qing looked at those surrounding him and turned to Xueying. Old man, give me a sword. Xueying nodded. A wooden sword appeared in his hand, and he tossed it to Yi Qing. Yi Qing caught the wooden sword, his eyes turned icy, and with an imposing aura, he unhesitatingly thrust it at one of them. Not good, let's dodge. He can only attack one person, let's attack. The person being targeted broke out in a cold sweat, unable to escape Yi Qing's attack despite trying desperately, eventually turning into a virtual shadow and being transported out of the virtual world. The others quickly formed a boss fighting formation, with the knight profession in front and mages and archers attacking from a distance. Yi Qing's movements were as elusive as a ghost, and no attacks could touch him. As the others launched their attack, Yi Qing suddenly turned into a shadow on the spot and was instantly dispersed. Everyone felt a chill down their spine, their consciousness fading in an instant, exiting the virtual world. Being killed in the virtual world meant several days of mental fatigue back in reality. Below the stage, everyone was dumbfounded, shocked. How did Yi Qing do that? Teleport in the virtual world? No. On closer inspection, every step of Yi Qing's movement was on specific spots, clearly a miniature illusion array. His strength was immense, and his mastery of formations was so profound. Shuang nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself, this rate of progress is terrifying. Below the stage, Shang Wanhong's eyes sparkled with thought, seemingly gaining insight into Yi Qing's attack method. On the stage, Yi Qing's figure gradually faded, exiting the virtual world. Upon returning to the room, Yi Qing received a notification from the attribute panel. Movement skill proficiency 7, swordsmanship proficiency 2. Yi Qing glanced at his phone to check the time. It was already 1 p.m. Outside, the sky was overcast and a light drizzle was falling, as if a larger storm was brewing. A small fox lay curled up nearby, sleeping peacefully. He walked over to the balcony and gazed through the rain-blurred glass at the outside world, deciding to set out for the Qingshui River dungeon. Gently waking the small fox, he took it with him as he left the room. First, he stopped by the cafeteria at Kyoto University to pack hundreds of meals, then mounted his flying sword, speeding close to the ground through the bustling streets. The Qingshui River dungeon was situated on the outskirts of Kyoto, quite a distance away, taking even the flying sword 2 full hours to reach. Finally, Yi Qing arrived at a desolate area of low hills. Overgrown with weeds and dotted with a few dilapidated, moss-covered buildings, it contrasted sharply with the lively entrances of other dungeons, appearing particularly desolate. Passing through the crumbling structures, he climbed to the top of a hill where a relatively intact building came into view. Inside, a formation that frequently flickered with bright light stood out prominently. This was the entrance to the Qingshui River dungeon. As the rain intensified, Yi Qing was about to enter the formation when a cough sounded behind him. An elderly man wearing a straw hat and with a cigarette in his mouth approached, his voice weathered as he advised. Young man, leave this place quickly. There are many other dungeons in Kyoto. Don't take risks here. Have you been inside this dungeon? I want to know more about it. Yi Qing turned to ask. A wary look crossed the old man's eyes as he explained. I only maintain the formation and try to dissuade those who want to enter. I don't know what's inside, but very few come out alive, and those who do are either mad or talk nonsense. Yi Qing nodded slightly. With the 3 major trump cards, the Gourd of Immortality, the Immortal Slaying Sword formation diagram, and the power of time and space at his disposal, he feared no mythical level boss. He walked straight toward the formation. Wait. The old man looked surprised. The formation has restrictions, I said. Without my activation, you can't enter. Yi Qing took out a monster core and tossed it toward the formation. The core transformed into formation patterns, instantly breaking the restriction. Goodbye. He turned into a beam of light and vanished into the teleportation array. The old man stared in shock at the scene. So young, yet his understanding of formations is so profound. But since he's prepared, he should make it out alive. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, a team of 13 professionals had gathered. A girl with glasses looked worried. Are we really going into that death dungeon? I've heard many professionals have died there. Scared, a proud young man scoffed. The more dangerous, the better. That's how the rewards are worth it. If you're scared, just quit the team. It's not like we forced you to join, scoffed the defiant young man leading the group. In the drizzle, the team of adventurers reached the dungeon entrance at the mountain's peak. An elderly guardian was frowning as he studied the formation, muttering to himself. Strange, the restrictions have returned. This young man is quite something. Seeing the team approach, the elder quickly tried to dissuade them. You should turn back. There's a restriction on this formation, you can't get through. Hurry up and open it. Don't waste our time, the leading youth barked. This place is really dangerous. The elder continued to warn earnestly. Ignoring his warnings, a few adventurers drew their weapons and threatened. Open it now, or it'll get ugly. You want to fight me? The elder chuckled coldly. I'm a level 200 Grand Formation Master. If you're so eager to meet your end, I won't stop you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the formation's light flared up, instantly teleporting the entire team into the dungeon. The elder stood at the entrance of the clear water river dungeon, watching the heavy rain outside, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he sighed helplessly. It's hard being a good person. Why are so many people entering this dungeon today? Inside the dungeon, Yi Qing was stunned. Before him lay a peaceful and harmonious small town, filled with the laughter of children playing and women chatting merrily as they washed clothes by the river. In the distance, a lush green mountain loomed. A sign at the town's entrance read, Qingshui Town. His status panel popped up with a prompt. Entered special dungeon, Clear Water River. Description, a peaceful, harmonious town hides a ghost. Find and eliminate it to earn abundant rewards and exit the dungeon. Note, During the River God Festival, there is a chance to trigger a special quest. Cautiously, Yi Qing harnessed the power of time and space, ensuring he could leave the dungeon at any moment before venturing into the town. Though the residents' clothing was modest, they were remarkably welcoming to this outsider. Come to think of it, it's been 3 or 4 years since we've had an outsider visit, an old man remarked. If you have nowhere to stay, you can come to my house, a friendly woman offered, a bit too eagerly. Madam Liu, have you taken a liking to this handsome outsider? Someone teased. Nonsense. I'm just introducing him to my daughter, she retorted, prompting knowing smiles from those around, aware that her daughter, Iron Hammer, was a burly woman whom no one had fancied. Yi Qing shook his head inwardly. Everything seemed far too normal, nothing like the deadly dungeon of legend. As he approached some houses at the mountain's base, a scene stopped him in his tracks. A frail girl in tattered clothes was curled up on the ground, sweating profusely and rolling in pain. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, and despite her agony, she bit her lip to stifle any cries. As Yi Qing drew near, a wary look flashed in her eyes. Yi Qing took out a small bottle, poured out a white pill, and said, "Take this, and you'll get better. Life or death, it's up to you." The young girl showed a hint of unwillingness in her eyes, driven by a strong will to survive. She mustered her last bit of strength to grab the pill from Yi Qing's hand and swallowed it. Yi Qing glanced at the name above her head, Sui Yuehua, glowing with a colorful light within the gold, indicating her potential to become a demigod, only lacking a bit of opportunity. As the medicine took effect, Sui Yuehua's complexion gradually became rosy again, and her wariness towards Yi Qing faded. Weakly, she said, "Thank you." Yi Qing replied indifferently. "Even without my help, you wouldn't have died. What you ingested wasn't poisonous. At most it would have caused a few days of diarrhea." Before he finished speaking, Sui Yuehua suddenly knelt on the ground, her voice almost pleading. "You must be a skilled healer. Can you save my mother?" Yi Qing said expressionlessly, "Find a quiet place and tell me everything in detail." After a moment of hesitation, Sui Yuehua led Yi Qing to a large stone at the foot of the mountain. As they sat down, the sun was setting, painting the sky with a red hue. In this beautiful twilight, Sui Yuehua shared her story. Her father was devoured by a water monster when she was young, leaving her to rely on her mother. 2 years ago, her mother fell seriously ill, forcing her to risk climbing the mountain to gather herbs to pay for treatment. As the sky darkened, the sharpness in Yi Qing's eyes softened a bit. "Let's go, I'll take a look. But don't blame me if I can't cure her." Sui Yuehua was overjoyed. "Really? That's wonderful." At that moment, she felt all her past suffering was worthwhile. Yi Qing looked at her, as if seeing his past self, and said, "It's getting dark, let's go." He then followed her into the courtyard. Meanwhile, a dozen figures appeared on the outskirts of Qingshui town. They surveyed the peaceful surroundings, but a timid woman with glasses sensed something amiss. "Look at the attribute panel. There's something terrifying hidden here. We should camp outside." Just then, a few elderly men with kind smiles emerged from the town, warmly inviting them. "Travelers, we have prepared accommodations and food. Come with us, we mean no harm." The team exchanged glances and politely declined the invitation. The elders showed disappointment. "It's been a long time since we've seen outsiders. Monsters appear at night by the Qingshui River. Only the town is safe." This put the team in a dilemma: monsters outside the town, but a more terrifying presence within. As the night deepened, they felt an increasingly eerie aura and ultimately decided to enter the town. Compared to the bustling town, the banks of the Qingshui River seemed particularly eerie and frightening. A courtyard near the foot of the mountain came into view. Yi Qing surveyed the area. The courtyard was neat and orderly, with no trace of weeds. Sui Yuehua quietly stepped into the house and approached the bedside. Lying there was a gaunt middle-aged woman, her mother. "Mother, I brought a healer to help you. He's very skilled." "Really? You've been through so much," the woman replied, her voice so weak it was barely audible. Yi Qing followed them into the room, silently observing the interaction between mother and daughter. He discreetly used a detection spell on the woman in bed, and the result made him sigh inwardly. Chun Li was on the brink of death, with only 2 days left to live. It was a heartache. Her heart had long gone with her husband. Without revealing this harsh truth, Yi Qing took out a purple pill, the blood fiend elixir. This medicine could restore a person to peak condition for 48 hours, but after that, they would die completely. "Come, give this pill to your mother, and she will recover," Yi Qing told Sui Yuehua. Overjoyed, Sui Yuehua quickly took the pill and fed it to her mother. As the pill took effect, Chun Li's complexion visibly improved, looking as if she had never been ill. "You're better. You're really better," Sui Yuehua cried with joy. Yi Qing glanced out the window. The night had already enveloped the land, and strange howls echoed from the distant woods. "I hope the next 2 days bring you some happiness," he said, turning to leave. Chun Li watched Yi Qing's retreating figure, a complex expression in her eyes, and then turned her loving and reluctant gaze towards her daughter. Sui Yuehua looked thoughtfully at the 2 simple wooden beds in their home. her eyes following Yi Qing's departing direction. Entering the forest, Yi Qing summoned 9 flying swords. Suddenly, countless pairs of crimson eyes lit up in the darkness as a swarm of elite vampire bats descended upon him. These level 50 creatures each had 126,000 health points, 1,510 attack points, 650 defense, and skills like bloodsucking, fangs, swiftness, and venom. Yi Qing swiftly deployed the 9 palaces sword formation, each strike accompanied by bright sword shadows, reaping the creatures' lives and stunning them. The system continuously notified, vampire bat killed, gained 6,500 experience points. About 10 minutes later, when most of the bats were exterminated, a gigantic bat the size of an adult emerged from the dense forest. Yi Qing immediately activated the moonlight phenomenon, illuminating the terrifying Creaturia level 60 vampire bat king with 2.6 million health points. Without waiting to examine its other attributes, Yi Qing gripped the Zhuxian sword and executed the sky-splitting sword technique. The little white creature on his shoulder emitted a light, freezing the vampire bat king in place. A surge of immense sword energy shot skyward, instantly cleaving the lord-level monster in two, displaying a staggering damage number above its head. Yi Qing looked at the equipment and materials scattered around him, which seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, automatically gathering towards him. This was the pickup function of the Immortal slaying gourd at work. 9 flying swords circled around him, and beneath his feet, a massive light sword formed, carrying him swiftly towards the mountaintop. Tonight, he decided to camp on the mountain. The town was filled with an eerie atmosphere, and the Qing Shui River gave him the creeps. Only this mountain provided him a sense of safety. Even without activating the Sword Heart Enlightenment or the Primordial Sacred Body, I can easily take down level 60 boss monsters, Yi Qing muttered to himself. Xiao Bai, beside him, responded with a few chirps, its stomach grumbling in protest. Using the illumination from the moonlight phenomenon above, Yi Qing found a flat spot on the cliff. He quickly set up an array and pitched a tent. Half an hour later, with a snap of his fingers, the array activated, and the tent and his figure vanished, leaving the cliff as it was. This small illusion array was ingeniously designed, with 18 layers of defensive arrays interlinked, plus 2 alert arrays providing strict protection. Under the array's protection, Yi Qing sat on a rock, eating a boxed meal by the faint light of a night stone. Xiao Bai ate beside him, casting resentful glances as if complaining about the untimely meal. Meanwhile, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the depths of the small town. In a dilapidated courtyard, a 13-person team of professionals was resting. The scene that greeted them was horrifying. A teammate was holding their own heart, kneeling devoutly in the direction of the Qing Shui River. There's a ghost here. A timid girl with glasses trembled, retreating repeatedly. To silently kill a professional, this monster is no ordinary creature. A defiant young man said solemnly, a barely noticeable cold glint in his eyes. We must take turns keeping watch. In this deadly dungeon, we cannot afford to let our guard down. That night, fear lingered, enveloping everyone. The next morning, Yi Qing stretched as he stepped out of the tent, disbanding the array and quickly packing up the campsite. Under the shroud of mist, he flew on the light sword to the foot of the mountain, stopping in front of a courtyard. Sui Wehua, full of joy, answered the door. You're here, please come in. I'd like to speak with your mother alone, Yi Qing said directly. Sui Wehua hurriedly went to inform her, soon leading him into a room. Yi Qing set up a soundproof array and looked directly at Chun-Li, who respectfully stood up. This place is humble. Please forgive us, Chun-Li said. You have 2 days left to live. You'll be gone by tomorrow night, Yi Qing said bluntly. Have you thought about how to explain this to the young girl? Chun-Li fell to her knees in grief, pleading, please, take her in. Yi Qing remained expressionless. I'm an outsider and won't be staying here long. If you take her in, I can tell you 2 secrets about this town and the Qingshui River, Chun-Li said, dropping to her knees in front of Yi Qing and bowing so deeply that her forehead hit the ground with a dull thud. The resoluteness in her eyes was alarming, as if she were a person ready to face death, and her only concern was her daughter, Sui Wehua. Yi Qing looked at the mother before him, a subtle trace of melancholy passing through his eyes. While I'm in Qingshui town, I'll do my best to take care of her, but once I leave, I can't promise anything. That's enough, Chun-Li said, staring intently into Yi Qing's eyes as if trying to peer into his soul. Meeting his cold, deep gaze, she slowly stood up and revealed the first secret. The day after tomorrow is the River God's festival, and they will seize a pair of children as a sacrifice. The hidden spirit in town possesses people. The one who behaves the most frantically during the ritual is the one hosting the spirit. If you eliminate that spirit, you can leave here freely, without any repercussions. Yi Qing sat quietly on a worn-out wooden chair, listening attentively to this crucial information. This was the key to leaving. Watching Chun-Li's expression, he understood she was taking a gamble, betting on whether he would keep his promise. And the other secret? Yi Qing asked, while retrieving some packed meals from his storage space, giving one to Xiaobai, and starting to eat himself. Chun Li's expression suddenly grew complex. Even I can't confirm the truth of this. One night, I vaguely saw my deceased husband. He said that beyond the Qingshui River lies a broader world, but the entire town is trapped by the river god's power. Her voice caught on the words, river god, as if recalling something painful. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. This could be an undiscovered large-scale quest. If true, its value would be immeasurable, enough to drive even the most prestigious families in Daxiao mad with interest. Snapping his fingers to lift the silence barrier, Yi Qing called out, "You can come in now." Sui Wehua entered the room, the aroma of food making her swallow involuntarily. Seeing the swelling on her mother's forehead, she glared at Yi Qing. "Mother, what happened? Did he hurt you?" "It's nothing. It's not his fault," Chun-Li reassured her daughter, gently stroking her shoulder. Finishing his meal, Yi Qing picked up the little fox and left, saying, "I have things to do. I'm leaving." His figure quickly vanished into the morning mist. The mother and daughter looked at the remaining meals on the table and then in the direction Yi Qing had gone, understanding that he had left them on purpose. As Yi Qing moved through the town shrouded in morning fog, he suddenly spotted a rebellious young man ahead. His gaze turned icy, and a surge of killing intent burst forth. Situ Yun, the elder brother of Situ Feng and Yi Qing's sworn enemy, was walking alone down a fog-covered street, clutching a weathered map and muttering to himself. Yi Qing quietly followed, the cold gleam of the Qishao sword in his hand. He was ready to strike when he overheard Situ Yun's murmurs. According to the divine guidance, the ancient secret realm should be in this world. But something feels off. These words startled Yi Qing. An ancient secret realm? A thoughtful look passed over his face, and he decided to hold back his intent to kill. This secret realm could be of great importance, potentially becoming the root of an invasion on Blue Star, causing countless deaths and suffering. As the sun rose and the mist began to clear, Yi Qing, before retreating, discreetly left a tracking mark on Situ Yun. Back at their lodging, Situ Yun was soon surrounded by his companions. "Where have you been? This town is strange. We shouldn't split up." Situ Yun chuckled. "Just a morning exercise. It's safe during the day." They then began discussing how to clear this level. Behind the small town stood a lush mountain, with towering trees blocking out the sky. Yi Qing stood on his sword, 9 flying swords and countless sword marks hovering behind him. Yesterday, this place was the territory of the vampire Bat King. Today, he aimed to clear the mountain of monsters and explore the clear water river tomorrow. His flying swords sliced through the air, severing branches and leaves in their path. As he passed the cliff where he camped last night, Yi Qing glanced around and continued toward the summit. Suddenly, a group of unusual gray foxes appeared, each with a vertical eye on their forehead. The system displayed, Three-Eyed Ghost Fox Elite, level 60, health 165,000, attack 1510, defense 700, with skills including illusion, confusion, strange waves, and the heavenly ghost formation. A larger three-eyed ghost fox let out a low growl, and the group of foxes arranged themselves into a strange pattern. Instantly, the surroundings changed, and in the ensuing darkness, countless ghostly green figures lunged at Yi Qing. This formation isn't something beasts could master. Someone must be guiding them from the shadows, thought Yi Qing, as he unleashed a flurry of sword marks, cutting down the ghostly figures. The system notifications chimed. Killed a heavenly ghost, gained 3,200 experience points. The Qishao sword leveled up to 30 as a result. Seeing the endless wave of ghosts, Yi Qing's eyes brightened. This is a good place to level up, though it's a pity there's no loot. The 9 flying swords wove a dense web of blades in the air, and Yi Qing, standing on a light sword, continued to rain down sword marks, relentlessly cutting through the never-ending ghosts. Xiao Bai's 9 tails ignited with pure white flames as he leaped into the midst of the sky demons. In an instant, the white fire surged like a blazing inferno, rapidly spreading and incinerating large swathes of the demons. Yi Qing casually dusted his hands, and a moonlight phenomenon appeared, revealing a massive and menacing spectral figure behind him, an ominous celestial demon image. The white fire continued to rampage, felling the sky demons one after another in a bloody yet magnificent scene. Half an hour later, Yi Qing received a notification on his status panel. Your flying swords, Zhuxian and Yutian, have been upgraded. Your pet, the 9-tailed celestial fox, has leveled up to level 31. Congratulations. As time ticked away, the surrounding sky demons gradually vanished. Eventually, the full moon hung high, and no new enemies appeared in the serene night sky. Yi Qing surveyed the surroundings and smirked coldly. The formation's energy depleted so quickly, it seems I haven't killed enough. Watching the moon phenomenon in the sky, Yi Qing maneuvered it swiftly forward along a predetermined path, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Suddenly, he halted, noticing a large group of three-eyed ghost foxes lying on the ground, seemingly exhausted by the battle's aftermath. Yi Qing extended his hand, and 9 flying swords appeared behind him, their sharp tips aimed at the three-eyed ghost foxes, ready to strike them down. Just then, a venerable voice called from afar, "Wait, don't act." An old Taoist priest approached slowly, his hair and beard white, clad in an ancient robe with a bagua pattern on the back. Despite his slow gait, his figure seemed to effortlessly cover dozens of steps. Yi Qing used a detection spell, Qingshu Daozhong, epic level, 120. Other attributes cannot be viewed. The level difference is too great to detect. Yi Qing stared at the old Taoist, his aura suddenly erupting, and the Zhuxian gourd in his hand locked onto the old man. "Who exactly are you?" Yi Qing asked coldly. A cold sweat broke out on Qingshu Daozhong's back. Although he hadn't made a move, he felt a death threat emanating from Yi Qing. The old Taoist gently stroked his beard and said solemnly, "Young friend, I mean no harm. These three-eyed ghost foxes before you are my mountain guardians." Yi Qing put away the Zhuxian gourd, and the light sword under his feet vanished. He remained wary of the mysterious old Taoist, pondering internally, what is going on here? Qingshu Daozhong seemed to see through Yi Qing's doubts, chuckling as he stepped forward, his gaze roving around. "Such a promising talent. Your aura is like that of a peerless celestial sword." As he spoke, he glanced at the 9 floating swords behind Yi Qing, their tips still threatening. Yi Qing gripped his swords tightly, his voice icy. "Stop beating around the bush. Who are you really?" Qingshu Daozhong, seemingly influenced by Yi Qing's straightforwardness, smiled softly and said, "Well, how should I put it? It's not something that can be explained quickly. Why not come with me to the grass hut on the mountaintop for a detailed discussion?" With that, Qingshu Daozhong stepped into a mysterious footwork, vanishing from sight. Yi Qing hesitated for a moment, his curiosity intensifying, but decided to follow him. After a short walk, he reached the mountaintop. A grove of peach trees swayed peacefully under the moonlight, with a few wooden huts nestled among them. Qingshu Daozhong sat on a peach tree branch, exuding an aura of sage-like tranquility, his fingers lightly calculating, his gaze smiling as he watched Yi Qing approach. As Yi Qing drew near, he slowly spoke. "It turns out, young friend, you are not of this world." Yi Qing was taken aback, his mind reeling. "You can deduce that as well?" He thought to himself, this Taoist skills are indeed extraordinary. Qingshu Daozhong seemed to perceive Yi Qing's thoughts and softly said, "For a long time, outsiders have appeared here. We call these people from other worlds. As for this area, Qingshui Town, and the vast region surrounding it, they are all sealed to trap the heart demons and river gods. I am the guardian of this place." Yi Qing didn't linger on these words, his mind still preoccupied with the ancient secret realm. He urgently asked, "Do you know about the ancient secret realm?" A calm expression appeared on Qingshu Daozhong's face, but his gaze flickered with a hint of dread. "I know. The ancient secret realm is incredibly dangerous, long sealed away, and its seal is even more formidable than the one in this area." Yi Qing gazed at the old Taoist, silent for a moment, his questions deepening. Just how dangerous is this sealed region, and what of the ancient secret realm? Yi Qing's eyes were filled with contemplation as he pondered the connection between the ancient secret realm and this large dungeon. Seeing his silence, Taoist Qingshu continued to explain. "This world is called the Little Spirit Realm, vast and boundless. Even those who cultivate can only glimpse a corner of it. The ancient secret realm you mentioned is the #1 forbidden area in the Little Spirit Realm, said to seal an ancient demon god within." "Thank you for the information." Yi Qing nodded in gratitude, but then shifted the topic. "However, since you have been guarding this place, why do you ignore the river god sacrifices in the town below, allowing them to sacrifice boys and girls every year?" Taoist Qingshu sighed deeply at these words. "Do you think I can just leave this place at will? This is where the formation's core is located. If it is damaged, the river god causing trouble would be the least of our worries. If the heart demon breaks through the formation and escapes, the consequences would be unimaginable." Yi Qing outwardly agreed calmly, but inwardly, he didn't fully trust the old Taoist's words. He remained vigilant, ready to activate time pause at any moment. "Since there are no monsters on the mountain, I have no reason to stay," he said, as a light sword appeared beneath his feet. At that moment, Taoist Qingshu waved his sleeve, and a streak of light flew towards Yi Qing. "This is a gift for you. Please accept it." As the light dissipated, it revealed a delicate porcelain bottle. Yi Qing checked its properties. Heavenly Spirit Pill. Legend has it that consuming it below level 50 can directly increase one's level by 1, limited to 3 uses. Yi Qing bid farewell to Taoist Qingshu with a cupped hand, and then descended the mountain on his sword. The gift somewhat eased his wariness towards the old Taoist. Upon inspecting the bottle, he found 10 pills inside. After accounting for the 3 he could use himself, the remaining 7 could be sold for a considerable sum. He maneuvered his flying sword, patrolling the area within the formation's range. The entire expanse of rolling mountains and the clear water river were covered by the formation, spanning hundreds of kilometers. This area constituted the Clear Water River Dungeon. If the formation were broken, it would open a large dungeon in the Little Spirit Realm. Until the sun set, Yi Qing spent the entire day clearing all the monsters in the area. He, along with Xiaobai and several growth-capable flying swords, reached level 32. Such a leveling speed was rare, as ordinary professionals required over half a month to level up once after reaching level 30. As night fell, Yi Qing flew towards the town, intending to secretly observe Situ Yun's movements. He landed at the foot of a mountain, stowed away 9 flying swords, and found a stone to sit on for dinner. Checking his phone, he saw it was already 8 p.m., and the sky was growing darker. In the dungeon, his phone had no signal, a situation he had long been accustomed to. In the dead of night, in the courtyard where the team of professionals was staying, everyone appeared dazed and uneasy. Someone couldn't help but complain. If I had known, I wouldn't have entered this terrifying dungeon. It's all your fault, Situ Yun. You suggested it, claiming that the more dangerous the quest, the greater the rewards. Situ Yun glanced around with a cold smile, a hint of disdain in his voice. When I proposed it, everyone voted for it. Now that someone has died, you're all scared and trying to blame me. He Jia, a burly young man and the knight of the group, known for his fiery temper, interrupted angrily. Enough, stop it. I suggest we all keep watch tonight, and make sure not to lose sight of each other. A shadow passed over Situ Yun's eyes, but he agreed without hesitation. Fine, I agree. They lit a bonfire in the courtyard and sat around it, the atmosphere heavy with regret. Each of them was filled with remorse, knowing that if they had chosen a different quest, no one would have died given their teamwork. At the far end of the bonfire sat a bespectacled girl named Xiaoying, the team's priest, and usually the most timid. Suddenly, she looked around in horror and realized there were 12 people in the group, making it 13 with herself. She screamed, "Ah!" Everyone's attention immediately turned to her. What's wrong? Xiaoying stammered. Didn't you notice there's an extra person in the group? Cold sweat ran down their backs as they started counting heads. At that moment, they were shocked to discover that the teammate who had died last night was sitting by the fire, eating. I don't care what kind of creature you are. Take this. He just shouted, his spear glowing as he charged at the corpse. The spear struck, damage numbers appeared, and everyone stood up. The supposedly dead teammate turned his head, revealing a monstrous face covered in black fur, with bared fangs and fierce red eyes. It's a level 45 legendary monster. Be extremely careful. Xiaoying shouted from behind. The creature was a legendary water monster, level 45, with 2.4 million health, 2120 attack, 1850 defense, and skills including dark power, mimic, frenzy, and bloodburn. The team quickly formed a formation, preparing nervously for battle. I knew it wasn't anything to be afraid of. It must have ambushed us last night and killed someone. He Jia yelled, as his mount charged forward, taking the front line. In the distance, Yi Qing quietly observed everything. This water monster was clearly a subordinate of the river god, but why wasn't it attacking the townspeople? Watching the team struggle against the monster, they seemed to hold their formation despite being at a disadvantage, not quite on the verge of defeat. Yi Qing sat on the wall, his eyes fixed on Situ Yun, who wielded a staff, lightning flashing as he attacked the water monster with agile movements. He wondered how Situ Yun knew about the ancient secret realm. Yi Qing held a white bottle, spraying a thick fog that enveloped the entire courtyard. Everyone exchanged confused glances, unsure of what was happening. What's going on? Are there more monsters? Be careful. Yi Qing crushed a fog core and unhesitatingly plunged into the mist. The sword of Zhu Xian transformed into a lightning-like flash, instantly slaying the terrifying water monster. Accompanied by a loud crash, the level 45 legendary creature fell to the ground, its body completely split apart by the sword light, without a single drop of blood spilled. Yi Qing collected the items that had dropped, gently stroked Xiaobai, and cast a cold gaze towards Situ Yun in the distance. Time quietly passed, and after several minutes, the thick fog began to dissipate. The team members could finally see their surroundings, and their hearts tightened when they saw the water monster split in two. The blood on the creature's body had long disappeared, clearly indicating that this slaughter was far beyond what they could handle. Someone whispered, "This town is getting stranger. We must be extra cautious tonight." Everyone's expressions became serious, and they started to watch their surroundings warily, fearing any unforeseen events. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "We're missing someone, Situ Yun." Everyone turned, shocked. He Jia said in a deep voice, "The creature took him. We should go find him now. Maybe he can still survive." Despite some past conflicts with Situ Yun, he decided to attempt a rescue. The rest remained silent, with no one stepping forward to respond. The monsters in Qingshui town were powerful and bizarre, any one of which could leave them defenseless. The team's morale seemed to be crumbling. Xiaoying quietly suggested, "We should wait until tomorrow to search for him. Qingshui town is too dangerous at night." Her words only made the atmosphere more tense, and no one else spoke. In the dense forest behind Qingshui town, darkness enveloped everything. Situ Yun was tightly bound to an ancient tree, unable to move. Under the control of Xiao Bai's skill, he was like a trapped beast, at the mercy of fate. Filled with despair and fear, his eyes flickered with the desire to survive as he quietly cried out for help. Suddenly, a cold voice came from afar. Stop shouting. I only have a few questions for you. Answer truthfully, and you might survive. Situ Yun, hearing a human voice, felt a wave of relief, his eyes shining with a glimmer of hope. Ask away. I'll tell you everything I know. Yi Qing approached him, suddenly holding a bottle of medicine. Without hesitation, he poured out a blood-red pill and quickly forced it into Situ Yun's mouth. Before Situ Yun could react, he was made to swallow the pill. Moments later, his expression changed drastically as a panel of attributes appeared before his eyes. You have been poisoned. Legendary poison, corrupt blood poison. In 10 minutes, your blood will reverse flow, organs will rapidly decay, and the poison will be fatal within 30 seconds. Situ Yun's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with terror. How could you do this to me? He pleaded desperately. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Yi Qing looked at him, his eyes cold. You've finally quieted down, he said softly. Now, tell me everything about the ancient secret realm, and maybe I'll spare your life. Situ Yun's eyes began to glaze over as he spoke quietly. My Situ family's ancestor once obtained a treasure map in a hidden and stanchion eerie deserted village in Jiangbei City. After generations of exploration, we finally found that secret realm. There's no wealth there, only an avatar of a deity. Our Situ family's strength has grown thanks to this deity's help. I was guided here by the deity's avatar. Yi Qing's expression grew serious as he pondered these words. So, the deity's avatar is now hidden within the Situ family in Jiangbei City? He gazed intently at Situ Yun. The treasure map you mentioned, is it one of the 5 items Zhang Kuei talked about? 2 other items were stolen, one of which must be this map. Yi Qing's calm tone sent a shiver through Situ Yun. Situ Yun's composure crumbled, his eyes filled with despair. He urgently pleaded, I have more information. I know more? Please, don't kill me. Yi Qing watched coldly as Situ Yun dissolved into a pool of blood and pus under the deadly poison, showing no hint of pity. 2 formation patterns flashed in his hand, and a burst of fierce flames surged forth, reducing Situ Yun's clothes to ashes. Gently stroking the venomous spider mask on his face, a massive sword of light appeared beneath Yi Qing's feet, propelling him directly toward the cliff he had discovered the previous night. Better to keep things straightforward and avoid complications, he murmured to himself. After landing on the cliff, Yi Qing quickly set up camp and activated the surrounding protective formations. Lying in the tent, he began to sort through his chaotic thoughts. Although the demon god of the ancient secret realm had escaped, it was clearly not the work of the Situ family given their current strength. They couldn't possibly accomplish such a feat. Reflecting on the details of his past life, Yi Qing felt a growing headache. His previous status was too low to access much core information. Never mind, he decided silently. When I'm strong enough, I'll deal with it with a single sword strike. With these thoughts, he gradually drifted into sleep. Meanwhile, at the site of Situ Yun's death, the pool of blood and pus quietly seeped into the ground, disappearing without a trace. At dawn the next day, Yi Qing emerged from the tent. The scene before him was rather eerie. A vibrant green bird perched on the branches of a large tree, while colorful venomous snakes slithered through the grass. With a light clap of his hands, these illusions vanished instantly as the formation was lifted. After a simple breakfast and tidying up, Yi Qing mounted the giant sword of light and headed straight for the Qing Shui River. On the river's surface, he activated his Sword Heart Enlightenment, and 9 flying swords spun behind him, countless sword marks raining into the water. Soon, the river was stained red with blood. Defeated level 50 Spectral Carp, gained 5,600 experience points. Defeated level 55 Earth Turtle, gained 7,300 experience points. Yi Qing's gaze turned upstream, where an intimidating aura emanated was likely the location of the river god. Tomorrow during the river god festival will be your end, he calculated, planning to use the river god to draw out his inner demon, then unleash his trump card to annihilate it. If the Taoist Qingshu had any deceitful intentions, he would deal with that as well. Sitting atop the Sword of Light, Yi Qing commanded the sword marks to harvest the river creatures while studying the heavenly spirit pill in his hand. If he could master the art of crafting experience-enhancing pills, his leveling speed would far surpass that of monster hunting. Unfortunately, with his current level of expertise and his secondary profession as a dark healer, he couldn't yet unravel its secrets. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Yi Qing opened the sign-in system. He noticed that the alchemist's secondary profession required 28 million experience points in the shop, but he currently had only 22.8 million. I must gather enough experience today to acquire this profession, he resolved. Meanwhile, in a luxurious manner in the capital, Yi Tianqing set down his phone, frowning. Still no sign of him? Nangongya asked anxiously. Where could someone as significant as Yi Qing have gone? According to our investigation, He entered the Qing Shui River dungeon. What? That deadly dungeon in the capital? Nangongya exclaimed. If he dies there, all our efforts will have been in vain. No worries. According to the instruments at Kyoto University, Yi Qing's status has always been stable. Yi Tianxing reclined on the sofa, a hint of restlessness flashing in his eyes, though he didn't show it. As the head of the Yi family, he had to maintain his dignity at all times, facing any situation with composure, even if he felt anxious inside. How about we send some people into the Qingshui River dungeon? Just in case. Nangongya suggested, feeling a bit uneasy. No need. Yi Qing has too many secrets on him. He won't be in danger. Yi Tianxing replied, glancing at his phone, where a screen displayed a hologram recording all of Yi Qing's statuses. Yi Ling stood up from the side, seemingly overhearing their conversation. I want to lead a team into the Qingshui River dungeon. Don't be reckless. Yi Tianxing reprimanded her. Yi Ling immediately felt wronged and huffed. If you won't send someone, I'll go myself. With that, she ran out without looking back. Nangongya shook his head helplessly. Should we send someone to bring her back? What if something happens? Let her go. It might not be a bad thing. She has a few epic-level life-saving artifacts on her, and even a mythical level 1. Yi Tianxing said, sipping his tea, his eyes still on his phone, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. Nangongya also smiled. This way, Yi Qing and Yi Ling's relationship will improve a lot, and Yi Qing will return to the Yi family sooner. As the sun set, dyeing the Qingshui River a blood red, Yi Qing stood on his flying sword, focused on the sign-in system, which showed 10,028.1 million, exchanged for alchemist's sub-profession. His mind gradually went blank, then a sharp pain hit him as countless pieces of alchemy knowledge flooded in. 9th turn golden pill, 9th turn resurrection pill, Yangshan pill, Tongyu pill, longevity pill. He looked at the effects of the 9th turn golden pill, his pupils contracting sharply. The 9th turn golden pill? It grants the power of a god king instantly, but requires a strong physical body to support it, or one risks exploding. However, the rare materials and harsh conditions needed for it are far beyond his current capabilities. On the gigantic light sword, Yi Qing seemed to realize something, quickly taking out his phone to find it was already 10 p.m. The process of inheriting the alchemist's sub-profession had taken 5 hours. Damn, tonight's not. He sped off on his flying sword, turning into a streak of light heading for Qingshui town. Arriving over Qingshui town, the sword light shot down like a meteor. The gigantic light sword vanished as Yi Qing landed on a large stone at the foot of a mountain, sitting down and gazing at Su Yuehua's courtyard, which was silent. Sigh? The truth is about to be revealed. I wonder how heartbroken she'll be. The little fox on his shoulder yelped in discontent. Sorry, I forgot. Yi Qing took out some food, placing it beside him, and the little fox ate eagerly while he himself had no appetite, lying on the stone and gazing at the stars. Until late at night, the surroundings remained silent. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yi Qing opened his eyes abruptly, stood up, and headed towards the nearby courtyard. Entering, he vaguely heard the sound of sobbing. He pushed open the door to find the middle-aged woman lying peacefully in bed, with Su Yuehua sobbing quietly at her bedside. Hearing the door, she looked up, tears in her eyes, and softly called out to Yi Qing, "You lied to me. Didn't you say she'd get better after taking the medicine? You lied." Yi Qing looked at the frail little girl, feeling a bit overwhelmed, and could only stand silently by her side. Let's bury your mother first. An hour later, on a low hillside, a fresh mound of earth marked a new grave. Su Yuehua knelt in front of it, tears silently falling. A subtle, dark glint flickered in her eyes as resentment began to take root in her heart. Suddenly standing up, she shouted sharply at Yi Qing. It's all your fault. I need to be alone, don't follow me. Watching her run off into the distance, Yi Qing stood calmly. He finally understood how inner demons took hold once negative emotions arise in one's heart. They become controlling. At that moment, seeds of resentment were planted in Su Yuehua's heart, blaming Yi Qing for deceiving her and her mother, for failing to save her. Driven by these inner demons, the seed was rapidly growing, threatening to become a towering tree in her heart. Yi Qing gently stroked Xiao Bai, and as a mountain breeze rustled through the trees, his figure vanished. The small town was bustling with a strange fervor. Villagers in bizarre costumes, faces twisted, eyes gleaming with fanaticism, surrounded a lifeless, vacanted young boy. Among them, a few elders whispered, "We've found the boy, but not the girl. Should we just grab one from the town? The river god's ritual cannot be delayed." At that moment, Su Yuehua ran past the front of the procession, her face full of grief. The elders exchanged glances, and one shouted, "Don't let the girl escape. Without her, the river god will surely punish us." The crowd surged forward, encircling her. Realizing her fate, Su Yuehua stopped, powerless. The members of a professional team were also mingling at the back of the crowd. They all received a special task prompt. Participate in this decayed and absurd ritual, betray your conscience, and you can immediately leave the scenario, but at the cost of losing a part of your soul forever. In the end, all team members chose to accept. The procession marched toward the Qing Shui River. Meanwhile, atop the hills behind Qing Shui town, Taoist Master Qing Su, usually calm and composed, stood with trembling hands. This must end. I can't let it continue. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, speeding toward the river. At the riverbank, the water glowed with an eerie red hue. The entire town knelt as a wooden boat floated silently on the river, with Sui Wehua and the vacanted boy aboard. Villagers chanted in unison, pleading for the river god's blessing for good weather and abundant harvests. Just then, a girl in a white coat, with a sword at her waist, strode to the front of the crowd. With a heroic and resolute gaze, she looked at the kneeling townspeople and shouted angrily, "What river god? It's clearly a monster, committing such heinous acts." The newcomer was Yi Ling, who finally entered the Qing Shui River instance. "The river god festival cannot be disturbed, move aside." The crowd erupted with angry shouts. "You outsider, you don't understand the customs. Disturbing the river god will bring disaster upon us." A villager yelled at Yi Ling. Yi Ling sneered, her hand gripping the long sword at her waist, drawing it swiftly. The blade glinted coldly in the sunlight. "I want to see what this river god is. If it's some special monster, I'll just cut it down." Though she received a special task, she hadn't accepted it, confident in her own strength. The crowd grew more agitated, with someone shouting, "If you dare interrupt the river god festival, you are our enemy. Let's kill her. The river god is not something a little girl like you can desecrate. Today, you will pay with your life." Furious villagers surrounded Yi Ling, ready to strike. From a nearby tree, Yi Qing watched the scene, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. How did she get in here too? It's getting more and more troublesome. With the interruption, she couldn't determine which was the true form of the inner demon. At that moment, an elderly man with a calm demeanor stepped forward from the crowd. He appeared to hold great respect in the town, contrasting sharply with the others' strange expressions. The old man spoke gently. "Young lady, you should leave now." The surrounding villagers immediately obeyed his words. Yi Ling squinted, searching the crowd as if sensing something amiss. "Strange, why isn't he here?" She turned to look at the boys and girls on the wooden boat, formulating a plan. "I'll observe for now and decide later. Once the boat drifts farther away, it will be easier to rescue them without interference." As Yi Ling retreated, the villagers returned to their places, continuing to worship the river god devoutly, murmuring prayers for forgiveness. After the ceremony, a villager approached the riverbank, untied the boat's rope, and let it drift downstream. In the tree, Yi Qing had identified her target and was about to act when a streak of light flashed across the sky. An old Taoist in a bagua robe, exuding an ethereal aura, descended before the crowd. "Today, I, the humble Taoist, will vanquish the demon." The Taoist, Qingshu, wielding a wooden sword, unhesitatingly beheaded a villager, declaring, "Heart demon, aren't you hiding within human hearts? Today, I'll kill everyone here and see where you can hide." The previously calm elder stepped out from the crowd, smirking. "Qingshu, I didn't expect you to do this. You are more like a demon than I am. Don't forget, I am your heart demon. You caused all of this. You didn't stop the river god festival to let the darkness in people's hearts trap me." Qingshu's wooden sword trembled slightly. "If this continues, this town will be trapped in this nightmare for generations. I can't let it go on. Even if it means perishing with you, I won't hesitate." Suddenly, the elder was enveloped in a surge of dark energy and engaged Qingshu in battle. The two figures soared into the sky, showcasing their supernatural abilities in a fierce confrontation. As the two combatants faced off, enormous yin-yang fish patterns appeared behind them, emanating a palpable pressure in the void. Master Qingshu raised his wooden sword skyward, unleashing the 10,000 swords technique. In an instant, countless sword lights poured down like rain, coalescing into a formidable dragon of sword energy. Not to be outdone, the heart demon swiftly formed hand seals, causing the river to surge violently. The water solidified into ice, transforming into a massive, translucent ice dragon that shimmered under the sunlight. The two dragons clashed fiercely in the sky, locked in a ferocious battle. The onlookers below were stunned, unable to believe that the usually kind-hearted mayor was actually a celestial being, now engaged in a fierce aerial duel with a Taoist priest. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Ling paddled her small wooden boat towards the riverbank. She held a purple orb, and suddenly wings of light appeared behind her, with purple fireflies swirling within, flying towards the boat. Unbeknownst to her, a massive shadow lurked in the depths of the river, its blood-red eyes as large as millstones, coldly watching the scene. Yi Ling quickly rescued the young boy and girl, bringing them ashore. She observed the battle in the sky, deducing that the old man was the ghostly creature. If she helped the Taoist defeat him, she might be able to escape this scenario. Sui Wehua, trembling, sat on a large rock by the river, while the professional team behind her all wore expressions of regret. They all regretted taking on that special task. Even if they could leave, the consequence of a missing piece of their soul would be madness or stupidity. The fierce battle in the sky raged on, while the presence underwater remained motionless, seemingly waiting for both sides to be weakened before making a move. Yi Qing sat leisurely on a tree branch, sharing a meal with Xiao Bai, commenting, "These two old fellows have flashy skills, but their destructive power isn't much." As the battle intensified, Master Qingshu's face grew pale. The heart demon, noticing this, sneered, "Why bother? Can you really kill me? Even if you do, I will be reborn in the hearts of others." Despite his arrogant tone, a hint of fear flickered in his eyes. He knew that his power came from absorbing the evil thoughts of all beings, and if he were severely injured, he would have to gather strength again. At this point, Master Qingshu's face was as pale as paper, clearly burning his vital energy for a terrifying final move. The heart demon roared in anger, summoning a great storm to interrupt. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and rain-laden winds assaulted the Taoist. Despite his pale complexion, Master Qingshu's gaze remained calm. His 8 trigrams robe transformed into a grand formation, blocking the fierce storm entirely. "These are just tricks from my youth. To use them against me now is to underestimate me." The heart demon, his expression twisted, bellowed. "Then how about this?" Thunderstrike. Lightning in the clouds rapidly converged, forming a massive pillar of light akin to a small mountain, striking directly at Master Qingshu. Below, the crowd was tossed about by the storm's aftermath. Yi Ling hid beneath a large tree, her heart pounding. Is this the power of a level 120 epic boss? Even a level 200 professional team wouldn't stand a chance. Definitely wouldn't. Before she could finish speaking, the mountain-like bolt of lightning descended upon Master Qingshu. Taoist Qingshu remained calm as he formed hand seals to summon the ancestral master. In an instant, a massive silhouette appeared behind him, towering thousands of feet high, standing between heaven and earth. This figure was none other than the mythical Tai Tianzuan, whose majestic visage exuded an overwhelming divine power, suffocating in its intensity. As Tai Tianzuan manifested, the lightning vanished instantly. The demon of the heart, seeing this, became despondent. "I've lost this time, but I will return," it declared. However, before it could finish speaking, Tai Tianzuan cast a mere glance, and the demon exploded into nothingness without a chance to scream. As the silhouette gradually faded, Taoist Qingshu's face turned ashen, and he sighed weakly. It escaped again. The heart demon is hard to kill. At that moment, an unexpected change erupted from the Qing River. A gigantic creature burst from the water, roaring thunderously. It lunged at Qingshu, bellowing, "If I kill you, I can finally leave this place. I've been trapped for 1,000 years, and I've had enough of it." The creature resembled a divine dragon but bore a turtle shell bristling with menacing spikes. It was the river god of this domain. Taoist Qingshu remained calm. The ancestral master hasn't gone far. What? The river god was shocked, attempting to retreat, but a colossal handprint descended from the sky, striking the river god and sending it crashing back into the Qing River, creating a massive splash. Taoist Qingshu spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Yi Qing leaped from a tree, taking 9 swift steps to form a peculiar sword formation that caught Qingshu safely. After all, the Taoist had given him 10 heavenly elixirs, a favor that could not go unpaid. Looking at the unconscious Taoist Qingshu, Yi Qing thought to himself, "This old Taoist is indeed formidable, using such a self-harming technique to aid me significantly." He surveyed the unconscious villagers and the professional team around him, his eyes turning cold, knowing that the heart demon was wounded but not dead. Yi Ling approached, speaking bluntly. "Hey, you're not planning to kill them all, are you?" Yi Qing replied calmly. "Of course not. I have my own way to draw out the heart demon." Before he finished speaking, the Qing River surged with massive waves once again, and the gravely injured river god re-emerged. Its shell was shattered, body covered in wounds, yet it stubbornly attacked. Yi Qing quickly used a detection technique. Celestial Turtle Demigod, level 120, health 6.18 billion. Facing this moving mountain, Yi Ling nervously took out a 7-colored pearl. "This is a mythical level boundary breaker pearl. We can leave the instance anytime." She grabbed Yi Qing's hand, ready to escape. "No need, it will die today." Yi Qing responded with unusual calm, watching the massive creature approach. He took a light step, a giant light sword appearing beneath him, soaring into the sky as he activated all his additional states. Time freeze. "Baby, please turn around." Immortal slaying flying dagger. A mystical gourd appeared at his waist, followed by a blade of light that seemed capable of slicing the sky itself. The peculiar flying dagger shot straight towards the brow of the Colossus, aiming to strike true. Ding. System notification. You have slain a level 120 demigod monster, earning 960 million experience points. Yi Qing allocated 160 million experience points for leveling up, while the rest were stored in the sign-in system. Congratulations on leveling up. Your flying sword Zhuxian has been upgraded. Your flying sword Qishao has been upgraded. Your flying sword Yutian has been upgraded. Your pet nine-tailed fox has been upgraded. Ultimately, the nine-tailed fox reached level 42 before stopping. Yi Qing soared on his sword above the giant creature, holding the mystical gourd. The peculiar flying dagger transformed into a streak of light, instantly absorbed into the gourd. He then collected all the items dropped by the creature, along with its corpse, into the gourd. This flesh and blood body was an excellent material that Yi Qing would surely not waste. With a snap of his fingers, the surrounding river water resumed flowing, and time resumed. Faced with such a formidable creature, Yi Qing dared not be careless. A mobile creature and an immobile one are entirely different concepts. Xiaobai's power was far too inferior to control the situation. Yi Ling looked at the space where the massive monster had vanished, bewildered, silently wondering where the terrifying creature had gone. In the sky, the light soared beneath Yi Qing's feet gradually dissipated as he landed on the ground, clearly teleported away by a special tool. Yi Ling approached from a distance, looking at Sui Weihua with surprise, pondering to herself. Her potential is immense. She could become a demigod-level NPC in the future. As Yi Qing walked toward Master Qingshu, he levitated the unconscious Sui Weihua and Xiaobai behind him, explaining Sui Weihua's situation to Yi Ling. Upon reaching the courtyard at the foot of the mountain, Yi Qing gently laid Sui Weihua on a bed, while Master Qingshu placed her on her mother's bed, slipping a revitalizing pill into her mouth. Yi Ling stood dazed in the courtyard, her gaze drifting across the overcast sky until she saw Yi Qing emerge. She couldn't help but remark, "You seem so cold, yet you're surprisingly attentive." Yi Qing didn't respond, sitting down on a wooden chair with a boxed meal in hand, eating quietly. Yi Ling turned her head away, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts as silence once again enveloped the courtyard. Meanwhile, by the clear water river, the entire team of adventurers turned into beams of light and left the dungeon. Even after leaving, their future seemed bleak, their minds lacking, with the rest of their lives destined for foolishness. Under a large tree, a young boy slowly opened his eyes. He was the once befuddled boy. His eyes were now filled with calm and gloom, thinking to himself, "Qingshu played for real this time, and my centuries of accumulated power are nearly depleted. But it's okay. Time is something I have in abundance. It's a shame I can't inhabit the mind of an outsider. I'd love to see what another world is like." At that moment, a deliberately muffled cough came from the tree above. A figure emerged from the canopy, a defiant-looking young man, gazing meaningfully at the heart demon. "You want to go to the outside world? I might be able to help you," he said. This was none other than Situ Yun, who had been tortured to death by Yi Qing. Yet now, his every move was unrecognizable from when he was alive. His soul had been completely devoured by a fragment of the demon god's spirit. The heart demon warily scrutinized him. "You, an outsider, how have you changed so much, your mind?" Before he could finish, the instant he probed the demon god fragment's mind, his eyes exploded into a bloody mist. You are the sealed one. How is this possible?" At that moment, a leisurely clapping sound echoed. Yi Qing stood not far away, his gaze shifting between the two. "Everyone's here. Saves me the trouble of finding you myself." It turned out he had already planted formation marks on everyone, enabling him to instantaneously arrive using the power of space-time at any sign of disturbance. Situ Yin cast a cold glance at Yi Qing and quickly moved to the heart demon's side. "We're no match for him. Let's go." However, as he attempted to make his move, he found himself unable to move. Yi Qing gently stroked the small fox beside him, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Trying to escape? Today you both die." Behind him, 9 flying swords spread out, and with the activation of the illusionary sword technique, hundreds of phantom swords materialized, forming an intricate formation that sealed off the entire area. A strange gleam flashed in Situ Yun's eyes. "Just a mere ant, but with some skill. However, I am a god. You cannot contain me." A black light shot out from the top of his head and vanished into a tiny space fracture. Situ Yun's body immediately lost its vitality and collapsed to the ground. Yi Qing turned to the trapped heart demon. "Xiaobai, keep an eye on it. I'll be back soon." Xiaobai, flicking its 9 tails, leapt lightly onto the tree. Yi Qing then activated the power of space-time and vanished. The scene shifted to the vast, blue ocean. Waves surged, and the wind howled as a mass of black light emerged from a space fracture. This boy is a significant variable and must be eliminated. The demon god's fragment transformed into a streak of light, speeding toward Jiangbei City. After flying a dozen miles, the demon god's fragment suddenly collided with an invisible barrier. Impossible. How can such a formation exist in this world? Yi Qing appeared in midair, with a flying sword stationed at each cardinal point. "No time to explain. Die now?" Zhu Xian sword formation. Endless sword energy filled the entire sea region. The demon god's fragment showed terror. "You, how is this possible?" As countless sword energies shredded through, The black light gradually dimmed. I may not be able to send a message, but I sense we will meet again. I am a god. You, an ant, can be crushed with a finger. With its final roar, the demon god's fragment was utterly obliterated. A system notification followed. Demon god's fragment defeated, 200 million experience gained. Just as Yi Qing was about to disband the Zhu Xian sword formation, a towering wave surged from afar, within which loomed a massive creature, accompanied by an earth-shaking roar. Yi Qing cast a detection spell, and a series of startling data appeared before him. Songhai Evil Dragon, epic level, 200 level health, 18 billion. His pupils contracted sharply. It was this giant beast that had triggered a sea beast tide in Jiangnan province a month ago, and later directly landed into Xia, destroying several cities and causing over 1 million deaths. At this moment, his condition was far from ideal. His health was down to 65, and his mana was as low as 32. The consumption of the Honghuang's sacred body and sword heart clarity was almost calculated by the second, and without Xiaobai by his side, things were even more challenging. Without hesitation, he quickly took out a Huitian pill and swallowed it, instantly restoring all his stats to full. The Zhuxian sword formation unfolded in front of him, but the Songhai Evil Dragon warily circled outside the formation, clearly aware of the deadly threat within. Truly worthy of an epic-level monster, its intelligence was indeed extraordinary. Seeing the opponent hesitate to enter the formation, Yi Qing felt it was a tricky situation. His immortal slaying flying daggers and time pause were still on cooldown, leaving him with no choice but to grip the Tianyao sword and perform the heaven-slaying sword technique. A massive sword energy roared out, striking the Songhai Evil Dragon precisely and leaving a gruesome scar on its body. However, the cunning giant dragon seemed to see through Yi Qing's plan to lure it into the formation and suddenly turned to leap into the sea, disappearing without a trace in an instant. With no other choice, Yi Qing dismantled the Zhuxian sword formation. The sword case on his back opened, and all the flying swords returned to it one by one. He immediately activated the power of time and space, flashing back to the Qingshui River dungeon. By the Qingshui River, lush greenery abounded, and under a large tree, Xiaobai was intently controlling the heart demon. Upon seeing Yi Qing suddenly appear, it joyfully jumped onto his shoulder. The heart demon looked at Yi Qing, full of apprehension, and said through gritted teeth, "I didn't expect you to be the one hiding the deepest." Without a word, Yi Qing summoned hundreds of monster cores above level 50, setting up the trapping heart formation. The intricate patterns instantly enveloped the heart demon. A massive light sword appeared beneath Yi Qing's feet, and he grabbed the heart demon, flying towards the courtyard at the foot of Qingshui Town's mountain. Along the way, dozens of sword marks pierced through the air, shredding Situ Yun's body to pieces. In the courtyard, Yiling was deep in thought. She suddenly saw the light sword in the sky dissolve into starlight, with Yi Qing landing while holding someone. She quickly approached, curiously asking, "Why did you suddenly disappear earlier? Isn't this the child? The heart demon is within him, and I've already sealed it," Yi Qing said as he walked into the house. Inside, Taoist Master Qingshu had regained consciousness and was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Seeing Yi Qing enter, he was about to express his gratitude. "Thank you, young friend, for saving my life." But stopped as his gaze fell on the heart demon, letting out a long sigh. On another bed, Sui Wehua curled up, awake but seemingly afraid to face Yi Qing. Yi Qing threw the heart demon onto the ground and looked directly at Taoist Master Qingshu. "Aren't you going to tell the truth? What's really going on here?" Taoist Master Qingshu, looking much better than before, presumably due to the Huitian pill, sat up straight, his gaze on the heart demon as he reminisced. "It was 80 years ago. At that time, I was tasked by my sect to guard the Tongtian Ao. Later, I came to the back mountain of Qingshui town to cultivate in seclusion, but after a decade, I hit a bottleneck and couldn't progress no matter what. So, I made a bold decision, which was to. I secretly practiced forbidden techniques to sever my dark side, creating a heart demon." Yi Qing sat quietly on a wooden chair, listening intently. At some point, Yiling had quietly entered the room, captivated by the story told by Taoist Master Qingshu. Qingshu continued, "After the heart demon left my body, my cultivation improved rapidly, but the heart demon became uncontrollable. It infiltrated the town, latching onto people's minds, leaving no trace, and I couldn't bring myself to harm anyone." He glanced at Yi Qing and continued, "It wasn't until I met you yesterday that I resolved to perish with the heart demon. Over the years, many have suffered because of it." The heart demon, lying on the ground, looked at Qingshu disdainfully and coldly replied, "The victor's words are always right. I have nothing to say." Yi Qing gazed out the window as the clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a beautiful rainbow arching across the sky. Although the river god was no more, the tradition of the River God Festival would continue, deeply ingrained in the people's minds. Turning back, Yi Qing looked at Qingshu and then at Sui Wehua, who was curled up nearby. He spoke, "Master, She has great talent. Please take her as your disciple. Qingshu nodded. I agree, and consider it as repaying a debt to you. Yi Qing grabbed the heart demon with one hand and headed out of the courtyard, calling to Yi Ling. Let's go. Yi Ling snapped out of his thoughts about the heart demon's words and whether Qingshu was truly a good person. Hearing Yi Qing, he quickly followed. Outside the courtyard, Qingshu watched their departing figures and sighed. A mistake is a mistake. Even after correcting it, selfish thoughts remain. With the river god gone and the heart demon taken away, there was no reason to stay. He decided to move all the residents of Qingshui town elsewhere and then return to his sect to atone. Sui Weihua stood in a daze until Yi Qing's figure disappeared, knowing the guilt in her heart might remain buried forever. Walking through the somewhat desolate streets to the side of the Qingshui River, Yi Ling looked at the flowing water and asked in confusion, did Taoist Master Qingshu hide something? Yi Qing, gazing at the floating heart demon behind them, coldly replied, explain yourself, then you can die. The heart demon responded, I can hide in people's hearts, but I will also be trapped there forever. Qingshu deliberately released me into the town to imprison me. Otherwise, I would have left long ago. The formation that trapped the river god couldn't hold me. The heart demon sighed and fell silent, knowing Yi Qing had the power to kill it. Yi Ling was shocked, realizing the old man's cunning was terrifying. Yi Qing summoned a sword and unhesitatingly shattered the heart demon. A system notification followed. Defeated the heart demon, gained 100 million experience. A wisp of black energy darted around, trapped by a sword formation. Yi Qing swung his sword again, shattering the black energy. Another notification. Defeated the heart demon, gained 50 million experience. The faint black energy continued to scatter, a voice emanating from within. Don't waste your effort. You can't kill me. I know that all too well. Yi Qing smiled slightly and turned to Yi Ling. Go finish it. Although hesitant, Yi Ling complied, summoning a long sword and directly shattering the heart demon. A series of dazzling lights erupted from her body, quickly raising her level from 16 to 19. Yi Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at herself, realizing for the first time how easy leveling up could be. Yi Qing took a pristine porcelain bottle from his pocket, its surface covered with unusual patterns emitting a faint glow. He carefully placed the weakened heart demon into the bottle, sealed it gently, and then stored it in the immortal slaying gourd, planning to refine it into medicine later. At that moment, four beams of light suddenly shot into the sky around the Qingshui River. A system notification sounded. Ding, the Qingshui River instance is about to collapse. You will be automatically transported to the outside world in 10 seconds. This instance will cease to exist. Yi Qing watched the four beams of light as Qing Su had already dismantled the array trapping the river god. The two of them transformed into beams of light and vanished from the spot. In a house on a small hill in the outskirts of Kyoto, the light of an array flickered a few times, and then two figures appeared out of thin air. This was followed by the sound of the array shattering, with the patterns on the ground dissolving into tiny points of light scattering around. Outside the house, an old man watched this scene, wide-eyed and seemingly relieved. Finally, the instance that had caused endless trouble was gone. Yi Qing walked out of the room, stood on the mountaintop, and looked at the distant sunset, the evening glow painting the sky red. Turning back, he looked at Yi Ling beside him and softly said, I'll visit the Yi family tomorrow. You can arrange for someone to pick me up in the morning. Before he finished speaking, he headed off into the distance, his figure gradually fading away until it disappeared from view. A hint of joy flashed in Yi Ling's eyes as she murmured to herself, That's great. The old man beside her couldn't help but ask, How did you manage to clear the death instance? No one has succeeded for so many years. Yi Ling didn't say much and simply made her way down the mountain. Back at Kyoto University, Yi Qing collapsed onto the sofa as soon as he entered his dorm room. Although this instance wasn't particularly dangerous, it had resolved many doubts that had lingered in his heart. He picked up his phone to find the screen black, so he quickly plugged it into charge and turned it on. June 25th, 7:30 p.m. Several messages popped up, a news alert, a missed call, and a few texts from acquaintances. One news report stated that the monsters along the Jiangnan coast had completely retreated, seemingly scared off, and that the alert had been lifted as the sea beast tide moved towards Sakura country. Another report mentioned the discovery of an unknown instance in the western frontier, attracting many professionals to investigate. Yi Qing closed the news alerts and opened the messages. The first was from Lin Kuei. I'm going on a retreat for a while. We'll contact you when I'm free. The next few were from Murong Shui and Nangong Ro. The combat department at Kyoto University is organizing a group task. Where have you been? Professor Luo Chiu from the combat department noted your name down again. Yi Qing chuckled helplessly, knowing he was already level 42, with the heavenly spirit pill boosting him, and his second job change was almost at hand. Compared to these level 15 newcomers, he found little growth in teaming up for instances anymore. He didn't reply to these messages, but began to assess the rewards from this instance. The Qing River instance had too many events, and he finally had time to organize his gains. Looking at the 1 billion experience points reward on the sign-in system, Yi Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This was one of his biggest gains. Signing in with all this experience would significantly enhance his strength. Then, he glanced at the heavenly spirit pill beside him, which could increase his level by 1 for each pill consumed below level 50. With a wave of his hand, all the items dropped by the river god appeared on the table. The celestial set is a demigod level gear, available for use at level 85. Yi Qing carefully examined this enticing equipment before him. The effects of each individual piece were impressive enough, boosting all basic attributes by 38,000, far surpassing ordinary epic gear. The three-piece set effect was even more astonishing. Skill attack, self-defense, attack speed, and movement speed all increased by 150. The most extraordinary aspect, however, was the 5-piece set effect. It allowed the summoning of a level 120 celestial AO to fight for 10 minutes, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. It's truly worthy of being a demigod level set, Yi Qing thought to himself. Even with my abilities, I wouldn't dare confront the celestial AO without a trump card. On the table lay several other significant items: an epic career advancement card capable of upgrading his profession potential to SS level, a demigod level celestial AO core, useful for both forging equipment and inscribing various formations, and a mythical scroll from an ancient secret realm, which, when opened, could randomly grant a demon god skill. Yi Qing stared at the ancient scroll, frowning slightly. He was well aware of the demon god's strength, as even a single fragment of its soul was formidable. Could this scroll be a part of the demon god's schemes? With a soft sigh, he carefully put away the items. Looking at the 10 billion experience points displayed by the sign-in system, he started planning their use. First, exchanging for 10 skill upgrade cards, then acquiring the secondary profession of a refiner, and finally spending 2 billion experience points to purchase a batch of revival pills and top-tier enhancement stones. The process of inheriting the refiner profession left Yi Qing feeling extremely fatigued, and he fell into a deep sleep on the sofa before he could even start signing in. The next morning at 5, a rapid knocking on the door woke him. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Yi Qing opened the door to find Yi Ling standing outside, her eyes red, clearly having stayed up all night. "Hurry up. Have you forgotten our agreement yesterday? Everyone's been waiting for a long time," Yi Ling said urgently. Yi Qing looked down at his slightly faded shirt and simple attire, hesitating a bit. "Is this appropriate?" "No one will mind. Let's go." Yi Ling pulled his arm and rushed downstairs. A black luxury car was already waiting. Yi Ling expertly took the driver's seat. Half an hour later, they arrived at an impressive estate. Exotic plants surrounded them, tended by several professional gardeners meticulously trimming them. Yi Qing sat in the car, absent-mindedly thinking about the person recently removed from the Daxiao Research Institute. The car finally stopped in front of a lavish building. After getting out, Yi Qing noticed the faint patterns on the ground. The entire Yi family estate was enveloped by a 4-symbols array, combining the elements of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, both offensive and defensive. Setting up such a large formation required an unimaginable amount of resources and manpower. "What are you standing there for? Get inside." Yi Ling's anxious voice snapped him back to reality. Yi Qing entered the building and paused slightly as he took in the sight of the massive living room. 3 people sat at a table, engaged in conversation. In the main seat was a burly elder Yi Qing, the third-ranked war god on the Daxiao leaderboard. Although his aura was completely restrained, his imposing presence was still undeniable. Yi Tianqing and his wife sat quietly observing the scene. As Yi Qing approached the table, he glanced at the trio, feeling a strange sensation as if they were all concealing something. During the meal, he noticed that Nangongya was occasionally serving him food, creating a discordant atmosphere. Despite her apparent concern and constant inquiries about his recent activities, he sensed something missing in her gaze. Although the dinner seemed lively, there was an inexplicable tension in the air. Feeling weary of the situation, Yi Qing decided to leave. He stood up and said coldly, "I plan to enter the dungeon today, so I'll be going." Without waiting for a response, he turned and left the Yi family residence. Watching him leave, Yi Ling murmured, "He must just be used to being solitary and isn't comfortable with this kind of atmosphere." The other 3 exchanged glances, their eyes revealing an unfathomable expression. After dinner, in a study protected by layers of formations, Yi Qing, Yi Tianqing, and Nangongya sat facing each other. "Great-grandfather, do you think Yi Qing noticed something? He seemed off," Yi Tianqing asked anxiously, his brow furrowed. "He shouldn't have. He's just not used to it yet," Nangongya replied with a faint smile, though her tone was somewhat indifferent. Yi Qing didn't respond to her smile. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "You're right. Yi Qing is indeed exceptionally talented, almost reaching the 2nd tier. From awakening his profession in Jiangbei City to now, it's been only a month, and his growth rate is remarkable." Nangongya's smile faded, a cold glint in her eyes. So why not recruit him directly into the Yi family? Why make it so complicated? Because he doesn't want to join any faction. Yi Qingsong's eyes gleamed with depth, and his solitary nature isn't easy to change. You know, a genius like Yi Qing, if we try to recruit him directly, he might resist even more. Nangongya nodded, her gaze sharp. But what if he refuses due to mistrust? Wouldn't that be all for nothing? Yi Tianqing chimed in. Is Yi Qing really that difficult to deal with? He won't. Yi Qingsong smiled slightly, wisdom shining in his eyes. He has lacked familial affection since childhood and craves it deeply. We can use this to bind him. Even if he doesn't trust the Yi family, using family bonds will surely keep him here. Understood. Nangongya nodded silently, seemingly having formed a plan. I plan to return to guard the abyss. You two handle the subsequent matters, Yi Qingsong said softly as he stood up. But make sure not to slip up. As his final words fell, Nangongya and Yi Tianqing exchanged a glance, their unspoken concerns communicated silently. After leaving the Yi family, Yi Qing strolled along the busiest street in the capital. Shops lined both sides of the road, bustling with people, and the cheerful laughter of children playing echoed through the air. As he took in this lively and warm scene, a hint of undisguisable loneliness flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. He recalled Chun Li's eyes back in Qingshui town, eyes that would sacrifice everything for her daughter's safety. That profound motherly love had deeply touched him. In contrast, Nangongya's eyes only held deceit and pretense. Yi Qing's lips curled into a bitter smile, thinking that if it weren't for the hardships and trials he had endured in his past life, he might have never discovered these truths and would have foolishly lived in a false sense of happiness. It was 1 p.m. on June 26th. Rather than returning to Kyoto University, Yi Qing headed straight to Shuntian auction house. He sold a few items there, as money was essential for all his actions in the outside world. Glancing at the date on his phone, a contemplative glint appeared in Yi Qing's eyes. The person he was thinking of was about to hit the lowest point in their life. He turned and walked towards the very center of the capital, where the headquarters of the professional association, initiated by the four top families, was located. As the most powerful force in Daxia, all major and minor factions had representation there, including the strongest individuals on the Daxia God list. Yi Qing himself had once been listed there when he entered the heavenly list. Outside the professional association building, several soldiers above level 150 stood on high alert. One of them recognized Yi Qing and stopped him to ask his purpose. I want to improve my position on the heavenly list, Yi Qing stated calmly. I've cleared the Qingshui River dungeon. What? That death dungeon? The soldier was shocked and led him to a spacious office on the fourth floor. Inside, a middle-aged man wearing glasses was reviewing documents. After the soldier saluted and left, Yi Qing was left face-to-face with Zhang Daqian, a level 250 individual. Zhang Daqian stood up to greet him warmly. You must be Yi Qing. There are two ways to change your position on the heavenly list. Either by meeting the strength requirements and defeating those ahead of you, or by achieving significant feats. Yi Qing nodded. I want to use the simulation pod to challenge others. Zhang Daqian agreed readily and guided Yi Qing through the corridor to a room with a metallic feel. He pointed to a screen. Place your hand on it. We need to update your data. Yi Qing placed his hand on the screen, feeling the cold sensation through his fingertips. After a few seconds, a mechanical voice announced, Occupant, Yi Qing, level 42, profession, mortal sword immortal. What? Zhang Daqian exclaimed in disbelief. You were just at level 29 a few days ago. How did you level up so quickly? You probably haven't heard about yesterday, Yi Qing replied calmly. I cleared the Clearwater River dungeon, and I have the recording on my phone. Entering the spacious, arena-like simulation chamber, a scanning beam began to move across Yi Qing's body. He frowned slightly, understanding that it was creating a holographic image for others to challenge. He immediately activated his time-space power to conceal two skills, the Xianhuang Body Sovereign and the Mortal Extreme Sword. He gently stroked the small fox, signaling it to watch from the sidelines. To avoid revealing too much, Yi Qing only equipped the Qishao sword, temporarily putting away the other 8 flying swords, sword box, immortal slaying gourd, and the immortal slaying sword array diagram. Under the watchful eye of the surrounding recording equipment, he allowed the simulation chamber to record his attribute panel data. Scan complete, the system's voice announced. Your rank is 22nd. You may challenge the 21st rank. Opponent details, Xia Linger, level 50, profession, Night Stalker. She once fought a level 50 legendary monster for a day and a night, ultimately defeating it without a scratch. Opposite Yi Qing appeared a sweet-looking girl with a high ponytail, holding a short sword. She smiled, and in an instant, plunged the surroundings into pitch darkness. Yi Qing remained calm, gripping the Qishao sword and activating his sword heart enlightenment. As he moved, he wove a dense pattern of sword marks on the ground, forming a sword array that locked onto his target. Without hesitation, he used the heaven-splitting sword technique, slicing through the darkness with a single strike, causing Xia Linger's hologram to vanish. Outside, Zhang Daqian watched and took notes. Level 30 epic set with growth-capable flying swords, equipment worth at least several billion. Skills have high damage, can lock onto targets, and ignore defense, but the mana cost is too high, and defense is weak. However, there's a death-resistant skill for protection. The secondary profession is a bit scattered, requiring extensive knowledge accumulation. At his age, he should focus on enhancing his strength. Yi Qing continued to challenge, moving on to the 20th rank, Li Chuang, a level 50 Xuanwu shield guardian wielding a giant shield. Li Chuang had once withstood a level 65 legendary monster for 3 hours without injury, but faced with Yi Qing's defense-ignoring attack, he was defeated with a single strike. Yi Qing progressed through the ranks, eventually reaching the 10th place. This opponent was Feng Hua, an 85-level nature mage, a gentle woman dressed in a green gown. She had once used her continuous healing abilities to simultaneously fight 6 level 85 legendary monsters and defeat them all. As Feng Hua took a step forward, the battlefield transformed into a vibrant sea of flowers. Yi Qing stood amidst a sea of flowers, holding the Qi Shao sword, surrounded by a fragrant breeze. His rare talent was a domain skill, which brought a slight smile to his face. With a twist of his wrist, the ground beneath him was etched with a bagua pattern formed by sword marks, securely shielding him within. Under his mental command, the Qi Shao sword soared into the air, instantly splitting into dozens of phantom swords. The sword energy surged like a cascading galaxy, sweeping across the entire flower field in an instant. As petals danced in the air, the sword formation took shape, trapping Feng Hua within. Within seconds, Feng Hua's figure dissolved into nothingness amidst the dense sword energy. Yi Qing looked up at the leaderboard, noticing that his rank had risen to 10th place. Without any intention to continue the challenge, he logged out of the virtual chamber. I didn't expect you to be this strong, Zhang Daqian exclaimed in shock. The record for clearing the Qingshui River instance and your challenge victories have been logged. You're officially the 10th on the leaderboard. He secretly calculated that Yi Qing likely stopped due to a lack of mana. Otherwise, he could have risen 2 more ranks. However, the 7th place was held by someone at level 120, a threshold difficult to surpass even with ample mana. Can I take a look around the association? Yi Qing asked. Zhang Daqian eagerly replied. Would you like me to show you around the association and its amazing instruments? Yi Qing politely declined with a shake of his head. Zhang Daqian then handed him a badge engraved with the character Tian, saying, "This is for you. It allows you to freely access most areas of the association, except for top-secret locations." As Yi Qing walked away, Zhang Daqian pondered deeply. With the Yi family backing him and Yi Qing's astonishing talent, he was destined to become a demigod-level powerhouse. Such talent deserved careful cultivation. Meanwhile, in a research lab within the association, a bespectacled young man in a lab coat was intently observing the substance in 2 metal test tubes. This researcher, named Chun Han, was an origin master, a unique profession that allowed him to see the essence of all things. I did it. This research is enough to earn me a promotion, he muttered excitedly to himself. Just then, a slightly overweight middle-aged man entered the lab, coughing lightly. Chun Han turned to see who it was and immediately became tense. Director Liu, I have something to report. Perfect timing. I have something to tell you too, Director Liu said bluntly. You're fired, and Lu Min will be taking your place. Chun Han was so shocked that he nearly dropped the test tubes. You must be joking. I've worked tirelessly, countless nights, and just because she's your niece, you're firing me? That's unfair. His voice echoed through the lab. Chun, Director Liu replied dismissively. Her brother is an S-rank combat professional and just entered Donghai University this year. You have no background, and you want to compete with her? Do you even understand what an S-rank combat professional means? Even the head of a mid-sized family is only at that level. Get out before I have someone throw you out. In the lab, the colleagues looked at Chun Han with newfound respect. Director Liu, looking down at him, barked coldly. What are you standing there for? Get out. Chun Han, feeling dejected, left the lab and walked heavily towards the changing room. Watching his retreating figure, Director Liu smirked disdainfully and turned to leave. At that moment, a young man with a cold expression approached. He wore ordinary clothes, but a white nine-tailed fox perched on his shoulder, making him particularly noticeable. Director Liu's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized the top student, Yi Qing. Knowing that Yi Qing was not only exceptionally talented, but also had the Yi family backing him, Director Liu quickly put on a smile. What brings you here? Please, come to the office, and I'll make you some tea. Yi Qing gently shook his head. No need. What is the name of that person just now? He's called Chun Han, Director Liu explained cautiously. He did some insignificant research, made a mistake a few days ago, and has been dismissed. Yi Qing nodded silently, ignoring Director Liu's flattery, and walked straight ahead. His mind was filled with visions of the future. Chun Han, currently an obscure researcher, would become the founder of the Divine Research Institute. successfully creating artificial deities and later producing 10 terrifying creatures comparable in power to the 10 great war gods of Xia. During a tumultuous time for Xia, he would join a foreign realm, rising to a high position through the power of these artificial deities. Ironically, at this moment, Chen Hun's potential went unrecognized, and his research achievements were being claimed by others. As Yi Qing left the professional association, the guards allowed him to pass without the usual checks. On the street, Yi Qing took out the Tian character badge, a symbol of status, examined it briefly, and stored it in his space. Although the badge was useful, its internal monitoring device made him reluctant to wear it. Meanwhile, Chen Hun walked alone down the street, his face full of resentment and disappointment. Thinking of his gentle wife at home, a hint of warmth appeared in his eyes, and he quickened his pace. But then he remembered the house that would soon be taken back after his dismissal, and he sighed. Given his current situation, the high housing prices in the capital were unattainable, and he would have to rent a place temporarily. Half an hour later, Chen Hun arrived at an elegant residential area. Standing at his door, the sounds from inside made his heart sink. As he pushed open the bedroom door, the scene before him was like a plunge into an icy abyss. His seemingly gentle wife was in bed with another man. "You, what are you?" Chen Hun trembled all over, but dared not act rash. Live man was a combat professional. The man leisurely got up, dressing while provocatively eyeing Chen Hun. Meanwhile, his wife looked at him with disdain, sharply questioning, "Why are you back now? Aren't you supposed to be at work?" "I got fired," Chen Hun managed to say with difficulty. "What? So this house won't be ours for long." The woman's voice grew shriller. "You're useless. Your monthly salary isn't even worth one of Brother Wang's random pieces of equipment." Each word cut into Chen Hun's heart like a knife. Chen Hun watched as his wife dressed, packed her bags, and leaned on another man's shoulder, walking away into the distance. He knelt on the ground, pounding the floor in a frenzy, oblivious to the blood flowing from his hands. At that moment, his heart was filled with hatred for his lack of strength, for not being a warrior, and for his cowardice in not daring to fight to the death. Just then, a group of people entered the room. One of them, looking coldly at a report in his hand, said in an icy tone, "Chen Hun, this is the internal housing of the professional association. You've been expelled. You have 3 days to move out." With that, they ignored the desolate Chen Hun and turned to leave. They had seen this many times and were used to it. Chen Hun left the room in a daze, overwhelmed by a sense of despair. As the sky darkened and clouds obscured the moon, city lights flickered and cars rushed by. In a dim corner by the street, Chen Hun leaned against a bench, holding a bottle of alcohol, lost in a drunken stupor. He had nothing left. In a single day, his world had turned upside down, leaving him feeling that everything was filthy and corrupt. Not far away, Yi Qing quietly observed the scene, thinking the time was right. He approached Chen Hun, snapped his fingers, and with a gust of wind, the trees swayed gently, and they vanished into the darkness. In the pitch-black surroundings, Chen Hun gradually awoke, unfazed by the unfamiliar scene. In the face of such upheaval, his heart was already numb. A detached voice reached his ears. "Chen Hun, I think we can work together." "What? Who are you?" Chen Hun asked, puzzled. Soon, a light appeared in the darkness, revealing a handsome young man with a small fox on his shoulder and a glowing stone in his hand. They were surrounded by weeds and trees, clearly far from the city. Yi Qing spoke calmly. "I want to establish a research institute, and today I'm inviting you to join." Chen Hun was visibly taken aback, frowning slightly. "A research institute, inviting me?" Yi Qing smiled slightly. "Yes, I'll fund it, and I'm sincerely inviting you to join." "Does the institute have a name?" "No, but if you join, it will be called the Divine Research Institute." Hearing those words, something stirred in Chen Hun's heart, and a glimmer of light shone in his previously dull eyes. With nowhere else to go, he nodded. "I agree." Yi Qing's lips curved into a slight smile, feeling pleased that he had so easily recruited a future powerhouse. They were on a remote hill in the outskirts of the capital, where the entrance to the Qing Shui River instance used to be, but now the instance no longer existed, and the elder guarding the formation had left, leaving the hill desolate. Yi Qing planned to build the institute here, with the location set underground. Chen Hun looked at the young man before him, lost in thought, as silence enveloped them. He spoke, "I need to go home to get some documents and important items. Then I'll come to find you." Yi Qing nodded in agreement and handed him a card. "There's 20 million in here. Consider it in advance on your salary." Chen Hun took it in a daze, filled with shock at the man's trust in him. As dawn approached, the sky began to brighten, and the darkness gradually receded. Watching Chen Hun's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Yi Qing gently petted Xiao Bai, perched on his shoulder, and whispered, "Go. Follow him quietly, and keep an eye on his every move. If he tries to escape, bring him back immediately. If he doesn't act suspiciously, return later and bring those adulterers here." Xiao Bai nodded slightly, and with a flicker, vanished from Yi Qing's shoulder, blending seamlessly into the surroundings as if it had never been there. Yi Qing shifted his gaze back to the quiet, desolate land around him. He knew that establishing a true research institute here would require not only a significant time investment, but also a vast amount of material resources. He raised his hand to activate the sign-in system, and the interface popped up swiftly, displaying the remaining experience, 800 million. Without hesitation, he mentally commanded, sign in 20 times consecutively. Instantly, 100 million experience points vanished, followed by a series of system notification sounds. Sign in successful, obtained space cruiser. Sign in successful, obtained interstellar laboratory. Sign in successful, obtained space core. Sign in successful, obtained Hongmeng Pearl. Sign in successful, obtained. The notifications continued relentlessly, and after signing in 20 times in a row, the interface listed a whole row of item names. Yi Qing examined each one, noting that every item exuded an extraordinary aura, with some evidently surpassing the technological level of Blue Star. His gaze fell on the most striking item among them, the Hongmeng Pearl. This was an initial White-Tiger growth equipment, with a description that was brief yet enticing. Devastated by a great calamity eons ago, now in its initial state, capable of self-repair but takes an extremely long time. Contains the Hongmeng Great World, capable of expanding space during the repair process. Upon blood recognition, all basic attributes 9999. The accompanying skills were also formidable concealment. Allows entry into the internal world at any time and hides within the void, completely shielding from divination, growth. Herbs planted and pets raised inside will grow rapidly. However, 3 special abilities were noted as currently unavailable. Time travel, master of Hongmeng, and evolve chaos, all marked with. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Qing's heartbeat quickened. This was practically a personal pocket universe. Without hesitation, he took out the Hongmeng Pearl. The pearl was crystal clear, with countless strange lights swirling inside, as if nurturing an endless starry sky. He promptly performed a blood recognition, and his consciousness was instantly drawn into it. The moment his consciousness was fully immersed, he found himself standing on a vast, boundless land, with an expansive continent before him and soft, delicate soil underfoot. As he scooped up a handful of soil, he could feel a gentle energy permeating his body, invigorating his spirit, though it was not reflected on the attribute panel. This place isn't bad, just a bit empty, he murmured to himself, then released both the interstellar laboratory and space cruiser. The massive structures and ship materialized on the vast land. He began setting up simple formations around and planted various exotic flowers and herbs obtained from his sign-ins. As the seeds took root, the previously desolate land gradually came to life. He specifically selected 2 spirit seeds, Dream Seed and 7-color Mist Flower Seed, planting them with satisfaction before dusting off his hands and looking toward the nearby interstellar laboratory. He stepped into the laboratory, and a clear electronic voice immediately greeted him, verifying permissions. Verification successful. Dear Master, what are your instructions? Yi Qing was slightly taken aback, scratching his head. Pretty smart, huh? Introduce your functions. Understood. With the response, a giant light screen slowly unfolded, and the unfamiliar characters quickly translated into familiar text, listing the functions in dense detail. After a brief glance, Yi Qing felt a bit dizzy. Forget it. I'll let Qin Hun study this later. He shook his head and walked out of the laboratory, looking towards the massive black spaceship nearby. The entire cruiser seemed to be made from some exotic metal, its surface shimmering with a cold luster. As he stepped inside, an intelligent system greeted him. Welcome, Master. What are your instructions? Yi Qing nodded, refraining from saying much, and turned to leave the space cruiser, then exited the Hongmeng Pearl space with a thought, returning to the real world. He leaped onto the branch of an ancient tree, sitting quietly, gazing through the dense forest towards the distant horizon. This world was vast and boundless, and he was about to stir up a storm. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Even if Chun Hun sincerely cooperates now, it could be problematic if he ever becomes disloyal in the future. Yi Qing activated the sign-in system and completed 20 targeted sign-ins. With a series of notification sounds, he successfully signed in and received various rewards: a loyalty goo, the Duran Sutra, human puppet technique, soul contract, and a soul control pill, among others. Despite these rewards, Qin Hun was most pleased with his research skills and sharp mind. Yi Qing examined the effects of these items and found the loyalty goo to be the most practical. The semi-divine loyalty goo could be given to others, subtly altering their will until they were completely loyal. As long as the person who consumed the sub-goo wasn't stronger than the one possessing the mother goo, they would never betray. In his hand appeared a goo insect, white as jade, with 2 pairs of wings, affectionately rubbing against his palm. As the sun set and dusk approached, the day was coming to an end. Suddenly, a white figure darted out, landing on Yi Qing's shoulder. At the same time, 2 heavy figures crashed into the wild grass. Xiao Bai chirped excitedly, and Yi Qing nodded. realizing that Chun Hun was also on his way. Although a day had been spent, it wouldn't be wasted if Chun Hun arrived. In the distance, Chun Hun, covered in dust and panting heavily, arrived carrying several large boxes, their contents unknown. He placed them down in front of Yi Qing and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yi Qing jumped down from a tree and smiled. It seems you're sincere about working with me. Of course, everything I had is shattered, and now I have nothing. I hope you won't let me down. Chun Hun replied with determination, focused solely on his research without any other distractions. Very well, let me give you a second gift. Look over there, Yi Qing said, pointing to two unconscious people nearby. Chun Hun stepped forward, and upon seeing the two in the grass, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. He picked up a large stone and tried to attack the professional, but despite several attempts, he couldn't break through the opponent's defenses. Glancing at his wife, Chun Hun hesitated but ultimately refrained from acting. He sat down dejectedly and said, "The gap between life professionals and combat professionals is too vast. Even when they can't fight back, I can't kill them." Yi Qing took a few steps forward, and sword marks appeared around him, forming a sword array that reduced the professional to a pile of mush. As the sword array moved toward Chun Hun's wife, Chun Hun shouted, "No, spare her." Despite her betrayal, they had lived together for years, and he still had feelings for her. All right. Yi Qing snapped his fingers, and the sword array dissipated. He looked at Chun Hun's boxes and absorbed them into the Immortal slaying gourd. Chun Hun felt a dizzying sensation and fainted. When he awoke, he found himself in a desolate area with vibrant flowers and plants nearby. A massive ship and a peculiar structure stood in the vicinity, with several boxes lying quietly beside them. Yi Qing placed a loyalty goo inside the woman and used time-space power to send her back to Chun Hun's original residence, then returned to the small mountain and entered the Hongmeng Pearl space. Chun Hun stood dazedly to the side as Yi Qing grabbed a few boxes and said to him, "Stop staring. This is a safe instance. Follow me." The two entered the Interstellar Research Lab, and Yi Qing immediately granted Chun Hun full access. As Chun Hun looked around at the complex array of instruments and equipment, his face showed amazement. "This is incredible. If I'd known a place like this existed, I would have agreed without hesitation." Watching Chun Hun, who was already skillfully operating various devices, Yi Qing began explaining the precautions. "There's a month's worth of food in the preservation room. The strange flowers and herbs over there are highly toxic. If you accidentally touch them, immediately take the pill from the bottle beside them." He handed Chun Hun a pill. This is a sword chi pill. When crushed, it releases sword energy capable of killing a professional. Use it to save your life in critical moments. After giving instructions, Yi Qing moved to the exotic plants area to replant some herbs. Just as he was about to leave, a small creature named Xiaobai jumped to the ground and softly called out, indicating it wanted to stay. "You say it's comfortable here and helps you grow faster?" Yi Qing chuckled. "Then stay here for now." Xiaobai nodded and nestled among the strange plants, guarding the seven-color mist flower and the dream flower. After leaving the Hongmeng Pearl space, Yi Qing returned to his residence at Kyoto University. He sat on the sofa, massaging his temples, sketching on a piece of paper in his hand. Collaborating with Chun Hun, I wonder how the future Divine Research Institute will develop. Using the Zhu Xian sword formation to intimidate the level 200 epic monster, the Sea Evil Dragon, and redirect it to Sakura Nation. He glanced at the paper, noting the only major event in the near future. On July 1st, Linhai City would merge with a large instance, throwing the entire city into chaos. Checking his phone, it was now 8 p.m. on June 27th, leaving him 3 days. "I need to work hard to reach level 46 in the next 2 days, then take the Heavenly Spirit pill to strive for the peak of the first transformation." Reviewing the internal instance information of Kyoto University, he found the highest was only the level 120 ordinary instance, Ghostly Canyon, which had been cleared multiple times and had little left to offer. Yi Qing decided to complete it the next day and then traverse the wilderness to Linhai City. After Yi Qing fell asleep, the outside world was abuzz with his rise to 10th on the heavenly list. In a luxurious Yi family mansion, Yi Tianqing and Nangong Ye were conversing. "Nangong Ye's eyes sparkled. I told you my calculations were accurate. Someone with divine potential wouldn't stop at 22nd on the heavenly list." Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Professional Association, Yi Qing's skill and attribute data were projected on a giant screen. The room was filled with high-ranking members from various factions, fervently discussing this Yi family prodigy. Some were eager to recruit him, but the Yi family head's warning, "As long as a Yi family war god is here, don't even think about any tricks," kept them in check. Though everyone had their own thoughts, a hint of apprehension flickered in their eyes. The screen began to change, revealing the attributes and information of several individuals. Among them, Morong Shui, Chu Yang, and Lu Heng did not have strong backing, while Nangong Ro, despite her impressive background, was temporarily out of the spotlight due to her family's previously exposed status. Nangong Ro's mother is the sister of the head of the Long family, and her father is the eldest son of the Nangong family. Although there were past conflicts with the Nangong family, things have since smoothed over. Given the powerful backgrounds of these two families, no one dared to target her. As for Chu Yang, although he has a hidden profession, being selected by the military has naturally quieted external discussions. Ultimately, after the Shangwan family offered generous conditions, Morong Shui was chosen by them, while Lu Hong was picked by the Long family. The intricate web of power in Daxiao was something Yi Qing had long anticipated, which is why he had concealed his own abilities early on. The next morning, as the sun rose and bathed the earth in light, Yi Qing awoke from his slumber. After freshening up, he opened his door and headed towards the entrance of the Yinling Canyon, a level 120 dungeon that even senior students needed a team to confidently complete. At Kyoto University, the lush greenery and chirping birds created a beautiful environment. Yi Qing first went to the cafeteria and ordered several months' worth of meals, casually storing them in the Hongmeng Pearl space. As he was passing by, a voluptuous female teacher approached, wearing a white coat and glaring at him with anger in her eyes. Yi Qing, stop right there, the teacher called out sternly. She was Luo Qiu, a combat teacher responsible for Yi Qing's class. Yi Qing turned around, his gaze calm as he looked at her and said indifferently, "Don't block my way, I have things to do." Luo Qiu's face was full of displeasure. She stretched out her fair arm to block his path and said coldly, "Is this how you speak to a teacher? You didn't even show up for the first day's registration. Do you not take me seriously?" Yi Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone still flat. "Are you sure you want to challenge me?" Luo Qiu replied confidently, without hesitation. "I'm sure. I've had 300 consecutive wins and have never been defeated." The two went to the library, where students around them stopped to watch and discuss. Some whispered, "Teacher Luo Qiu is challenging Yi Qing. I heard her combat skills in the virtual world are comparable to the legendary Blood Shadow. Let's go see." A tall student walked by and couldn't help but add, "Teacher Luo Qiu's movements are as fast as Blood Shadow's. I've seen them duel before. It was truly exhilarating." On the virtual arena, Blood Shadow stood on one side, initially thinking Yi Qing was there to train. But upon noticing Luo Qiu, an expression of anger crossed her face. "What's going on?" Blood Shadow turned to ask Zhao Qianquan beside her. Zhao Qianquan watched the two engage, smiling lightly. "You guys take your time watching. I happened to be passing by and thought I'd enjoy the spectacle." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qiu's figure suddenly burst forth, disappearing in an instant and transforming into a gust of wind as she charged at Yi Qing. Yi Qing's face remained impassive, his light steps seeming to follow a certain rhythm, perfectly dodging Luo Qiu's attacks with each move. You do have some skill. No wonder you dare to provoke me." A flash of challenge appeared in Luo Qiu's eyes. Yi Qing smiled slightly, his eyes still calm as water. As Luo Qiu spoke, she launched a flying kick towards Yi Qing. To everyone's surprise, Yi Qing didn't move an inch, and a slight, disdainful smile appeared on his lips. "You're too slow, Luo Qiu." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the ground beneath Yi Qing's feet began to glow faintly. The footprints he had left behind transformed into intricate patterns, wrapping around Luo Qiu like a serpent, trapping her firmly. The glowing ropes bound her tightly, rendering her immobile. "This place clearly doesn't have a monster core. How could you set up an array out of thin air?" A look of disbelief flashed in Luo Qiu's eyes. Yi Qing merely shook his head slightly and said calmly, "You've lost." The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. Not only had Yi Qing won, but he had done so effortlessly, as if it were nothing. People exchanged glances, speculating whether arrays could truly be set up in a virtual world. Yi Qing clapped his hands, and the binding ropes of light dissipated. Just as he turned to leave, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air came from behind. Luo Qiu had launched a sneak attack. "You didn't beat me with pure strength. You must have cheated," she shouted angrily, charging at Yi Qing's back. Everyone held their breath, thinking Yi Qing was doomed. However, Luo Qiu's fist passed through Yi Qing's figure. Right was just an afterimage. The real Yi Qing had already appeared behind her, gripping her neck. "Does a teacher resort to sneak attacks? Are you still fit to be a teacher?" Yi Qing's voice carried a chilling edge, and he was about to twist her neck when Zhao Qianquan intervened. "That's enough. Stop it." Yi Qing snorted coldly, tossing Luo Qiu off the platform. After glancing at Zhao Qianquan, he exited the virtual world. In the real world, at the Kyoto University library, Yi Qing opened his eyes and glanced at Luo Qiu, who was still asleep across the table. He murmured softly, "What a waste of time," then got up and left. As he walked through the library aisles, Yi Qing noticed a bespectacled young man flipping through books. It was Lu He, an admissions officer at Kyoto University. With each page he turned, a flash of runes appeared in his eyes, and his aura intensified. "Yi Qing, how are you finding life at Kyoto University?" Lu He asked with a friendly smile, noticing Yi Qing's gaze. Yi Qing nodded in acknowledgement, casually picking up a book on arrays to browse. These were insights compiled by professionals, and he finished reading quickly. After returning the book, Yi Qing checked his phone. It was already 9 a.m. As he left the library, Yi Qing glanced back at Lu He, who was still engrossed in his reading. A thought crossed his mind. Could this teacher's innate skill be related to reading? Could reading actually enhance one's attributes? Lu He is a wisdom mage, a non-traditional class among elementalists, suggesting some unique, undisclosed abilities. As Yi Qing pondered this, he approached the entrance of the Shadow Spirit Canyon dungeon, which was bustling with activity. Many senior students had formed their own teams, strategizing on how to break records. Next to the dungeon's formation, a leaderboard displayed a record completion time of 80 hours. As Yi Qing approached, players gathered around him. Yi Qing, join our team. We guarantee you'll clear the dungeon with ease. However, Yi Qing smiled and politely declined, saying, I'm used to going solo. With that, he turned and stepped into the formation. The others exchanged glances, silently speculating. Although Yi Qing was ranked 10th on the heavenly leaderboard, clearing the dungeon quickly seemed impossible. The record-setting team included 2 SS-class professions, with other members all at S-class and level 120. It would be impressive if Yi Qing could clear it all. Amidst the chatter, players began entering the dungeon. Entering the Shadow Spirit Canyon, the air was thick with a chilling, ghostly aura, occasionally punctuated by whispers from the darkness. An icy wind swept through, and pale ghostly flames flickered in the air, sometimes visible through the dark mist. A thin fog covered the canyon floor, blurring the view. Yi Qing stood on a pitch-black rock, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, with a clap of his hands, 9 flying swords emerged from behind him. He had acquired 3 of these swords through the Lord of Nightmares, each with its own name-inverse scale, Dragon's Roar, and Nether Demon's Sword. The remaining 6 were named Executioner, Crimson Sky, Skyward, Moonlight, Celestial Demon, and Radiance. Yi Qing gazed at the 9 swords, which traced bright lines in the air, stark against the darkness. Activating the Moonlight special effect, the area was suddenly illuminated. Before him lay a desolate graveyard, with ghostly flames hovering above nearly every grave. These flames began to take human form, each with hollow eyes and pale faces. Drawn by the moonlight, the spirits started converging on Yi Qing. Unhurried, he cast Detection. Ghoul, level 120, HP 170,000, attack 2300, defense 4000. Skills: Phasing, Ghostly Flame, Confuse. A chill washed over him as the spirits breathed white flames towards Yi Qing. The 9 swords formed a 9-palace sword array in the air, slicing through both the flames and the spirits. Kill the Ghoul, gain 9,500 experience points. Kill the Ghoul, gain 9,500 experience points. A series of system notifications rang out. Yi Qing continued forward, leaving sword marks behind him that gradually formed a massive 8 trigrams pattern. Now, even without activating Sword Heart Clarity, he could easily defeat these level 120 monsters. The spirits surged around him like a tide, but Yi Qing moved as if strolling through a garden, protected by the 8 trigrams sword array, with the 9-palace sword array on the offensive, keeping his health and mana full. Just then, a flash of light flickered from behind, and a team was transported to the area. They saw a small moon hovering in the sky ahead, surrounded by waves of monsters, and gasps of surprise echoed around. Who is that, daring to charge into the first layer of Shadow Spirit Canyon so openly, where spirits never cease? I suspect it's Yi Qing. After all, it's his first time entering this instance, and he's completely unaware of the internal rules. Look at how swiftly Mingyu is advancing. Yi Qing's power must be terrifying. The others showed bitter smiles, as Yi Qing had just enrolled, yet already demonstrated such formidable strength. It took them 3 to 4 years to barely reach level 120, and they still needed to team up to confidently clear this place. Suddenly, someone in the group spoke up. Let's just follow Yi Qing. If he can fight his way to the instance boss, we can snag the boss's rewards. If Yi Qing runs out of energy, we can step in to help and maybe recruit him to our team, breaking records in the process. The others nodded in agreement. They were all level 120, stuck on their job transition tasks, and no longer concerned about experience points. Ahead, Yi Qing wielded the Zhu Xian sword, executing the heaven-slashing sword technique. A massive sword aura swept across, clearing a large area of specters. As he moved forward, Yi Qing used the Zhanxian gourd to automatically collect all materials and equipment. Watching his experience bar rise rapidly to 42 at level 79, he figured that after clearing this instance and defeating a few legendary bosses in the wilderness, he should be able to reach level 46. Suddenly, the eyes of the surrounding specters turned red, and they stopped moving, howling skyward. A red light descended from above, hovering not far from Yi Qing, revealing its form. It was an alluring woman in a wedding dress, appearing strikingly beautiful, yet her eyes were cold and ruthless. Behind him, someone exclaimed, "A hidden boss. That's a legendary monster." Yi Qing observed the woman in red and used his detection skill. The Bride Ghost, a legendary level 120 entity, had 55 million health, 19,000 attack, and 26,000 defense, with skills including wind, soul steal, soul capture, and heart shift. A cold smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips, finally encountering a substantial experience package. He instantly activated Sword Heart Clarity and the Primal Holy Body, unleashing a terrifying aura that caused the surrounding specters to instinctively retreat a few steps. The bride ghost's eyes glimmered as she attempted to control Yi Qing directly. Yi Qing gripped the Zhu Xian sword, executing the heaven-slashing sword technique, the enormous sword aura slicing through and shattering the bride ghost, as a terrifying number floated up. Under the sword light's effects, the level 120 legendary boss was instantly killed. Yi Qing quickly deactivated the Primal Holy Body, mindful of the resource drain without Xiao Bai around. Checking the attribute panel, he saw a notification for defeating the bride ghost replica and gaining 3 million experience. Noticing it was a replica, his gaze swept the area, where all specters remained in a berserk state, furiously charging at him. Illusory Divine Sword Technique. 9 flying swords transformed into 270 phantom swords, swiftly cutting down the specters like wheat. With the enhancement of the ultimate mortal sword, his attack power increased by 1350. The sword heart clarity state still active, the sword aura's damage reached its peak. Yi Qing studied the bride ghost skills, deducing that the heart shift skill allowed her to inhabit another specter. Suddenly, a specter emitted a sharp cry. You defeated the bride ghost's replica, gaining 3 million experience. Congratulations on leveling up. Yi Qing realized it was another replica, and that he had leveled up, a faint smile playing on his lips. If these replicas could be produced continuously, this experience package seemed quite beneficial, so he decided to seize the opportunity. All the phantom swords rose into the air, forming the heavenly confinement sword array. Countless sword energies wove into a net, completely enveloping the area and trapping all wandering spirits within this celestial web. Yi Qing surveyed his surroundings as the Zhu Xian sword whistled back into his hand, and he unleashed the heaven-slashing sword technique. A flash of sword light obliterated a large number of spirits in an instant. When the substitute of the bride ghost was slain, the system notified him of gaining 3 million experience points. Yi Qing seemed possessed, relentlessly swinging his sword, executing the heaven-slashing sword technique repeatedly, with sword energy crisscrossing the air. The bride ghost trembled under the onslaught. Eventually, only a few hundred spirits and the bride ghost remained on the battlefield. Yi Qing took out a pristine bottle, inscribed with special array patterns, and absorbed the remaining spirits along with the bride ghost into it. Surprisingly, the bride ghost did not resist at all. Behave and be my experience pack, or your end will be miserable, Yi Qing threatened, shaking the bottle. He then tossed it into the demon-slaying gourd for safekeeping. The phantom swords dissipated, but 9 flying swords and countless sword marks lingered behind him, forming a unique spectacle. Seeing the area ghost-free, Yi Qing pressed onward. In the distance, a team of professionals following him was awed by Yi Qing's ferocious combat prowess, retreating in fear. They had witnessed Yi Qing setting up formations, with massive sword energies leaving deep marks on the stone walls. Yi Qing is too fierce. He wiped out all the spirits in this area. One team member swallowed nervously. His fierce aura makes me afraid he'll kill us too. Should we keep following? Someone whispered. Yes, but wait 15 minutes before moving forward. It's too dangerous, the captain replied, clearly worried not about the monsters but about Yi Qing's potential friendly fire. The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yi Qing noticed his mana bar was nearly depleted. He hesitated about releasing Xiao Bai to speed up recovery, but thought using potions would be wasteful. He realized his biggest flaw. Despite his incredible destructive power, his attack speed was lacking. If he were faster, the bride ghost wouldn't have had time to use her skills and would have been killed instantly. Ahead, a forest shrouded in ghostly mist appeared, with willow branches swaying in the wind. This was the end of the first layer of the Ghost Valley. Yi Qing used his probing technique on the willows, revealing detailed information. Evil Ghost Willow Elite, level 120, HP 320,000, attack 3,800, defense 5,600, with skills like Evil Mist, Wind, Clone, and Soul Capture. The most notable was the clone skill description. The entire forest was a clone of the evil Willow King, and as long as the main body survived, these clones could rapidly regenerate. Looking at the pervasive mist, Yi Qing formulated a plan. He took out a monster core and set up a peculiar array in the air. His improved Ghost Mist array, upgraded from Lord level to Legendary level. Instantly, damage numbers floated above the heads of the forest monsters. No matter how strong the evil Willow King is, it can't sustain its life force for long. Come out already, Yi Qing said, pulling out a black bottle to add more to the array. The surrounding evil willows began to twist ominously, creating an eerie scene. An enhanced itching powder flashed coldly in Yi Qing's hand. He swiftly hurled several bottles in succession, causing the wicked willows to writhe wildly. their thick trunks twisting and branches lashing the air like whips. In an instant, the wicked willows began to wither at a visible speed, and the ground shook violently, as if something massive was about to break through the surface. With a thunderous crash, the ground split into a web of cracks, rocks tumbling. A towering tree rose up, its bark twisted into a menacing face. Countless roots, like giant serpents, burst forth and lashed towards Qing. Qing clapped his hands, and the ghostly mist around him quickly condensed into a massive mist giant, charging directly at the Willow King. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly checked the Willow King's attributes. Willow King. Level, 125 Legendary. Health, 82 million. Attack, 16,500. Defense, 54,000. Skills, Rising Forest, Clone, Evil Wood Battle Form, Regeneration. As the mist giant collided with the Willow King, Qing activated his primal holy body, and 9 flying swords shot out from behind him. Phantom God Sword Technique. A deluge of sword shadows rained down like a storm. The mist giant disintegrated instantly, perfectly shrouding the Willow King and obscuring its vision. Hundreds of sword flashes struck, damage numbers flickering rapidly, and the Willow King's massive body was sliced into pieces. The system notification promptly sounded. Killed level 120 legendary boss. Gained 55 million experience. Congratulations on leveling up. Qing retrieved the Immortal slaying gourd, collecting the remains of the Willow King and the dropped items. Observing his experience at 44 level and 68, he understood it was a small bottleneck as expected. He planned to stockpile until 46 level and 99, then consume 3 heavenly spirit pills and hunt a few more monsters to push directly to level 50. Emerging from the canyon, a breathtaking peach blossom forest unfolded before him. Young girls in pink frolicked among the trees, creating a harmonious and beautiful scene. A hint of wariness flashed in Qing's eyes. This was likely the second layer of the space. He glanced at his phone. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Qing sat on the grass, casually took out a lunchbox from his storage space, and began eating lunch at a leisurely pace. After finishing his meal, he picked up the Immortal Execution Sword. 8 flying swords arrayed behind him, and his aura became sharply intense. As he ventured deeper into the peach blossom forest, he found these peach trees were ordinary and not monsters. Qing plucked a petal to check its attributes. Sweet dew peach tree rare. Traits. Fruits are sweet and juicy. Consuming them quickly restores stamina and gradually replenishes health and mana. While considering whether to transplant a few into the Hongmeng orb space, several young maidens in pink gauze gracefully approached, their alluring figures partially visible. Qing immediately used a detection spell. Enchantress Elite, level 125. Traits. Skilled in charm techniques, capable of luring targets into a gentle trap unknowingly. Peach Demon Elite, level 125. Traits. Master of illusions. Everything seen may be an illusion. Qing smirked to himself. These monsters' attributes were even inferior to ordinary specters. Without hesitation, Qing stepped forward and performed the Xianhuang Sky Step. A mysterious aura enveloped him instantly, and his invincible domain expanded, completely ignoring the illusions and enchantments around him. 9 flying swords ascended into the air, leaving trails of sharp sword light as they precisely struck the demonic creatures. As the sword light flashed, the peach and charm demons fell one by one, and system notifications rang out. Killed peach demon, gained 9,000 experience. Killed charm demon, gained 9,500 experience. After completing the task, the 9 flying swords returned to Qing, aligning themselves behind him like an extension of his will. Approaching the fallen demons, their true forms were revealed without the support of illusions. Dark, monstrous faces that bore no resemblance to the alluring maidens they once appeared to be. Unfazed, Qing collected the dropped equipment and fed it all to the Immortal slaying gourd. Qing then embarked on a large-scale tree excavation operation. He continuously drew formation patterns, uprooting one peach tree after another, which vanished into the Hongmeng Pearl space. Though sporadic monsters attempted to attack, he easily dispatched them. After an entire hour, the peach blossom forest was left pockmarked and devastated. A team of professional adventurers arriving later was rendered speechless by the astonishing scene. Some whispered, Qing is too fierce. He even uprooted the trees, and it's curious how he managed to strike down those peach and charm demons disguised as stunning beauties. In the deepest part of the peach blossom forest, Qing encountered 2 legendary bosses, the peach blossom demon king and the charm. They appeared as stunning women, draped in sheer silk, gracefully approaching him. Qing glanced at their attributes. Level 125 legendary, average attack and defense, primarily focusing on control. Before they could cast their enchantments, Qing initiated the 100-flower formation. Countless petals rained down, trapping the 2 legendary monsters. He immediately activated Sword Heart Clarity and the Primordial Sacred Body, simultaneously employing the illusory God Sword technique. Hundreds of phantom swords transformed into petals, merging with the floral rain within the formation. When the two creatures attempted to beguile Yi Qing with pink light, the immortal slaying sword array flickered, instantly dispelling the illusion. Their true appearances emerged: dark skin and menacing fangs, devoid of any previous allure. With a 2,500 damage boost, 270 phantom swords combined with the 1,350 attack bonus from the Mortal World Extreme Sword, along with the 150 boost from Xianwang Skystep, each sword light could trigger 5 additional attacks. In just 2 strikes, the legendary bosses were obliterated, reduced to pulp. System notifications promptly announced: killed level 120 Peach Blossom Demon King, gained 45 million experience. Killed level 120 Charm, gained 40 million experience. The system notification chimed as Yi Qing's upgrade information flashed before him. His 3 flying swords Xiao, Zhuxian, and Yushin simultaneously advanced to level 45, significantly enhancing his power. Yi Qing clapped his hands lightly, causing the surrounding formation patterns to recede like a tide, while countless petals fluttered down to the ground. His gaze swept over the loot: 2 monster cores, a bead, and a level 120 legendary ring. Unimpressed by the ring's quality, he turned his attention to the bead's attributes. The special attributes of the phantom bead immediately appeared, all basic attributes 1200, with 2 major skills: transformation and illusion. Transformation allows one to change appearance at will, though it may be seen through by those of far superior strength. Illusion can alter the surrounding environment, trapping others in inescapable hallucinations. Yi Qing decided not to feed it to the Zhuxian gourd, but carefully stored it away, thinking it might become useful in the future. A light sword formed beneath his feet, carrying him swiftly into the sky. Glancing down at the Yin Spirit Gorge below, he realized that passing through the Peach Blossom Forest would lead him to his destination. As the sword marks behind him accumulated, Yi Qing had a sudden inspiration to combine the 100 Flowers formation with the sword marks. This legendary formation could summon endless petals to attack enemies, obscure vision, and trap opponents, adding 70 damage. Combined with the sword marks' inherent 30 damage, the petal form could inflict an additional 51 damage. He took out the Peach Blossom Demon Core, spending half an hour meticulously modifying the formation patterns, successfully transforming all sword marks into floating colorful petals. As he delved deeper into the gorge, the temperature plummeted, the cold biting. The surrounding scenery abruptly changed, and ghostly monsters level 130 Yin Spirit Elite swarmed toward him. With a wave of his hand, petals shot out like arrows, instantly annihilating the Yin Spirits, each contributing 13,000 experience points. The light sword dove down, and Yi Qing activated the Moonlight phenomenon, with 9 flying swords swirling behind him. He strode forward, the petals dancing in the wind, automatically locking onto and eliminating nearby monsters. In this cold, dark region, a dilapidated building caught his attention. The building exuded a powerful aura, the very source of the cold. Yi Qing casually swung his sword, the crimson sword energy cleaving the structure open, revealing a massive humanoid monster bound by iron chains within. The monster's blood-red eyes snapped open, filled with rage. The probing technique revealed: this was a level 135 legendary monster, the Cold Spirit Corpse King. Yi Qing immediately activated Sword Heart Clarity and the Primordial Holy Body, unleashing the heaven-splitting sword technique. A flash of sword light soared skyward, and before the sword's effects could even trigger, the Cold Spirit Corpse King was already slain, granting 65 million experience points. Just as Yi Qing was about to collect his spoils, a sudden gust of wind howled from a distance, followed by a sharp screech that pierced the sky. A figure in a blue dress flew towards them at an incredible speed. Her face was stunningly beautiful, yet her expression was wild and frenzied. Her long hair whipped through the air as she screamed, "How dare you kill him? He was my husband, and I will send you to hell." Yi Qing quickly cast a detection spell, and the attribute panel appeared. Yiming Ghost King, Enraged State. Level 140 Epic. Health 650 million. Description: a soul tormented by unrequited love and life, bound by resentment and death. A lonely spirit wandering the living world in search of her husband, eventually turning his corpse into a puppet to relieve her solitude. Interesting. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Normally, she should be at a legendary level, but when enraged, she escalates to epic. Suddenly, a glimmer of clarity flickered in the Yiming Ghost King's eyes as she glared venomously at Yi Qing. "You have that wretch's scent on you and have desecrated my husband's remains." She hovered in the air, her dress moving without wind, exuding an increasingly fierce aura. Yi Qing remained unruffled, observing the ghostly green flames rising behind her, imagining a tale of emotional entanglement. As the Yiming Ghost King charged with her flames, he calmly uttered, "Time pause. Baby, please turn around." Heart of the Undying. Phantom Sword Art. The surrounding flames and the chilling air froze instantly. 270 phantom swords, resembling petals, filled the sky and slashed towards the Yiming Ghost King. In just 1 second, her health bar was depleted. She activated a resurrection skill, lasting another second. Yi Qing, having deactivated the primal holy body, leisurely pulled out a fruit and took a bite, silently regretting underestimating his damage output. Time resumed, and system notifications rang out. Killed level 135 epic boss, gaining 250 million experience. Dungeon boss has died. Dungeon will close in 10 minutes. From the cold spirit corpse king's body, a handsome yet ethereal scholar emerged, kneeling and pleading. I am about to dissipate. Please let me see Hong Yu one last time. He handed over a letter. This contains the secrets of this place. I have witnessed everything. Yi Qing was taken aback, pocketing the letter before taking out a shimmering bottle. From it emerged a stunning woman in red, her expression blank and lifeless. The scholar rose in excitement, gazing longingly at the woman in red. Yi Qing quietly collected the items dropped by the boss, swiftly calculating the experience points. 100 million were stored in the sign-in system, and the rest used for leveling up. The system notification sounded, and his level soared to 4698, with his flying sword, Zhu Xian, also leveling up. Yi Qing quickly took out 3 translucent Tianling pills and swallowed them without hesitation. The pills dissolved instantly, releasing a warm current that surged through his body, filling his meridians with powerful energy. The attribute panel immediately popped up, indicating that he had leveled up 3 times in a row. Upon checking the experience bar, he saw that he had reached 49 level with 98 experience, making him quite satisfied with the gains from this dungeon run. Not only had he leveled up 7 times, but he had also stored up 1 billion experience points, bringing the total accumulated experience in the sign-in system to 7 billion. At that moment, a surge of dark energy emerged from the ground, forming into the shape of a Yiming Ghost King. Yi Qing initially intended to draw his sword and attack, but after sensing the opponent's attributes, he slowly sheathed his sword. The soul of obsession before him was so fragile that a mere breeze seemed capable of dispersing it. The scene also included a scholar's soul and 2 female ghosts, creating a rather dramatic tableau. The scholar's soul glared at the wisp of obsession with palpable resentment. Haven't you harmed me enough? Even as my soul scatters, you still won't let go. A gentle breeze passed through, and the wisp of obsession dissipated with a satisfied smile. The scholar's soul gazed at the bridal gown ghost as his form gradually faded away. Yi Qing stepped forward, took out a specially crafted bottle, and captured the bridal gown ghost inside, calmly saying, "No need to worry, you'll reunite when the dungeon resets." The dungeon was about to close, and the countdown began. As the numbers ticked down, Yi Qing transformed into a beam of light and vanished, reappearing at the entrance of the Yinling Canyon dungeon. The leaderboard data began to update. First place, Yi Qing, completion time 10.5 hours. Second place, Night Moon Team, completion time 80 hours. Yi Qing turned to leave, thinking that if he hadn't taken a 1-hour break at noon and spent time digging up the peach tree, his score could have been even better. At that moment, a team of professionals arrived at the entrance, the same team that had followed Yi Qing earlier. They were bewildered. We were still in the peach blossom forest. How did we complete the dungeon? It wasn't until they saw the leaderboard that everyone was stunned. He's only been enrolled for a few days and can clear with such speed at just over level 40. It's unbelievable. Back at his residence, Yi Qing sat on the sofa reading a letter in his hand. The ordinary material of the letter had been transformed into an item, allowing him to understand its contents. Most of it was trivial matters, but the last few lines caught his attention. The letter described how the sky suddenly darkened, the ground shook violently, and a massive fissure swallowed the entire city. Upon waking, the writer found themselves trapped in the Yinling Canyon, unable to escape by any means. More terrifyingly, everyone, including the writer, was already dead. Reading this, Yi Qing pondered. Perhaps all these dungeons are like Qing Shui River, with an even more expansive world beyond their boundaries. Yi Qing carefully put away the envelope and entered the Hongmeng Pearl space. He first took care of planting the Ganlu peach trees, a task that kept him busy until late at night. Looking up, he noticed the lights in the laboratory were still on, indicating that Chun Hun was still hard at work. He took out a glass bottle and released the ghost in a wedding dress and a wraith. With the Qishao sword in hand, a flash of cold light followed, shattering the ghost instantly. A system notification sounded. You have defeated the ghost in a wedding dress's decoy, earning 3 million experience points. The other wraith, glowing red, transformed into the ghost's likeness. Yi Qing repeated the process, releasing another wraith and swinging his sword. After several rounds, the ghost's form became increasingly transparent. The system suddenly notified him. Congratulations on leveling up to level 50. You must complete a job transition task to continue gaining experience. Yi Qing promptly chose to draw the job transition task, which appeared moments later. Defeat any level of demigod monster to complete the transition. Easy, one immortal slaying flying knife will do. Qing murmured to himself, planning to keep the weakened ghost as a source of experience. He placed the bottle containing the ghost into the immortal slaying gourd and headed towards the area with exotic plants and flowers. In the central area, Xiaobai was soundly asleep on the grass. Qing was surprised to find it had reached level 48, and the surrounding exotic plants and flowers had grown nearly a year's worth of medicinal age in just one day. Sensing its master's presence, Xiaobai transformed into a white light and leapt onto Yi Qing's shoulder. In the laboratory, the routine mechanical greeting was ignored by Yi Qing. He saw Chun Hun engrossed in studying two glowing petri dishes, with research materials scattered across the table. Upon closer inspection, the contents of the dishes caught his attention. This is divine gene, Chun Hun voluntarily explained, obtained from divine blood found by Daxia in the abyss. I'm attempting a fusion experiment, but the gene activity is insufficient and requires the blood of powerful creatures to cultivate. Without hesitation, Yi Qing took out several bottles of demigod-level blood from the immortal slaying gourd and placed them on the table. These have been specially processed, with abundant energy and activity. Chun Hun was overjoyed and immediately began experimenting with a drop of the blood. Noticing the toll overwork had taken on Chun Hun's hairline, Yi Qing resolved to concoct some restorative pills for him. Before leaving, Xiaobai affectionately nuzzled Yi Qing's cheek and then returned to the exotic plants and flowers as a light. After exiting the Hongmeng Pearl space, Yi Qing opened his phone. It was already 1 a.m., and the phone screen was silent, with even the news notifications having quieted down. The days following the college entrance exam were noticeably less eventful. Yi Qing stared at the phone map, carefully calculating the route from Kyoto to Linhai City 500 kilometers across vast wilderness fraught with danger. Time was of the essence, with only 2 days left. He had to reach Linhai City before the game's scenario merged with reality. Yi Qing was filled with intense curiosity about the impending large-scale scenario reality fusion. The next day, just as dawn broke, Yi Qing opened his eyes. With a snap of his fingers, the power of time and space surged, and in a flash, he appeared outside the protective barrier of Kyoto. The barren field was overgrown with weeds, and in the distance, several high-level monsters were locked in battle, letting out deafening roars. Yi Qing summoned a massive sword of light beneath his feet, with Xiaobai perched lightly on his shoulder. As the sword soared into the sky, a glimmer appeared in Xiaobai's eyes, triggering an illusion that rendered both man and sword invisible. As he flew, the wind howled incessantly. Yi Qing frequently checked the map to confirm his direction, with rolling mountains and dense, lush forests stretching beneath him. Each peak exuded a menacing aura, hiding unknown dangers within. By sunset, Yi Qing sat on the Sword of Light, admiring the vibrant sunset. He used the remaining 8 instances of his time-space power in quick succession, advancing 800 kilometers in one go. As night fell, Yi Qing checked the map again. Barring any unforeseen events, he would reach Linhai City by noon the next day. He entered the Hongmeng Pearl space, set up camp under a peach tree after dinner, and though the space was absolutely safe, he didn't want to disturb Chun Hun, who was engrossed in researching the divine embryo. According to the original timeline, it would take Chun Hun over a decade to develop an artificial deity, but with the support of the Interstellar Research Lab and abundant resources, progress should be significantly accelerated. After a peaceful night's sleep, the mysterious aura around him continually seeped into his body. Waking up feeling refreshed, Yi Qing left the Hongmeng Pearl space and continued his flight. He marveled, "The Hongmeng Pearl space is truly miraculous, making me instinctively resist the outside world." Xiaobai chirped in agreement, having reached level 50 within the space over the past 2 days. By noon, under the blazing sun, Yi Qing stood on a hillside, gazing at the outline of Linhai City. This large city near the East Sea, similar to Tiannan City, boasted nearly 10 million residents. While not as colossal as Kyoto or the magic capital, it was still quite substantial. With a snap of his fingers, he activated the power of time and space, passing directly through the city's protective barrier. Emerging from a dim alley, Yi Qing stepped into the bustling cityscape. Amidst the bustling traffic, he glanced at his phone. June 31st, 1232. In just a day, this bustling metropolis would merge with a large-scale game scenario. Yi Qing walked into a hotel in Linhai City and headed straight for the luxury suite on the top floor. Leaning back on the sofa, he gazed out at the azure sky where clouds drifted lazily by. The view was serene and vast, as if all his worries had vanished in that moment. Spread out on the table was a map of Linhai City, marked with the distribution of various powers. The most powerful among them was the Liu family, boasting a level 250 professional, the undisputed strongest in the city. Besides them, there were several small families and adventurer guilds, even including Linhai University and the coastal garrison. Most of the city's inhabitants, however, were ordinary professionals. Yi Qing closed his eyes, recalling some details. By the time he heard the news, 3 days had already passed. The nationwide broadcast of the disaster had drawn professionals from surrounding areas to help, but ultimately, Linhai City was completely destroyed, with countless casualties. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare. As time passed and the sky darkened, Yiqing stood on the rooftop, the gentle evening breeze blowing past him as the city below lit up with vibrant neon lights. Suddenly, he felt a stir within him. The power of space and time began to operate independently. The surrounding space subtly merged, and Yiqing looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. A small spatial rift was silently forming in the sky, detectable only to someone who could sense the forces of space and time. He reached up and gently touched his face, a black mask with a spider web pattern appearing quietly. A wooden sword materialized at his feet, and he leapt into the air, swiftly heading towards the spatial rift. As he ascended, several figures riding giant birds pursued him quickly. The leader, dressed in city defense attire, shouted sternly, "Who are you? Flying is prohibited in the city. Come down immediately, or we'll take action." Yiqing glanced back coldly, clearly seeing the figures of several city defense soldiers. "Xiao Bai, hold them off," Yiqing whispered, his fingers moving slightly. Xiao Bai's eyes gleamed, and the soldiers suddenly froze, unable to move. The birds also lost control under Yiqing's powerful aura, unable to retreat quickly. Yiqing reached out and touched the rift in the sky. An unknown force quietly flowed into him, causing the power of space and time to rise. A system notification sounded. Spatial traversal usage refreshed. Yiqing withdrew his hand, his expression serious. This change was no coincidence. Suddenly, a core of a Tongtian Ao appeared in his hand, and several monster cores materialized in the air, transforming into golden runes that quickly descended. At that moment, dozens of city guard soldiers on flying mounts rapidly approached, the leading soldier loudly warning, "Stop immediately, or we'll have to act." "What kind of formation is this?" "Cease at once." Yiqing sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He did not respond, instead murmuring, "Xiao Bai, keep them under control." Xiao Bai nodded, his eyes flashing again, instantly immobilizing all the city guard soldiers like puppets. Yiqing tightly grasped the core of the Tongtian Ao, which became the formation's focus. With his movements, a powerful formation unfolded. Countless light particles began to drift down like fine rain, landing on the surrounding skyscrapers. Each light point that fell caused golden patterns to appear on the buildings, forming a mysterious tapestry in the sky. The entire process lasted an hour, covering all of Linhai City's skyscrapers in golden runes, as if blessed by a mystical power, gleaming brightly. With the formation complete, Yiqing looked deep into the distance, slowly withdrawing his gaze. Standing on the rooftop, he overlooked the city illuminated by the glow. Yiqing gave a faint smile, thinking to himself, "This should do it." The massive Guardian formation and the illusion array have successfully merged. With the city protection array, we should be able to reduce casualties significantly. As the spatial rift in the sky continued to grow, Yiqing hesitated to plunge in recklessly. He gently stroked Xiao Bai, then vanished from sight, though he remained in place, silently absorbing the power of space. In the air, the eyes of several city defense soldiers met, their expressions growing more tense. "We don't seem to be a match. Report this immediately," one of them urged, a hint of fear in his voice. "We need to understand what this formation is for. The giant array covering the entire city of Linhai is extremely dangerous." No sooner had he spoken than a loud explosion shattered the silence, and the spatial rift in the sky suddenly widened. The rift now stretched over a dozen meters and continued to expand visibly. Everyone was stunned, shocked beyond words. What is this?" Sound the city-wide alarm and request support from other guilds. Soon, the alarm resounded throughout the skies of Linhai City, throwing every corner into chaos. "Look at the sky. What's that? Is it a terrible monster attacking the city? Let's hurry home." At that moment, Yiqing stood before the spatial rift, feeling the increasingly powerful spatial energy, which was no longer suitable for absorption. Observing his time power skill, he found its usage had increased from 10 to 13 times, and his teleportation range had extended. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes, as large as basketballs, appeared in the rift, followed by a gigantic snake head emerging from the fissure. Its body was crimson, stretching over 100 meters, and it crashed down towards the ground. Yiqing quickly used his detection skill, receiving basic information about the Azure Spirit Blood Python. Azure Spirit Blood Python, level 200, health 4.7 billion. The system's notification shocked him. The gap was too vast to glean more information. The colossal creature landed with a thunderous crash, creating a massive crater, and everyone around screamed and scattered in panic. Even some lower-level practitioners turned pale at the sight of the beast, their legs trembling. The monster's tail swung violently, striking a building. Suddenly, it let out a piercing shriek and rushed forward. The people nearby realized the creature seemed to fear the golden runes and quickly took shelter inside the building. Meanwhile, several figures rapidly approached from afar. The president of Linhai University, the head of the Liu family, and the general of the coastal garrison, all powerful figures above level 200. They spoke in unison. This big guy is tough. We may not handle it alone, but we can at least buy time for reinforcements to arrive. However, one elder's eye showed a hint of doubt. But I'm more curious about what that spatial rift is. The person who appeared in the sky earlier set up the formation, reducing casualties significantly. He might know something. The elders quickly positioned themselves in front of the Azure Spirit Blood Python, each unleashing their formidable skills. Meanwhile, the city defense army swiftly mobilized, organizing to protect the non-combatant citizens as they evacuated. Just then, the spatial rift in the sky expanded again, now spanning a 2-kilometer range. Smaller creatures fell from the rift, crashing to the ground. As the battle intensified, the elders grew increasingly anxious, their faces pale with worry. However, they noticed that nearly all the creatures falling to the ground had already been sliced in half before landing, killed in midair. Everyone was astounded, and at that moment, a massive sword light descended from the sky, striking the enormous blood python with tremendous force. A massive wound suddenly burst open on the giant serpent's body, blood gushing out and instantly staining the surrounding air red. Immediately, the wound seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, deepening 5 more times. A dazzling sword light erupted across the sky, striking the serpent's body with immense force, causing devastating damage. Qing hovered in midair, his gaze icy, observing everything. A level 200 legendary monster, with such a formidable amount of health, was truly astonishing. Phantom sword technique. Qing muttered softly, and the 9 flying swords behind him lit up simultaneously, transforming into hundreds of phantom swords. They turned into a myriad of colorful petals, descending like a silent rainstorm upon the giant serpent. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Countless blades, resembling petals, pierced the serpent's body fiercely, slicing it into pieces in an instant. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Each of these phantom swords was incredibly sharp, causing flesh and scales to splatter as the serpent's massive body completely disintegrated. Simultaneously, the phantom sword technique activated the passive effect of the red dust extreme sword, doubling the damage and unleashing a 10-fold destructive blow. The system notification sounded, and a flicker of excitement crossed Qing's eyes. Killed the level 200 legendary monster, Song Ling Blood Serpent, gained 300 million experience. He stored all the experience into the sign-in system, reaching a current total of 1 billion experience. However, the countless flying petals did not dissipate. They seemed to possess a life of their own, slowly ascending into the air, merging into the massive spatial rift. Qing furrowed his brow, a sense of unease rising within him. In that instant, all the phantom swords were torn apart by the spatial rift, vanishing into the violent spatial force. As the rift expanded further, hordes of monsters continued to pour out. Although these monsters were not particularly strong, their overwhelming numbers were suffocating, like an endless tide. Qing landed, the ground trembling beneath his feet. He glanced at the elders battling other monsters, his gaze turning cold. With a slight wave of his heavenly sword, he charged towards another group of monsters. He understood that the city's crisis was far from over and that they needed to eliminate these relentless enemies swiftly. By 5 in the morning, as the first light of dawn broke, the surrounding darkness began to fade. The spatial rift in the sky had expanded over hundreds of miles, nearly covering the entire city of Linhai. Buildings that were once intact started to warp and distort, and the air was filled with an unusual sense of oppression. More terrifyingly, figures emerged from within those deformed structures, and although they spoke an unfamiliar language, it was evident they did not belong to this world. The streets of Linhai City descended into complete chaos. Countless monsters and strangers from another world arrived, bringing endless calamity. Qing witnessed it all, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Is the dungeon merging with reality? It feels like another world is descending. He realized that the other world seemed to be fighting against the monsters too, but everything had already exceeded his expectations. However, the city's residents couldn't empathize. In the shelters, ordinary people, unable to fight due to their lack of ability, trembled in fear. Numerous life professionals stood helpless against these sudden disasters. In the dark corner of one such shelter, a group of mysterious figures with grim expressions gathered quietly, whispering with a barely detectable excitement. This city is in chaos. Perfect. It's time to gather the Abyss Society members and cause more destruction. A man exuding a dark aura said, his eyes gleaming with madness, his hand gripping a short sword tightly. He moved abruptly, charging into the crowd, beginning a brutal slaughter. Meanwhile, over the East Sea, a colossal monster rapidly approached Linhai City. The figures on its back looked towards the city, their faces blank with shock, seemingly unprepared for the situation to become so complicated. The garrison has withdrawn. Let's go check it out, one of them whispered. The monster quickly shrank, landing in one person's hand, and they swiftly flew towards Linhai City. This is another world arriving, and we should gather more people quickly as there are unimaginable benefits within. Several members of the alien god society did not rush in, but instead prayed devoutly in one direction. They are similar in nature to the Abyss Society, both being traitors of the human race who have pledged allegiance to foreign deities. Compared to the Abyss Society, they are more fanatical and twisted. However, the alien realm is located on the opposite side of Blue Star, not bordering Desya at all. In the center of Kyoto, the headquarters of the professional association sounded an emergency alarm. All the top officials gathered in the conference room to discuss the sudden incident in Linhai City. At this time, the 10 war gods were busy defending against the abyss and could not divert their attention. We must quickly formulate a strategy, as any delay could result in countless deaths. First, gather the strong individuals near Linhai City to provide support, then mobilize reinforcements from the Eastern War Zone. I will ask a few level 300 powerhouses to intervene. With their speed, they can reach Linhai City within 2 hours. Everyone in the conference room began to busy themselves. At this moment, Linhai City was approaching noon, and a massive spatial rift loomed over the entire city, causing the surrounding environment to distort. Qing sat on the rooftop of a tall building, surrounded by blood and corpses. To his surprise, there were not many ordinary people killed by the monsters. More lives were taken by members of the Abyss Society. These corpses were all members of the Abyss Society, and a cold indifference shone in Qing's eyes. He had been fighting continuously for 12 hours, accumulating a full 1 billion experience points. 2 meals appeared in his hand, as Xiaobai ate on his own nearby. Qing was halfway through his meal when he suddenly felt a chill and looked up. A terrifying scene unfolded before his eyes as the spatial rift began to shrink and the surrounding light brightened. A gigantic web covered the entire Linhai City, with a massive blood-red spider at the center, its enormous body blocking half the sky. As Qing ate his meal, he checked the monster's attributes. Blood God Spider, mythical level 120, health 46 billion. Finishing his last bite, Qing thought to himself about signing in for a chance. If he could take down this giant creature, he would surely gain over 2 billion experience points and possibly mythical equipment. At that moment, Qing noticed a figure in a blood-red cloak appearing atop the giant spider, gazing down coldly. The ascension ceremony was successful, but this place looked nothing like the celestial realm. In the ruins, a disheartened young man, leaning on a golden sword, stood up, covered in blood. He looked at the blood god spider in the sky, a bitter smile forming on his lips, thinking to himself, I knew it would still fail. What is this place? Qing checked the attributes of the 2 individuals. The figure atop the blood-red spider had a name glowing in vibrant colors, clearly a mythical level existence. Blood Demon, level 300? Meanwhile, the young man's attributes were Ling Tian Demigod, level 300? Suddenly, Qing felt a terrifying force rushing toward him. In an instant, he quickly activated his space-time power, teleporting hundreds of kilometers away into the Hongmeng Pearl space. The building where he had been was struck by a blood-red light, instantly reduced to ruins. The blood demon atop the blood-red spider looked down, sneering coldly. An ant dared to spy on me. In the space of the Hongmeng Pearl, Qing sat cross-legged on the ground, his forehead drenched in sweat that had soaked through his clothes. His eyes were sharp like swords, fixed intently ahead, yet his heart was filled with fear and anxiety. Xiaobai lay exhausted beside him, breathing heavily under the immense pressure. Qing gritted his teeth, a surge of uncontrollable anger rising within him, a hint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. A level 300 mythic powerhouse truly lived up to the title. Defeating such a foe would surely be an exhilarating experience. With a determined glint in his eyes, Qing quickly activated the sign-in system, setting his target and making a silent vow. This time, he must draw the most powerful item in one go. As his fingers touched the system, the sign-in process began. After 40 consecutive sign-ins, 200 million experience points were instantly consumed, followed by a series of notification sounds. Each sign-in made Qing's heart race. Sign-in successful, obtained the World Annihilation Cannon. Sign-in successful, obtained the God-binding Talisman. Sign-in successful, obtained the Soul-Severing Blade. Sign-in successful, obtained the Oblivion Bomb. Sign-in successful, obtained the Meteor Cannon, Mysterious Curse. The cascade of rewards thrilled Qing to his core. His gaze repeatedly focused on the strongest items among them, while the rest, though plentiful, seemed trivial to him. The World Annihilation Cannon is a super divine item with 2 modes, World Destruction and Realm Annihilation. The former has immense power but requires a cooldown of 10 years, while the latter is slightly weaker but has a 100-year cooldown. Each mode contains world-shattering power, guaranteed to shake the entire world upon use. The God-binding Talisman is a mythic level one-time item that can trap an enemy for half an hour and disappears immediately after use. The Soul-Severing Blade is a demigod level one-time item, capable of obliterating an enemy's soul essence with immense power, but it also vanishes after use. As for the Oblivion Bomb, it is an exceptionally unique item that can tear through a 100-mile radius of space, causing a devastating spatial storm. Its use must be approached with extreme caution, as the storm affects everyone indiscriminately, leading to unpredictable consequences. These powerful items stirred a tidal wave within Yi Qing's heart. However, he did not stop his actions, continuing to set the sign-in target on sword-type weapons. Another 40 consecutive sign-ins consumed the remaining 200 million experience points. Soon, a new string of notifications sounded. Sign-in successful, obtained the Immortal Slayer's Sword. Sign-in successful, obtained the Emperor's Sword. Sign-in successful, obtained Wooden Sword 36. Yi Qing's attention immediately focused on the Immortal Slayer's Sword and the Emperor's Sword. He felt a subtle joy. Although the Emperor's Sword was a mighty divine sword, it was clearly not suitable for him. The Immortal Slayer's Sword, with its massive blood-red blade, seemed to be the perfect match, while the Emperor's Sword's reaction left him with a sense of displeasure. Nonetheless, he did not give up and promptly examined the attributes of these flying swords. The Emperor's Sword, a mythic-level weapon, is destined to choose its master, imbued with its own spirit. Clearly, this sword did not choose Yi Qing as its master. Faced with this rejection, Yi Qing felt a bit helpless yet resigned. Since it doesn't want to be my weapon, I'll just seal it in the immortal gourd, he murmured to himself, deciding to seal the sword away. Disregarding the Emperor's Sword, Yi Qing turned his attention to the other two flying swords, Azura's Sword and Heaven's Retribution Sword. Although these were labeled as demonic and evil swords, they did not resist like the Emperor's Sword. In fact, they seemed surprisingly compliant upon Yi Qing's touch. Without much hesitation, Yi Qing immediately established ownership over these two swords. After confirming ownership of the two swords, Yi Qing carefully stored them away, still somewhat perplexed. Logically, the sinister aura of these swords should make them harder to control than the Emperor's Sword. So why were they so obedient? Yi Qing shook his head lightly, chuckling to himself. Could it be that my actions have made these evil swords more submissive to me? He paused in silence, his gaze growing somber. After all, in this life of mine, when do I have the luxury to care about the world? Yi Qing's face bore a bitter smile, fully aware that these swords did not truly resonate with him. Instead, they matched his inner coldness and solitude. As Yi Qing was lost in thought, the surrounding space trembled slightly, indicating that the battle outside was reaching its climax. Yet he remained seated quietly, ready to face the approaching storm. In this lifetime, having power without turning to darkness or having a twisted mind is already quite good. Why overthink it? Yi Qing decided to first eliminate the blood god spider and then destroy the blood demon. His gaze fixed on the world-punishing cannon, thinking to himself that if this thing were aimed at the blood demon, it could surely inflict serious damage. Then, he thought of the immortal slaying sword array and the immortal slaying flying knives, preparing to use them all together. Xiaobai was dozing off beside him, looking a bit sleepy. Yi Qing grabbed Xiaobai and quickly left the Hongmeng Pearl space. With a spatial rift appearing, they emerged in the wilderness, 100 miles from Linhai City. The surrounding monsters, upon seeing this, fled wildly, distancing themselves from Linhai City. Yi Qing looked up to see a gigantic spider circling in the sky, with a golden divine dragon beside it, their formidable auras clashing in the air. Yi Qing snapped his fingers, using the power of time and space to instantly enter Linhai City. At this moment, in the sky, the former dean of the combat department at Kyoto University, Zhao Qianquan, the heads of the four great families of Kyoto Yi Tianxing, Shengwan Ding, Nangong Jing and a young man named Ling Tian wielding a golden sword, were joining forces against the blood demon. Long Tongue stood atop a giant golden dragon, shouting loudly, "I think we can talk. This is Xia, and you're welcome to join us as a strong being from another world. Don't talk. You don't know what he's done, massacred billions just to complete an ascension ritual to become an immortal. Let's join forces and kill him." Ling Tian shouted angrily at the others, his eyes filled with hatred. Zhao Qingquan pulled Ling Tian aside and whispered, "We are buying time for the ordinary people below to evacuate. Otherwise, who knows how many will die in the battle." Ling Tian's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly, understanding that leaving was not easy, as the spider web was poisonous unless the blood god spider was killed. At that moment, the ground in Linhai City changed again, with golden lights rising from the ground and merging with the city protection array, directly bursting the spider web. Zhao Qianquan was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "See, the web has been broken." The blood demon's eyes narrowed, just about to make a move when he seemed to realize something, and points of blood light emerged from his body, flying into the sky. Below, a group of combat professionals led the way as life professionals followed quickly behind, evacuating Linhai City in an orderly manner. The powerful figures in the sky kept a close watch on the blood demon, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, the blood demon stood coldly in the blood light, gazing at the sky, murmuring to himself, where did it go wrong? Why did breaking the spatial barrier bring me to this place? Just as the group was leaving Linhai City, a gigantic creature flew in from the other side of the sky, covered in pitch black, menacing spikes, with several figures standing on its head. Zhao Qianquan looked at those figures, sensing their rapidly growing aura, surrounded by a bloody atmosphere. His heart trembled as he thought, the divine association dares to come to Xia? Once here, they will stay forever. Suddenly, a blood-red long sword appeared in Zhao Qianquan's hand. The sword's light flickered as it shot towards the sky, launching an attack on the gigantic creature. Accompanied by a deafening sword cry, the blood-red sword energy, like a blade tearing through the sky, slashed at the alien magic eagle. A member of the Divine Society sneered, Zhao Qianquan, you're too arrogant. This alien magic eagle is at the level of 300 demigods. The creature spread its wings, effortlessly blocking the blood-red sword energy. Zhao Qianquan's eyes flashed with a red glow. A mere demigod-level creature. He had slain such beings before. At that moment, a blood-red ferocious beast appeared behind him, its aura somewhat similar to the blood demon, and it immediately engaged in fierce combat with the alien magic eagle. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Lanhai City, a ghostly light flickered, heading straight for Yi Tianxing. A seven-colored shield appeared behind Yi Tianxing, firmly blocking the attack. From the ghostly light emerged a masked, middle-aged man, exuding a sinister aura as if probing the murky past. You're from the Abyss Society, damn it, Yi Tianxing muttered, swinging his longsword and charging at the masked man. At that moment, the blood demon suddenly erupted, and a blood-red river appeared in the sky, scattering countless blood beads. Long Tongue shouted, watch out, everyone. A divine dragon's tail blocked the attack. Flames that could burn the sky ignited behind Nangong Jing as he launched a counterattack on the blood demon. Meanwhile, Shangguan Ding flashed, attempting to ambush the blood demon. In the face of their assault, the blood demon merely smiled and merged into the blood river, coldly saying, you don't even have the right to harm me. Under the sunlight, the entire Lanhai City was instantly dyed blood-red. In the distance, in the ruins, Yi Qing watched the various battlefields. A golden dragon clashed with a blood-red spider, while a massive blood-red monster tangled with a black bird. The situation grew increasingly chaotic, and Yi Qing thought to himself, this is getting interesting. Finally, he decided to assist Zhao Qianquan first, realizing that the skill he was using was a blood-burning technique, and he wouldn't last long in such a desperate fight. At this time, Zhao Qianquan's face grew increasingly aged, with a look of despair in his eyes. He thought to himself, let's see if I can take you down with me before I die. Even if these old bones of mine perish, I must protect Daxia. The people atop the alien magic eagle sneered. You think you can trade your life to kill the alien magic eagle? I believe you can, but we're not just decorations. Farewell, go join your brother. Several members of the Divine Society began chanting incantations, and a massive sphere of light appeared in the sky, exuding an intimidating aura. Zhao Qianquan was still entangled with the alien magic eagle, unable to evade the impending attack. Just then he faintly heard a voice, Immortal slaying flying dagger. A blade's light streaked across the sky like a meteor, slashing directly at the alien magic eagle's head. A character floated up, signifying a one-hit kill. Yi Qing, holding the Immortal slaying gourd, quickly collected the alien magic eagle's corpse and its loot, using the power of time and space to take Zhao Qianquan away from the scene. The massive sphere of light crashed down, creating a bottomless circular crater in the ground. Members of the Divine Society exchanged glances. A masked man killed the alien magic eagle and took Zhao Qianquan. What should we do next? One of them asked, looking at the blood demon. Retreat. If we act rashly, Daxia and this creature might join forces against us. The black cloaks behind them gently swayed, and in an instant, they vanished from the spot. On a hillside several hundred miles from Linhai City, Yi Qing suddenly appeared with Zhao Qianquan. Seeing Zhao Qianquan unconscious, Yi Qing immediately checked his condition. A Huidian pill appeared in Zhao Qianquan's hand, and without hesitation, Yi Qing placed it in his mouth, then gently placed his fingers on Zhao Qianquan's wrist. Yi Qing frowned. Zhao Qianquan originally had 2 years left to live, but after this fierce battle, his life force was damaged, leaving him only 1 year. As Zhao Qianquan's condition rapidly improved, Yi Qing knew he would regain consciousness within a minute. Using his power over time and space, he returned near Linhai City, his eyes fixed on the battle scene, calculating his gains. Slaying the alien demon eagle had earned him 5.1 billion experience points. After completing the job transition task, his professional skills were enhanced, and he comprehended the skills of Peerless Sword Intent and Martial Arts Golden Body. Yi Qing took out 3 flying swords Zhu Xian, Azura, and Tianjinan chose to store 3.3 billion experience points in the sign-in system, using the rest for leveling up. Congratulations on leveling up. The system prompt sounded, and Yi Qing's flying swords Zhu Xian, Azura, Qi Xiao, Yutian, Shura, and Tianjian all leveled up, along with his pet, the nine-tailed heavenly fox. Ultimately, Yi Qing reached level 56, and the 6 flying swords, along with Xiao Bai, also reached the same level. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Qing couldn't help but feel helpless. Now he had 6 growth-capable flying swords and a nine-tailed heavenly fox, all requiring experience to level up. In the distance, a blood demon caught his attention, his eyes gleaming. A level 300 demigod could bring in tens of billions of experience points, and if it were a level 300 mythical creature, the experience gained could exceed 1,000,000. The battle intensified, with Yi Tianxing having already dealt with the Abyss Society members and joining the fray. Yi Tianxing, Long Tongue, Shengwan Ding, Nangong Jing, and Ling Tian launched attacks on the Blood River. Meanwhile, a golden dragon was suppressing the blood god spider, which became increasingly blood red, but the golden dragon was also severely poisoned, its scales shimmering with strange blood light. The aftermath of the battle collapsed the surrounding buildings, turning the entire Linhai city into ruins, littered with severed limbs and flowing with rivers of blood. Below, some surviving humans and monsters screamed, only to be buried under the rubble. Yi Qing observed from afar, thinking to himself that level 300 powerhouses were indeed terrifying, and without using his trump card, he stood no chance against them. At that moment, a massive and menacing cannon appeared beside Hima's super divine item known as the world-destroying cannon. The barrel was aimed at the Blood River, but the speed of these powerhouses was too fast to accurately target. Helplessly, Yi Qing put away the world-destroying cannon. Despite its immense power, its drawbacks were evident, making it far less convenient than the Immortal slaying gourd. Not far away, a shadow silently emerged from the ground, gradually detaching and revealing a short figure in a black cloak. Yi Qing frowned slightly, alert. This was yet another member of the Abyss Society, persistent as ever. The cloaked figure approached Yi Qing, speaking in a crisp and melodious voice. "You don't seem like a good person either. How about we join forces to eliminate them?" Yi Qing stared at the figure dressed in black before him, a cold smile playing on his lips. Both of them were clad in identical outfits, black coats and black masks, though the other's mask was adorned with a menacing spider pattern. "What are you? Just a mere pawn of the Abyss Society, and you think you're worthy of working with me?" Yi Qing's voice dripped with disdain. Surprisingly, the person did not get angry and simply replied softly, "Very well then." As soon as the words were spoken, a shadow appeared beneath him, and his figure began to slowly sink. At that moment, the ground suddenly lit up with a blood-red array, countless crimson threads spreading like a web, binding the figure tightly. "You really aren't a good person, setting up an array here in secret," the figure said coldly. Yi Qing strode forward and tore off the black robe, revealing a girl of about 14 or 15, with blood-red eyes, long white hair, and a face marked by indifference. "So you're a member of the Ghost Clan, courting death?" Yi Qing sneered as a Shura sword instantly formed in his hand, black demonic energy swirling around him, a terrifying shadow appearing behind him. Without bothering to use any detection spells, he directly unleashed the heaven-splitting sword technique, a black sword light shooting towards the girl. But just as the sword energy was about to strike, the Ghost Clan girl vanished into thin air, as if she had never been there. Yi Qing sheathed his sword, cold sweat dripping from his palms. He had caught a glimpse of her attributes: Liu, a myth, level 300, with all other information hidden, leaving only that name. With his current power, he was no match. Though she seemed to harbor no hostility, he dared not lower his guard. Yi Qing had always maintained a kill-in-sight policy towards the Abyss Society and its races. His figure soon disappeared from the spot. Liu reappeared silently, gazing at the spot where Yi Qing vanished, murmuring to herself, "Strange, why does he have the aura of the Ghost Clan?" A meaningful smile appeared on her delicate face, as she firmly committed Yi Qing's aura to memory. Meanwhile, the battle in the sky grew increasingly fierce. Everyone was battered and blood-soaked. The massive golden dragon was covered in a bloody glow, the poison having seeped deep into its body. The blood god spider had vanished into the blood river. "We can't break through this blood river," Long Tongue panted. "The blood demon is unharmed, and we've almost reached our limit." Blood-red light continuously erupted from the river, attacking the group. A glint of blood flashed in the blood demon's eyes. "The blood river array is now part of me. You can't break it, so you'll never reach me. I'm done playing with you. Die and become my nourishment." The blood river surged violently, its crimson light engulfing the sky for thousands of miles. In this critical moment, a white-haired girl suddenly appeared in front of the blood river, wielding a purple short sword, cleaving through the blood light. The blood demon's expression turned grave. He could sense that this girl was an opponent on par with him, far surpassing those he had faced before. Liu looked at the blood demon with an odd expression. "I can help you reach a higher realm, but you must pledge allegiance to me." Long Tongue and the others exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of what to do next. The blood demon gazed at Liu, his eyes filled with resentment. If the Blood Demon were to join the Ghost Clan, the defenses of the Great Xia in the Abyss would face even greater challenges. If you truly have a way to advance, why are you still stuck in this state? I don't believe you, the Blood Demon questioned. Li Yue's lips curled into a faint, serene smile. Believe it or not, if you refuse, there will be no place for you in this world. The Blood Demon fell into contemplation, just about to speak, when Yi Qing below suddenly clapped his hands. In an instant, time froze. Yi Qing looked up, noting that the Blood Demon's health bar was still full, indicating that the previous battle hadn't even breached his defenses. He had hoped these few people could at least deplete some of the Blood Demon's health, but they were unexpectedly powerless. Without hesitation, Yi Qing set up the world-annihilating cannon, aiming at the spot in the Blood River where the Blood Demon had just spoken. Heaven and earth destruction. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the entire Blood River collapsed instantly, the surrounding space began to crumble, and the spatial rifts enveloping Linhai City re-emerged. A system notification followed. Killed Blood God Spider, gained 6.2 billion experience. Killed Blood Demon Avatar, gained 1 billion experience. Yi Qing realized he had only defeated the avatar of the Blood Demon, while the main body remained elusive. There was no time to check the Blood God Spider's loot as the time pause was about to end. The Immortal Execution Sword formation suddenly unfolded, trapping the Ghost Clan girl Li Yue within. Yi Qing hesitated slightly. She didn't seem hostile, but since the formation was set, it was necessary to test its power. Sword energy crisscrossed, raining down on Li Yue. In a second, it inflicted trillions of damage, yet only halved her health. By the second, Li Yue's health had finally hit zero. Yi Qing retracted the formation map, and 4 flying swords hovered around him. He took out the core of the Blood God Spider and inscribed a sealing formation on Li Yue, preparing to take her back for Chunhan to study. Time resumed, and a gust of wind swept through the blood-scented Linhai City. The heads of several prominent families stared in shock. The Blood River had vanished, the Blood Demon was gone, leaving only a masked man carrying the unconscious Ghost Clan girl. Yi Qing cast a calm glance at the crowd, then vanished instantly, entering the Hongmeng Pearl space. In the laboratory, Chunhan was still engrossed in his research, akin to a tireless research fanatic. Seeing Yi Qing arrive, he set aside his materials, a mix of exhaustion and excitement in his eyes. The divine gene is growing rapidly. In about half a year, it should form an initial divine embryo. Yi Qing handed over a container filled with the Blood God Spider's blood. This is the blood of a myth-level creature, ideal for cultivating divine genes. Chunhan's eyes gleamed with fervor as he immediately took the container to begin his research. Meanwhile, the spatial rifts above Linhai City continued to expand, threatening to connect with another world. Everyone was anxious, fearing the expanding rift might endanger neighboring cities. I wonder, who was the powerful figure that resolved the issues with the Ghost Clan and the Blood Demons? Long Tongue gently stroked the golden scales of the divine dragon, his eyes filled with a glimmer of curiosity and endless questions in his heart. Meanwhile, the sky over the East Sea suddenly tore open, revealing a massive figure in the sky. The gigantic Songhai evil dragon twisted its body rapidly, attempting to escape. It was flying swiftly towards Linhai City, its eyes filled with intense dread. Just then, a surge of black mist flashed across the sky, and the colossal evil dragon transformed into a sinister-looking man. He smirked coldly, his eyes filled with icy malice, as he gazed at the monstrous waves he had stirred and raced toward Linhai City. Above Linhai City, the rift in the sky grew larger. The area was already unstable and had just been struck by the Zhujie cannon, tearing the space apart. The dark fissures hung in the sky, resembling wounds that continued to expand. Then, a black hole appeared, and through it, a man in a white shirt emerged, wearing a faint smile. This place is so severely damaged, it seems a bit troublesome, the man murmured to himself. A peculiar energy wave surged from behind him, and the surrounding rifts began to visibly heal. In moments, the shattered space gradually restored itself, and the sky once again became a clear, cloudless blue. The people below looked up in shock at the man in white. Long Tongue was the first to speak, his voice full of awe. Chu Tian, the god of war, weren't you guarding the abyss? Chu Tian maintained his serene expression and replied leisurely. The abyss is fine now. I explored the mysterious dungeon in the western frontier a few days ago, and just came out today. He stretched lazily. I never miss a chance to explore unknown dungeons. In just a few minutes, the rifts in the sky had healed, and the city returned to tranquility. Then, Chu Tian did something unexpected, flicked his finger, sending a white flame shooting towards the East Sea. There are still some monsters and survivors in the ruins over there. Go and rescue them quickly, he said. After that, his body transformed into a beam of light, swiftly heading west. He did not pause, driven by his sole obsession, exploring those unknown dungeons. Meanwhile, a blood-red light appeared in the distance. Zhao Qianquan surveyed the devastated battlefield, the ruins piled with debris, and he couldn't help but reflect deeply. In this life, I have never reached that realm. Perhaps I'll never have the chance. Over the East Sea, Chu Tian's white flame had already struck the Songhai evil dragon. The massive figure turned to ash in an instant, and the flame continued its unstoppable path towards Sakura country. Eventually, it collided with a gigantic figure, the Sakura country's divine beast, the Yamata no Orochi. With a thunderous crash, one of the 8 massive heads suddenly exploded, flesh and blood flying. The remaining 7 heads roared in fury. Chu Tian, Daxia, I will not let you go. Inside the Hongming Pearl space, Yi Qing stood before a giant glass container. Inside, a ghost clan girl was struggling incessantly, her health bar nearly depleted, until Yi Qing forcibly sealed her. Chen Han, do you think there's any similarity between the ghost clan in the abyss and our internal organs? Perhaps we should dissect them to find out. Yi Qing looked down at the girl, his eyes filled with experimental interest. Chen Han walked over from the side and said calmly, let's make that the next project. Right now, I'm focused on the god-making plan. Yi Qing nodded, then turned to Chen Han with a serious look in his eyes. I choose to trust you. Here's this card for you. He gently picked up a card with his fingers and handed it to Chen Han. Chen Han accepted the item in his hands with a sense of bewilderment, his eyes fixed on the words career advancement card. A sudden shock ran through him. Such a rare item could fetch billions at an auction. He couldn't believe Yi Qing was really giving him something so life-changing. The disparity between lifestyle professionals and combat professionals was precisely due to such advancement cards. Yi Qing patted Chen Han on the shoulder and said casually, study it well, don't overthink it. With that, he walked towards the door of the lab. As he glanced back, he noticed the career advancement card in Chen Han's hand had vanished, and he turned his attention back to his work. Yi Qing moved to the center of the exotic plants, his gaze falling on the 7-colored mist flower and the dream flower, pleased to see they had sprouted buds. Xiaobai jumped off his shoulder, curled up on the ground, and dozed off. All right, I won't need you for the upcoming battles, Yi Qing thought to himself, deciding Xiaobai would stay behind to level up in the Hongming Pearl space instead of splitting the experience with him. As he pondered, he walked towards the Peach Blossom Grove to check the stored experience. The sign-in system displayed 11.2 billion 1 million, with the system able to upgrade, requiring 10 billion experience and 240 hours of dormancy. Considering the message, Yi Qing realized there wouldn't be any major events occurring soon, so he decided to commence the system's advancement. Once the system entered dormancy, all functions would be temporarily unavailable. Yi Qing took out the items dropped by the Blood God Spider, including the Blood God Mythical Set, which required level 120 to equip. A single piece added 150,000 to all base attributes. 3 pieces increased attack speed, movement speed, attack, and defense by 1800, and the 5-piece effect, Blood River Phenomenon, was incredibly powerful, ensuring endless life as long as the Blood River flowed, allowing for both attack and defense through the phenomenon. Yi Qing marveled at the mythic set, having thought the demigod set was already formidable, but the mythic set was overwhelmingly superior, especially with the Blood River Phenomenon, which he had witnessed in action. The Blood Demon had fought strong opponents for a long time without losing a drop of blood, ultimately escaping with the transformation. Reviewing the skills acquired after the job change, Yi Qing found that his new profession, Xianhuang Body Sovereign, granted him the Martial Arts Golden Body skill. Martial Arts Golden Body LV1 manifested a self-shadow that grew as his strength increased, currently reaching 30 meters tall, with a 2,200 attack and 2,900 defense, lasting 120 seconds with a 12-hour cooldown. The passive skill Unrivaled Sword Intent, LV1 could transform anything into illusionary swords at a thought, with no limit to the number, having a 24-hour cooldown. The path for his first job change was set, and each subsequent change would enhance this foundation. Pleased with these powerful skills, Yi Qing considered how to use the 10 skill upgrade cards he possessed. He first decided to upgrade Power of Time and Space, and a sword's cold light sweeps across 19 continents. Both required 3 cards for a second upgrade. Without hesitation, Yi Qing proceeded with the upgrades. After using 4 skill upgrade cards, Sword Heart Clarity, Primal Holy Body, Red Dust Extreme Sword, and Unyielding Heart also leveled up. The successful upgrade notifications echoed in his mind, and Yi Qing opened his skill list, filled with anticipation. Yi Qing carefully examined his skill panel. The Power of Time and Space had significantly increased. His time-stopping ability now lasted 180 seconds. Long-distance teleportation could be used 22 times, and the teleportation range extended to 800 kilometers. Moreover, he gained the ability to pinpoint spatial coordinates and travel at will, even altering or concealing all of his attributes, aura, and appearance as he pleased. These abilities could only be used once every 8 hours. Those 3 skill upgrade cards were worth it. Yi Qing nodded to himself. His special skill, One Sword Shines Across 19 Provinces, also received a massive boost. This zero-cost skill now had two effects, Sword Scar and Sword Light. In Sword Scar mode, his movement speed increased by 240, with 30 sword scars appearing at his feet, and he gained 30 sword scars per second while sword riding. Killing monsters granted him 100 sword scars directly. These sword scars could materialize to deal 45 damage to targets, automatically locking onto and attacking enemies, or following him when no target was present, with no limit to their number. The Sword Light effect enhanced attack speed by 80, generating 7 sword lights of varying power during sword attacks, with additional damage decreasing from 180 to 30. Other skills also saw remarkable enhancements. Sword Heart Enlightenment now consumed only 10 mana to boost all attributes by 2,000 for 1,000 seconds, ignoring all defenses and shields, even those of deities. The Primordial Holy Body increased all attributes by 300 upon activation, though it drained 0.5 of health and mana per second, lasting 600 seconds. The passive effect of Mortal Extreme Sword increased attack, defense, and speed by 10 for each Phantom Sword, with no upper limit. The Unyielding Heart skill allowed attack bonuses to stack up to 1,800 times when killing monsters, lasting 240 seconds. Looking at the 10 remaining skill upgrade cards in the system store, Qing felt a bit of regret, but was quite satisfied with his current improvements. He retrieved a treasure map dropped by the Lord of Mist from the Immortal Slaying Gourd, which led to an undiscovered massive dungeon. Once the matters in Linhai City are settled, I'll explore that place, Qing thought as he glanced at his phone, realizing it was already 10 p.m. on July 2nd. Although the 2 days and nights of battle hadn't drained his health, the mental exhaustion was real. He crawled into his tent amidst the peach grove and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Qing emerged from the tent, taking in the beautiful surroundings and contemplating building a cabin there. Despite the lab and spaceship being fully equipped, he preferred the natural environment. After a tour of the Hongmeng Pearl space, he noticed Xiao by sleeping soundly among the exotic flowers and plants, while Chunhun was focused on extracting the blood god spider's genes. Curious, Qing used a probe on Chunhun. Chunhun, level 1, profession, origin creator. What kind of profession is this? Is it a support class? Qing wondered, deciding not to disturb Chunhun's concentration. Upon leaving the Hongmeng Pearl space, a scene of devastation in Linhai City unfolded. Amidst the ruins, dozens of professionals were tirelessly working on rescue operations, carefully excavating every potential spot for survivors. Qing glanced up at the sky, noting that the once menacing spatial rift had vanished. It must have been a demigod who intervened, he mused. The power of the World Annihilator cannon far exceeded expectations. Suddenly, a terrified shout disrupted the rescue scene. A massive, blood-red giant lizard emerged from the rubble, letting out an ear-splitting roar. A level 100 legendary monster. Form up. Several rescue teams reacted instantly, soldiers swiftly repositioning to encircle the creature, their skills lighting up in succession. In that critical moment, a crimson sword aura sliced through the air, precisely severing the giant lizard in half. With a stoic expression, Qing sheathed his Qishao sword and strode forward. It's Qing, the 10th on the heavenly ranking. A wave of astonished whispers rippled through the crowd. To slay a level 100 legendary monster with one strike. What power? Ignoring the murmurs, Qing walked directly to the lizard's corpse and extracted its beast core. Placing it on the ground, intricate patterns emanated from the core, merging into the earth. Instantly, the surrounding rubble began to lift, revealing the bodies of victims and monster remains below. Focus on the rescue, someone commanded decisively. The professionals, with their superior physical abilities, greatly increased the efficiency of the operation, rescuing dozens of survivors in no time. For the entire day, Qing assisted in the rescue efforts. It wasn't until sunset that he paused to rest on a large rock, gazing at the horizon painted red by the dusk. The surrounding cries and wails were heart-wrenching. This era is too harsh, a young soldier remarked behind him, carrying a steaming meal. Being weak is a sin. The wilderness is desolate, and the city hides countless members of the Abyssal Society. Qing turned and asked, "What's your name? You speak with insight." "I'm Zhang Xian, a soldier stationed in Linhai City. This is your meal." Accepting the food, Qing replied meaningfully, "In the tide of the times, only the strong survive." With that, he turned and left, leaving Zhang Xian deep in thought. The next morning, rescue teams from Dongdu University and Daida University arrived. Standing atop a large rock, Qing's gaze fell on familiar faces among the Daida University team. Nangong Ro looked troubled, while Murong Shui appeared despondent. Yiling approached her brother with concern. "Brother, when did you arrive? I couldn't reach you on the phone." Pointing to Nangong Ro and Murong Shui, Qing asked, "What's wrong with them? They seem off." "I know a bit about Murong Shui," Yiling explained. She turned down the recruitment from the Shangguan family and was consecutively challenged by several freshmen in epic gear sent by them. She lost 13 matches in 3 days and couldn't even defeat S-level peers, which hit her hard. As for Nangong Ro, I suspect it's family issues. She's caught between the Nangong and Long families. Surveying the ruins, Yi Ling remarked. The battle here must have been intense. Even father was seriously injured. Stop looking, Yi Qing said, using an engraved pattern in his hand to command the surrounding rocks to rise. Go help. By noon, several more teams arrived, and the main forces of the Huadong military district finally reached the site. As night fell, the cleanup of the ruins in the city was nearly complete. The entire area was brightly lit, and cries and groans of pain echoed from the rows of temporary shelters. Yi Qing entered one of the shelters, and several soldiers who were organizing the list of casualties immediately stood up and saluted. Have you got the exact death toll? Yi Qing gestured for them to be at ease. We only have preliminary figures so far, and they're not fully accurate yet. About 1.13 million injured and 590,000 dead. Yi Qing frowned slightly, nodded silently, and walked out of the shelter. He calculated in his mind. This time, the casualties are indeed less than the 1.72 million deaths from the previous timeline. As for the severely injured, as long as there are high-level healers around, healing ordinary civilians is just a matter of moments. The moonlight was like water, and stars dotted the sky. While strolling, Yi Qing encountered Morong Shui. Her eyes were red, filled with grievance and disappointment. Upon seeing Yi Qing, she turned away hurriedly, her back showing stubbornness. I remember in the previous life, Morong Shui was downcast for a long time until that special dungeon appeared, which led to her rapid rise. In the end, she still chose the Shangwan family. Yi Qing murmured to himself, looking at his palm, a glint of determination in his eyes. Thanks to the Yi family for shielding me from those troubles, otherwise, I would have struggled to escape the recruitment from other families. It seems this act must continue. He set up a tent to spend the night, laying down several protective formations to ensure safety. The next morning, a thin mist enveloped the tents and temporary shelters. By midday, the cleanup of the ruins was thoroughly completed, and various support professionals were busy treating the lightly injured, whose wounds healed visibly. The rescue teams began to withdraw. Just as Yi Qing was preparing to head into the wilderness, urgent footsteps approached from behind. Yi Ling caught up with him. Brother, aren't you returning to Kyoto? The flying beasts are ready. I found a treasure map in the wilderness and plan to explore it. Help me request a long leave from Kyoto University. Yi Qing replied, and with that, a giant sword of light appeared beneath his feet, propelling him skyward like a shooting star, disappearing into the horizon. Yi Ling stood frozen, murmuring, the wilderness is so dangerous, yet he dares to go alone. Miss, it's time to go home. The young master might have his own secrets. An old man approached with a large, four-legged, winged beast. Let's go. Father is seriously injured. I must hurry back to care for him, Yi Ling said, collecting her thoughts and turning away. High above, Yi Qing sat cross-legged on the light sword, holding the map in his hands, west of the eastern capital, at the bottom of the Mingyue River. He pondered. The entrance to this massive dungeon is actually underwater. Just the name sounds like a dungeon. Before he finished speaking, he activated the power of time and space, vanishing from the spot in an instant. In the wilderness beyond the eastern capital, Yi Qing sat alone at the edge of a cliff. Behind him, lush greenery stretched out, while the bustling city shimmered in the sunlight in the distance. In his hands was a piece of white paper, marked with numerous corrections, containing information about the future. Over the next 3 months, the Grand Xia would remain peaceful until October 1st, when a foreign spy incident during the National College Professionals competition would lead to the fall of an SS-level genius. Then, on October 26th, a manifestation of the eight-headed serpent, the guardian beast of the Sakura Nation, would infiltrate Grand Xia, unleashing chaos. It was July 5th, and Yi Qing pondered these predictions. The blood demon had escaped, and a demon god's avatar was entrenched in Jiangbei. One was elusive, and the other overwhelmingly powerful, making them difficult to handle. Reflecting on his past life, Yi Qing frowned. I have no recollection of someone like the blood demon. Suddenly, the words blood river flashed in his mind, sparking a burst of inspiration. Without hesitation, Yi Qing once again wielded the power of time and space, his appearance quickly transforming into that of a young man in his mid-20s. He took out a mirror to adjust his hairstyle, nodding to himself. This way, no one would recognize him as the top scorer in the college entrance exam and the 10th on the heavenly list. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the busiest street in the eastern capital. A sheathed long sword hung at his waist, but most striking were the lightning bolts continuously striking above his head. Passers-by hurriedly avoided him, whispering among themselves. This guy must have done something terrible. Look at that lightning, it's aimed right at his head. If he wasn't a combat professional, he'd have been struck dead by now. Yi Qing ignored the chatter around him, took out his phone, and checked his new electrified hairstyle, a grin forming at the corners of his mouth. Now, even fewer people would recognize him. He sheathed his sword, bought a map of the eastern capital, and sat down to study it closely. The Mingyue River, It's not even on the map. He compared it to a treasure map he had, finding only a marked location for the Xianyue Mountain dungeon. Without hesitation, Yi Qing dashed towards his destination, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, crossing half the city in just an hour. In front of the Xianyue Mountain dungeon, a lively crowd gathered, with many professionals trading equipment and forming teams. Yi Qing moved through the crowd, occasionally catching snippets of conversation. I heard even the elite monsters here are dropping Lord-level gear now. Does that mean the Lord might drop legendary gear? No wonder so many people are farming this dungeon. Listening to these discussions, a knowing glint appeared in Yi Qing's eyes, just as I expected. Yi Qing stood at the entrance of the Xianyue Mountain dungeon, pondering an important discovery in his mind. It was highly likely that the hidden dungeon, Mingyu River, lay beneath this mountain. He speculated that the monsters from Mingyu River occasionally made their way up to Xianyue Mountain, and their power and level were suppressed by the dungeon rules, leading to the drop of high-tier equipment. At the entrance, a few professionals sat lazily while a sparse line of solo players queued up. This was the territory of the top aristocratic family in Xia, the Ji family of Dongdu, and no one dared to cause trouble here. A Ji family professional took the bank card Yi Qing handed over, collected the million entry fee, and lingered his gaze a bit longer on Yi Qing's unique hairstyle, cautioning, "You've got style, be careful in there." Yi Qing nodded silently. As he stepped into the dungeon, the surrounding scenery changed abruptly. The bustling crowd disappeared, replaced by towering ancient trees, with wildflowers and grass swaying gently in the breeze. A few timid rodent-like monsters scurried away at the sight of a human. The system prompt indicated that the monsters here were mild-tempered and wouldn't attack easily. Yi Qing advanced while swinging his sword to clear the underbrush along the way. He crouched under a large tree, carefully inspecting several small burrows, and placed his hand on the ground to sense the stability of the space. He intended to find a weak spot in the space to use his power over time and space to enter the hidden dungeon, but without specific location references, he could only explore slowly. 9 flying swords hovered protectively behind him. A few monsters in the distance tried to flee at the first sight, only to be cut down by the Shura sword with a burst of dark light. The system prompt declared, "Killed a moonlight deer, gained 3,000 experience." Looking at the drained monster corpses, Yi Qing gripped the Shura sword and warned, "Behave, or don't blame me for destroying you." He examined the attributes of the Shura sword closely. Strength 5,000, physical attack 9,700, attack speed 150. Skills included Demon Sword, Rebel, Shura Phantom, Shura Sword Chi, Heart Slash, Will Crush, Sword Spirit. The Rebel skill noted, the Demon Sword possesses a spirit. If the Sword Master's will is weak and the Demon Sword's power surpasses the Master's, there is a chance of rebellion. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes and commanded the swords behind him, the Zhuxian sword and the Lucian sword. Teach it a lesson. The 2 swords unleashed a burst of murderous aura, instantly suppressing the demonic aura of the Shura sword. This reminded Yi Qing that he had long discovered each sword had its own spirit. The Renhuang sword never acknowledged him due to incompatibility. Zhu Xian and Lu Xian were particularly close because he possessed the sword array diagram. The Yutian sword was steady and defense-oriented, while the Qishao sword was the most gentle. Half an hour later, Yi Qing reached the mountain summit. A giant beast, the Xianyue wild lion, lay crouched on the rocks, with the system displaying it at level 95. Without hesitation, Yi Qing gripped the Zhuxian sword and unleashed a skyward sword light. Defeating the dungeon boss grants 13 million experience points. The dungeon boss is dead, and the dungeon will close in 300 seconds, reopening in 24 hours. Yi Qing furrowed her brows, realizing she had guessed wrong. Simply defeating the dungeon boss was not the way to trigger the hidden dungeon. She gripped the Shura sword tightly, and without hesitation plunged its tip into the corpse of the Xianyue wild lion. The massive creature's body began to shrivel rapidly, its blood nearly drained. The Shura sword seemed to resonate with excitement, vibrating slightly, as if craving more. Yi Qing picked up the dropped items and stood atop the mountain, gazing down. A small river flowed gently at the mountainside. Her eyes fixed on the river's sourcey and ominous cave. She had found it. Stepping onto the Shura sword, Yi Qing leaped forward, blood splattering as she rushed toward the cave. Behind her, 9 flying swords followed closely, tension thick in the air. As she entered the dark cave, swarms of white bats flew toward her, emitting a soft, moonlight-like glow that was eerily strange. The 9 flying swords quickly formed a formation to confront these moon-white bats. Each bat killed brought an alert of 8,000 experience points gained. Yi Qing's gaze remained steadfast as she pressed forward. Ahead, a large pool appeared, bubbles rising continuously from its center, with water gushing from below, producing a low rumble. After a quick scan to confirm the area was clear of monsters, Yi Qing recalled her flying swords. She took a water-repelling pill from her pocket and swallowed it before diving into the pool's center. As the dungeon countdown began, she surged upward against the current. gripping the moonstone tightly as she swam rapidly into the depths. Ding! Dungeon ending countdown, 10-9. Determined, Yi Qing used her time-space power to teleport instantly 10 kilometers deeper. The scene before her opened up, with strange light spots illuminating odd stones around her. She emerged from the pool and landed on a smooth, peculiar rock. Congratulations on discovering the hidden Dungeon Mingyue River. Rewards, Charm 1, Luck 1. As she reviewed the dungeon's description, she thought to herself, this is the place. Mingyue River, an underground dark river illuminated by mysterious light, concealed powerful monsters within its waters, and in the darkness, something special was hidden. While she pondered, a sudden moon rose in the sky, casting its light around. At that moment, the moonlight sword phenomenon appeared. She smiled slightly and took out a treasure map, carefully comparing it to the marked location. She then noticed some small text at the top of the map. Deep within the cave of Mingyue River lies a spatial node. Passing through it leads to the super-large Dungeon Zhang Xing Tian Lu. However, as she prepared to analyze further, an icy arrow broke through the water and shot towards her like a blue lightning bolt. Quick as a flash, Yi Qing swung her Qi Xiao sword, slicing the ice arrow with a burst of sword energy. But the shadows beneath the water grew denser, and icy arrows began to rain down from all directions. Phantom God Sword Technique. With a low shout, the flying swords behind her erupted into action, forming a swift attack formation. Simultaneously, the Qi Xiao sword flew out, transforming into 500 flying swords, unleashing a barrage like 1,000 arrows. At this moment, the Red Dust Extreme Sword triggered, enhancing attack speed and defense, boosting combat power by 4,500. The Phantom swords formed a formation surrounding the area. Sword energy crisscrossed, leaving dense scratches on the peculiar rocks. Suddenly, the water surface rippled as a group of bizarre-looking netherbone fish emerged. With a swift motion, Yi Qing easily dispatched these level 130 creatures, gaining 16,000 experience points. These strange fish were likely drawn by the lunar phenomenon. Yi Qing didn't linger, as his priority was to find the mysterious cave leading to the massive dungeon. Riding a giant light sword, he flew straight towards the depths of the dark river. Suddenly, shadows stirred at the riverbed, and a massive, tooth-filled maw burst out of the water, lunging at Yi Qing. Instantly, the petals behind him scattered, forming an incredibly sharp, flying flower sword array. In a flash, the giant beast was covered in bloodstains, its blood dyeing the river red. The level 150 Netherbone Predator Fish Lord quickly met its end, granting Yi Qing 3.1 million experience points. With an expressionless face, Yi Qing manipulated his magic sword, plunging it into the predator fish's head, watching as its body shriveled rapidly. Surveying the surrounding water and rocks, Yi Qing frowned. The scenery here was remarkably similar to before, with dim lighting, relying solely on the lunar phenomenon for some illumination. After flying for half an hour, he discovered sword marks he had left earlier on the strange rocks, which seemed to be arranged in some hidden pattern. This is a natural illusion formation, Yi Qing realized, then closed his eyes to withdraw the lunar phenomenon. Upon reopening them, he took out a monster core, infusing it into the boulder, causing white formation patterns to appear. This time, he chose to proceed with dimmed light, even his flying sword subdued. Sometimes, too much brightness can obscure the truth. As he delved deeper, a thin mist rose, further obscuring his vision. Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile as he retracted his flying sword, silently blending into the mist. At the spot where he had paused, a humanoid shadow appeared. Puzzled. Strange, where did he disappear to? What exactly are you? You've been following me since I entered here. Yi Qing emerged from the darkness, clapping his hands, causing a massive trap formation to appear on the ground, enveloping the shadow. Under the formation's dazzling light, the shadow's true form was revealed: a hunched old man with a giant turtle shell on his back. The system displayed. Hebo, level 155 epic boss, health 9 billion. I've taken a liking to your flying sword, so I've been following you, explained the spirit of the underworld Moon River, eyes filled with longing. As a gentle creature living in the river, he had a special yearning for light. Are you talking about this? Yi Qing asked, gripping the moonlight sword. Yes, that's the one. Hebo nodded eagerly, saying excitedly, I'm willing to trade something better for it. Having lived in darkness for so long, he had developed a strong desire for that soft and bright sword light. A massive sword of light suddenly appeared beneath Yi Qing, and he sat steadily on it, staring intently at the river god. I have 2 questions, he said. Answer honestly, and I'll let you go. Lie, and I will kill you. The river god nodded quickly, eager to respond. Ask away. I promise to answer truthfully. Has anyone else been here besides you? Yi Qing's gaze was sharp. The river god thought for a moment and replied. 5 years ago, someone came here. He also had a glowing sword, but it was too hot for my liking. We talked for a while. He was called Zhang something. He went into that ghost cave and never came out. He must have died in there. Hearing this, Yi Qing considered for a moment. Take me to this ghost cave, and I'll give you this sword. The river god's eyes flickered with a strange expression as he shook his head repeatedly. It's too dangerous. I dare not go. You have no choice. Come with me. Yi Qing drew a few runes in the air, and the trap on the ground transformed into a glowing sphere, lifting the river god to follow closely behind him. Yi Qing held the Zhuxian sword, pointing it at the river god, exuding a chilling aura. Lead the way, or you'll die right here. The river god trembled, gesturing towards the moonlight sword. I'll take you. But can I have this sword? Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. This is the water spirit pearl, far better than your flying sword. We can trade. In the river god's hand appeared a translucent blue pearl, twinkling with star-like lights. Yi Qing examined its attributes, marveling inwardly. Water spirit pearl, demigod level, allows 120 power underwater. Take me to the ghost cave first. I'll consider it later, Yi Qing decided. The river god's demeanor deflated instantly. All right. With the river god leading, Yi Qing's speed increased significantly, reaching the depths of the Nethermoon River in just 2 hours. There lay a cave, from which sharp cries occasionally emerged, sending ripples through the surrounding waters. The river god trembled slightly. I can only take you this far. I dare not enter the ghost cave. Yi Qing nodded slightly. That's enough. Hand over the water spirit pearl, and then I'll enter the cave. The river god presented the water spirit pearl, and with a gesture from Yi Qing, the trap shattered, and the runes carried the pearl to him. The moonlight sword flew to the river god's side. This sword hasn't been with me long, but it's a good one. Take care of it, Yi Qing said earnestly. I will, the river god replied, holding the sword's hilt with appreciation and gratitude. Be careful. The creature in that ghost cave is terrifying. If you're overwhelmed, escape quickly. It seems bound to the cave. With these words, the river god transformed into a wisp of smoke and fled. Yi Qing was curious about what could be hidden in this cave that even a level 155 epic river god feared so much. He produced a white bottle, tossing it into the cave without hesitation. Minutes later, thick fog enveloped the area, and the light sword beneath Yi Qing dissipated. Holding a mist-shrouded nucleus filled with runes, he vanished into the fog. Within it, he could move freely, concealing his presence without any cooldown. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the cave, chilling to the bone. Yi Qing concealed himself within the thick fog and entered the cave. He observed the creature, humanoid yet disheveled, wearing damp, gray-white clothing. Its nails were sharp, gleaming with a dark sheen. He cast a detection spell. Nether Ghost Myth, level 120, health, 37 billion? Yi Qing noted the creature's attributes. Its health was far less than the blood god spider, suggesting it was a weaker myth-level creature. The Nether Ghost let out a piercing scream, causing ripples in the surrounding mist before it quickly dissipated. Yi Qing summoned the Immortal slaying gourd, prepared various states, and called out, Treasure, turn around. The Immortal slaying flying knife, a small blade emitting a dazzling light, flew out and struck the creature. Although it didn't trigger an instant kill, it still slew the Nether Ghost. The knife then returned to the gourd as a beam of light. Yi Qing's form was exposed, and as he looked at the bisected Nether Ghost, a chill rose up his spine. Hundreds of phantom swords formed a massive sword array around him, with a Taiji symbol appearing. The supposedly dead Nether Ghost began to merge its two halves, its eyes glowing blood red. It lunged at Yi Qing with great speed, claws gleaming coldly, mouth emitting an enraged screech. The claws clashed with the Taiji sword array, shattering the Taiji symbol, and the Nether Ghost found itself alone within. Yi Qing had already vanished. At that moment, countless petals appeared, each razor-sharp, raining down on the Nether Ghost, slicing it into a heap of flesh. Yi Qing reappeared from afar, standing on a peculiar rock. Eyes filled with confusion, could the creature still be alive without any notification? From the pool of blood and flesh, a shadow silently slipped into the water. A hand burst through Yi Qing's chest, clutching a still-beating heart. The Nether Ghost stood on the rock, tearing Yi Qing apart, blood scattering. You're strong, but still destined to die. That body was merely a decoy I created. It looked at the dispersed petals and the scattered remains on the rock, eyes full of satisfaction. Just then, a figure emerged from the darkness, walking on water. Your skills are unique. I set up an illusion array from the start. Look beneath your feet. The swords behind Yi Qing hummed, their tips aimed at the Nether Ghost, ready to strike. The Nether Ghost glanced down, realizing Yi Qing's corpse had vanished. It sneered, so what? Your strength isn't impressive. My 2 attacks have exhausted your resources. What will you use to fight me now? Yi Qing smirked. I want to ask you, who arranged for you to guard this place? The Nether Ghost's eyes flared red, a hint of deep-seated fear evident. That vile person brought me here and cursed me. If I leave this cave, I'll die instantly. At that moment, a gigantic apparition appeared, glowing brightly, with 9 colossal swords floating behind it. The apparition resembled Yi Qing himself. Martial Goldbody. The massive figure punched the nether ghost, launching it out of the cave before it could react. The ghost's face was filled with confusion, gradually turning into madness, with hatred in his eyes. He had been deceived. There was no curse at all, and he dared to trick me. At that moment, the massive martial golden body delivered a few more punches, directly annihilating the ghost. Upon defeating the ghost, 4.7 billion experience points were gained. The martial golden body dissipated, and Qing deactivated the Invincible Heart, Treasure Turn, Red Dust Extreme Sword, Prehistoric Sacred Body, and Sword Heart Clarity states. A series of lights appeared on his body, and he leveled up multiple times, finally reaching level 59 at 88. His other flying swords were also at level 59. Qing sighed lightly, realizing that the ghost's strength was not as formidable as the blood god spider, though he had used the world annihilation cannon against the spider, which required little effort on his part. Reflecting on it now, the world annihilation cannon was indeed powerful, even collapsing space, but its cooldown was too long, requiring 10 years. He picked up the items dropped by the ghost and stored the ghost's body. The ghost's core, a mythical item, could be used to set up formations, serve as an energy core, or forge equipment. The self-phantom mythical skill consumed 50 of mana and could create an identical duplicate, with attributes at 80 of his own, controllable at will, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. The self-phantom would persist until dismissed or killed. Only then could it be used again. The ghost's evil seal mythical equipment, a special item from the ghost's alien race, contained hidden, untapped power. It increased strength by 10,000, intelligence by 10,000, physical attack by 12,000, and magical attack by 12,000. The skill, Without Void, when used with Self-Phantom, allowed the Self-Phantom to match his own attributes and added an immortality trait, recovering 5 of mana and health per second unless killed in one blow. The Self-Phantom could revive once on the spot. Qing examined these paired skills and equipment, recognizing their value, but acknowledged Zhang Xingtian's strength in capturing such a creature to guard the cave. Qing began setting up formations around the area, with countless patterns appearing and then vanishing into the surroundings. Thick fog rose, completely engulfing the cave, with sharp cries occasionally emanating from within, identical to before. 2 hours later, Qing clapped his hands, satisfied with the multi-layered formations, ensuring everything was in place. A wooden sword appeared at his feet, and he flew towards the depths of the cave, reaching the end. A large stone blocked the path, but Qing's eyes lit up, and the time-space power within him trembled slightly. After feeling around the stone, Qing pressed a protrusion, and the giant stone rumbled and quickly rose. Inside was a simple stone room with only a stone table. Approaching, Qing read the text on the table. The space node was beneath the table, and he was reminded to erase any traces after reading, cautioning against destroying the space node, or he would not be able to return. Qing pushed the stone table aside, revealing a white light below, indicating the space node's location. Qing turned around and saw a series of golden patterns appear beneath his feet. The boulders slowly moved back into place, sealing the cave entrance once more. He used the power of time and space to leave a spatial node there. If these nodes were unstable, returning would become exceedingly difficult. Following the spatial nodes, Qing began to traverse through space. This journey felt particularly long, surrounded by endless darkness, as if he were floating in a void. Ahead, a faint light could be seen. Using space-time traversal once again, Qing rushed towards the light. In an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed, the darkness dissipated. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, surrounded by lush trees, birds chirping joyfully on the branches, and the sound of insects buzzing continuously. At that moment, a spatial rift appeared, and Qing stepped out, looking around. There seemed to be nothing special about this place, but it was clearly not Blue Star, as the flora and fauna were completely different. Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared on his attribute panel. Entered a massive dungeon, the Mountain and Sea Realm. Mountain and Sea Realm. Description: a vast and boundless world divided into 4 seas, 8 wildernesses, 9 provinces, 36 heavenly caves, 72 blessed lands, 9 forbidden areas, and 10 divine mountains. Note: unless the other party harbors malice and enters a red name status, attacking is prohibited, or else indiscriminate slaughter will result in expulsion by the world's will. Reading the dungeon's description, Qing was astonished. This place was so immense, something he had never heard of in his previous life, except for Zhang Xingtian, who had emerged from this dungeon, reaching unimaginable strength. Suddenly, Qing realized something. He had done nothing, yet his experience points were steadily increasing. Although the rate was slow, only a few dozen points per second, it continued to grow. While he couldn't kill indiscriminately here, there must be other ways to gain experience. Qing gently brushed his hair, removing his disguise, knowing that in this world, no one knew him. Just then, the sound of hooves came from afar as a group of dozens passed by. The bearded leader, A burly man pulled his reins abruptly, halting. A fair-skinned young man behind him stopped his horse and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" The man pointed at Qing, speaking with a serious tone. "Look at that young man over there, empty-handed and dressed strangely. He might be related to that matter. Go and ask him." Reluctantly, the young man dismounted and approached Qing, shouting arrogantly from a distance. "Who are you? And why are you here? I'm asking you a question, can't you hear?" His whip was ready to be drawn, his expression defiant. Qing looked at the young man, speaking in an unintelligible language with an arrogant attitude, already marked with a red name. A faint smile curled on Qing's lips, a glint in his eye. Behind him, petals fell like rain, moving with the wind, suddenly turning sharp and slicing toward the young man in white. The whip snapped, and a few shallow cuts appeared on the youth's body, made by ordinary petals, not sword marks. Qing turned and walked away, knowing his immediate priority was to learn the language of this world. The burly man quickly approached, checking the youth's injuries, finding only superficial wounds, indicating the other party had held back. He frowned and said, "You need to change your attitude, or you'll bring disaster upon yourself sooner or later." The young man murmured, "Master, I think I've provoked someone I shouldn't have." The young man extended his hand, revealing a strange purple line that quickly spread to his wrist. He cried out urgently, "What a terrifying poison!" The person went towards Yuan County. "We must hurry." Qing moved like the wind, swiftly advancing as the outline of a small town gradually became clearer in the distance. He glanced back with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The fish has taken the bait. But the primary task now is to master the language and writing of this world. At the city gate, several armored soldiers were meticulously inspecting the travelers. Qing discreetly used a detection spell and discovered that these soldiers were at level 30. When it was his turn, a soldier approached and questioned him. Unable to understand, Qing resorted to gesturing. "Let him through, judging by his appearance. He's probably mute," one soldier remarked. "His clothes don't seem to hide anything. No need to search him." Just then, a young man in white, fanning himself, walked out from the city. The soldiers around him all saluted respectfully. Qing noticed his name Yun Feng, with an impressive level of 85. Entering the city, Qing found himself amidst the bustling market scene. The clinking of coins and the shouts of vendors filled the air. Following a sound of reading, he arrived at a building and crouched by the window to listen intently. Soon, a notification on his status panel indicated "Learning in progress," and he had begun to grasp the language of the world. As the sun set, several officers surrounded Qing. "Come with us, someone wants to see you." In front of the government office, a burly man waited anxiously, accompanied by the white-clad Yun Feng. Upon seeing Qing, the man clasped his fists. "My unruly disciple has offended you, sir. Please, let bygones be bygones and spare him." Qing nodded in agreement, and the man promptly handed over a pouch filled with copper coins. They proceeded to the back hall where a young boy lay on a bed, his face ashen and barely alive. With a light touch, Qing sent a golden light into the boy's body, causing a foul-smelling black blood to gush from his fingertips, sizzling as it hit the ground. The onlookers were both shocked and awed, their respect for Qing growing. As the boy's complexion returned to normal, Qing turned to leave, and no one dared to stop him. Behind him, Yun Feng and the burly man conversed. It turned out the man was Xing Butu of Tianyuan Prefecture, currently in pursuit of the fur ghosts of Yin Mountain, who had been terrorizing the area, leaving hundreds dead. Yun Feng was visibly surprised, a peculiar look flashing in his eyes. Leaving the office, Qing weighed the money pouch in his hand, thinking, this world doesn't seem particularly special, with the strongest being only level 85. His figure vanished instantly, entering the peach blossom forest within the Hongmeng Pearl space. He glanced at his phone inside his tent. It was only 7:30 p.m. He planned to head to the research lab. The lab was brightly lit, with Chun Han, clad in a white coat, intently working with a test tube. He was so absorbed in his research that he was oblivious to everything around him. Qing moved between the lab benches and was suddenly drawn to a strange phenomenon in a glass vessel. A tiny blood-red speck was restlessly moving within the solution. The vessel was labeled Blood God Spider Gene Culture Dish. "I just completed a career advancement," Chun Han explained as he approached, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the white light. "Although it's not combat-oriented, I've acquired some unique skills. For instance, I can accelerate the development of this blood spider gene into an embryo, which will eventually hatch into a larva." "What about the status of the divine genes? How long until we can see an embryo?" Qing asked. "About a year," Chun Han replied, adjusting his glasses. "For now, it just needs daily nutrients to grow naturally. This gives me time to work on other projects, like this blood god spider gene, which can develop into a larva in just a month." Qing produced a corpse of a nether ghost. This is also a mythical creature, but it leans more towards a spiritual form. You might want to study it. Chun Han immediately picked up his tools to analyze the nether ghost corpse, while Qing turned and walked deeper into the lab. stopping in front of a large glass container. Inside lay a sleeping white-haired girl. Living ghosts are more valuable for research than dead ones. Yi Qing murmured, then whistled. Two white lights approached swiftly. One was Little White, the nine-tailed fox, gracefully landing on his shoulder. The other was a loyalty goo, which settled steadily in his palm. Yi Qing implanted several dozen loyalty goo sub-bodies into the ghost girl Liyue, then took out a soul contract filled with intricate patterns. This tool could control a target's soul, but against the 300-level mythic power, even combined with the demigod-level loyalty goo, the control seemed insufficient. He opened the container and extracted several vials of Liyue's blood for divine gene cultivation. With a snap of his fingers, the blood-red rune on Liyue's forehead dissipated, and she slowly opened her eyes. I didn't expect you to be the one hiding the deepest secrets, Liyue said, staring directly at Yi Qing. I concede and am willing to serve you. I'm more curious why you approached me in the first place. Yi Qing squinted his eyes. You have a strong ghostly aura, and I suspected you might be an infiltrator among humans, Liyue confessed. Yi Qing furrowed his brow slightly, as if realizing something. He took out a Ghost Clan scroll and a Ghost Clan Overlord body skill, which immediately sparked a fervent desire in Liyue's eyes. These are indeed core items of the Ghost Clan, Liyue said, her gaze fixed on the two treasures. The Ghost Clan Overlord body can grow indefinitely, and the scroll contains our clan's most powerful combat techniques. Yi Qing put away the two items and fixed a sharp gaze on Liyue. It seems the Ghost Clan aura you mentioned comes from here. Tell me, how did you escape the abyss? And why do you know about the chaos in Linhai City? Liyue's crimson eyes flickered with hesitation before she suddenly let out a piercing scream of pain. Faced with Yi Qing's cold, penetrating eyes, she couldn't help but tremble. Yi Qing grabbed her by the throat, his voice icy. You're not being honest. It seems those two items are of no use to you. You're deceiving me. Go back and continue your slumber. A blood-red rune appeared on Liyue's forehead, and with a look of unwillingness, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep coma. Yi Qing quickly carved hundreds of formations on her body, sealing her back into the glass vessel. The Ghost Clan is indeed untrustworthy. Her every action is a facade, Yi Qing sneered. How could a mere legendary skill scroll arouse the desire of a mythical-level Ghost Clan? The real reason for sparing her life was to extract secrets about the Abyss Society. This organization is deeply hidden and impossible to trace among Daxia's many civilian professionals, but there must be some special connection between them. In the lab, Yi Qing handed Liyue's blood sample to Chenhan. See if you can extract the Ghost Clan's genes. Chenhan nodded and immediately began his research. After leaving the lab, Yi Qing returned to his tent and fell into a deep sleep. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, a gentle breeze stirred as peach blossoms filled the sky like rain, creating a picturesque scene. Yi Qing emerged from the tent, stretched his muscles, left behind Xiaobai, and exited the Hongmeng Pearl space. On the bustling streets of Anyuan County, Yi Qing's presence caught the attention of passers-by. He entered a clothing shop and soon came out wearing a white robe, with a sheathed long sword at his waist, though his short hair seemed out of place with the local style. At a nearby stall, Yi Qing approached an elderly man buying vegetables and asked, Do you know where I can buy a map? The old man lowered his voice cautiously. I wouldn't dare say. Maps are contraband. Only the authorities have them. They're strictly forbidden to civilians. Yi Qing frowned slightly. Do you know what country this is? This is the Eastern Continent, Tianyuan Prefecture, Anyuan County of the Great Qing Dynasty. A young man in white stepped out from the crowd and cupped his hands in greeting. I am Yun Feng, the county lieutenant of Anyuan County. Yi Qing mimicked the gesture in return. I am Yi Qing. I've been cultivating in the mountains and have just recently descended. So, you're from outside the region. Yun Feng smiled warmly. Brother Yi, would you care to join me at the tavern for a chat? Yi Qing agreed and followed Yun Feng to a private room in the largest tavern in Anyuan County. Inside were two others, a burly man with a full beard and a pale-faced young man who avoided eye contact with Yi Qing. The burly man cupped his hands and said, I am Xing Tao, the head constable of Tianyuan Prefecture, and this is my apprentice Lu Feng. I apologize for any offense caused yesterday. They sat down, and dishes began to arrive. Yun Feng spoke up. We would like to commission you, Brother Yi, to capture the 4 ghosts of Een Mountain alive, offering a reward of 500 taels of silver. Please consider it. Yi Qing was about to refuse as he picked up some food, but suddenly, a message popped up on his attribute panel. Ding! A notification sounded in Yi Qing's mind. Yun Feng, the county constable of Anyuan County, had issued a task, capture the 4 ghosts of Een Mountain alive, with a reward of 500 taels of silver and 23 million experience points. Yi Qing glanced at the 3 people at the table, a gleam in his eyes. I can take on this task, but I need an advance payment. Yun Feng's face lit up with joy, and she explained the plan in detail. We plan to use a colorless and tasteless poison to lure the 4 ghosts into a trap and capture them all once they're incapacitated. Yi Qing put down his chopsticks, speaking calmly. No need for such complications. Just tell me their location, and I'll bring them back. They're masters of disguise and constantly on the move, explained Qing, a nearby constable. So far, our only plan is to lure them out. Yi Qing said no more. After finishing his meal, he took a small white bottle from his sleeve and placed it on the table. This is mind confusion powder. Just sprinkle it around when needed. With that, he turned and left. Yunfeng picked up the bottle, pondering. Though his words are strange, he certainly has real skills. We should test it on some livestock first. If we capture the 4 ghosts, we'll be promoted quickly. As Yi Qing walked along the bustling street, he observed his surroundings. Merchants and passers-by all had names and levels displayed above their heads. While he was contemplating this intriguing world, a nimble figure suddenly darted out, snatching the pouch with the 50 teal advance from his waist. Yi Qing noticed the figure's name above its head. Xiaoyu Legend, level 10. Despite the ragged clothes, this legendary character stood out among the sea of ordinary names. Yi Qing released his grip on his sword, and 9 formation patterns appeared at his feet as he followed the figure around the street corner. In the woods outside on Yuan County, Xiaoyu ran breathlessly, clutching not only the money pouch but also several bundles of herbs. Wiping the sweat from her face, she revealed a fair complexion. Making her way through the thorny mountain path, she arrived at a cave. Inside, on a pile of dry grass, lay a girl with extraordinary poise. Though her attire was plain, her noble demeanor was unmistakable. Xiaoyu quickly started a fire and began brewing medicine in a broken earthen pot. At that moment, a flash of sword light sliced through the thorns blocking the cave entrance. Yi Qing appeared at the entrance, a slight smile on his lips. Found you, didn't I? Xiaoyu turned and screamed in fear. I didn't mean to. My lady is seriously ill, and I had no other choice. Yi Qing looked at the young girl lying on the pile of grass. Her eyes were closed, her face pale, and she was murmuring faintly. He quickly used a detection spell, and information appeared. Princess Yudi, an epic character, level 15. The 9th daughter of the great Qing emperor, she was a person of great fortune, gifted, and with a unique constitution. To pursue freedom, she had secretly escaped from the palace. Seeing an epic character before him, Yi Qing immediately took out a white bottle from his storage space, skillfully extracted a pill, and placed it into the princess's mouth. What are you doing? What did you give the princess? Xiaoyu rushed forward anxiously to question him. Yi Qing remained calm, casually picking up a money pouch from the ground. It's nothing serious, she'll recover soon. Indeed, moments later, the color returned to Princess Yudi's face as she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, her gaze softening slightly when she saw Xiaoyu, but then turned wary towards Yi Qing. Who is he? Princess. Yi Qing glanced at her indifferently. Never mind, it's none of my business. With that, he turned and left. Once in the woods, Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. He looked up at the blazing noon sun, calculating in his mind. This princess is overly cautious. I need to take my time. The priority is to find the 4 ghosts of Yin Mountain. Back in Yuan County, Yi Qing leaped lightly onto the city wall, carefully scanning the crowd below, where every person's name was visible above their heads. Until the sun set, he saw no sign of his targets. He effortlessly jumped down from the wall and, with a few agile leaps, slipped into the government office. In the back hall, Yun Feng was sitting opposite Head Constable Qing, engaged in conversation. Is everything ready? Head Constable Qing asked. How are you sure the 4 ghosts of Yin Mountain will show up tonight? Yun Feng, fanning himself, replied. According to the records, 2 of them are lustful spirits. I've arranged for people to keep an eye on all the beautiful women in the county. The problem is, they could be within a 100-mile radius, with nearly 100 villages and several mountains. The area is too vast, Head Constable Qing sighed, rubbing his temples. Yi Qing left silently, stepping onto his wooden sword and soaring into the sky. From the clouds, he surveyed the terrain, searching for possible hiding places. As dusk fell and the city lights began to twinkle, a sudden blaze illuminated the woods south of the city. Yi Qing's heart tightened. That was where the princess was. If something happened to her, how would he continue his mission? He immediately flew down at full speed. In the woods, outside a cave, flames roared and smoke billowed. 4 grotesque figures stood at the entrance. One of them, a short man with eerie markings on his face, grinned wickedly. Didn't expect to find 2 beauties here. We can enjoy ourselves without alerting the authorities. Don't rush, another said. Let the smoke knock them out first, so their screams don't draw attention. At that moment, a light rain began to fall, extinguishing the flames. Amidst the smoke, countless petals danced in the wind, swiftly flying outward. Yi Qing emerged from the thick smoke, waving his long sleeves, and a fierce wind blew the smoke away. Staring at the 4 ghosts of Yinshan, he couldn't help but reflect. I never expected to find you here. Countless petals floated in the night, surrounding the 4 ghosts of Yinshan. What are these petals? How did they encircle us? Don't act rashly. This is a mysterious technique. Despite their beauty, the petals concealed a deadly threat. Kill this boy, and the technique will be broken. Yi Qing sneered coldly. You four are too talkative. It's time to fall. With a few thuds, the four ghosts of Inshan collapsed unconscious, and the petals transformed into golden ropes, binding them tightly. At the cave entrance, Princess Yudi and Xiaoyu witnessed the scene in shock. Xiaoyu's mouth dropped open in amazement. Princess, isn't that the person who healed you during the day? I can't believe he saved us again. Princess Yudi's eyes shone as she watched Yi Qing's retreating figure. We should go thank our savior. Let's not be rude. Yi Qing glanced at the four ghosts of Inshan, surprised at how easily he had dealt with them. Now I can go and report the mission. He drew a few patterns in the air, and the four ghosts floated, following behind him. Just then, Princess Yudi and Xiaoyu hurried to catch up. Wait. Yi Qing turned and said warmly. This isn't a safe place. The flames must have attracted many people. Come to town with me. With that, he headed toward Anyuan County. All right. Thank you for saving us twice. Xiaoyu, let's follow him. Princess Yudi blushed slightly, her delicate cheeks tinged with red as she and Xiaoyu walked behind him. However, the forest was dark, and Yi Qing had just summoned a drizzle, making the ground slippery. They stumbled as they walked. Yi Qing produced a monster core in his hand, which transformed into two patterns that floated beneath their feet. Wow, I'm floating! Princess Yudi exclaimed. Yi Qing turned, snapped his fingers, and they all vanished. A wooden sword appeared beneath their feet, flying towards the Anyuan County government office. In the back hall of the Anyuan County office, Yunfeng and Captain Qing anxiously awaited news, conversing with each other. No news yet. It seems the four ghosts of Inshan won't strike tonight. Maybe. I suspect they might have left the area. Otherwise, why is there no information? Just then, a sound came from the roof, and they immediately called out. Who goes there? What villain dares to intrude on the government office? On the roof, Yi Qing gazed at the bright moon and the starry sky, then looked down at the two men, calmly saying, Look at the people over there. Under a nearby tree, for people were tightly bound and unconscious, making no sound. Yunfeng and Captain Qing rushed over to inspect them. It's the four ghosts of Inshan, and they're alive. Yunfeng looked at Yi Qing in disbelief, his face full of shock. Brother Yi, you truly have skills. I am impressed, Captain Qing said solemnly, cupping his fists. The reward will be doubled. Yi Qing nodded slightly, as a notification appeared on his status panel. Mission completed, captured the four ghosts of Inshan alive, gained 23 million experience points. Congratulations on leveling up. He felt a surge of joy as he reached level 60. Leaping down from the rooftop, Yi Qing's mind was filled with not only the reward, but also a longing for a map, hoping for the largest coverage possible. Yunfeng nodded in agreement and turned to enter a room in the back hall. A few minutes later, he emerged with a cloth bundle and a scroll, smiling as he handed them to Yi Qing. Here are 1,000 taels of silver and a map of the entire Great Qing. Yi Qing took the bundle, indifferent to the silver, and immediately opened the map. What met his eyes was a disappointingly simple depiction. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and cities were sketched with just a few strokes, and some places were marked with just a name. Anyuan County was a small place. For a more detailed map, one would have to go to the capital. Yunfeng explained this, and Yi Qing nodded, contemplating that once this matter was finished, he would leave this place. Chief Constable Qing and Yunfeng both bowed, wishing him a safe journey and expressing hopes to meet again. Yi Qing, carrying the map and silver, left the government office directly. The two watched him disappear, remarking, What an extraordinary person, though with a solitary nature, making him hard to befriend. Yunfeng agreed. Yes, but I have a feeling we'll meet again in the future. Outside the government office, Yi Qing looked at the two women sitting nearby and smiled slightly. Let's go. I'll take you to eat. Xiaoyu jumped up, rubbing her stomach, excitedly saying, I'm starving, let's go. Princess Yudi also stood, her expression joyful, gratefully saying, Thank you, sir. They arrived at the largest restaurant in Anyuan County, where Yi Qing reserved a private room and ordered a table full of delicious dishes. Watching the two eat heartily, Yi Qing couldn't help but ask, You're a princess, how did you end up in such a state? Princess Yudi blushed slightly, speaking softly. I grew up in the imperial city and always wanted to see the outside world. One day, while paying respects at the imperial tomb, I stumbled upon a secret passage that led outside the capital, so I took Xiaoyu and snuck out. Her voice trailed off, as if embarrassed to continue. Yi Qing continued eating, patiently waiting. Seeing this, Xiaoyu picked up the story. Later, all the silver we brought was stolen, and we kept running into human traffickers, but luckily we always managed to escape. Eventually, we ended up here, unable to find our way back, and the princess fell ill. Fortunately, we met you. Yi Qing nodded, using a detection skill on Xiaoyu. Her attributes were revealed. Level 10, cheerful and lively, with a slight aura of fortune, possessing the trait of turning misfortune into fortune. Even a maid had a bit of fortune, so it was no surprise that the princess, with her great fortune, remained unharmed. Initially, Yi Qing thought fortune and luck were similar, but later realized they were quite different. Fortune seemed like divine favor, while luck was entirely personal, unrelated to external forces. Looking at the two women, Yi Qing asked, "Do you want to return to the capital? I can escort you back." Xiao Yu nodded without hesitation. Of course. The world outside the capital is nothing like I imagined, full of bad people. We don't even dare to enter a rundown temple now, and we have to dress dirty to avoid attracting attention. She spoke rapidly, as if pouring out all her grievances. Yi Qing looked at Princess Yudi, knowing that as long as she agreed, a mission would be triggered. Princess Yudi nodded gently. All right. Yi Qing's attribute panel received a notification, mission triggered. Task triggered. Escort Princess Yudi back to the capital. Upon completion, receive a reward of 1.5 billion experience points and a 50 increase in Princess Yudi's favorability. Yi Qing gazed at the flickering attribute panel before him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The rewards for this task were unexpectedly generous, especially the favorability, which was a hidden attribute that ordinary adventurers would have no way of knowing without special tools or skills. The night was deep, and Yi Qing arranged for 2 rooms at the inn, one for himself and the other for Princess Yudi and Xiaoyu. In his room, he studied the maps spread out on the table by the dim light of a night stone. The vastness of the Great Qing's 9 provinces was astonishing, larger than the entire Blue Star, not to mention the 4 seas and 8 wastelands and the many mystical realms. The capital was about 4 to 5,000 kilometers away, requiring 4 to 5 days of sword flight. After half an hour of study, Yi Qing put away the map and retreated to the Hongmeng Pearl Space to rest. The next morning, a light rain drizzled over the ancient streets of Anyuan County, with raindrops pattering through the leaves. Despite sleeping only 3 hours in the Hongmeng Pearl Space, Yi Qing appeared in his room, full of energy. He immediately went to knock on the princess's door, urging them to set off. Ah, so early? Xiaoyu, who opened the door, looked sleepy. The princess just recovered from an illness and was frightened yesterday. Shouldn't we rest another day? We leave now, Yi Qing insisted firmly. Moments later, Princess Yudi and Xiaoyu appeared at the door. The trio left the inn, stepping into the gentle rain, and soon exited on Yuan County. In the wilderness, Yi Qing conjured a massive light sword beneath his feet, carrying the two of them straight into the sky. With a hand gesture, he set up a wind-blocking barrier, flying swiftly through the clouds. The breathtaking rivers, lakes, and mountain ranges along the way filled Princess Yudi's eyes with wonder, and Xiaoyu frequently gasped in amazement. If you follow me to the capital, I can reward you with any herbs you desire, Princess Yudi remarked with a serene smile at Yi Qing. Look there. Xiaoyu suddenly pointed ahead. Why is there a cloud of black mist over that city? Yi Qing sensed the immense energy within the black mist, at least at the level of a level 200 legendary creature. Let's go check it out. That's Lucian City, Princess Yudi said with a slight frown. It's rumored to be suffering from a plague. We should avoid it. But Yi Qing was already diving down on his sword. It's just a plague, nothing to worry about. There were no guards at the city gate, and an eerie silence enveloped the area. Yi Qing retracted his light sword and led the way toward the gate, gazing up at the ominous black mist in the sky. There must be some creature hiding here. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a phenomenon. Creature. Princess Yudi followed. You mean a demon, perhaps? Entering the city, the sight was chilling. People lay sprawled on the streets, their faces ashen, eyes closed, resembling a scene from hell. The city was shrouded in gloom, with numerous townspeople lying haphazardly on the streets, their bodies covered in repulsive sores as they groaned in pain. A few armored soldiers rushed over, shouting sternly, "Who are you? This place is dangerous. Leave immediately." Yi Qing, with a calm smile, replied, "I am an apothecary, here to address the plague." The soldiers' eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, quickly replaced by despair. The city is surrounded by the army. The court fears the spread of the plague, and soon this city will become a dead zone. Leave now while you still can. Maybe you'll survive. Yi Qing remained composed. Don't worry. Fetch some well water, and I might be able to save these people. Behind him, Princess Yudi frowned at the situation, her eyes reflecting disappointment with the court's approach. Yi Qing crouched down, skillfully mixing several vials of potent medicine while taking a blood sample from a patient for examination. Moments later, his brow furrowed. This isn't a plague, it's poisoning. How could the entire city be poisoned? Could someone have done this on purpose? Princess Yudi exclaimed in surprise. The soldiers returned with buckets of water, and Yi Qing quickly dissolved a white pill in each one, distributing a few bottles of antidote pills. Dissolve these in the water and have everyone drink it. The soldiers complied and departed. Yi Qing had identified the source of the problem. The underground water supply was contaminated, and the culprit was lurking below. He took out a water spirit pearl, inscribing dozens of golden runes on the ground, silently attaching them to Xiao Yu and Princess Yudi. Watching the two women eagerly assisting the townspeople, Yi Qing nodded approvingly. This princess was not only unpretentious, but also kind-hearted. Led by a soldier, Yi Qing arrived at a well. I need to go down and eliminate the demon. Go back and assist, he said, leaping into the well without hesitation. In the pitch-black depths, the water spirit pearl emitted a soft blue glow. 9 flying swords unfolded behind him, with the original moonlight sword replaced by the dragon roar sword. Finally, he could fight without restraint. Suddenly, a shadow attack at it was a water ghost elite. With a swift swing of the Qishao sword, Yi Qing's red sword energy instantly slew it, earning him 62,000 experience points. Diving deeper, Yi Qing tossed a luminous stone, illuminating the underwater realm. A colossal creature was revealed, a beast with a dragon's head and a turtle's body, topped by a figure in a black robe. The system displayed a demigod-level Baxia in a state of venomous resentment, level 200, with 26.5 billion health, 170,000 attack, and 220,000 defense, mastering skills like the power of mountains and stones, steel bearing, demon speech, and ghost transformation. The Raven Ghost Taoist, an epic figure at level 210, is a member of the Defiance Alliance, aiming to overthrow the Qing dynasty. He excels in manipulating minds and controlling beasts. With a sinister smile, he remarks, I didn't expect anyone to find this place. It seems you have some skills. It would be a shame to kill you. Why not join the Defiance Alliance and achieve great things together? Yi Qing coldly gazes at the evil Baxia and the Raven Ghost Taoist, both marked as enemies, showing no trust in their proposal. You poisoned Lucian City, he accuses. The Raven Ghost Taoist openly admits, yes, I used the souls of those people to empower Baxia, making it even stronger. He laughs maniacally, clapping softly as he floats in the water, commanding, this person is not one of us. Kill him. The massive body of Baxia begins to move, its blood-red eyes fixed on Yi Qing as it lunges with a mighty claw. Yi Qing remains calm, holding a gourd and activating various states on himself. He murmurs, treasure, turn around. Then, he unleashes the Immortal slaying flying knife. A dazzling blade light shoots out like lightning, targeting Baxia and delivering a fatal blow. Killed Baxia, gaining 3.6 billion experience. Congratulations on leveling up. Yi Qing's flying sword also upgrades, but defeating Baxia only raises him 2 levels to 62. Looking at the bisected Baxia, the Raven Ghost Taoist swallows nervously, hastily saying, we can negotiate. I'll give you whatever you want if you spare me. Yi Qing's expression remains cold, his gaze sharp as a knife, exuding a terrifying aura. You've caused so many deaths, and now you fear for your own life? He then unleashes the unmatched sword intent, turning every drop of water and stone around into phantom swords, filling the underground space like a sea. The Raven Ghost Taoist's eyes blaze red, his black hat falling off to reveal a withered, aged face. He retorts coldly, if you want to fight, this old body will accompany you. Before he finishes speaking, his body creaks and expands, bursting out of his black robe to become a monstrous creature. His skin turns gray-white, with bone spurs on his back, and his savage eyes lock onto the surrounding phantom swords. At this moment, Yi Qing feels an overwhelming power, as if he controls everything. He estimates millions of phantom swords are present, each capable of triggering the ultimate sword effect. Calmly watching the Raven Ghost Taoist struggle, he points a finger forward, and countless phantom swords engulf the Taoist. He doesn't even have time to scream before being instantly annihilated. Killed Raven Ghost Taoist, gaining 1.7 billion experience. Congratulations on leveling up. Yi Qing's level increases to 63, and all upgradable flying swords advance as well. Observing the attack frequency, he's amazed that this skill can trigger the sword glow effect, adding 7 times the additional damage. Among epic-level monsters, the Raven Ghost Taoist is indeed the weakest, but leveling up 3 times today is a pleasant surprise. Gradually, the phantom swords dissipate, and the underground water fills up again. Yi Qing collects Baxia's corpse, while the Raven Ghost Taoist is obliterated without a trace. Then, he examines the items dropped by Baxia and the Raven Ghost Taoist, discovering a polluted dragon soul orb, an epic special equipment. Yi Qing crouched down to examine the items dropped by the evil spirit, Baxia, with a slight frown. All the equipment was invariably corroded by the evil aura, rendering them completely unusable. This kind of technique clearly exceeded the capabilities of the Yagüe Daoist, indicating that the forces behind it should not be underestimated. He then inspected the Yagüe Daoist's belongings, an epic-quality Qingquan bag with a special storage space, though it couldn't hold living beings, a token exclusive to the Nitian Alliance, seemingly capable of triggering some special mission, a mysterious treasure map of the Divine Mountain of Time, and a bottle of filthy blood demon poison, which could permanently damage an opponent's bloodline potential. After securing the other items, Yi Qing opened the Qingquan bag for a closer look. Inside, There were precious herbs neatly stored in jade boxes, along with numerous tomes detailing evil spells and poison recipes. While this space was far smaller than 1,000th of the Immortal slaying gourd and couldn't compare to the Hongmeng Pearl, it was still a rare object in daxia, valued at several billion daxia currency. After sheathing the 9 flying swords into their case, Yi Qing swam towards the surface. Emerging from a well in Lucian City, he landed on a rooftop to meticulously search through the Yagüe Daoist items. Upon finding the antidote, he looked up at the blazing sun, and a massive sword of light formed beneath his feet, propelling him skyward. Countless sword marks wove into a formation in the air, and dark clouds quickly enveloped the entire Lucian city. Torrential rain poured down, and the people on the ground, who were barely clinging to life, visibly began to recover as the rain drenched them. Beneath the eaves, Princess Yudi and Xiaoyu sheltered from the rain. "Princess, look, everyone is recovering," Xiaoyu exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the people around them who were returning to normal. Cheers erupted throughout the city as people knelt to thank the heavens for their blessing. Some exclaimed that it was a divine gift, even claiming the rain had quelled their hunger. Standing in the air, Yi Qing felt the world's goodwill towards him increase, with his experience points skyrocketing from a few dozen to 300 per second. He descended to the side of Princess Yudi and Xiaoyu, saying, "It's time for us to go." The group walked through the rain, with Xiaoyu eagerly embracing the comfort and satiety the rain brought. Once outside the city, Yi Qing checked their position against the map and once again summoned the sword of light beneath him. Princess Yudi hesitated, recalling how a timely drizzle had once extinguished a fire in a cave in the southern part of Anyuan County. The sword of light carried the 3 of them into the sky. Glancing back at Lucian City, Yi Qing murmured, "I thought it was a natural disaster, but it turned out to be human-made." Princess Yudi's eyes sparkled. "When you caught the mastermind, I guess this rain was your doing." Yi Qing nodded slightly and said softly, "It was a member of the Nition Alliance. I've already killed him." Xiaoyu chimed in from the side. "Isn't it too troublesome to save people one by one with the antidote? If you reveal your identity, you'll probably be a hero in Lucian City, admired by all." Yi Qing shook his head gently, with a hint of indifference in his eyes. "Too troublesome. This way is just fine." The flying sword streaked across the sky until dusk, with the setting sun painting the horizon with fiery hues. The sword landed steadily on a mountaintop. Yi Qing surveyed the surroundings. The ground was overgrown with wild grass, and the open space in the distance seemed suitable for camping. "This place looks good. We'll rest here tonight," Yi Qing murmured to himself, choosing a spot and starting to set up a tent. Xiaoyu helped, occasionally glancing at him. As night fell, the temperature began to drop. A campfire was lit, its weak flames flickering. Yi Qing set up several defensive formations to ensure safety. He took out pre-prepared food from the Zhanxian gourd and shared it with the 2 of them. After sitting down, he pulled out a map and realized they were 300 kilometers from Lucian City, but still a long way from the capital. Time ticked by, and as the night deepened, the bright moon hung high, casting a gentle glow. The once hot summer night gained a slight chill. Suddenly, a haunting song echoed from afar, melodious yet sorrowful. Yi Qing's eyes snapped open. In such silence, the song was not unusual, but it made him alert. The song lingered briefly before vanishing. Yi Qing quickly set up 2 soundproof formations, relaxed, and fell asleep. In the darkness, the Tianjian sword stood like a towering pillar, with thunder crashing around it, driving away nearby creatures. The next morning, Yi Qing pulled the Tianjian sword from the ground, noting a dark mark and small cracks on its blade. The sword vibrated slightly, the spirit within showing itself for the first time, as if aggrieved. Yi Qing wasn't too worried, reassuring, "It's not a big issue. A couple of days of rest will fix it." He sheathed the sword and placed it back in its case. Soon after, Xiaoyu and Princess Yudi woke up. Princess Yudi looked around and said softly to Yi Qing, "I remember there's a stream nearby. I'll go freshen up." "I'll join you," Xiaoyu replied, and the 2 headed toward the stream. Watching them leave, Yi Qing felt uneasy, thinking, "This place isn't exactly safe. I should follow and keep an eye on them." He dismantled the formations and quietly followed. By the stream, the 2 women played and laughed, the water occasionally rippling. Suddenly, a deer leapt from the downstream, and the surroundings fell silent. The chirping of insects and birds ceased, as if the world held its breath. Unaware, Princess Yudi and Xiaoyu continued their play. Just then, a dark figure emerged silently from the water, swimming toward the shore. The figure leaped out, sending droplets flying, a humanoid creature covered in dense black fur, with long, gleaming claws lunging at Princess Yudi. Princess Yudi screamed in terror, her face turning pale as she hurriedly retreated. At that moment, a flash of crimson sword light streaked through the air, slicing the creature into 2, blood splattering. Yi Qing's Qishao sword had already been sheathed, with a screen prompt appearing, "Defeated level 30 water monster, gained 160 experience points." Yi Qing said calmly, Monsters like this are easy to handle if you're willing to face them. He gestured for them to follow and turned away, saying, "Let's go." For the next 3 days, everything remained peaceful. Yi Qing did not take the initiative to fight, easily accumulating experience until he reached level 64. Gazing at the majestic city in the distance, Yi Qing's eyes were filled with towering buildings reaching into the clouds, the city bustling with vibrant life. Outside the city, traditional houses were scattered harmoniously, with crowds moving like waves. The capital is divided into 3 layers, Princess Yudi explained softly. The outermost is the outer city where the commoners live, a gathering place for people of all trades. The middle layer is the inner city for the high officials and nobility, with exquisite and elaborate architecture, inaccessible to ordinary people. And the innermost is the royal palace. You can return to the royal palace on your own. We'll part ways here, Yi Qing said. As the system prompt timely appeared, escort mission completed, 1.5 billion experience points awarded. These points were distributed among several flying swords, but were still insufficient for leveling up. Princess Yudi smiled gently, taking out an exquisite whistle from her sleeve and blowing softly. Instantly, a clear call echoed from the direction of the royal palace, and a pure white phoenix gracefully soared through the sky, landing elegantly before the princess. "Shuiyu, long time no see." Princess Yudi petted the white phoenix's head and turned to Yi Qing with a breathtaking smile. "Thank you for your care along the way. We'll meet again soon. Xiaoyu, let's go." The white phoenix spread its wings and flew away, its cheerful cries fading into the distance. Yi Qing watched it disappear towards the royal palace, secretly marveling. Even the mount is a level 120 mythical white phoenix. The Qing royal family truly lives up to its reputation as one of the world's strongest forces. Turning towards the outer city, Yi Qing began sorting through the longevity pill materials obtained from the Raven Ghost Taoist's bag. This epic-grade pill could grant a 20 experience increase to users below level 120 and could be taken up to 30 times, though its effectiveness would decrease with resistance. For Yi Qing, who found leveling up difficult, this was a rare opportunity. Strolling through the bustling streets of the outer city, Yi Qing meticulously examined the attributes of various stall products, hoping to find hidden treasures. Unfortunately, most were quite ordinary, and he only managed to buy a dozen common herbs he needed. As he walked, a rental shop caught his eye. Considering his need to gather herbs and search for a world map, Yi Qing decided to find a place to stay first. Inside, a sleepy middle-aged shopkeeper quickly perked up, enthusiastically displaying a map of the capital's housing distribution. Yi Qing's attention was suddenly drawn to a marked location, an inner-city residence with a monthly rent of only 100 taels of silver. He pointed to it and asked, "This one? This place?" The shopkeeper smiled meaningfully. "As long as you don't mind." "What's the matter?" Yi Qing asked, feeling suspicious. The place used to be the residence of an official, but for some unknown reason, the entire household was executed a few days ago. People around here are quite superstitious about it, which is why the rent is exceptionally cheap. Yi Qing listened quietly to the shop owner's explanation, a hint of calm in his eyes. "Seems like your place has quite a history," he remarked, pointing at the owner's ledger. "My shop operates under an official banner. My brother-in-law is a 6th-ranked official in the court, which is how I got this good deal." The middle-aged owner chuckled, looking rather pleased with himself. Yi Qing nodded, unconcerned. "I have no such superstitions. I'll take the place in the inner city. Here's 6 months' rent." With that, he placed a bag full of silver on the table. "Normally, I'd ask for a deposit of 300 taels, but since you're so straightforward, I won't require it," the owner said, waving over a young attendant. "Take our esteemed guest to the inner city." The attendant, dressed in simple clothes, respectfully led Yi Qing out of the shop. The middle-aged owner watched him leave with a smile, sipping his tea, thinking to himself, "Once this young man stays here, the place won't be considered haunted anymore. I can sell it for at least 10 times the price." At the gate of the inner city, several stern-looking soldiers stood guard, and a long line had formed. The attendant explained, "There's a tinsel entrance fee to the inner city. Here's the key to the residence. I won't be going in." Yi Qing nodded, took the key, and entered the inner city. The inner city was a stark contrast to the outer city, with passers-by dressed in fine attire, exuding a sense of prosperity. Yi Qing memorized the location of his new place, walked through a few streets, and finally arrived at the residence. The red doors were studded with golden nails, and 2 imposing stone lions stood guard on either side. Noticing the seal on the door, Yi Qing casually tore it off, took out the key, and opened the door. A stone path lined with flowers led the way, and in the distance, under the shade of a large tree, were tables and chairs. 10 or so rooms surrounded the central area, and the backyard featured a lush bamboo grove, the leaves rustling gently in the breeze. Standing amidst the bamboo, Yi Qing felt satisfied. This would make a good temporary base. He began setting up a formation, encircling the entire courtyard with a grand array. Should any intruders come, every plant and tree here would become a lethal weapon. By noon, Yi Qing was sitting under the tree, eating some food, and contemplating his plans. In 2 days, his system would complete its upgrade, allowing him to acquire a pill furnace to craft elixirs of immortality. However, the silver he had was running low. After renting the house and purchasing various items, he was left with just over 100 taels, not nearly enough to buy herbs. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Is anyone there? I'm from next door and noticed the seal was broken, so someone must have moved in. Yi Qing went to the door and opened it to find a scholar in green robes standing there. I am Zhou Ming, a scholar from the Hanlin Academy. Greetings, the scholar said with a slight bow, a hint of fear in his eyes. Yi Qing nodded slightly, noting Zhou Ming's details in his mind. Zhou Ming, level 55, blessed with righteous aura and unmatched literary talent, the top scholar of the last imperial examination. Come in and let's talk, Yi Qing invited. But Zhou Ming looked apprehensive. This place becomes restless at night. You should be cautious. I'll take my leave now. With that, he hurried off. Watching Zhou Ming's retreating figure, Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. No problem. I wouldn't mind some monsters showing up. After closing the door, Yi Qing's figure quickly vanished into the space of the Hongming Pearl. Skillfully, he began planting some herbs inside. Each time he sowed new seeds, he could feel a constant flow of energy, making the herbs grow rapidly. Xiao Bai, seeing Yi Qing enter, excitedly wagged its 9 white tails and rushed over eagerly. Yi Qing bent down to check Xiao Bai's attributes and discovered it had reached level 54, progressing quickly. He gently dusted off his clothes and smiled. Xiao Bai was wearing its exclusive equipment, a heart moon bell, which boosted its experience growth. He turned and headed towards the research lab. Chen Han seemed tireless, as if he never needed rest. Entering the lab, Yi Qing saw Chen Han still engrossed in his work. Upon seeing Yi Qing, Chen Han excitedly approached him with a hint of pride in his voice. You have to see what great thing I've discovered. He led Yi Qing to a petri dish. Inside, an embryo of a level 120 demigod monster the Tongtian Ao was developing. Chen Han explained excitedly. This Tongtian Ao egg will hatch in a few days, becoming a powerful pet. Yi Qing looked at the petri dish and nodded approvingly. Not bad. Really impressive. He patted Chen Han on the shoulder. You're no longer just a life occupation player. Once the Tongtian Ao and the Blood God Spider hatch, I'll take you on a dungeon raid to level up when I have time. Chen Han stroked the petri dish, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Once they hatch, I can personally go to the dungeons. Then, you can decide whether to join me. Yi Qing nodded. It's your call. He then walked to another part of the lab, approaching a container with godly genes. Those divine lights were slowly gathering, and Yi Qing observed for a while. Chen Han stood by, starting a detailed explanation. These divine embryos will take about a year to form. The power of a god is extremely strong. Our previous research on divine blood led to the deaths of over a dozen researchers. However, these 2 divine genes are much milder than we expected. Chen Han's eyes were full of brilliance. If we succeed, this will change everything, and we might leave a significant mark in history. Yi Qing smiled faintly. If the god-creating plan succeeds, it might indeed become legendary. Chen Han's eyes filled with even more fervor. He picked up a test tube from the lab table, slowly pouring its luminescence into the 2 divine gene containers. The blood god spider's gene in the test tube rolled violently, but calmed instantly before the divine gene, seemingly surrendering and allowing itself to be absorbed. Yi Qing turned and walked deeper into the lab. His goal was clear, to investigate Liu again, as the secrets within the Abyss Society were extremely important to him. Passing rows of lab tables, he arrived at a glass container. Inside the glass, a white-haired girl lay quietly asleep, her body covered in countless runes, seemingly bound tightly. Suddenly, the golden rune on her forehead disappeared, her eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze coldly fixed on Yi Qing. Kill me, she said with a voice that was indifferent and resolute. I will never betray the Ghost Clan. Yi Qing chuckled coldly, a smirk playing at his lips. Thanks for the information. It seems the Abyss Society is connected to the Ghost Clan. A flash of anger crossed Liu's eyes, but she said nothing more. Yi Qing lifted a small bottle, and the white powder inside drifted out, filling the glass container. It was a reinforced itching powder, instantly causing Liu's body to tremble uncontrollably, erupting into a fit of laughter. Her eyes were full of mockery. Even so, you won't get any useful information. Yi Qing's gaze remained indifferent. It doesn't matter. I'm getting stronger every day. One day, the Ghost Clan will be destroyed, he said calmly, his tone filled with unwavering confidence. A hint of fear flickered in Liu's eyes. Do you think you can easily destroy the Ghost Clan? Within the Ghost Clan exists the Ghost God, a supreme deity. Yi Qing nodded slightly, a hint of understanding in his eyes. I think I've guessed how you communicate. Thank you for your intel. Liu froze, staring at Yi Qing in shock, eyes full of disbelief. What is this place? How am I unharmed? Will you die if you reveal the secrets of the spirits? Yi Qing pondered as he looked at Liu, recalling the final moments of that Abyss Society member just as he was about to divulge something. His entire being turned to ash in an instant. Yi Qing resealed Liu and stepped out of the laboratory. With a slight furrow of his brow, he reached a conclusion. Members of the Abyss Society must communicate through their consciousness or souls. If they disclose certain secrets, their physical form is obliterated instantly, and even their soul ceases to exist. The current level of the Zhuxian sword formation is too low to deal with deities. Yi Qing mused to himself. But borrowing the demon-slaying gourd from the Sidu family in Jiangbei City should suffice to deal with the demon god's avatar. After leaving the Hongming Pearl space, Yi Qing appeared in a residence within the inner city of Daqing's capital in the Shanghai realm. He walked out into the bustling streets, surrounded by rows of shops and a lively crowd. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a distance. Make way. The Duke's manor is conducting business. Clear the way. Several burly men with fierce expressions were pushing through the crowd, followed by a few elderly white-haired men. Yi Qing intended to stay out of it, but overheard the crowd's chatter. The Duke's manor is arresting doctors again. Over the past year, they've taken countless wandering and miracle doctors to treat the little princess. They've captured more people these days than ever before, fearing the little princess. Quiet. Those people have sharp ears. Watch your life? Someone quickly interrupted. Yi Qing's eyes gleamed with interest. The Duke's manor wields considerable power. Perhaps they could help me find herbs. With that thought, he stepped directly in front of the group. Get out of the way, kid. One of the fierce-looking men barked. Yi Qing raised his chin arrogantly. You are all quacks. I am the greatest doctor in the world. His words infuriated the elderly physicians, their beards bristling with anger. You cheeky brat, you're barely grown and causing trouble. Yi Qing remained calm, gently brushing his sleeve. I am over 60 years old. I merely know the art of preserving youth. As he spoke, the burly men and physicians suddenly felt their legs go numb, unable to move. This kid's got some tricks. Come with us to the Duke's manor. The leader, a sinister-looking man, sneered. Yi Qing walked behind them, clapping his hands to release a fragrant scent, and they all instantly regained their strength. The leader thought to himself, this man is skilled in poison, not easy to handle. But once he's at the Duke's manor, he'll have no choice. The manor is full of experts, and those rogue practitioners from the martial world always fall in line once they're inside. The group arrived at a grand and opulent estate, with a dozen guards standing at the entrance. Yi Qing discreetly cast a detection spell. They were all level 150, peak 4th-tier experts. The sinister-looking man in the lead nodded to the group, his voice low and indifferent. These people are here to treat the princess. You should go in quickly. Her condition is not good. The group followed him into the Duke's mansion, and what they saw left them in awe. The place was lush and fresh, vastly larger than their own homes. After passing through several courtyards, they arrived at a secluded grove with a standalone courtyard. Outside, a woman in palace attire was pacing anxiously, her face full of worry. Upon seeing the physicians, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, but she quickly composed herself, speaking with calm authority. You will take turns going in. If you can't cure her, you may take the silver and leave. An elderly physician, carrying a medicine box, led the way into the courtyard. Shortly after, he rushed out in a panic, addressing the other physicians loudly. This is a demonic affliction, utterly incurable. I can't treat it, and I don't want the silver. Get me out of here. The other physicians turned pale and backed away, fear flickering in their eyes. This illness was more than just a challenge. Failure could mean losing their lives. A guard barked coldly. What nonsense are you spouting? Come with me. Then another physician was pushed inside, with the guard's icy voice following them. What you see here must not be spoken of outside. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Yi Qing stood aside, watching the scene unfold, his eyebrows slightly raised. He wasn't surprised by their cowardice, but was increasingly curious about the situation inside. As for the Duke's threats, he paid them no mind. Even without space-warping abilities, he was confident he could easily escape. One by one, the physicians went in and hurriedly left, looking more terrified than when they had entered. Eventually, only Yi Qing was left outside the courtyard. The sinister-looking man glanced at Yi Qing, not holding much hope, knowing Yi Qing was more skilled in poison-making than in medicine, but he still nodded. Go on in. Yi Qing didn't hesitate, entering the courtyard. The woman in palace attire brightened at the sight of him, quickly masking her anxiety. She approached him with a calm face, though a hint of tension was in her voice. I hope you won't be scared. Her tone was gentle, yet there was an underlying plea. Pushing open the door, he saw a girl about 12 or 13 lying on the bed, her eyes closed. To Yi Qing's shock, the girl had a pair of horns on her head and scales covering her skin. Sensing someone enter, she opened her golden eyes and spoke weakly. Big brother, you're so handsome. All I've seen are old grandpas. It's so boring. Yi Qing was momentarily stunned. Then he began a probing technique. Moments later, his eyes widened in shock. Her body contained infinite divine power. She was the reincarnation of an ancient azure dragon. Yet, her frail physique couldn't support such immense power. He gently approached the bed, holding her cold little hand. Her body was weakened to the extreme, with the powerful force inside her wreaking havoc. Yi Qing quickly retrieved a talisman from his pocket. Golden runes swiftly wrapped around her, covering her entirely before sinking into her body, sealing away the rampant power. The girl's eyes suddenly brightened, her voice cheerful. Wow, I don't feel pain anymore. Big brother, you're amazing. Though her voice was weak, a hint of joy shone in her eyes. Seeing this, the woman in palace attire felt reassured and stepped inside. Noticing her daughter's improved condition, she couldn't help but smile in relief. She turned to Yi Qing, her voice somewhat urgent. It seems you know Shuang'er's condition. Can she be cured? Yi Qing nodded slightly, understanding that her body would need some time to recover. She required a significant amount of spiritual medicine to stand up again. The woman in palace attire looked at her and said firmly, you should stay here and focus on taking care of Shuang. As for the spiritual medicine, that's not a problem. As she spoke, she gently caressed Shuang's cheek and asked softly, how are you feeling now? I've never felt this good before. I can't feel any pain at all. Shuang replied in a soft voice with a smile. Her expression was gentle, as if the past pain had faded away in the comfort she now felt. Yi Qing sat on a wooden chair nearby, her gaze calm and serene, yet she was quietly contemplating. This way, I can leverage the resources of the Wu King's mansion to gather spiritual medicine, and then cultivate them in the Hongmeng Pearl space, ensuring a constant supply. Her future would undoubtedly shine like brilliant stars, a prospect unimaginable to outsiders. The woman glanced out the window as the sun set, casting a dim light over the sky. She spoke softly, it's getting late today. I'll come to see you again tomorrow, all right? Shuang nodded gently, responding softly, all right. The woman stood up and turned to Yi Qing. There are a few empty rooms in this courtyard. Feel free to choose one to stay in. Regarding the spiritual medicine, write a list and give it to the guard at the door. They will deliver it to you. She opened the door and quietly left. Yi Qing watched her leave, then stood up to write the list of required spiritual medicines. As darkness enveloped the room, an elderly woman lit a lantern, filling the space with a warm glow. The old woman entered and saw Yi Qing sitting quietly. She began to mutter as she prepared a meal and gently fed the young lady. You must be the physician here to treat the young lady, right? Honestly, she's really pitiful. In the entire Wu King's mansion, almost no one treats her like a person. Even the servants avoid coming here. Only I, this old woman, have cared for her all these years. But don't mind me saying, even if she recovers, those outside will still gossip. Shuang seemed accustomed to such remarks, showing no reaction as if these words had lost their significance. Yi Qing smiled slightly, setting down her pen and paper, understanding that her future would be brighter than anyone could predict. Even without leaving the mansion, the Wu King's resources could sustain her for a lifetime. Her gaze was steady and calm. After feeding Shuang, the old woman began to wipe her down. Seeing this, Yi Qing quietly stepped outside. The courtyard was shrouded in darkness, and a sense of tranquility filled the air. Two guards stood at the entrance, one of whom was the man with the sharp gaze from before. He saw Yi Qing and spoke coldly. I'm Wu Chuan. The mistress instructed that you give me the list of spiritual medicines. I'll retrieve them from the Wu King's storeroom. Yi Qing handed him the piece of paper calmly, her tone neutral. Take a look. If the storeroom has what I need, fetch it now. Wu Chuan took the paper and walked away, replying simply, all right. Yi Qing sat quietly on a chair, gazing up at the night sky in silence. Meanwhile, her true form was concealed by an illusion array, discreetly following Wu Chuan. They reached a heavily guarded storeroom, where dozens of strong guards were on alert. Wu Chuan spoke briefly with one of the guards, explaining, this is the situation. I'm here to find spiritual medicine for the young lady. At that moment, a gentle breeze carried the arrival of a young man in white, walking leisurely with a folding fan in hand. His steps were light, but his expression was tinged with cold disdain. That creature, why isn't she dead yet? Every piece of spiritual medicine is incredibly valuable. Giving it to her is a waste. His voice was harsh, filled with contempt for Shuang's existence. Ignoring the comment, Wu Chuan maintained his expressionless demeanor and continued into the storeroom. The second young master of the Wu King's mansion, Yu, approached with large strides, his gaze filled with disdain and contempt. He looked down at Wu Chuan and said coldly, get out of my sight, and don't let me see you again. Wu Chuan clenched his fists, glaring at Yu. How can you be like this? She is your sister, and her life has been hard enough. You, a mere servant, dare to lecture me? Yu sneered, a cold smile playing at his lips. Kneel and kowtow, and I might let you off. At that moment, heavy footsteps approached from a distance. A young man dressed in black strode over, a long sword at his waist swaying gently with each step. As he moved forward, the surrounding grass and trees bent away as if under an invisible pressure. You seem quite arrogant. The one who should leave is you. The young man's voice carried an undeniable authority. Wu Chuan quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Young master. This was Ying Yuan, the eldest son of the Wu King's mansion. A flash of malice crossed Ying Yu's eyes as he retreated into the shadows. Wu Chuan, come with me to the storeroom to find spiritual herbs, Ying Yuan said, walking ahead. Yes, Wu Chuan replied, following him. Behind a nearby tree, Yi Qing observed the scene silently, thinking to himself, it seems the Wu King's mansion is not as harmonious as it appears. Ying Yuan, epic character, level 120. Eldest son of the Wu King, with exceptional talent in cultivation, unmatched physical strength, and extensive battlefield experience. Ying Yu, legendary character, level 100. The second son of the Wu King, with average cultivation talent, deep scheming mind, skilled in winning people's hearts and using strategies. Nearly an hour later, Wu Chuan emerged from the storeroom carrying a stack of jade boxes, retracing his steps. Yi Qing quietly emerged from the bushes and slipped into the storeroom. Inside the storeroom, several layers of formations were in place. An elderly man in a gray robe, with white hair, sat behind a desk reading by the light of an oil lamp. Yi Qing used a detection technique and discovered that the old man was a level 200 epic powerhouse at the peak of the 5th transformation. Fortunately, the old man could not see through Yi Qing's illusion. Yi Qing carefully searched the treasure vault, gradually finding Inyang grass, moonlight flower, and the precious sword chi grass. Sword cry grass, legendary item, increases swordsmanship level by 5 when consumed, can be used in alchemy. After nearly 2 hours, he meticulously collected the roots and stems of each herb. Returning to the courtyard in the forest, Yi Qing dismissed the clone that was studying the spiritual herbs. He counted the materials and thought, I've almost gathered all the ingredients for the elixir of longevity, just missing 3 common herbs, which I have in the Hongmeng Pearl space. Entering the room, he found the old woman had left, leaving only a lamp and a little girl named Ying Shuang, who was blinking her big eyes. Yi Qing took out 2 white pills. Here, take this. Okay. Ying Shuang obediently swallowed the pills and soon fell asleep. Yi Qing blew out the oil lamp, disappeared, and entered the Hongmeng Pearl space. He planted the collected herb roots and stems, checked the growth of other herbs, and found some had reached 10 years of maturity. After a round in the laboratory, he entered a tent in the peach forest and went to sleep. Meanwhile, in a desolate area of the Great Xia, a young warrior, covered in blood, was fighting against a monster, teetering on the brink of death. Suddenly, a flash of blood-red light burst from the ground and directly entered his body. In the distance, the monster's body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually collapsing into a shriveled corpse. The young man looked at the corpse on the ground, a cold smile playing on his lips. Dongfang Xiao. From now on, my name as the blood demon will be Dongfang Xiao. He glanced around, frowning slightly. But where exactly is the abyss? Meanwhile, in a secluded residence at Kyoto University, Morong Shui was holding her phone, engaged in a private conversation with Shangwan Hong. Do you really want to take control of the Shangwan family? Morong Shui inquired. Yes, Shangwan Hong replied. This decaying family indeed needs a complete overhaul. I formally invite you to join forces with me. But for now, we must exercise patience, as our current strength is insufficient. Staring at the message on her phone screen, Morong Shui fell into deep thought, finally sighing softly. It seems we have no choice but to endure for now. The next morning, as the sky began to lighten, Yi Qing appeared in a tranquil courtyard of the Wu Wang mansion. Although the materials for the elixir of longevity were ready, seeing Ying Shuang's condition stirred a sense of compassion in Yi Qing. He decided to heal her before leaving the mansion. After all, a person with such extraordinary potential was worth remembering, as she might become a powerful ally in the future. This courtyard was rarely visited, guarded by only 2 sentries, with an elderly woman responsible for delivering meals and tending to Ying Shuang's daily needs. Yi Qing practiced swordplay in the courtyard with his Qishao sword, slicing fallen leaves in half with each flicker of the blade. As the morning sun rose, Yi Qing sheathed his sword and entered the room, carrying 2 jade-like pills. These were the legendary 100 spirit pills, meticulously crafted from 100 herbs, known to strengthen the body and accelerate healing. Ying Shuang slowly opened her eyes, looking noticeably better. I haven't slept this well in ages, she remarked. In about half a month, you should be able to move around, Yi Qing said, offering her the pills, which she obediently swallowed. At that moment, the elderly woman entered with food, prompting Yi Qing to leave the room and enter an adjacent empty one. He sat by the bed, checking his phone, which showed the time as 9:30 a.m. By nightfall, the system would complete its upgrade. He used his self-shadow skill to create a doppelganger that looked identical but had a vacant expression. Handing the Qianquan bag to the doppelganger, its eyes immediately became lively. This skill is quite novel, but multitasking is mentally draining, Yi Qing mused. He left the doppelganger to stay at the Wu Wang mansion, while he used space traversal to return to his courtyard in the inner city. Resting on a chair under a large tree, Qing couldn't help but sigh at how much more comfortable it was here compared to the Wu Wang mansion. Taking out the treasure map of the Mountain of Ages and the Great Qing map, he carefully compared them, only to find that a large section of the treasure map seemed to be missing. Since the map's properties were all question marks, Qing had no choice but to put it away for now. He then summoned the ghost bride and several phantoms, repeatedly defeating the bride's avatar, gaining 2.6 million experience points. However, as his level increased, the experience gained from defeating the avatars gradually decreased, and the ghost bride's presence grew fainter. Qing sat at the table, holding a pen and paper, deeply focused on planning various aspects of the future. The night was deep, and the room was silent except for the sound of the pen scratching against the paper. Suddenly, a clear notification sound rang in his ears. Ding, system upgrade complete, system shop items refreshed. Added sign-in guarantee feature. Players can choose an item to sign in for, with a 50 probability of obtaining it after 100 sign-ins, 80 after 200, and 100 after 300. Qing checked the sign-in system and found that his experience points had reached 1 million, still far from the next goal of 1.2 billion. He opened the system shop and saw several intriguing items: a sub-profession upgrade card, a god-slaying card, a map function, an affection function, and some mysterious items. The sub-profession upgrade card allows a sub-profession to advance once, requiring 3 billion experience points. The god-slaying card is a one-time item that can kill a god, but requires 99 billion experience points. The map and affection functions each need 1 billion experience points. A mysterious pill recipe offers random recipes and materials for 8.88 million experience. And a mysterious treasure box costs 6.66 million experience for a random item drop. Seeing these items, Qing was tempted, especially by the god-slaying card, which, despite its high price, was incredibly alluring. Ultimately, he decided to first unlock the map and affection functions. His experience points instantly decreased by 2 billion, and his perspective broadened. The map of the capital city appeared vividly on the screen, with each light dot on the ground representing a person and the larger dots standing out significantly. Particularly in the Imperial City area, these dots shone like celestial stars, resembling the moon among lesser stars. Qing gazed at these dots, a thoughtful look in his eyes. With 10 billion experience points remaining, he decided to perform 20 targeted sign-ins, choosing a pill furnace. As the sign-ins succeeded, 3 pill furnaces appeared before him: the leaf fire furnace, the glazed furnace, and the 100 herbs furnace. Of these, the leaf fire furnace pleased him the most. The leaf fire furnace was entirely crimson and palm-sized, slightly warm to the touch, with flames surging inside that occasionally spewed hot sparks, seemingly distorting the air around it. The furnace's attributes also caught Qing's attention, with the white base attribute hiding the southern brightly fire. As it devours other furnaces, its pill-making speed and success rate will greatly increase, making it a mythical existence. He gently integrated a drop of his blood into it, and instantly, the leaf fire furnace recognized him as its master. At that moment, a strange sound came from the back room, followed by a slow drift of ghostly green flames, seemingly alive. Qing turned to look at the map, frowning slightly. Besides him, there were 2 others in the house. Holding the leaf fire furnace, he stepped towards the room, coldly demanding, "Come out, stop playing tricks, or don't blame me for being rude." But there was no response. Qing frowned, caressing the furnace, and suddenly, a burst of fiery light erupted, shattering the ghostly green flames. As golden patterns appeared in the air, Qing realized that these 2 had hidden deeply, as the formation he set up yesterday had failed to detect them. Golden runes emerged from the ground, gleaming as they pinpointed the hidden location. Qing stepped onto the floor, and suddenly, there was a violent tremor, causing the ground to collapse and reveal a deep, bottomless pit. He put away the leaf fire furnace, holding a luminous stone in his hand, and without hesitation, leapt into the hole, heading straight underground. After descending for over 10 minutes, Qing finally reached the mysterious underground chamber. The chamber was vast, with simple illusionary formations scattered across the walls, absorbing moonlight to create flickering ghostly flames and eerie sounds. Qing stepped lightly, and instantly dozens of sharp sword marks rose from behind him, shooting forward like meteors, precisely destroying those formations. With the illusions gone, the sight before him made him pause slightly. A pair of dirty children huddled together, wearing oversized clothes and looking emaciated, clearly having not eaten for a long time. The system immediately displayed information about the 2 children. Changyao, mythical weak state, affection level 1, vigilance 1. Changxi, mythical weak state, affection level 1, stranger 2. Description: descendants of the Moon God clan, naturally possessing incredible divine power, annihilated for betraying the Qing royal family. Silently, Qing placed 2 prepared meals and a few bottles of water on the ground, and with a wave of his hand, a few moonstones embedded into the stone wall, bringing a gentle glow to the dim chamber. He quietly exited the chamber, and as he turned away, he heard the sound of the children devouring the food behind him. Sister, that person doesn't seem to be sent by the Qing royal family. Perhaps, but we've been exposed, and there's no escape now. Upon returning to the surface, Yi Qing waved his sleeve, effortlessly repairing the hole in the ground. He pondered, these two children have mythical potential. If they survive, breaking through the barrier to become gods will be much easier. Even if they can't become gods, nurturing an 8th-turn demigod would still provide considerable strength. Although he could use a loyalty goo to control them, Yi Qing firmly believed that true loyalty comes from the heart, not forced by external means. Outside, Yi Qing checked the sign-in system, with 800 million experience points remaining. He initiated a guaranteed sign-in, consuming 600 million experience points over 600 sign-ins, and obtained 500 wooden swords, 1 mythical-level flying sword, 2 demigod-level flying swords, 6 epic flying swords, Level 1 Absolute Immortal Sword, Level 1 Trap Immortal Sword equivalent to Level 1 Execution Immortal Sword. The most pleasing change for Yi Qing was the significant transformation in the Execution Immortal Sword Formation Diagram. Execution Immortal Sword Formation Diagram Epic, Growth Potential. All 4 sword attributes 85 Execution Immortal, Slaughter Immortal, Absolute Immortal, Trap Immortal. Skill, Execution Immortal Sword Formation. Combining 4 swords unleashes boundless murderous sword energy, attacking 99,999 times per second, with a 100 critical hit rate. It requires 4 individuals with 10 times the attributes to break the formation. Within the formation, 1 is in a special state, immune to all damage unless the sword formation is broken. Cooldown time is 24 hours. Behind Yi Qing appeared the Tongtian sword box, with 9 uniquely shaped flying swords hovering in the air, their light shimmering. He carefully examined the state of each sword, making meticulous adjustments. Although this slowed down the upgrade process, as long as he could refine experience-enhancing elixirs, it wouldn't be an issue. After storing the flying swords in the Hongmeng Pearl space, Yi Qing turned to a patch of exotic flowers and herbs. He skillfully gathered the ingredients needed for the longevity elixir. Although these materials were relatively young, they were perfect for practice. Finding a barren spot, he took out the Lihua furnace and began his first attempt at elixir refinement. With precise control of the heat, the materials gradually purified, resulting in a low-grade longevity elixir emitting a faint fragrance. Though this elixir was of low quality, containing impurities, and only increased experience by 10 while accumulating minor elixir toxins, it was a commendable first effort. Without the aid of the Lihua furnace, even this level might have been unattainable. With the newly refined elixir in hand, Yi Qing entered the laboratory, spotting Chun Hun's focused figure in a white lab coat. How long has it been since you last rested? Yi Qing asked helplessly. Chun Hun turned around, smiling as he admitted to not having slept since entering the lab. Yi Qing handed him the longevity elixir, urging him to rest and promising to oversee the experiment's progress. After consuming the elixir, Chun Hun's aura slightly improved, reluctantly glancing at his research results before heading to the resting area after giving a few instructions. Inside the lab, 6 large cultivation tanks were neatly arranged. At the forefront were 2 tanks containing divine genes, followed by those of the Blood God Spider, Nether Ghost, Tongtian Ao, and Ghost Clan. Yi Qing couldn't help but smile at the thought that these formidable creatures he once defeated might become allies in the future. He paid special attention to the 2 divine gene tanks, sensing the gentle power within. This was vastly different from the violent wandering god that Chun Hun had created in the past. That deity had required the combined efforts of 5 war gods to subdue, eventually taking Chun Hun into another realm. The potential of these new genes to birth a different kind of god was intriguing. 5 hours later, Chun Hun awoke, refreshed, and praising the comfort of this place compared to the professional association. Yi Qing smiled, leaving the lab to check on the growth of the 7-color mist god flower and dream flower in the planting area. Suddenly, Xiao Bai, who had been sleeping, opened its eyes and lightly leapt onto Yi Qing's shoulder, its 9 white tails glowing softly. Observing the spirit flowers that still needed time to mature, Yi Qing petted Xiao Bai. Have you gained weight lately? It must be boring staying here. I'll take you out for a walk tomorrow. Xiao Bai nodded slightly, letting out a soft, dissatisfied chirp. The next morning, Yi Qing left the Hongmeng Pearl space with Xiao Bai. In the courtyard, Yi Qing sat under a large tree, with food laid out on the table in front of him. After finishing his breakfast, he carried a portion of food into a secret chamber. The 2 children inside lit up when they saw him, but quickly returned to their indifferent demeanor. Unbothered, Yi Qing set down the food and left, noting to himself that their affinity for him had increased to 10 points overnight. As Yi Qing left the courtyard, the small white creature on his shoulder drew considerable attention. Its snow-white fur glistened in the sunlight, and the 9 tails were particularly eye-catching. Passers-by pointed and whispered, but Yi Qing ignored them and continued walking. In the Rouge Alley of the inner city, a group of elegantly dressed young men approached, followed by attendants carrying swords. They were discussing the unparalleled beauty of the peony courtesan, lamenting that even spending thousands of silver taels only allowed them to hear her play the zither from a distance. Suddenly, one of them noticed the small white creature on Yi Qing's shoulder, a greedy glint in his eyes. "Hey kid, hand over that exotic beast, and I'll reward you with some silver," demanded a young man in blue brocade, his gaze fixed on the small fox, completely disregarding Yi Qing. A cold glint flashed in Yi Qing's eyes, and the group suddenly froze in place, unable to move. "Sorcery!" The young man in brocade cried out in terror. Yi Qing chuckled, tossing a white bottle. It shattered, and white smoke quickly enveloped the group. Moments later, they were left laughing and crying uncontrollably as Yi Qing walked away. "Scratch my itch quick. I can't move. Remember his face. We must get revenge." Bystanders watched the usually arrogant young men in their predicament, finding satisfaction in their downfall. Yi Qing glanced back, a cold smile on his lips. He thought to himself that these people were unlikely to recover from this incident. Feeling constrained in the capital, he decided it was time to explore the Mountain of Time. Although this massive quest provided daily experience, the progress was too slow. Soon, Yi Qing arrived at a tall building with the words Wanbao Tower inscribed on it. Inside, rare items were displayed, including spiritual herbs, swords, and elixirs. He approached the counter and set down a box. "This is several years' worth of heart-eating grass, worth about 600 taels. The elder examined it carefully and said, "Give me some spiritual herb seeds. Deduct from the 600 taels," Yi Qing replied, sitting down. The elder quickly brought out several bags of seeds, explaining in detail, "These are seeds of the fiery sungrass. These are star moonflower seeds." With a wave of his sleeve, Yi Qing collected the seeds and remaining silver, then turned to leave. Just as he exited Wanbao Tower, he heard a commotion on the street. "Have you heard? The king of martial arts, who has been fighting battles outside, has returned to the capital and is already in the outer city." "Really? Let me take a good look at the appearance of the strongest warrior in the Qing dynasty," murmured voices from the crowd. "I heard that the king of war returned to the capital on the emperor's orders, as the northern demon and barbarian tribes have united." Yi Qing blended into the crowd, his eyes fixed on the distance. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a massive beast slowly approached. It was a fire qilin, its body blazing red with flames flickering from its hooves. Behind it marched a dozen fierce-looking followers, each exuding an intimidating aura. "Look, that's the king of war's mount, the fire qilin. Such a rare beast is hardly ever seen." The surrounding people gasped in awe. Yi Qing discreetly used his probing technique, eager to gauge the king of war's power. His face turned pale in shock. The king of war was so powerful that he was beyond detection, having reached the semi-divine level of the 8th transformation, surpassing level 300. No wonder he was the strongest in the Qing dynasty. Sensing something, the king of war glanced in Yi Qing's direction but found nothing amiss. The fire qilin continued forward, yet the feeling of being watched had lingered with the king of war since his return to the capital. A hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. "It seems the emperor is eager to see me dead," he thought. As the emperor's brother, his power had grown threatening to some. Yi Qing noticed the king of war's entourage heading towards the king of war's residence instead of the imperial city. Something significant is about to happen, he thought quietly, slipping away from the crowd to return to a secluded courtyard. Sitting under a large tree, Yi Qing sighed softly. Although he was only at the 2nd transformation, while the king of war was at the 8th, he held the powerful slaying Immortal Gourd and the Immortal Execution Sword formation. Even the king of war couldn't escape death. Nearby, 2 identical young girls stood timidly. They appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, with flawless white skin and dark purple eyes marking their Moon God clan heritage. These were the girls who had been imprisoned in the basement, now showing 56 points of trust towards Yi Qing. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed through the capital. The 2 girls swiftly hid behind the tree, while Yi Qing leaped onto the rooftop. In the sky above the imperial city, 2 figures clashed fiercely. One was a trusted follower of the king of war, wielding a crimson spear that summoned a giant fire dragon. The other was an elder in a billowing robe, whose enormous fist imprint collided with the fire dragon, igniting a fiery spectacle against the sunset. Watching this relentless battle, Yi Qing began to manipulate his doppelganger at the king of war's residence to gather intelligence. This doppelganger, usually reclusive and tasked only with administering medicine to the young princess, now stepped out into the courtyard. He noticed that only Wu Chuan remained of the usual 2 guards. "Wu Chuan, what's been happening at the king of war's residence these past few days?" "Wu Wang has truly rebelled." Yi Qing stared out the window, his tone heavy. "He has completely taken control of the 4 northern states, amassing an army of 1,000,000. We must be ready to evacuate at any moment." Yi Qing's sharp gaze turned to Wu Chuan. "Did you miss something?" Since Wu Wang returned to the mansion, he hasn't been here. He has 3 sons and 6 daughters, and the youngest, Ying Shuang, is the least favored. He only glanced at her once at birth because of her unusual appearance. Even if she's healthy, she's doomed to be confined to Wu Wang's mansion for life, never allowed to leave. To put it bluntly, Ying Shuang is a stain on Wu Wang's life. Wu Chuan calmly surveyed the room, a glint of coldness suddenly flashing in his eyes. What does Wu Wang plan to do with her? Yi Qing pressed. Ying Shuang hasn't recovered yet and has difficulty moving. Also, her mother's affection for her seems genuine. Why not take her along? If Wu Wang wants to become emperor, for the sake of his reputation, the young princess cannot remain, Wu Chuan sneered. The first son of the main wife is the legitimate heir, the future successor. Taking Ying Shuang would only invite Wu Wang's ire. If they were to depose the eldest in favor of the youngest, like the royal family did in the past, it would be a disaster. The main wife gave me enough gold and silver to last a lifetime, instructing me to take the young princess to a desolate place to live out her days. Yi Qing's deep gaze seemed to pierce through to the truth. If I'm not mistaken, everyone else from Wu Wang's mansion has already left, right? Will you really take good care of Ying Shuang? Wu Chuan's face turned sinister, malice flaring in his eyes. Some things are better left unsaid. Wouldn't it be better to bury her somewhere and enjoy this fortune for the rest of my life? Since you know too, why not split it with me, and we can each go our separate ways? Then why not just kill me and take everything for yourself? Yi Qing countered. Wu Chuan looked terrified. Don't joke around. You're a poison master. I might already be poisoned just by talking to you. Yi Qing realized. Seems you've been tricked by a poison master before. How about this? You take the gold and silver, and I'll take care of the young princess. Wu Chuan immediately put on a sycophantic smile, rubbing his hands together. And the antidote. Yi Qing tossed him a red pill. Wu Chuan caught it, swallowed it quickly, thanked him hastily, and fled. Watching his retreating figure, Yi Qing pondered. Giving him poison only made him feel secure, even though it was just a drug that would damage his foundation and permanently limit his abilities. Returning to the courtyard, Yi Qing opened the door to finding Shuang lying on the ground, her tear-streaked face covered in scales. Big brother, am I really a monster? The little girl choked out. Of course not. Yi Qing gently wiped her tears away. Come with me. Your future will surpass your father's. Before he finished speaking, a magical formation formed beneath them, and in an instant, they vanished without a trace. At that moment, the inner city was eerily silent, the deserted streets patrolled only by squads of soldiers. Yi Qing's true form sat on the rooftop, quietly observing the ongoing battles in the imperial city. The fierce combat between powerful fighters shook the earth, enveloping the entire capital in a state of panic. Gently stroking the little fox in his arms, a gleam flashed in his eyes. The chaos in the royal city is the perfect opportunity to raid the royal treasury. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished into the night. As his true form departed, the courtyard gate creaked open, and Yi Qing's clone letting Shuang inside. Behind a large tree, sisters Chang Yao and Chang Shi cautiously peeked out, only stepping forward once they confirmed the coast was clear. However, at the sight of Ying Shuang, they instinctively retreated behind the tree again. Yi Qing's clone strolled out from the room and said calmly, "From now on, it's your duty to take care of her." The 2 young girls exchanged glances, nodded in agreement despite their fear. Inside the imperial city, Yi Qing wandered boldly, making no effort to conceal his presence. He even anticipated encountering enemies, as it had been days since he last drew his sword in battle. While pondering the location of the treasury, a squad of armored soldiers blocked his path, demanding sharply, "Who dares trespass in the imperial city?" Yi Qing smirked, "Don't panic. Tell me where the treasury is, and I might spare your lives." Despite being heavily surrounded, he continued forward with ease. The elite soldiers, incensed, quickly formed a strange battle formation, their spears like a forest, their momentum surging. All marked red. No need to hold back, Yi Qing muttered as his Qishao sword flashed out of its sheath. A crimson sword light swept through, and dozens of soldiers fell instantly. System notifications chimed. Defeated Imperial City Guards, gained 65,000 experience. Defeated Imperial City Guard Captain, gained 132,000 experience. Amidst the carnage, the dropped items automatically gathered and were absorbed into the slaying Immortal gourd. Sheathing his sword, Yi Qing continued on, realizing that blindly searching was inefficient. He decided to find someone to guide him. In the distance, the words Jinxiu Court were faintly visible on a building. Yi Qing walked straight in, seeing light coming from a room, and unceremoniously kicked the door open. Inside, a woman dressed in thin, luxurious attire was reading. The system displayed, "Noble Consort Rome, Level 2. Before she could cry out, Yi Qing swiftly forced a white pill into her mouth. "How dare you?" Noble Consort Rome glared angrily. "This is Jinxiu Court." Yi Qing leisurely took a seat, casually grabbing some snacks from the table to taste. "You've ingested my poison pill. In one instant stick's time, you'll surely die." Tell me the locations of the royal medicine and treasure vaults, and I'll give you the antidote. Finding the snacks quite tasty, he decided to pocket the rest, as he hadn't had dinner yet. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.